Chapter 1. Prologue. CF Prologue. When I opened my eyes, I was inside a novel. The Birth of a Hero. The Birth of a Hero was a novel focused on the adventures of the main character, Choi Han, a high school boy who was transported to a different dimension from Earth, along with the birth of the numerous heroes of the continent. I became a part of that novel as the Trash Count, the family that oversaw the territory where the first village that Choi Han visits is located. The problem is that Choi Han becomes twisted after that village, and everyone in it are destroyed by assassins. The bigger problem is the fact that this stupid trash, who I've become, doesn't know about what happened in the village and messes with Choi Han, only to get beaten to a pulp. This is going to be a problem. I feel like something serious has happened to me, but it was worth trying to make this my new life. Chapter 2. When I opened my eyes, a man could feel someone gently tapping his body. The rough hand made the man think of the hands of an exhausted parent. It was that warm. "Young master, it is morning." But the voice was very profound. The man felt chills throughout his body, and his eyes subconsciously opened. Rather than the bright sunlight coming in through the window to warm the man's eyes, what he saw was an old man standing there with a satisfied expression. "It is surprising to see you wake up after a single attempt." "Huh? The master wishes to dine with the young master since it has been a while. It looks like it will be possible today." The man could see a mirror past the old man's shoulder. Inside the mirror was a red-haired man who seemed to be confused looking back at him. "I guess that guy is me." "Young Master Cal?" The man turned toward the source of the worried voice to find the old man, who looked like a servant, looking toward him. That concerned man was not the problem. The man clearly heard it. "Young Master Cal." It was a familiar name. He slowly blurted out the name. "Cal Henitus?" The old servant was looking at him like he was looking at his own grandson. "Yes, that is your name, young master. I'm guessing you are still a bit drunk." Listening to the concerned response of the old man, the man naturally thought about a name that was even more important than the name Cal Henitus. "Becrox. Are you talking about my son?" "Chef." "Yes, my son is the chef. Do you need him to make something for your hangover?" The man felt his surroundings turn dark, and he started to feel dizzy. He lowered his head and put it into his hand. "Young master, are you still drunk? Should I call the doctor? Or will you wash right now?" The man looked at the red hair that was falling in front of his face. It was a bright red color, much too different from his original black hair. Cal Henitus. Becrox. Becrox's dad, Ron. They were the characters that appeared at the beginning of The Birth of a Hero, the novel the man was reading before he fell asleep last night. He jerked his head up and looked around. He could see the bedroom that was completely different from a typical Korean design. It made the man think about Europe. Every single thing in the room was extremely extravagant and luxurious. "Young master?" The man responded to Ron, the old man who was pretending to be concerned and worried. "Cold water." "Excuse me." He needed something to clear his mind. He could see the face of Cal Henitus in the mirror behind old man Ron. "Still looks normal. I guess Cal hasn't been beaten to a pulp by the main character just yet." His handsome face caught his attention. The man had become Cal Henitus when he opened his eyes. Cal Henitus, the trash who was beaten to a pulp by the main character in the beginning of The Birth of a Hero. That was who he was. "Young master, I presume you will not be bathing in cold water. Are you asking for drinking water?" Cal turned his gaze toward Ron. Ron may be pretending to be a benign old man, but he was actually hiding his true identity as a cruel and vicious individual. He made the request to Ron. "Please get me some drinking water." He needed to drink some cold water and clear his mind first. "I will prepare it right away." "Great, thanks." Ron flinched for a second and had an odd expression on his face, but Cal did not notice it. Ron had to leave the bedroom as there was only warm water in the room. Once he was left alone, Cal got off the bed and headed to the bathroom. If he really was inside of the novel, he knew that there should be a large mirror inside. As expected, the full-body mirror was inside the bathroom. Cal Henitus, who had a lot of interest in his appearance and physique, had this mirror set up in here. Nobody else in the household had such a mirror. The man in the mirror had red hair and a pretty fit body. It wouldn't be wrong to say he had a body that would make any style look good. "I really am Cal." The man in the mirror indeed was Cal Henitus from the novel. The Birth of a Hero was very descriptive about each of the characters' appearance. That was why the man had no choice but to agree that he had indeed turned into Cal Henitus. Few people usually become calmer when they are surprised and shocked. Cal No Kim Rock-soo calmly thought about the night before. It was a typical day off. It had been a while since he had read an actual book instead of on his phone, so he went to the library to check out some books. He borrowed the entire series since he planned to read all day long. The name of that book was, of course, The Birth of a Hero. He managed to finish the 5th volume before he fell asleep. But when he woke up, he had turned into Cal Henitus, the individual that the main character mercilessly beat up in Volume 1. Will things go the way they did in the novel? He felt unnaturally calm. Once he got past the point of shock, his mind had calmed back down. He started to remember the contents of Volume 1, The Birth of a Hero. This novel was about the birth of the heroes in the Western and Eastern continents, as well as their trials and growth. The main character was naturally Korean. He was a student who had been transported into the world when he was a freshman in high school. Furthermore, his lifespan became as long as a dragon's lifespan, making him pretty much never age. This is bad. He was going to be beaten into a pulp by such a person. The important thing, however, was that he had not been beaten up just yet. Cal took his eyes off the mirror and walked into the tub that was full of warm water. He leaned against the tub and looked up at the ceiling. It was that expensive marble that was described in the novel. The estate that Cal lived in was actually full of marble. Cal started to mumble as he looked toward the ceiling. It's not like there's much I'll miss. His life is Kim Rock-soo. There really wasn't much to it. He was an orphan and didn't have much money. He also didn't have a person he loved to death, nor a friend he would give his life to save. He only continued to live because he could not die. Yes, he could not die. He completely hated the thought of death or pain. He became an orphan after both of his parents passed away from a car accident when he was little. He didn't like pain or death, no matter what it was. Even if he was rolling in a pile of dog shit, it was still better than being dead. For that reason, I need to first make sure I don't get beaten up. Cal did not know what day it was in the novel right now, but he was sure that he had not met with the main character just yet. The reason was simple. I don't have the scar on my side. Cal Henetus, the trash of Count Henetus's family. A few days before meeting the main character, Cal was drinking and causing a ruckus. He was flinging things around and got stabbed on his side by a broken desk leg, resulting in the scar. What an interesting character. He didn't get the scar from fighting someone else. He got it because he got angry that the alcohol didn't taste good and threw a tantrum. He meets the main character after he gets the scar, and after a short discussion, he gets beaten to a pulp. Cal crossed his arms and started to think. He did not know what happened to Cal after getting beaten to a pulp in Volume 1. All he knew was that the main character, Choi Han, has many fateful encounters and overcomes a lot of trials to grow into a hero along with his party members. Thus the era for him to prove that he is a hero will begin. The Roan Kingdom that Cal currently lives in, as well as many other locations in the eastern and western continents, will be filled with war. It truly will turn into the time for the heroes to show their full potential. Cal started to frown. Kim Rock-soo, the man who became Cal. His life motto was pretty simple. Living long without pain. Enjoying the small joys of life. Living a peaceful life. As long as I make the story proceed like normal while taking out the fact that I get beaten up, the main character will take care of the rest. For some odd reason, he could recall every single line in the book without any issue. Cal relaxed in the warm water, while coming to a final conclusion with his now clear head. It's worth trying. It was worth trying to avoid the continent's war and living peacefully. This trash's situation was much better than when he was Kim Rock-soo. The location of this estate was also in the corner of the western continent, making it an ideal location to avoid the war. In the novel itself, there were many nobles who managed to avoid the influences of war. Even if he could not completely avoid it, he should be able to at least reduce the damages to a minimum. Young master, are you inside the bathroom? He could hear Ron's voice coming from outside. Cal thought about Ron's true identity. Ron was an assassin who crossed over from the eastern continent by sea. He pretended to be a benign old man, but the true Ron was a cruel and merciless man. Yes, I'll be right out. His natural response was to talk informally to the old man. Cal realized what he was doing and made up his mind about what to do in the future. He needed to push that old man to the main character and send him away. That old man could easily kill Cal with a single blow, but treated Cal like a puppy you left alone because you felt bad for it. He was smiling gently, but there was not an ounce of care about Cal on the inside. In the novel, Ron leaves with the main character and his son after Choi Han beats Cal to a pulp. Cal put the bathrobe on as he quickly exited the bathroom. Ron was standing there with a smile on his face and a tray with a cup in his hands. Young master, here you go. Cal picked up the cup and walked past the old man. He did not want to make eye contact with such a dangerous old man. Great, thanks. Ron's expression turned odd once again, but Cal had already walked past him. Cal took a drink of the cold water as he started to think. There are too many strong people here. In fact, there were too many of them. No matter where the main character went, there were either strong individuals or individuals with hidden secrets. These individuals were both human and other races. I at least need the strength to protect myself. In order to live long without pain in the continent that will soon be filled with war, you needed a decent level of strength. Of course, you could not be too strong. Then other complicated things will happen. Cal thought about the different fateful encounters that occurred in the beginning parts of the novel, the powers that strengthened the main character and his party members. He was thinking about the ones that would help him live long without pain. There were a couple that came to mind. He just needed to pick one of them. Young master, we will start to dress you now. Oh right, thanks. The doors soon opened and couple servants entered to help Ron dress Cal. Cal did not notice that Ron had a stoic expression, unlike his usual self as he looked at the clothes the servants were bringing in. Ah, something simple today. He hated really complicated attires. Simple clothes that let you relax comfortably were the best. Yes, young master. The servant in charge of the attires quickly pulled out some simple clothes, and Cal changed into the simplest of them all. He lightly frowned after finishing getting dressed. Even this simple attire was extremely extravagant and not to his liking. However, the reflection in the mirror was quite handsome. He really is handsome and makes any clothes look good. The face really was the final piece to fashion. He looked in the mirror and fixed his sleeves before turning around to look at Ron. Ron was once again smiling like a gentle old man. Ron, let's go. Yes, young master. Cal walked behind Ron. It was nice that he did not need to know the layout of the estate. He just needed to follow Ron wherever he needed to go. All of the servants that Cal saw flinched and bowed respectfully before they seemed to run away. Why are they so scared? Cal never hit people. He just liked to drink and play. Sometimes when he was drunk, he did break things. But that was why he was the trash of the family. He also did not treat people like people, other than the few people he liked. Well, it's better if nobody talks to me. Cal thought about it peacefully. It would be more difficult if he was in the body of a model citizen. A trash can do as he pleases without worry. It was only possible because there was no desire to live as a model citizen. I will now open the door. Sure. Cal nodded his head toward Ron. The book mentioned that Cal treated Ron, someone who raised him like he was his own grandson since he was little, as nicely as he treated his own father. It mentioned that he always responded to Ron and treated him like a person. Of course, Ron did not really think that way. That was why it was easy for Cal to talk to Ron. He just needed to answer Ron's questions and treat him like a human being. I hope you enjoy your breakfast. Thanks. Ron, make sure you eat a good meal too. Cal walked past Ron and into the dining room. He could see his family sitting there. His father and the current head of the Henatu's household, Daruth. Next to him was Cal's stepmother, the Countess, as well as her son and daughter. 4 people looked toward Cal. You are late again today. Cal's gaze turned toward his father who spoke. The birth of a hero described Cal's feelings for his father like this. His father was the one person that Cal listened to. The reason the trash did not leave the area and got everything he wanted inside the Count's territory was because of his father, Count Daruth Henatus. But unfortunately, Cal's father was unlike the other strong fathers in this novel. He did not have any special skills or influence. He just had a lot of money. However, Cal liked this a lot. It was the perfect family environment to live a simple life. Then there were the other 3 individuals. His stepmother who knew that he did not like her and avoided him. Her smart firstborn who found it difficult to deal with his much older brother Cal. And the cute youngest of the family who avoided her older brother Cal. It wasn't like Cal bothered them, or they bothered Cal. They just treated each other like strangers. Cal thought this was such a great environment to quietly live alone. Take a seat. Yes, father. Cal looked at the feast on the table that did not meet his definition of breakfast and sat down on his seat. He then felt something was odd and lifted his head up. Is there something you need to say, father? No, I do not. Daruth was staring at Cal. The rest of the family was doing the same. Cal made eye contact with each of these family members. They all quickly turned away whenever he made eye contact and continued to eat. I guess they find me really difficult to handle. Cal turned his head toward the table as well. This luxurious feast that was different than the breakfast he used to eat just to fill his belly made him start to smile. He first started by cutting the sausage in half with the knife. It is so juicy. He didn't know if juice flowed out as soon as he cut into it because it was handmade or because it was cooked well, but the color on the sausage made him hungry. Cal started to smile without realizing it. Clang! He heard something fall down and made eye contact with his younger brother Basin. He could see that Basin had dropped the fork in his hand. My apologies. Basin calmly apologized like the personality described for him in the novel. The servant in charge of the meal quickly came over to hand Basin a new fork and picked up the fork on the floor. Watching that made Cal think that it was nice to be a noble, before he focused once again on the food in front of him. Cal had found the first good thing about coming into the novel. This breakfast was extremely luxurious and so tasty that his stomach was completely happy. The smile on his face could not disappear. Ho! That was why he did not hear his brother Basin's shocked proclamation. Chapter 3. When I opened my eyes too. Cal looked around at all of the dishes in front of him. He then moved his fork towards a salad made of fruits that he did not recognize. After filling his stomach with meat, soup, and bread, he wanted to try something new. The fruit looked like an orange, but the color was closer to that of grapes. Cal put the fruit in his mouth and took a bite. In that instant, sweet fruit juice filled his mouth. He really hated sour fruits, so this extremely sweet flavor in his mouth made him subconsciously start to drool. At that moment, he made eye contact with his father Daruth, who was looking at him. Cal. Daruth quietly called Cal's name before hesitating. He then started to frown and move his mouth. Cal did not like that awkward atmosphere and started to speak. It's delicious. Yes, it tastes like trash. Huh? Did you say it is delicious? Yes. Everything tastes wonderful. Cal picked up a different fruit this time and smiled after tasting the sweetness in his mouth once again. The trash, Cal Henitus, never cared for etiquette anyways. He probably shouldn't do this while speaking with his father, the head of the household, but whatever. He's just trash in the first place. It really is best to be the trash. Nobody really cared no matter what he did. As long as he can prevent himself from getting beaten up by the main character, it will be a good life. As Cal expected, nobody criticized his lack of manners. In fact, Dareth actually had a smile on his face as he started to nod his head. Yes, it really is delicious. It is nice to see you enjoying food so much. Dareth really seemed like the only person who cared for Cal. He didn't even seem to care about Cal's lack of manners. Well, a truly caring father should probably try to fix this personality of Cal. But this Cal did not care as he was not the real Cal Henitus. Yes, please make sure you eat a lot as well, father. Basin let out another, ho, and Cal, who heard it this time, turned his gaze back to the dishes. The 15-year-old Basin, the 3 years younger brother of the Cal that he possessed, was difficult to handle. Unlike the trash Cal, Basin was smart, sincere, and very responsible. The people of the family were pushing for Basin to be the next head of household. Kim Roxu agreed with this sentiment even after turning into Cal. Rather than having a complicated life being in charge of this territory, I'd rather use my position as the Count's older brother to laze around and live peacefully in a section of the territory. Cal did not try to argue with Basin. He could hear Basin's gasp of shock and knew that Basin was looking down on him. But what could he do about it? Once Basin becomes the head of the household, his personality was one that he would probably not kill Cal. But in order to not get hurt and quietly move to a small village, he needed to not get on Basin's nerves. If that's not possible, I'll just make some money beforehand and go somewhere that the war will not reach. Cal pretended not to hear Basin's gasp and continued to eat. Once the meal was over, his father, Dareth, was the first to get up. He seemed to have been satisfied with breakfast, as his face was filled with a smile. It really was delicious. If breakfast was like this every day, Cal would probably give up some sleep to come eat breakfast all the time. Dareth looked around at the family members who got up after he did, before resting his gaze on his first-born son, Cal. Cal, is there anything you need? Cal was confused at Dareth's sudden gesture, but he decided to honestly answer. Please give me some money. Sure, I'll give you a lot. Dareth answered without any hesitation. This really was a well-off family. As a territory that mined for marble and grew grapes for wine, they were overflowing with money right now. Great. Please give me as much as you can. Cal could feel his 2 younger siblings looking at him, but there was no need for him to be embarrassed. Wasn't it better to ask for money instead of drinking and causing a ruckus? Furthermore, he needed money to proceed with his plans. That fateful encounter to get himself a strong enough power to keep himself safe. He needed some money in order to cause that fateful encounter to happen. Sure, I'll give you as much as I can. Cal started to smile after being satisfied with his father's response. However, he was at a loss of words after returning to his chamber and receiving the check from the deputy butler, Hans. The check that was issued through a partnership with the Treasury Department and the Magic Department made Cal's heart run wild. So much money? This family didn't seem to only have a bit of money. In fact, they seemed to have a lot of money. The novel did mention that Cal received a large allowance, but it did not mention the exact amount. However, he could realistically understand how large it was based on the amount listed on the check. 10 million gallon. It is about equivalent to 10 million Korean won. If it is like this, Cal could change his plans. Cal's brain started to quickly think about his options. I'll be heading out now, young master. The deputy butler delivered the check and bid goodbye, but Cal did not respond. Deputy butler Hans just treated this as normal and headed toward the door. However, he soon stopped moving. It was because Cal had gotten up from his seat and said something to Ron. Ron, let's go to the study. Hans then became anxious at Cal's words. Ron was the same. Did you say the study? Cal found this odd. This sly old man's voice was shaking a bit. Was there a reason he could not go to the study? Yes. He needed to go to the study to form his plan. There were no desks or even any paper in his chamber. There were a lot of expensive-looking alcohol bottles, though. Excuse me, young master. What is it? Cal looked toward the anxious-looking deputy butler. We have not been able to do our morning cleaning of the study just yet. Is that so? It's fine if it goes a day without cleaning. No, sir. We cannot let that happen. The deputy butler was extremely pushy about this for some reason. He then smiled brightly and put up a single finger. Please just wait 1 hour. I will put my name on the line to make sure that the study is completely clean. Not like a study that has not been used in 10 years, but one that was used just yesterday. Sure, whatever. He didn't mind waiting an hour. Great. Then I will go report this to the master. No need to do that, but go ahead if you want to do so. Yes, young master. I will be off now. Okay. Sure. Like a well-trained deputy butler, Hans closed the door without making any noise and disappeared. He seemed to be in a rush. Cal knew that there were 3 deputy butlers vying to become the official butler. Maybe that was why Hans was so passionate about it. Ron. Young master? Why are you blanking out like that? My apologies, young master. No need to apologize. Ron had another odd expression on his face, but Cal put the precious check in his inner pocket as he asked. There was so much going on that he did not even have any time to ask about today's date. What is today's date? This question would seem odd coming from anybody else, but the servant Ron answered in a gentle voice. It is the 29th day of the 3rd month in the 781st year of the Felix calendar. That is a problem. Excuse me? Nothing. Cal tightly clenched on the 10 million gallon in his pocket once more. The only thing he could trust was money. Yesterday, the 28th day of the 3rd month in the 781st year of the Felix calendar. That was the day that the villagers of Harris Village, the village that the main character Choi Han went to after escaping from the forest of darkness, the place that Choi Han felt human affection for the first time in this world, made friends, and created a second family, were all murdered by an unknown group of assassins. Even Cal, who had read until the 5th volume, did not know the true identity of the secret organization that murdered the villagers. Some readers may be saying something like this while reading about this situation. I thought he was really strong. What was Choi Han doing while they were murdered? It is only natural to think like that. However, there is a reason this novel is called The Birth of a Hero and not The Strength of the Hero or The War of the Heroes. Birth. It was the story of a person who overcame all sorts of obstacles and carried the pains of his past as he became a hero. Love and friendship comes up along the way as he meets enemies and friends. Something that cannot be missing from a story is the awakening. He may have explosive talents and have lived for tens of years in the forest of darkness, but through all of that, Choi Han was still an innocent and gentle person who could not kill another human being. He had no issues killing monsters, but Choi Han had never hurt another person. In order to turn someone like him into a hero, the novel had created a situation for Choi Han. In order to heal the lady who treated him like her own son, Choi Han had gone into the forest of darkness to find some precious medicinal herbs. He had to travel deep into the forest to find it, and when he finally managed to find the herb and headed back towards the village, he found the corpses of the murdered villagers, the burning houses, and the assassins who were about to leave. Choi Han went berserk after seeing this and killed someone for the first time. Of course, the people he killed are the members of this secret organization, and this secret organization clashes against Choi Han every so often throughout the novel. Choi Han only returns to normal after killing all of the assassins from the secret organization, before falling into a state of despair as he is unable to gather any information from the dead bodies. He then buries the bodies of the villagers before making a promise to himself. I will kill them all. I will kill all of the people that made this happen. Choi Han realized what the sadness of death was at this moment, but his first kill starts to twist his mind. Of course, he starts to feel again and starts to become more human, like after meeting his party members later in the novel, and grows to become a true hero. Ron. Yes, young master. A cup of cold water, please. I understand. After Ron left and he was alone in the room, Cal covered his face with both of his hands. The problem was that the city that this twisted Choi Han arrives at after leaving Harris Village is the city called Western, located in the center of the Henatu's territory. Cal, who happens to run into Choi Han, annoys Choi Han and ends up getting beaten up. That is when Choi Han gets his first subject party member, the reliable Chef Beecrox. I was going to head there in advance and help him out. The best scenario to not get beaten up is no longer available. I did care more about potentially saving the people of the village, but there's nothing I can do about it at this point. Now, all that is left is to make sure I act in a way to avoid getting beaten up by the angry Choi Han, who is moving at a crazy speed to arrive at Western City by tomorrow. Avoiding the main character is not a good idea. He needed to run into Choi Han so that Ron and Beecrox run into him as well. That was the only way for the three of them to leave this place together to start their official journey. Then that left just one course of action. Have them run into each other, and then get out of their way, with the best possible first impression if possible. Young master. Ah, thanks, Ron. Cal took a sip from the cup that Ron brought over. He then started to frown. It's not cold water. It is lemonade. He really is an insidious man. He knows that, just like Kim Rock-soo, the original Cal hates sour things. But he still chose to bring lemonade, which would take more work to prepare than cold water. Cal wanted to be angry at the sour taste, but he could not do so because he was afraid of that assassin old man. He could only drink the lemonade. Thanks, it was wonderful. No problem, young master. We should be able to head to the study soon. Great. Ron's benign and gentle smile caused Cal to have the chills. He once again clenched onto the 10 million gallon check for support. Money really was the only thing you could trust. Chapter 4. They met one. He could not think about anything else while food was in front of him. He could not even prevent the admiration that was flowing out of his mouth. Ha! It's so delicious. The deputy butler Hans flinched at the words that came out of Cal's mouth. Cal was sitting alone at the table, with Hans standing next to him. Other than breakfast, Count Henetus's family tended to take care of the other meals freely. To be honest, it was mainly because they each had their own responsibilities. Nobody said that it was easy to be a noble, especially if you were in administration or politics. You had to follow a strict schedule, dropping everything else if you received an order from someone above you. Count Dareth had responsibilities as the lord of the region, making it difficult to share other meals together, while Cal's younger siblings timed their meals based on their studies. The Countess was busy interacting with the wives of the influential households in the region, as well as other tasks. Now that I think about it, Cal put the fork down after suddenly remembering something. Hans started to get nervous, thinking to himself that this was the normal Cal. He was worried because he did not know when that fork may fly toward his face. Cal did not care whether Hans was nervous or not as he got lost in his own thoughts. There are a lot of experts hiding as artists or craftsmen. The Roan kingdom was pretty advanced in construction and the arts, especially sculpting. It was because there was a lot of marble in the Roan kingdom. Thanks to that, the Henetus region became the 5th best marble mining region, bringing in a lot of money. Furthermore, a mountain range took up most of Count Henetus's region. Even though it was located in the northwest, the mountains were extremely fertile, allowing the residents to grow grapes in between the mountains for wine. Although there was not a large quantity of wine from these fields, it were still treated as one of the best wines in the entire continent. However, Cal's mind was filled more about the strong individuals and not these facts. He had even missed lunch as he sat in the study thinking about that all day. Why are there so many experts on this stupid land? This isn't the Murim. There were so many hermit experts here like in the Murim. That was why Cal came to a conclusion. Do not mess with just anybody. An average-looking chef could be a poison expert, and the person working in the repair shop could be someone who viciously killed people with his wires. This was that type of land. Sigh. A deep sigh came out of Cal's mouth. He had just completed his plan to prevent himself from dying and living peacefully. Young master. Cal, who wanted to let out another sigh, turned his gaze to the source of the cautious voice. It was the deputy butler Hans. What? Should I get them to make something else? Huh? Hans held back his sigh after seeing Cal frowning and opening his eyes widely. He was thinking that Cal would now flip the table. Hans didn't know why the Count would assign him to take care of Cal, but held back his rising despair as he waited for Cal's response. And Cal did respond. Why would you remake something this delicious? Excuse me. Cal picked his fork back up and sliced the meat. Dinner was even fancier than breakfast. It was not delicious because he had never had something like this when he was still Kim Rok-soo, but because it was an extravagant taste, even for the original Cal. Kim Rok-soo didn't know how Cal grew up, but the original Cal had issues with anything that was not fancy. He liked that fact quite a bit. Everybody knew that was the case and only brought the best of the best. Cal put a piece of the well-cooked, but still juicy piece of steak in his mouth as he asked Hans. His attitude was one that said he did not care about etiquettes at all. Hans, who made this meal? Ah, it was second chef Bekrux. Cal suddenly lost his appetite. Bekrux. He was clean-cut and was the son of the servant Ron. However, unlike his father, he specialized in the way of the sword and not assassinations. Bekrux was also obsessed with cleanliness and sharpened his spotless blade every day, using that same sword to slice the heads of his enemies off their bodies. He also specializes in torture. That kind of guy ends up admiring Choi Han's sword skill and chooses to follow him. His father Ron makes a deal with Choi Han to help him, and chooses to leave with the two of them for the sake of his son. Although he may not look like it, Ron cherishes his son quite a bit. Cal looked down at the medium-rare steak, that was still slightly pink on the inside, and gulped a few times. I can't allow my blood to shed like this steak. He turned his gaze toward Hans, who was still looking at him before cutting another piece of steak and putting it in his mouth. It is delicious. He's Ron's son, right? I did not know he was such a talented chef. I will deliver your message to Chef Bekrux. I'm sure he will be very happy to know that young Master Cal complimented his cooking. Is that so? Let him know that I truly enjoyed this delicious meal. Yes, sir. Hans was looking at Cal with a stiff expression, but Cal had made up his mind. He was not going to mess with Bekrux, and would work to make a good impression. Cal enjoyed the meal once again with a relaxed heart. Everything will be settled once he made Bekrux run into Choi Han and leave the region. Cal had already made what he thought to be a pretty good plan to make that happen. Just like during breakfast, Cal completely emptied the dishes. He had a satisfied smile on his face as he got up and looked toward Hans. Hans, why did you suddenly end up being assigned to me? Hans had mentioned before dinner that his father, Daruth, had sent him to personally handle Cal's needs. Although Cal did not know about the situation in Count Henetus's family once Choi Han leaves, Hans was extremely skilled and probably had the best chance of all the deputy butlers in becoming the official butler. Hans slightly bowed his head and answered the question. The Count, Nim, was concerned after hearing that young master had missed a meal while working in the study and ordered me to make sure that the young master makes sure to eat every meal. As a result, I will be overseeing just the meal-related duties for the young master. To be specific, Hans was responsible for the meals. Is that so? My father did something he didn't need to do. I would eat properly on my own, but I guess I would not have realized it was time for dinner if Hans did not come tell me. Cal was busy writing down all the fateful encounters in the first 5 volumes of the novel in Korean. After leaving the dining room, Cal smiled toward Hans. Hans, take good care of me. Ah, of course. Please take good care of me as well. I will do my best. Hans stumbled a bit as he answered, but Cal just let it be. Cal saw Ron standing there as soon as he opened the door, and started to frown. Ron, didn't I tell you to go eat? Cal told him to go away, because he did not want to see this old man's face, but he would not leave. He just roamed around Cal like a fly. Ron had been waiting outside the door when he was in the study, but even that got on Cal's nerves. Young master, it is my duty to take care of you. Cal clicked his tongue after seeing Ron smiling at him. He then threw a bit of a tantrum. Enough. I don't need it, so go eat. Why don't you go eat even when I tell you to go eat? Don't follow me. You know my temper if you do, right? Cal threatened Ron with his gaze to reinforce that he did not want Ron to follow as he headed back to the study. When he peeked back, Ron was standing there with a stiff expression while Hans was looking towards him with shock. Should I not have thrown a tantrum? Cal was scared of the assassin old man's stiff expression, and turned his head back around before speeding back to the study. The desk was completely empty. The document that he had been working so hard on to write in Korean was already burnt in the fire. Cal had done so himself. There was nobody here who knew Korean, but he had to be careful. He had also told all the servants not to enter the study without his permission as well. I remember everything anyways. Kim Rock-soo had always been good at remembering things he enjoyed. Comic books, novels, movies, no matter what it was, as long as he enjoyed it, he was able to remember the names and appearances of the characters. Of course, if he didn't like something, he would not remember anything about it at all. Cal leaned his back onto the chair and thought about what he needed to do in the future. First, I need to see Choi Han tomorrow and do that. The corners of his lips started to slowly rise. I need to pick up a shield, to live long without dying. He had no intentions of fighting. In order to achieve that goal, the first step was raising his defenses. Second was finding a recovery method. Third was being faster than anybody else. Fourth was a strength that does not hurt him, but can kill others. Of course, the most important thing was to avoid the battlefield, or anywhere where there may be bloodshed. Cal thought about these so-called plans of his as he slowly closed his eyes with satisfaction. He was thinking about it, even as he fell asleep. At least, I will not be beaten up even when the time comes for it in the novel. The indestructible shield. Cal was thinking about this first shapeless strength he was going to get as he fell asleep. The corners of his lips that had gone up did not seem like they would ever come down. Fateful encounters did not have an owner. It was a first-come first-served type of deal. The important day. What did he need to do in order to calm his nerves and be successful? Cal thought the first step was to have a hearty breakfast. He felt like the only thing he did after coming to this world was eating, but he was going to enjoy the meal, since he will be busy for a while starting tomorrow. Ahem. I heard you fell asleep in the study last night. Somehow ended up that way. He casually answered his father's question and continued to focus on the food. The fact that he did not even look at his father probably seemed rude, but it was fine since he was known for being the trash. Cal finished eating first and stood up. The screeching noise of the chair made everyone focus on him. I will head out first. It was not proper etiquette, but Cal's father Daruth just seemed to like his son no matter what. He looked back and forth at Cal and the empty plates before starting to smile. Sure, go ahead, thank you. Cal needed to quickly leave because he had a lot of things to do today, but Daruth held him back for a second. You don't need any allowance today? I do need some. This really was a family with a lot of money. Cal held back his smile after hearing that his father will send him the allowance through Hans and left without even saying thank you. He did make eye contact with his brother, Basin, for a moment, but Cal just ignored it and headed toward the dining room door. He saw that Ron was following him and shooed him away. Ron, I'm going out. Don't look for me. Don't look for me. That was Cal's code for letting Ron know that he was leaving the estate that was located near the rear of the city to go drinking. Whenever he did this, Ron just smiled and told him to have a safe trip. Will you not go to the study today? But for some reason, Ron asked a rare question today. Cal started to frown. Ron, I don't think that is something you need to be curious about. I understand, young master. I will be waiting for you. Cal's forehead started to show even more wrinkles after hearing that Ron will be waiting for him. Don't wait for me. Cal flicked his finger to beckon one of the servants standing at the entrance of the residence over and walked out with him. Cal still seemed angry, so that servant did not say anything as he followed behind Cal. Once he exited the residence, he could see the garden and the gate of the exit farther away. It was only then that Cal let out a sigh and peeked backwards. He could see Ron's stiff expression through the closing door. I'm glad I was able to shake him off. He was glad that Ron did not follow him. However, Cal was afraid of that stiff expression. He was an assassin after all. Cal decided that he will treat Ron better, and not make him angry starting the next interaction as he exited the estate. Of course, he was on a carriage. He arrived at his destination a little bit later. "Young master, is this the right place?" the driver cautiously asked as he opened the door. He then peeked toward the shop in front of him. The driver's face was clearly filled with confusion. "Yes, this is it." Cal, who was wearing clothes that would be fancy to others but was the simplest thing in his closet, walked out of the carriage. Nobody was around them, as they had moved away as soon as they saw the carriage with the Count's crest on it. The fragrance of tea with poetry. It was a tea shop that allowed you to read poems while drinking tea. This clean 3-story building looked to be pretty expensive. It was true that the owner of the shop was very wealthy. In fact, as the bastard son of a concubine of a large merchant guild, he was even wealthier than Cal. The only thing was that he was living here while hiding that identity. If I recall correctly, the owner goes to the capital around Volume 3 to meet Choi Han there. It is there that he claims that he may be a bastard son of a concubine of the merchant guild, but that he will become the owner of the merchant guild. The man who shouts and swears to Choi Han that he will become the owner of the merchant guild. Cal only read the first 5 volumes, and thus did not know if the man ever ended up becoming the owner of that merchant guild, but since he was one of the main character's partners, he probably will succeed. Cal looked toward the driver, who was sweating like a hog, and gave an order. "You can leave now." "Excuse me, are you going to make me say the same thing twice?" "No, that do I not need to wait for you, young master?" Cal casually answered as he opened the door to the tea shop. "Yeah, I'll be here for a while." Gulp. He could hear the driver's gulp behind him, but a much clearer and pleasurable noise filled Cal's ears. Clang. A quiet but clear bell sound announced Cal's entrance into the tea shop. Cal stood at the entrance and looked around the tea shop. It was still early, and there were not many people there. Cal could see that all of them were shocked to see him there. Well, the novel did say there was nobody in this region who did not know about Cal. He was public enemy number 1 for the merchants, because he had a tendency to break everything in their shops. "Welcome." However, the owner of this shop warmly welcomed Cal in. Cal looked toward the baby pig-like man who welcomed him in from the counter. He must be the owner. The wealthy bastard bellows. His round face and full body definitely looked like a baby pig like the novel described. His charm was his extremely bright smile. "He looks like a piggy bank." Cal took out a gold coin and put it on the counter as he ordered. "I plan on staying on the 3rd floor all day today." Billows stared at Cal with a smile on his face. Cal pretended not to notice as he pointed to the bookshelf. "Any tea that is not bitter." "Do you have novels here too or just poems?" Clang. The sound of someone putting their teacup down rang through the shop. Cal just thought of it as someone putting the teacup down hard and looked toward Billows. He preferred novels to poems. "Of course. We have a lot of novels as well, young Master Cal." "Really? Then send up the most interesting book and a cup of tea." "Yes, I understand." Cal's gold coin fell onto Billows's chubby hands. Cal turned away as Billows tried to give him change. "I'll drink more tea later, so just keep it." "But it is still too much, young master." A gold coin was worth 1,000,000 gallon. Having that coin, that was worth 1,000,000 Korean won, Cal did something that he had always wanted to try. "I have a lot of money. Consider it as your tip." Talking about how rich you are. Who cares if Billows actually has more money than he does? He also knew about many fateful encounters that will earn him a lot of money. Cal tried to look cool as he pointed toward the tables on the 1st floor with his chin. "Well, if it is too much, you can treat everyone here to a cup of tea on me." Golden bell. He wanted to do something like this once. After he told his father that he needed allowance, he received 3 gold coins which were worth a total of 3,000,000 gallon. "Young master, still enough. Just bring my tea." It really was good to be the trash. Cal did not care about being respectful as he headed up to the 3rd floor. He could hear whispers coming from behind him, but he did not need to care because there were already enough rumors about him, the trash of the Count's family. Just like I thought, there was nobody else on the 3rd floor right now because it was early in the morning. Cal took a seat in the innermost corner of the 3rd floor. He then looked out the window. This is the right spot. The spot where you could best see the northern gate of Western City. Cal planned to watch Choi Han from this location today. Chapter 5. They met too. He gets chased away from the gate early in the morning. Choi Han headed in the direction he remembered hearing about from the villagers after he finished burying all of his beloved villagers. He was heading toward Western City. Choi Han had been transported to this world when he was a freshman in high school, but he had lived here for tens of years already. Of course, the fact that most of that life was spent trying to survive in the forest of darkness made him mature in a slightly twisted way, and as such, he was more rational than anybody would expect after such an incident. "I need to go report this to the lord at the castle." Harris Village may have been a remote village, but it was still under Count Henatus's jurisdiction. That was why Choi Han headed to Western City, hoping to at least prepare a small funeral for the villagers. He was also planning on looking for information regarding the assassins he had killed when he had lost his calm, as he was unable to ask them any questions. However, sending the dead off properly came before revenge. If you think about it, he really is an affectionate person. But losing all of the first people who showed him love after tens of years in the forest of darkness at once made it impossible for Choi Han's mind to not become twisted. In the novel, that was when Cal messes with Choi Han and touches a nerve. He remembered what the Cal in the novel said to Choi Han. "Why should my father care whether or not some useless villagers are dead? This cup of alcohol in my hand is worth more than all of your useless lives combined." Choi Han starts to laugh at Cal's words as he asks back, "What an interesting thought. I am very curious to know whether you will change your mind or not. Shall we test it out?" That test was beating Cal to a pulp, so that he was almost dead. The amazing thing was that Cal never changed his mind, even after he was beaten to a pulp. I'm getting the chills." Cal started to rub his arm after seeing the goosebumps that were developing. He quickly took a sip of the tea that Billows had brought for him. He then looked out the window once again, only to get the chills right back. It's that punk. The moment the gates opened for the morning, a young man wearing clothes with black marks everywhere, such that it made it seem like the clothes were burnt in multiple places, approached the gate. It was Choi Han. Cal did not get up from his seat as he observed Choi Han. His speed was admirable, as he ran like a lunatic through a distance that would normally take a carriage a week to travel. But as a result, he looked like a mess. Of course, the events in the village were responsible for a bit of his messy look as well. The guard blocked Choi Han's path as he walked in with his head down, looking completely exhausted. Cal didn't know what they were saying, but he could see Choi Han shake his head at the guard's question. "I'm sure they're asking if he has any identification." The guards of Western City were generally gentle, but they were strict when it came to the rules. They replicated their liege, Count Dareth's personality. They kicked him out. As expected, Choi Han walked back out of the gate. He did not even throw a fit. After continuously running for a day, his slightly recovered conscience told him not to kill an innocent man. Choi Han will now wait until nighttime before he stealthily jumps over the city wall to enter. He then runs into Cal, who was busy drinking away. Screech. Since Cal was alone, the sound of the chair being pushed as he stood up sounded pretty loud. He went downstairs and informed Billows, who was at the counter. "I'll be back soon. Don't clear my spot." "Yes, young master. I look forward to your return." Cal ignored the smile on Billows's chubby face as he walked out of the tea shop. He didn't break anything. Cal could hear someone's voice coming from inside the shop, but he did not care. He needed to set the foundation to earn that indestructible shield today. The indestructible shield. It is not talking about a physical item. The best comparison might be a maid's mana shield. Something that does not actually have a physical form. However, it was very different from a mana shield, as it was closer to superpower than magic. The funny thing was that the human who created the power, but ended up dying, was someone who served a god, but ended up being excommunicated. All sorts of weird things are in this novel. As with the history of any fantasy world, this world also had its ancient history. During that ancient time, neither magic nor weaponry was developed. Instead, it was a society where your own innate talent or talents gathered from supernatural occurrences played a pivotal role. Strongest powers in that society were superpowers, divine powers, and natural forces. It was a very primitive time. Some of those powers have lasted all the way until now, staying hidden in certain locations or items. It was possible to take those powers for yourself if you meet the right conditions. Ancient powers. The heroes would find these powers, however. These powers were all supporting powers, not strong enough to be used as a hero's mainstay. These were the powers that Cal was looking to find. Everything but the divine powers. Whether it be God or angels or devils, Cal did not want to get involved with any of them. That was why Cal was looking for the powers that people naturally developed or came from nature. That is the way to make sure I don't need to put in any effort. Those were the types of powers he was looking for. Something like sword art or magic would require him to put in effort to practice. He didn't want to do something like that. Unlike other books, the ancient civilization in the novel, The Birth of a Hero, was not that strong. As civilization developed, the magic and summoning skills that were developed outshined the natural powers left behind by the ancient civilization. Superpowers were the same way. Most subtle superpowers would be blown away by a single hit from the aura that was used in present day. It wasn't like the heroes just used these powers sparingly for no reason. And my goal is to collect these subtle superpowers to become decently strong. It was a satisfying goal, especially because he also knew the ancient power that could strengthen these subtle superpowers. In order to take the first step in his plan, Cal started to look for the ancient power that was hidden in Western City. He knew the requirement to earn that power. Young master. Welcome. Cal just nodded his head at the baker, who bowed so low that it looked like his head might touch the ground, to respond. Gasp. He could hear the baker gasping, but Cal pretended not to hear it. He felt bad about how his trash reputation was making this baker so fearful. Give me some bread. Excuse me. Cal pointed at all of the bread in the bakery, and sternly responded. Everything from here to there. Clang. The gold coin that Cal took out started to spin on the counter. Pack it all up. The baker seemed to be frozen in place as Cal continued to speak. 2 or 3 more gold coins should be enough for a week's worth of bread, right? The baker's gaze, which had been on the gold coin, moved to Cal. It was too much money to pay for the bread. Cal just stoically responded to the baker's shaking eyes. I can go somewhere else if you don't want it. No, it is nothing like that, young master. I will pack it as fast as possible. The baker was extremely respectful for a different reason than before as he moved around quickly. After a few minutes, Cal left the bakery with a bag full of bread over his shoulder. Even though it was just bread, it weighed quite a bit. The weight made Cal start to frown, and he ignored the baker, who was watching him leave as he stepped into the street. Cal leisurely walked down the street, noticing that anybody who made eye contact with him would quickly turn and walk away. The majority of the people even ran away to avoid eye contact with him. It really is different than Korea. It is truly a fantasy world. Cal looked around as he wandered around this market that gave off the typical fantasy feel. MMPH. Anytime he made eye contact with a merchant, they became shocked and avoided his gaze. Tusk. Cal really must have lived up to his title of trash in the past. Cal was talking shit about himself as he walked past the market and toward the western part of Western City. The slum is located to the west. No matter how wealthy a territory may be, there are always going to be poor people. In a situation like this, most people would probably expect something along these lines to happen. It is a fateful encounter that you can earn by sharing food with the poor. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Cal could feel people peeking at him as soon as he entered the slums. This was the place where both the idlest and the most vicious people lived together. Although the poor may not know the face of their liege, the count, they knew Cal's face. These people who had nothing needed to pay even closer attention to the type of person that would cause a ruckus in the market, pub, plaza, well, you name it. And Cal has probably caused a ruckus there too. Tusk. Even though they knew all these stories about Cal, they couldn't resist the sweet smell of the bread in Cal's bag. Cal just ignored all these gazes as he continued to walk. The tip of his expensive leather shoe started to become dirty from the dirty water. An unknown stench also filled Cal's nose, making him naturally start to frown. This made him start to walk even faster. The slums were on one side of a small hill and constituted of old houses. Cal was heading toward the top of that hill. As he got closer, the gazes and steps of the people following him started to lessen as well. Cal's sharp glare probably played a role in this as well. It's better here. After being freed from the stench, Cal stood at the top of the hill and turned around to look down at Western City. Of course, this hill was not as high as the Count's estate. There was no way that they would allow the lord of the territory to live somewhere that was lower than that slums. Cal came back to his senses as he headed toward a tree that was fenced off in all directions. The fence, that was made of planks the width of Cal's body, had an entrance that had rotted. It was easily broken once Cal pushed at the fence. This large tree seemed to have lasted for hundreds of years. Trees in the slums were usually chopped into fire, wood, or had its layers peeled off to make it useless. But this tree was not like that. The reason was simple. The reason could be heard in Cal's ear. These two were the only two who had followed him until the end from the slums. You can't approach that tea tree. Cal ignored that warning. He heard another worried voice as well. You can't go there. It's a man-eating tree. A man-eating tree. Anyone who hung themselves on this tree became mummies overnight. Furthermore, any blood that lands on this tree instantly disappeared. Finally, there was only dirt around this tree. Grass and even weeds were nowhere to be found. This was the tree that Cal was looking for. A long time ago, during ancient times, there was a person who loved food so much that his gluttony in the place of worship got him kicked out. That person ended up starving to death. This tree is said to have grown on top of his body, and that person's grudge and strength were both in this tree. The indestructible shield that Cal was looking for was here. How primitive, mysterious, and strange was this? The majority of the ancient powers were mysterious like this. Cal took a bread out of the bag and carefully observed a hole that was the size of an adult's head. He needed to first send away the owner of that voice before starting his work. However, before Cal could even say anything, the voice was even louder this time, as they could no longer see Cal from outside the fence because he crouched down. The voice was shaking quite a bit. You're going to die. Don't do it. Cal pressed his temples with his fingers. Sigh. The number of people following him decreased the closer he got to the man-eating tree. At the top of the hill, however, the owner of that voice continued to follow him. There are always nosy punks no matter where you go. Cal frowned as he turned his head around. When he did, he noticed a girl who seemed to be around 10 years old, holding her younger brother's hand while looking at him. Her eyes were full of concern. Seeing that Cal was frowning and staring at her, the young girl stumbled on her words and started to mumble. It's a man-eating tree. You're going to die. I won't die. Cal took 2 breads out of the bag and threw it toward the little girl. It didn't matter if it rolled on the ground, because they were all individually wrapped. Take that and get lost. The young boy instantly grabbed the bread, but the young girl was still hesitating. In the end, Cal needed to use his identity. He stood up and pushed his head outside of the fence. You two don't know about Cal the trash? The young girl's face turned pale. Her younger brother just looked toward Cal before picking up the other bread for his sister and started to tug on her arm. Nuna. Aha. The young girl looked back and forth at the tree and Cal even as she was being pulled. You can't die. Cal clicked his tongue at the young girl who continued to say that before making sure nobody else was around as he sat down underneath the tree. Nobody would be able to see what he was doing unless they came right up to the fence. He started by taking a loaf of bread out of the bag and putting it into that hole. His hand soon disappeared into the darkness underneath the tree, and Cal could feel a cold sensation as the bread in his hand disappeared. He felt like his whole hand might be sucked in, and quickly took it out. The darkness in the hole underneath the tree was still the same. If you die with a grudge, you have to resolve that grudge. This man-eating tree wasn't actually a man-eating tree. It was a tree that would eat anything. It was the side effect of the power that was left behind by the person who starved to death. But for such a thing to be related to an ancient strength, it was comical, but made it seem more realistic. I remember it said, I need to feed it until the darkness disappears. The darkness in the hole underneath the tree was not the result of shade. It was darkness formed by the grudge. This could not be done with other people. One person had to continue to provide a large amount of food until the darkness disappeared. Once the darkness finally disappears, the light that was hiding underneath would appear. Once he eats that light, the indestructible shield will become Cal's. Eat all you want. Cal put the opening of the bag into the hole and emptied all of the bread into it. In a normal situation, that small hole should have become filled with bread. However, only the darkness continued to remain once Cal removed the bag. I guess I'll need about 10 more large bags. The darkness in the hole was slightly fainter than before. 10 bags. Only someone like Cal, with 3 million gallons as allowance, could casually say such a thing. Rumble, an odd cry, seemed to resonate from the tree. It seemed to be saying that it was hungry and asking for more food. Cal felt like the darkness might suddenly reach out and grab him. It is a bit scary. Cal quickly got up. He felt like he should not be here for a long time. Just what can a stupid grudge do? Gluttony was a scary thing. I'll come back tomorrow. Cal said goodbye to the rumbling tree, as if it was a person, and exited the fenced area. Cal noticed the siblings eating the bread as soon as he entered the slums. For someone who was claiming that he should not go there because it was a man-eating tree, they seemed to be enjoying the breads. They must be liking the flavor, because both of them seemed very happy. My. Cal snorted at the siblings before ignoring their gazes. However, their gazes were not on him, but on the bag that was filled with bread earlier but was now empty. They were probably curious. But what could they do? They couldn't do anything. These children were probably too scared to even go near the man-eating tree. However, it is always good to be on the safe side. It would be bad if they went up to the tree and put their head into the hole and got eaten. The children of the slums have no fear. It was because they treasured a single grain of rice more than a blade coming their way. Death is always around them, so they do not fear death. They fear being hungry more than death. It was something that was written in The Birth of a Hero. That was why Cal decided to speak to the pair of siblings. If you want to eat bread again tomorrow, don't say a thing. The two siblings did not say anything. They were immediately following Cal's order. The young girl, who seemed hesitant earlier, put her hand on her brother's mouth and pretended to not see Cal. Cal smiled and thought that she was pretty smart as he quickly left the slums. The people in the slums who knew Cal had gone to the top of the hill were looking at him, wondering what crazy thing he was doing now. But Cal liked that kind of gaze. The people outside the slums looked at Cal weirdly as well, but Cal didn't care about these gazes. Ah, young master, you are back. Once Cal returned to the tea shop, Billows greeted him pretty happily. Yes, bring me a new cup of tea. A refreshing one this time. Cal headed back to his seat on the 3rd floor. It should have been pretty busy at this time, but there was nobody else on the 3rd floor. They were all avoiding the trash of the Count's family. That was why Cal could relax. Here's your tea, young master. I also brought up some desserts. Ah, great. Thanks. Cal only continued to look toward the city gate as he took a sip of the tea. Billows observed Cal's face with an odd expression before he quietly left the 3rd floor. It was weird to hear Cal thanking someone. Cal continued to order tea and desserts as he looked outside the window until the sky slowly turned orange and the sun set. He only got up when night arrived and it was dark outside. It was now time to go interact with the dangerous dude who will come from outside the wall. Chapter 6. They met 3. When does a person get more angry? Is it when they get hit by a strong straight, or when they are hit 5 or 6 times by annoying jabs? It is of course the latter. Cal threw 5 jabs before he was hit, which means 1 jab should be okay. Are you heading out? Yes. There were not many people left in the tea shop. It was past 9 p.m. This was the time when there were more people in the bars than tea shops. Since this was the time that the people mining in the pits went to drink, the bar should be full of people. I look forward to your next visit, young master. Cal nodded his head at Billows' statement. The tea was great. Cal shared his observations with Billows. And the book was good even though I only got through half of it. I especially like the main character whose abilities are appreciated and the way he grows. In that instant, the corner of Billows' eyebrows frowned for a moment before returning to normal. His eyes were cloudy as he observed Cal. However, Cal did not notice, as he was trying to remember the contents of the book. He was too worried about Choi Han that he did not pay too much attention to it. However, it was still fun to read while having the sense of urgency in his heart. It might be an auto setting from possessing the original Cal's body, but Cal was able to understand the language of this world, and had no issues reading and enjoying the book. A smile formed on Cal's face as he continued to speak to Billows, who was standing there with a blank expression on his face. Don't let anyone else read that book, so that I can read it whenever I come. This truly was the immature son of the Count, who was trying to monopolize someone else's property. Billows, the bastard son of a wealthy merchant guild, might not like it, but what could he do? Cal was the son of the Count. Yes, I will reserve this book only for young Master Cal. However, Billows' response was different from what Cal expected. Billows smiled brightly as he urged Cal to come back soon. Please come again soon. I will be waiting for you. Sure, whatever. Cal didn't want to go, but had to leave to go meet Choi Han. Ring. The bell rang once more, and it suddenly felt like the tea shop became louder once Cal left. However, it was even louder outside the tea shop than it was inside. Even though this territory was far from the capital, the fact that a lot of artists resided here, and that they had a special product made it a popular location. These individuals, as well as the miners who were looking to relax after a long day in the mines, all were out late to drink. Cal walked that street alone. If you think about it, he really is a unique person. Normally in fantasies or martial arts novels, the trash of the family tend to hang out with the gangsters or bad crowds. They drink, fool around with women, and cause a ruckus on the streets or stores. The funny thing was that Cal Henitus actually hated gangsters and scammers. In fact, he despised them. He thought that they were all scumbags. The worst of all scumbags. It was better to at least be the citizens who worked hard, even though there was no hopes for a better future. That was why he never beat people up when he was drunk, but had no issues throwing things at the gangsters he saw. Well, attempted to throw things, since his aim when drunk was terrible. Maybe that was the reason. "Agu, young master, you're here?" The owner of the bar was extremely afraid of Cal. It was because of that one day when Cal broke pretty much everything around where he was sitting to drink. In fact, Cal was probably #1 on the blacklist for Western City bars. He did not respond to the owner's greeting and just threw a gold coin at him. "Bring a bottle of my usual. Oh, and roasted chicken breast. Don't put salt on it." "Excuse me? Why, you don't want to find a seat first?" Cal started to frown. The owner immediately waved his hands and bowed his head. "Immediately. I will bring it immediately." The owner was moving quickly, but it looked like he was smiling. It was because it looked like Cal was not planning on sitting down. Cal looked around the bar that became quiet once he walked in. Everyone was avoiding his gaze and turned their heads. It was like they were wondering why he had to choose this bar of all bars in the city. The gangsters and scammers in the bar were all extremely nervous right now. Tusk. The sound of Cal clicking his tongue could be heard through the silence in the bar. "Young master, here is the bottle you requested." "Great." Cal grabbed the bottle and bag of chicken. It was the alcohol he drank often. It was probably the most expensive alcohol in this bar. He accepted the bottle with no regret and left the bar. Cal immediately opened the bottle and drank about half of it as soon as he stepped out of the bar. Oh, the alcohol tasted pretty good. Since Cal had a high tolerance to alcohol, it did not affect him at all to drink half of the bottle at once. He just flushed easily, making people think he was a lightweight. Cal quickly walked along with the bottle in his hand. He walked back past the tea shop. He stayed in all day until he saw the guards stiffen up after seeing him. Seeing them acting like that made him want to go out of the gate, but unfortunately, that was not his destination. "Ah, I'm starting to get hot." Cal felt himself heating up as he continued to drink. He walked a bit further until he reached the city wall not too far away. The tall city wall that started at the gate seemed to defend against any potential intruders. Well, it depends on the person. Cal recalled the information from the book. Approximately 100 steps from the city gate. That was the location where Choi Han jumped over the city wall. Cal clenched the bottle in his hand as he quickly ran toward the location. There were not many people on the streets because it was the residential area. Cal took a deep breath once he arrived at the calculated location. Exactly 100 steps away from the city gate. It was a corner of the residential area, so there wasn't any other light other than the torch the guards put on top of the wall, as well as the lights coming out of the residential windows. But that was enough light. Cal slowly approached his destination after letting his eyes adjust to the dark. Just as I expected, he could see something curled up underneath the city wall. Actually, there were multiple things. Delicate-looking things that were shaking because of the cold. Cal continued to walk toward the location. He could hear the voices of the curled-up life forms. "Meow meow. Two cats were meowing as they lay curled up underneath the city wall. Cal started to smile. It's right here. He found the right spot. The moment Choi Han jumps over the wall, a baby kitten is body slammed by the alpha cat of the neighborhood and gets sent tumbling to the city wall. Choi Han quickly twists his body to avoid landing on the kitten. This was a world where coincidences played a big role. He really is a good guy. Choi Han twists his ankle after unexpectedly twisting his body to avoid hurting the kitten. He had run like crazy to reach Western City after killing tens of people for the first time and burying the corpses of the villagers. His body had reached its limit, making him unable to land properly after making such a movement. Mayo mayo. Cal gazed at the kitten that was curled up and shaking, as well as the other kitten that seemed to be its sibling licking the shaking kitten. He then turned his gaze. He turned to look at one of the alleys that was close to where was standing. He could see him. I found him. The man who was wincing in pain, while looking like one of the homeless that lived in the slums. Cal could see the shaggy black hair and the old and burnt clothes. According to the novel, Cal and Choi Han would meet tomorrow. Tonight was the night Cal got drunk and got the scar on his side. Things were already different than in the novel, even though it was just minor details. Cal stood up as he had crouched down to look at the kittens. Choi Han must have felt his gaze from a few moments ago, as Choi Han slowly raised his head, and his eyes focused on Cal through his shaggy black hair. Damn it, I'm shaking. Cal could hear his heart going crazy. Although it was too dark to see clearly, Choi Han's eyes that Cal could see through his hair were extremely cold. Cal thought that it was a good idea that he chose to drink. Cal congratulated himself for making such a smart decision and calmed himself down as much as possible. Jab. He needed to launch a jab and leave a good first impression. Cal took a deep breath as he started to speak to Choi Han, who was staring at him. You look like you are hungry. Tusk tusk. Cal clicked his tongue and took the chicken breast out of the bag. Then with an extremely gentle movement, Cal offered the roasted chicken breast not to Choi Han, but to the kittens. You poor things. Go ahead and eat it. Cal didn't know that the kittens would be this small. He hoped that they could still eat the chicken breast. Tusk. He clicked his tongue as he ripped the chicken breast into pieces so that the kittens could eat it better. He was wondering what the hell he was doing crouching here feeding these kittens. To be honest, Cal did not like cats. However, Choi Han treasured small animals. Jarul. Ruul. The injured kid must have understood Cal's dislike for cats, as it showed its teeth and started to growl. But Cal started to pet the kitten's silver fur as he looked into its golden eyes. The kitten must not have liked it, as it did its best to avoid Cal's hand. You poor things. Eat this and get better soon. He didn't even look at Choi Han when he said that. However, he was thinking that Choi Han was definitely looking at him. Do you have somewhere to go? He did not hear a response. However, Cal continued to speak. The guards would soon come to patrol this area, and he needed to make a move before Choi Han started to limp away to avoid the guards. Or a place to stay. Cal petted the growling silver-furred kitten with golden eyes and pushed away the red kitten that was trying to attack him as he asked. The red kitten kept trying to hit Cal for some reason. Its golden eyes that matched its siblings' eyes shined brightly even in the darkness. But Cal needed to focus on Choi Han. Are you hungry? There still was no response. Cal had expected this. Choi Han was probably observing him right now, but he also probably wanted to rest. Both his body and mind had reached their limit. In addition, he had received a huge shock just the other day. For someone like Choi Han, who had lived on his own without any human contact other than the villagers of that small village, Western City was completely foreign to him. He may have lived for tens of years already, but he was still young. Are you not going to say anything? Why are you talking to me? Choi Han finally seemed to have decided that Cal was weak. Cal was weak enough that he could easily kill him even though he was at his limits. That was why Choi Han felt that it would be okay to accept Cal's goodwill, even though he had no idea why Cal was being nice to him. Cal stood up and walked toward Choi Han. The guards would soon come patrolling through this location. Hey, he could see Choi Han's situation better once he got closer. He was a mess. However, maybe it was because he was the main character, but his eyes were clear. The black hair and black pupils that showed that Choi Han was Korean were actually quite nice to see. That was why Cal smiled as he casually spoke to Choi Han. Follow me. I'll feed you. His first impression was to be the one who provides delicious food. Chapter 7. They met 4. Choi Han stopped leaning against the wall and pushed his body up. His body was leaning to his left probably because his right ankle was uncomfortable, but Cal did not help him or say anything about him. There was no reason to be any nicer to him than he had already been. Cal told Choi Han to follow him as he headed toward the Count's estate. However, an existence blocked his path. Mayo. The red-furred golden-eyed kitten ran toward Cal and rubbed its cheeks on Cal's shoes. Cal started to frown. He didn't like cats, but this one seemed pretty cute. However, he suddenly felt chills all over his body and turned around. Choi Han was staring at him. Damn it. Cal awkwardly started to pet the kitten. It seems like it likes me, but I have to go. See you next time. Cal never understood why people talked to animals. However, Cal, who had now become that person that was speaking to animals, quickly stood back up and walked away from the kitten. FGR rule. The silver-furred golden-eyed kitten growled, as if it was telling the red-furred kitten to come back, while telling Cal to get lost. The red-furred kitten seemed to not want to go back as it continued to look back at Cal as it walked away. However, Cal did not turn back. Meow moo. The sad cries of the kittens were getting farther away. Cal took a peek backwards. Choi Han was limping, but keeping up with him. They made eye contact once more. Cal flinched as he quickly turned his head back. He was walking slowly to make it easier for Choi Han to keep up. They passed the residential area, and Cal took another sip of the alcohol. The bars, market, plaza. They then passed the residences of the wealthy, and finally arrived at the Count's estate located in the rear of the city. What are you doing? Cal looked toward Choi Han, who had stopped moving. Choi Han must have seen how the soldiers greeted Cal, as well as how the citizens avoided him, on their way here. Choi Han was probably questioning whether it really would be easy to kill Cal. Cal asked once more, "Are you not going to come?" As expected, Choi Han resumed walking. His reason for following Cal now was probably to get some information as well as to host the funeral for the villagers of Harris Village. Why, young master? As soon as Cal stood at the main entrance of the estate, the guards and knights stumbled over their words as they greeted him. Sigh. I wish they would stop with that why, young master business. It was odd hearing them stumbling over their words every time. Since he possessed the body of a trash, he was trying his best to act like one. It was easier to be a trash young master than a noble young master. He was trying to make his life as easy as possible. Cal frowned at the guards' stumbling of words while the guards quickly opened the gate. Please head on in. Cal turned back to look at Choi Han. The rest of them looked at Choi Han as well. They were probably curious about this beggar that followed their young master back. The knights observed Choi Han with suspicion in their eyes. Follow me. Choi Han should know of Cal's status by now. He continued to limp as he approached Cal. Cal looked calm and turned back as soon as he saw that Choi Han was behind him and entered through the gate. But his heart was going crazy. I'm sure he's thinking about taking me as a hostage if something dangerous happens. That is probably why he stood right behind me. He was sure that Choi Han would not kill him. However, just thinking about being taken as hostage caused serious mental strain that Cal frowned as he looked at the two knights who were following them. Don't follow me. The knights flinched at Cal's clear order. They looked back and forth between Cal and Choi Han before one of the knights approached Choi Han and Cal with a stiff expression on his face. The knights cared about their creed more than anything else. It was fitting of the knights that Dareth treasured. Well, I guess they have to act like this to be good knights. Cal was satisfied at the knight's response to this beggar-like foreigner and left the knight alone to follow them. He just led Choi Han to the entrance of the Count's residence. Young master, you're back. Yes, Ron. This scary old man. He had been waiting for Cal, outside the door. Cal didn't expect him to really be waiting. Cal was scared, but thought that it was actually for the better. Ron's gaze turned toward Choi Han, and his benign smile suddenly stiffened. Ron should be at a level where he can estimate Choi Han's strength. Choi Han also stared back at Ron. Cal didn't care what kind of attacks they were sending each other through their eyes, and did what he needed to do. He was not done just yet. Follow me. Cal called out to Choi Han once more and started to walk. The servant Ron quickly followed Cal. Young master, what is going on? I will take care of this guest if you tell me what is needed. No need. Someone else approached Cal as Ron was speaking. Young master, you returned after drinking today. It was the deputy butler Hans. Ah, he was responsible for me. Cal clicked his tongue and ignored Hans's statement. Instead, he lifted up the alcohol bottle and pointed toward Hans. It was at that moment. Ack! Hans covered his face with both of his arms as he curled up. Silence filled the air. Tesk. Cal clicked his tongue and Hans looked up with a face completely red from embarrassment as he looked back at Cal. Put this away. Yes. Hans received the alcohol bottle from Cal with a blank expression on his face. I will actually throw it at you next time. Hans turned pale at Cal's words. Cal did not seem to care at all as he continued to walk. With the inclusion of Hans, there were now a total of 4 people following him. Cal peeked every so often to make sure they were following him properly and arrived at his destination. Kitchen #2. Cal pushed the door open as soon as he saw the sign. Young master? He could hear Hans's confused voice behind him. However, there was a thick smile on Cal's face. The end was near. Now Beacrox and Choi Han will meet. Cal's heart was beating fast. The door easily opened. Cal's expression stiffened at the scene in front of him inside the door. Clang! Clang! Second Chef Beacrox was smiling while sharpening his blade. He seemed to be enjoying himself while sharpening his blade all alone in Kitchen #2. However, that smile disappeared as soon as he saw Cal. That was why Cal was scared. It was always scary to deal with lunatics. You never knew what crazy things a lunatic would do. Cal made a move before Beacrox could respond. He put a hand on Choi Han's shoulder and pointed at him. Give him something to eat. Excuse me, Beacrox asked with a stiff expression on his face. The sharp blade in his hand was shining as it reflected the light. Cal calmed his shaking heart as he said it once more. Give him something to eat. He's hungry. Ho! The knight let out a shocked noise from the back, but Cal did not have the time to pay attention to that right now. He waited for Beecrox's response with anxiety. Finally, Beecrox answered with a stiff expression still on his face. "I will do as you instructed, young master." It was done. Beecrox and Choi Han, and even Ron, someone that he did not expect. The three of them were connected now. A bright smile formed on Cal's face. He could finally relax as he gave Beecrox another order with a slightly higher tone. "Also prepare something for me. I'm hungry." Cal thought about the steak from last night's dinner. "Your steak last night was the best. You are a great chef." The tip of Beecrox's knife slightly shook. "Something like that steak would be a wonderful meal. Prepare it quickly." Cal turned around without waiting for Beecrox's response. He then left the kitchen and headed towards his chamber. The knight and Hans followed him, and Hans quickly asked, "What should I do about that guest?" "I guess he is my guest. You take care of it." Since he connected the three of them, he didn't want to deal with anything else for today. Beecrox and Ron should be able to tell Choi Han's strength. In the novel, Beecrox originally swears his loyalty to Choi Han because of his strength, so he should pledge his loyalty after figuring out Choi Han's strength this time too. Of course, Cal had some other plans in the case that Beecrox was unable to determine Choi Han's strength. All Cal had to do was make Choi Han beat someone or something up, without it being him. Oh, and Beecrox had to be there to watch. Even if it might have some holes, Cal had thought about a lot of different things. "Hans, stop annoying me and just bring the meal over to my chamber when it's ready." As expected, Ron did not follow him. Cal left the knight and Hans outside his chamber door as he closed the door and laid down on the bed. He was happy. His exhaustion and the alcohol made him fall asleep before the food ever showed up. That was why he did not know that Beecrox's cooking knife toward Choi Han's neck, and that Ron's sharp dagger was flung toward Choi Han's heart. Of course, both of their attacks had failed. Well, this was actually a situation that nobody, other than the three involved individuals, would know about. Chapter 8. Picked it up 1. Late at night, Deputy Butler Hans had to stand in front of Count Daruth. He started to make his report while Daruth quietly listened until he was finished. He is currently sleeping in his room. Hans finally finished his report and Daruth started to speak. The driver reported that he went to the Flynn Merchant Guild's illegitimate son's tea shop. Today, he brought a young man whose identity we cannot verify. In terms of drinking, he only drank a little bit and kept a clear head. Hans's report was short, but Daruth found that short report interesting. "Should we put a tail on him?" He waved his hand to oppose Hans's question. He didn't want to know what his son was doing on the outside to the point he would put a tail on him. "No need. As long as he is in the city, anything he does is under my authority to handle." Daruth cherished Hans, the most out of all the young deputy butlers. It was because he fulfilled orders well, and was a good person. "Do what you have been doing in terms of observing Cal inside the house, and reporting what you see." "I understand." Hans did not say anything else as he bowed his head. Daruth. He was someone who did not have any special abilities, nor any solid networks. However, just like the previous count, he was able to rule over the Hennetu's territory and grow his wealth by selling marble and wine. He was someone who was able to protect his territory properly. Cal has changed. Cal felt different than normal. It wasn't that he suddenly got smarter or stronger, but that his actions were clearly different from before. "Ah, Hans." "Yes, Count Nim?" "Bring me some information about the Flynn Merchant Guild." Tea shop owner Billows. Daruth knew about this bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild. This was because the Hennetus's largest trading partner for wine was the Flynn Merchant Guild. "I will get right on it." "Great." Daruth watched Hans walk out of his office as he started to think. There was a lot of things for him to think about other than the change in Cal's demeanor. The atmosphere around the continent was dangerous. It was like a volcano right before it erupts. Daruth could clearly feel the dangerous atmosphere despite the fact that he was in the corner of the kingdom. It was because he was always receiving an endless amount of information about it. But the message from the imperial court that he received today made Daruth even more certain about the current atmosphere of the continent. The former counts of the Hennetu's territory always passed on a single piece of advice to the next in power. There is no need to be recorded in history. Just live for peace and happiness. I guess I need to reinforce the city walls. He may not be a good fighter, but Daruth was always thinking about ways to protect himself and his family. There are times when the body is stronger than the mind. "Young master, you were sleeping so soundly that I did not wake you up." Cal had slept in. The fact that Ron brought lemonade instead of cold water again made things even worse. However, Cal could not say anything about it. It was because there was a bandage around Ron's neck. "Are you hurt? Are you worrying about me?" "No. It's just annoying to look at. It is nothing much. I was just scratched by a cat's claw." Is a cat another reference to an innocent person? Cal was sure that someone would have had their fated meeting last night. He avoided the gaze of Ron, who was smiling, and headed toward the chamber's window. He needed to move faster because he slept in. "Will you be heading out right away?" "Yes. I'll take care of everything on my own outside." "I understand." "Oh, young master." Cal let go of the door handle and turned to look at Ron. Ren had an odd smile on his face. What do you think about the lemonade? Great. It's delicious. Ron's voice became an octave lower. Is that so? Yes. What kind of question was that? Since Ron was someone he could not ignore, Cal just answered the question as nicely as possible while opening the door. Slam. He then quickly closed it right back. Ron. Ron approached Cal at his calling and whispered with a smile on his face. Young master, were you surprised? Your guest from yesterday is waiting for you outside. Cal was surprised. Cal had seen Choi Han staring at him as soon as he opened the door, which caused him to close the door in shock. His hand headed to the inner pocket of his shirt. The 10 million gallons in his pocket calmed him down. Ron gazed toward Cal as he continued to speak. I didn't have a chance to tell you because you opened the door right away. I told him to wait comfortably in his room, but he insisted that he needed to see you and waited outside the door. Didn't have a chance to tell me, my ass. Cal could not say anything to this terrible old man who definitely had the chance but chose not to tell him. Cal moved a step away from Ron as he opened the door again. What's going on? Cal pretended like he never slammed the door as he started to chat with Choi Han. He was paying attention to Choi Han's appearance as he asked. After taking a shower, fixing his hair, and wearing new clothes, a pure and clean feeling was coming from Choi Han. However, it was difficult to think like that after seeing his eyes. Choi Han was still in a twisted state. That was why looking at his eyes made Cal feel a bit scared. Choi Han was also staring back at Cal before finally starting to speak. Pay you back. Huh? I will pay you back for the meal. Choi Han was speaking formally, unlike yesterday. More importantly, Cal started to frown at the words, pay you back. Pay me back? Is he trying to make me have a heart attack? Who in their right mind would use Choi Han for manual labor? Cal just wanted Choi Han to get out of this city as soon as possible. Of course, Choi Han would agree to help Cal out if he said it was to pay him back. He was that kind of person. However, Cal didn't have anything he needed from Choi Han. No need. Is there anything else you need? He quickly rejected Choi Han's offer and asked if there was anything else he needed. Choi Han started to observe Cal even more closely. That gaze made Cal think about how Cal got beaten to a pulp in the novel, and his arms started to develop goosebumps. Choi Han started to speak at that point. There is something I would like to request for your help. Cal closed his eyes at the word help. He did not want to get involved with Choi Han. The help that Choi Han would ask about could be nothing other than something regarding Harris Village. Cal in the novel called the villagers of Harris Village useless, and ended up getting beaten up because of it. Cal thought about that as he opened his mouth. Tell Hans your request. He will take care of everything. After opening his eyes again, Cal made eye contact with Choi Han, who was standing there as still as a statue. He is a talented deputy butler. He will be able to help you out with almost any normal request. Cal then put a hand on Ron's shoulder. He could feel Ron flinch, but Cal decided to get both of them out of his sight at the same time. Ron here is pretty useful as well. He will also be able to help you out. Ron, he is my guest. Make sure to take proper care of whatever he needs. Cal also gave Ron an order before moving his hand off of Ron's shoulder. He then heard Choi Han calling out to him. But you don't even know who I am. Cal turned around to look. He could see Choi Han still observing him. The scary feeling emitting from him had disappeared, and Cal could only feel an unexplainable purity coming from Choi Han. Why do I need to know who you are? Is there a reason to help someone who does not have as much as I have? Choi Han started to frown a bit at Cal's words. It was very faint, but Cal, who had been closely observing Choi Han, definitely saw it. Is he annoyed that I said someone who does not have as much as I do? Cal quickly continued on. Based on your situation, I doubt you'll ask for something difficult. Well, if it is something difficult, I'm sure Hans will know where to draw the line. He pushed Ron toward Choi Han as he turned away from the two of them. Then goodbye. I have a lot of things to do. Cal quickly headed toward his father Dareth's office. He needed to get a large amount of allowance today. He could hear Ron's voice coming from his behind him. Young master, I will do as you commanded. I don't care whether you do or do not. Frying and stirring was for them to do as the main characters, not Cal. Wouldn't they get closer to each other faster since they met 4 days earlier thanks to him? Ron looked toward Cal, who was moving away from the both of them, before looking down at the empty cup in his hands. Interesting. That fearless puppy did not like sour things. He still did not like it. However, he now drank it. Ron touched his neck. He had been hurt for the first time in a long time, but something more interesting than the injury kept nagging at him. The fearless puppy was scared of him. Does he know something? Lead the way. Ron turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. He could see Choi Han looking at him with disgust. This punk seemed to have figured out that he was someone who was killed after their short spar last night. Sure. This punk, who also gave off a similar scent of blood, was pretending to be clean. Ron found it funny that such a twisted punk was acting that way. This punk, that they met last night, gave off the violent, disgusting and murderous aura of the Forest of Darkness. It was an aura that Ron and Beacrox could instantly tell apart from other auras. Of course that murderous aura was not Choi Han's own. Choi Han had gotten the aura from the assassins he had killed, and now that he had showered and cleaned up, the murderous aura was no longer surrounding him. I guess there is no way those people would cross over. Ron thought about the events of last night as he started to talk to the boy, who seemed to have gone through a lot in the past few days. Follow me. Ron started to walk in order to follow his puppy young master's order, and Choi Han followed behind him. Choi Han's gaze momentarily headed toward Cal's direction before turning back to Ron. Chapter 9. Picked it up too. Cal held a bag that was twice the size of yesterday's bag as he headed back up to the top of the slums. The two siblings were there to greet him once again. The children kept their mouths shut as they looked toward Cal. Cal smiled as he took out two small bags and pushed them toward the children. Take it. The young girl slowly approached him. Cal frowned as he watched the girl with coarse gray hair approach him. She had a hand on her side as she limped over to him. Hey. Cal pushed the two bags toward the young boy. You come here and take it. The young boy quickly rushed over and snatched the bags before quickly running back. Compared to Cal's bright red hair, the boy had coarse dark red hair that shook as he ran. Cal then turned around and headed toward the man-eating tree. Wow, it's not bread. It's meat and cake. He could hear the siblings talking about the food, but he did not care. He continued to walk toward the man-eating tree's territory. Ooh, it's a bit scary. The black tree without any leaves seemed to be moving its branches to welcome Cal. This eerie feeling made Cal nervous, but he still poured the contents of the bag into the hole underneath the tree. The bread quickly disappeared. It was at that moment. More, give me more. It's driving me crazy. The response he read about in the novel showed up. It was the voice of a weak girl. Yes, the person who starved to death was a priestess who served a god. However, unlike the present-day priestesses of the temples or churches, the ancient priestesses were shamans. The majority of the ancient shamans could be considered people who had superpowers or natural forces under their command. Cal quickly grabbed the bag and started to move. Cal, come to my study tonight. That was what his father, Daruth, had said to Cal when he went to get some allowance. That was why he had to leave here before evening at the latest. He came here with the intention of taking care of half of the gluttony of the tree today. He went back down the hill to get more bread. He could see the two siblings looking at him with cake on their lips. Tusk. Cal frowned and clicked his tongue as he walked past the two siblings. Cal then walked to the street where there were a lot of bakeries. He had already swept the stock of the bakery he went to yesterday this morning, so it would take them some time to restock. That was why he needed to look for another bakery. It was at that moment. Why, young master? A woman's voice made Cal turn his head. A middle-aged woman smiled awkwardly as she pointed to her shop. Her hand was shaking and she was full of fear, but she still had some confidence. We have a lot of bread. Cal started to smile. Now this was a woman who knew how to do business. The other vendors were peeking their way while looking at what was going on. Cal threw her a gold coin and the woman quickly picked it up. Give me everything you have. Pack it quickly. In that instant, the smile on the middle-aged woman's face grew wider. She instantly went into the store and immediately came back out with a large bag full of bread. She had already packed it all up in advance. Here it is, young master. Wow, she really is a good merchant. This was someone who knew how to make money. I can also prepare some more. Cal liked this woman even more. However, at that instant, young master, we can make even more bread than that. An old man across the street raised his hand as he rushed over. He was wearing a baker's uniform. Cal liked his fitting outfit and threw a gold coin to him as well. I will head to your shop next. Have a bag ready. Thank you very much. Cal was amazed by these vendors. They were still afraid of him because of his identity as the trash of the Count's family, but they had no issues coming up to him to make some easy money. It was probably because they knew that Cal did not hit anybody who was not a gangster, but he still could see why the Henatu's territory was doing so well. The fact that Cal had spent a gold coin to buy a bag of bread yesterday had already spread like wildfire. 1 million gallons. The others gasped at the week's worth of profit, while their eyes started to sparkle. I can go around to those 3 places tomorrow to get bread. Since he gave each of them a gold coin, he should be able to get another bag from them tomorrow. Cal was happy that things were going so smoothly. However, there was someone who was watching him from afar. It was the chef Bcrux. Just like his father, he had a bandage around his neck, and he was watching Cal from behind a corner. He just watched Cal buy the bag of bread and some medicinal herbs before heading back to the slums. Did he go crazy? Cal seemed like he had gone crazy since yesterday. Bcrux had never cared about Cal, even when his father had said that Cal was an interesting kid, but the more he saw, the more he started to agree. It felt like it would be just as fun to watch Cal as it was to watch the black-haired punk. Bcrux's eyes started to sparkle. Billows, the owner of the tea shop with the highest view, took a sip of his tea as he received his subordinate's report. Young Master Cal is going in and out of the slums? Yes, Billows Nim. I see. We also received communication from the capital. Is that so? Billows's round eyes, that were hard to see because of his fat, opened widely. The subordinate flinched for a moment before continuing his report. Yes. It mentioned that the crown will soon gather people. That is why they wish for Billows Nim to return and get to work. Plank. Billows put the teacup on the table as he motioned with his chin. You can head out now. The subordinate quickly moved into the shadows and disappeared. Billows stared at the spot his subordinate was standing in as one corner of his lips twisted upward. Do they think I will be their dog and watch the house again? His gaze headed out of the window. It felt like his gaze could reach the faraway capital. This isn't bread. Isn't bread. And, seeing the young girl who was mumbling, isn't bread, over and over as she held the medicinal herbs in her hand, Cal just snorted as he headed back to the man-eating tree. However, the young boy got in his way. You cannot die. It was the young boy saying he cannot die now. Cal did not even frown as he just walked past the young boy. Cal no Kim Rock-soo. He was an orphan and didn't have anything to his name. That was why there were a lot of people who showed the poor Kim Rock-soo a lot of sympathy. Is there a reason to show sympathy for the needy? That was something he heard all the time when he was younger. Young beggar. Poor orphan. You don't need a reason to show sympathy. There was a time he just took that at face value, but he started to understand the real meaning of it as he got older. There wasn't a logical reason for the things your heart draws you to do. You didn't need a reason. So annoying. Cal hated to see young children being hurt. However, he didn't have any thoughts about nursing the young girl, nor thoughts of consoling her. He frowned toward the young girl, who was limping toward him, and the young boy next to her, as he answered them. I won't die. The siblings finally stopped following him once he said that. Cal was unhappy at the thought that he did something he hated the most. He hated people who got involved in other people's business without being asked, but he had done just that by giving the young girl the medicinal herbs. Whoa, more, give me more? Yes. Eat it all. Cal dumped the whole bag into the man-eating tree without caring about how it landed. He was not afraid. The bread instantly disappeared into the darkness that was now too light to be called darkness. Cal could now see a new gray light. However, it would only seem gray to him. I guess it is paying off for the money I spent. Cal poured the other bag of bread into the hole as he headed back home. He didn't see the siblings anymore, but that was better for Cal. However, he saw the two struggling cats on his way back home and flinched. It's the cats from yesterday. They shouldn't remember me, right? Silver fur and golden eyes, dark red fur and golden eyes. The two cats did not even meow as they stared at Cal. Cal did not want to cause a scene, and just looked away as he headed back home. He then heard something from his father that almost made him faint. Could you please say that one more time? Yes, Cal. Basin was standing next to Cal as well. The story of the Hennetus family that was not mentioned in the novel was happening in front of Cal's eyes. You shall go to the capital as our family's representative. Cal could feel a headache coming. Originally, Basin was supposed to go. However, you are the firstborn of our family. Cal just opened and closed his mouth repeatedly as he watched Count Dareth sitting there with a gentle smile. Going to visit the crown at such a time. Cal was quickly thinking about the contents of The Birth of a Hero as Dareth continued to speak. The crown is hosting a big event, and the noble families of each territory have been invited to gather. It will be your first time to go visit the crown, but Basin has been going to similar functions for the last 2 years. However, I am hoping for you to go this time. Big event hosted by the crown. That made Cal think about a single incident. The Plaza Terror incident. A secret organization commits a terrorist act when many of the citizens of the capital are gathered in one place. Our hero Choi Han is the one who manages to block about half of their plot. That would be the 4th time that Choi Han and the secret organization would come into contact with each other. As a result, Choi Han is able to save a lot of the citizens at the plaza and becomes connected with the crown prince. They then quickly develop a friendship with each other. Cal suddenly got the chills. Since the novel described the event from Choi Han's point of view, it did not talk much about the gathering of the nobles. All it mentioned was that Choi Han gained some party members before and after the incident, as well as the strong backing of the crown prince. But he had to go to the scene of that terrorist attack. Of course, he did not know whether the nobles would gather in the plaza as well. Cal started to recall the information in The Birth of a Hero. Tons of people were gathered in the plaza. The platform was still empty. It was for the royal family that would soon arrive. Choi Han could see some other people who looked like they held important positions. However, more important to Choi Han was the fact that a lot of citizens, young, old, male, female, were gathered here. Choi Han's heart started to beat faster. He did not want to see a group of innocent people dying ever again. Would people who looked like they held important positions include the nobles? Cal turned to look at Basin even as his father was continuing to speak. Basin stood there stoically, looking at his father without giving Cal a single glance. Dareth said Basin normally goes to events like this. Should I tell him to go? Cal's mouth continued to repeatedly open and close. He did not want to go to a dangerous area. However, he could not bring himself to say Basin's name. A relationship that was neither good nor bad. That was the relationship between the original Cal and Basin. Basin found Cal to be difficult, but that was it. Cal's mind started to get complicated. Would Cal have gone in the story? There was no way Dareth would send the trash to the capital. Just why was he trying to send him then? Cal was wondering if he had done something wrong to have caused this to happen. You will leave in 5 days. 5 days later. Hearing Daruth say that, Cal knew that the Cal in the novel had not gone to the capital. In the novel, he was beaten to a pulp by Choi Han 4 days later, and carried into the Count's estate. There was no way he could go to the capital in that condition. Cal, before Basin started to do it, you had participated in all of these ceremonies. Think back on those times and have a relaxed journey. Father. Daruth looked toward Cal at his calling. Basin slowly turned to look at his older brother as well. I am a bit anxious because of this sudden development. I have not gone to any of these since 2 years ago. I don't understand why I would suddenly have to go. Please let me think about it. Daruth agreed and told his 2 sons that they could leave. The siblings quickly left the study. Cal was busy thinking about all sorts of things. If Cal threw a fit and caused a scene, Daruth would probably send Basin, but that would leave a bitter taste in his mouth. It was at that moment. Hyun, Nem. Cal could hear his young brother, Basin's voice. Cal turned his head. He could see Basin still stoically walking without looking at him. The 15-year-old Basin always talked like this without ever making eye contact. Hyun, Nem, there is no reason you cannot go. Sigh. Cal let out a sigh. Basin did not even look at Cal as he left the study and headed to his own room. Cal stared at Basin for a long time. It's not supposed to go like this. Cal had been pushed out of the successor spot. Cal could not stop acting like trash, even when his younger brother flat out acted like he was the family's successor since 2 years ago. He was the joke of the family. That was why there were a lot of reasons he should not go as the family representative to the Crown's summon. However, Basin was saying that there were no reasons not to go to the event. Basin was saying that there were enough reasons for Cal to go as the family representative. Things will become complicated like this. Cal stated to frown. He did not like how things were going. But the other problem was it's worth a shot. Thought it was worth going through the events that were about to come up. The reason was that the chances of Cal coming back without dying or getting hurt were pretty high. It will also make it difficult for me if Basin dies without being able to take the Count position. In order for Cal to live a peaceful life, Basin needed to survive. There was still their youngest sister, Lily, but she was too young. Furthermore, Cal needed to head out of Western City after taking the ancient power located at the man-eating tree in order to take some other ancient powers located outside the Henatu's territory. The scale inside Cal's mind started to tilt. He started to stare at Deputy Butler Hans, who was heading his way. Hans's expression was intense, but not dark. He seemed to be a bit bitter, but his eyes were clear. Young master, the request that your guest has asked for Hans. Cal cut him off as he said something else. Bring that guest here. Excuse me. Cal was not going to be pushed around. If he was going to have to move, he might as well do it in a way that was most comfortable for him, and in a way that was most beneficial for him. If he doesn't want to come, just tell him this. Based on Hans's expression, Cal was certain that Choi Han's issue was settled properly. In the novel, Count Daruth gave a proper funeral for the villagers and took care of everything even after Choi Han beat Cal to a pulp. That shouldn't have changed at all. Payment. Pardon. Tell him to come because a way for him to pay me back has come up. Chapter 10. Picked it up 3. Deputy Butler Hans immediately ordered another servant to call Choi Han over. Where is he right now? He is with Ron in Chef Becrux's kitchen. Cal's heart jumped as he walked into the study. Were the 3 of them getting along as expected? Based on what I've been told, he is learning how to cook basic dishes from Chef Becrux. Cooking? Yes. One corner of Cal's lips went up. Cooking my ass. They were calling it cooking, but he was probably learning about torturing, or Becrux and Ron were admiring Choi Han's sword skill. Cal didn't need to see it to know the truth. Cal naturally walked over and sat down at his desk. He then casually asked Hans, who was idly standing in the corner. What did he ask for? Hans seemed shocked at Cal's sudden words, before quickly putting on a serious expression and started to report. It was the information Cal expected it to be. Hans could not hide his sorrow and disappointment while sharing about what happened to Harris Village, and had gone to the Count with Choi Han to deliver the village chief's plaque that Choi Han brought. Father met with him? Yes. The Count immediately ordered for a funeral and will be sending inspectors, knights, and soldiers to investigate. Han stopped for a moment and hesitated before continuing to speak. However, the guest has indicated he will not be going back with us. Hans recalled meeting the Count with Choi Han, as Choi Han explained the situation to the Count. Choi Han was speaking normally, but the tips of his fingers were shaking. It was then that Hans found out that Choi Han was 17 years old. He was able to keep his life, because he happened to be searching for medicinal herbs on his own at the time of the massacre, but he still had to watch his neighbors and friends all being killed at such a young age. Just how much shock would he have received? Will that be okay? That was why Hans had asked Cal. Will it be okay for him to not say his final farewell? It is his decision. Cal answered Hans's question and changed the topic. He already knew why Choi Han did not want to return. He had already said his goodbye as he buried them. All that was left was to get his revenge on the people that took their future away. Has Ron been taking care of him? Yes. He has made sure that the guest eats every meal. He has also been very friendly with him. The three of them did indeed seem to be getting along. Ah, Hans seemed to have remembered something as he continued to speak. Mr. Run seems to have hurt himself while working again. He had bandages around his wrist. Really? Make sure to give him some medicine. He probably killed someone again. That was what Cal was thinking. He heard Hans's voice at that time. I will make sure to deliver young master's words and feelings to Mr. Ron. Sure, whatever. Hans opened his mouth to say something as he looked at Cal's nonchalant expression, but a different noise filled the study. Knock knock knock. Choi Han had arrived. Hans opened the door, and Cal could see Choi Han standing outside. Cal waved his hand to send Hans away, and Hans bowed his head as he quietly exited the study. Only Cal and Choi Han were left in the room. Cal kept the desk between them as he pointed at the chair across from him. Come sit down. Choi Han slowly looked around the study as he sat down on the chair. Cal gave him enough time to look around the study. Like a typical pure and smart hero, Choi Han liked books. That was why the first thing he did after coming out of the Forest of Darkness and arriving in Harris Village was to learn how to read from the chief. After looking around for a long time, Choi Han's gaze finally landed on Cal. What is the payment? Getting right to the point. Cal smiled, looking at how Choi Han didn't beat around the bush. Payment. Choi Han was thorough when it came to debts he owed. Cal Kim Rok-soo realized that he had changed the contents of the beginning of The Birth of a Hero. He could see that even more things would change because of it. That was why he was trying his best to not change too many things, but he had to go to the capital. Then even more things will change. Cal put a piece of paper on the desk as he looked toward Choi Han. There is a way for you to pay back for the meal, but I need to first determine whether you will be capable of doing it. In simple terms, this is an interview. Please go ahead. Choi Han immediately agreed to Cal's talk of checking his qualifications. Cal started to ask, do you know how to protect people? What do you mean? Choi Han flinched for the first time and asked after a moment. Cal's gaze started to turn sharp. He was looking at the piece of paper on the desk and not at Choi Han. Although he had to quickly change the plan, it might bring him more gains than before. He could prevent Choi Han's party from getting the ancient powers while taking the ones that he needs for himself. Those powers were useless to them anyways. Cal kept his gaze on the paper as he continued to speak. Simple. Are you capable of protecting people instead of killing people? Silence filled the room. Choi Han did not have an answer. Cal removed his gaze from the paper and looked at the person sitting on the chair. Choi Han was sitting there with his head down, but eventually answered, I am not sure. Tesk. Cal clicked his tongue. This was why it was dangerous to provoke Choi Han right now. But you can kill someone? The answer came easily this time. Absolutely. Then you should be able to protect people as well. Choi Han's eyes shook for a moment. That is difficult. But difficult does not mean impossible. There were not many things in the world you could avoid because it was difficult. The life that Cal had lived was like that. That was why he was so happy to possess the body of a trash like Cal who could do whatever he wants. But unfortunately, there was now a mountain he needed to first climb in order to have that damn peaceful future. Cal was looking for someone to climb and flip that mountain for him. Choi Han had a bitter smile on his face. I guess that's true. Yes, it is. Now the final interview question. Yes, please ask. Cal looked into Choi Han's firm gaze as he asked the last question. What is your name? You don't know my name? Of course I do. You're the person who is going to beat me up. I have heard from other people, but I want to hear it directly from you. Choi Han. Choi Han reached his hand out. My name is Choi Han. Cal shook Choi Han's hand. Great. I am Cal Henitus. The short conversation called an interview quickly finished. Of course, it was a passing grade. Cal pushed the paper on the desk toward Choi Han. The way you can pay me back is simple. There were 2 names written on the paper. It also indicated where he would meet them. Go to the capital with these people. These were the party members Choi Han would meet on his way to the capital. Crocs and these 2 people would grow and get strong with Choi Han until Volume 5. Rosalind and Locke. One was the princess of a neighboring kingdom, who was returning to her kingdom after surviving an assassination attempt, and the other was an injured kid. Of course, that kid was the heir to the Wolf King. It was possible for him to transform into a wolf. Princess Rosalind was strong and cold. She had the most explosiveness after Choi Han and used her strength logically. She was not interested in taking control of the throne. Instead, her goal was to create the continent's greatest magic tower, and she would grow into a hero as she moved closer to her goal. The Archduke of the kingdom, who attempted the assassination on Rosalind, will be tortured by Crocs in the future. Cal's heart started to shake as he recalled just how clear and descriptive that torture scene had been in the novel. His heart seemed to be shaking quite a bit these days. Rosalind. Locke. Cal nodded his head at Choi Han's voice. Yes. Those 2 people. I'm glad you know how to read. Choi Han continued to stare at the 2 names. Cal's gaze fell on the name Locke. Locke. This world had other races such as elves, dwarves, and beast people. However, the most secretive of all races were the beast people. Beast people. This included beasts, birds, and even insects. Beast people were different from monsters because of the existence of a conscience. Locke has the purest blood of the wolf people. Locke had received the bloodline to dominate the wolves. The beast people with the purest bloodline tend to look weak and average when they are in their animal form or their human form. However, once they enter their berserk state, they become more cruel and violent than anyone else. And Locke was the only survivor of the entire Blue Wolf tribe. Cal took a map out of a drawer and opened it up on the desk. "You will start the journey with me." He then pointed to a location on the map. "We will separate at this point. You just follow what I wrote on the paper." Choi Han didn't ask any questions and just quietly listened. Cal watched Choi Han for a bit. There was a reason Choi Han had to go with him until that specific point. "I need to avoid the crazy dragon." The beginning of the birth of a hero. Like any other novel, new villains had to appear after Cal. However, those villains were not easy picking like Cal. The next villain involved a marquis who led one of the noble factions. Throughout the beginning of the novel, he gets in the way of the Crown Prince and Choi Han. He ends up being ruined around Volume 2, but Choi Han runs into the marquis for the first time on this trip to the capital. That bastard raised the crazy dragon. It definitely was a crazy dragon. It was still just a baby dragon. That black dragon was being tortured by the marquis's future successor in secret. They were training it to obey the marquis's commands. They're crazy too. Dragons are the strongest beings in the world. How do they think they will be able to tame a dragon? It actually does make sense. The marquis managed to get his hands on a dragon egg through the secret organization and chained it down with mana-restricting chains as soon as it hatched. Cal could not fathom the extent of the strength of that secret organization. But would dragons be called the strongest beings in the world for no reason? This black dragon, that was less than 5 years old, was still a dragon. In the end, the dragon goes crazy in berserk. It may be young, but in the novel, it exploded with enough mana to remove the mana-restricting chains. Since its mana was restricted, the mana it exploded was actually its own life force. After living in a cave and being tortured every day without ever being able to see sunlight, the young dragon cuts into its own life force to find freedom. After managing to escape, the dragon ends up losing its rationality and goes berserk. The village that Choi Han is staying at the time almost ends up in danger because of the berserk dragon, and Choi Han ends up fighting against the black dragon. Choi Han gazed at the small dragon that was less than 1 meter long. It managed to blow up a mountain with that small body and put the villagers in significant danger. However, Choi Han could not easily attack this dragon. The eyes of this dragon that had lost its rationality were in pain and full of sorrow. However, the black dragon's mouth was smiling. Choi Han found that to be extremely sad. Choi Han ends up killing the black dragon and gifting it the freedom called death. Cal had to go to that village. Either Choi Han takes care of it, or I prevent it from going crazy and find a way to release it. There was no other choice because it was on his way to the capital. He would need to take an extremely long detour to avoid that village, and that would require a long time and change the flow of the story. He would also be late in arriving at the capital if he took that detour. For being a crazy dragon, it's described as being a really cute dragon. The novel described it as a cute black dragon with short legs. It mentioned that it was even scarier that such a cute existence had gone crazy and caused chaos. Cal decided to stop thinking about the dragon for now, and instead gave Choi Han the rest of the order. "Come to the capital with the owners of these 2 names. That is your way of paying me back." Choi Han asked his question. "I just need to protect these 2 people? If you want to. These 2 people should be strong enough to not require Choi Han's protection. Especially Princess Rosalind. She wouldn't even budge an inch even if a truckload of cows with the indestructible shield attacked her at the same time. Do as you wish. However, you must definitely come to the capital. You must also meet me there without being injured. You can at least keep yourself safe, right?" Cal and Choi Han should have no reason to meet again after that. Choi Han has another negative encounter with the secret organization after getting involved with Locke. Meeting with Locke should allow Choi Han to stop the danger in the capital like in the novel. "Why are you not answering? Can you do it?" Choi Han's gaze became a bit clearer. "Yes, I can do it." He seemed to be speaking in a more respectful tone than before, but Cal just let it be. He relaxed a bit after seeing Choi Han put the paper in his chest pocket. "I should have been drinking as I did that." It was really tiring to talk to Choi Han with Cal body. "You can leave now." Cal waved his hand at Choi Han. Choi Han started to walk toward the door after seeing Cal's gesture. Cal leaned his back on the chair and watched Choi Han reach for the door before starting to speak again. "In addition, everything we discussed here is a secret." "I'm sure I don't need to tell you that." Choi Han did not look back and answered as he opened the door. "Of course." Choi Han's voice seemed to indicate that he was smiling, but Cal did not care. Once he was alone, Cal took out a piece of paper and pen and started to write in Korean. After writing for a while, he left the study and headed for his father's office. "Father." "Yes? I need money." "Okay. I will tell Hans to give you some." Cal needed a lot of money. Once Cal lay down on the bed with another 10 million gallon check in his chest pocket, Ron approached him and put a bottle on the nightstand and as he started to speak, "It is warm lemon honey tea. My son made it especially for you, young master. Please have a good night. I am always by your side." Cal's sleepiness went away in an instant. No matter what happened, he needed to make sure the two of them went away with Choi Han. The next day, Cal Hennetus headed to the slums as soon as he woke up. Chapter 11. Picked it up 4. Young master, I heard about everything from Deputy Butler Hans. This Ron will do whatever I can with my lacking abilities to make sure you can shine at the capital. Cal's shoulders were starting to shake as he walked out of the Count's estate. He was thinking about the conversation he had with Ron as soon as he woke up this morning. This is going to be your first time outside the Hennetus territory, right? I am very good at hunting rabbits. I will hunt some rabbits for you when we are camping outside. Ron's calm and benign voice echoed in Cal's ears. He felt as if he could still hear Ron's voice echoing like a hallucination throughout the fog outside. Cal was scared of the fact that Ron was explaining to him about how to hunt a rabbit first thing in the morning. You need to be careful when handling a small animal like a rabbit that gets scared easily. Since you don't know when or how it will run, you need to pay attention to the surroundings and kill it in an instant. You also need to remove the innards after catching it. I am also very good at that. Cal had to turn away as Ron mimicked cutting open a rabbit with his hands. Ron was excited. However, the only thought Cal was having right now was that Ron was toying with him. Cal was just happy that Ron was heading to the capital with him. I can tack on B-Crocs as my personal chef. Ron, B-Crocs. Cal had already told Hans this morning, so that he could bring the father and son duo with him. Of course, Ron was there as well. Hans, I want to take B-Crocs as my personal chef for this trip. May I ask why B-Crocs? He is extremely busy running Kitchen Hash too. I don't know, but I can't eat anything other than B-Crocs' cooking. I will be taking him, so you figure out the rest. Hans became anxious, but Ron seemed to be happy to be going with his son. Young master, my son will be very happy. We had a need to go to the capital anyways. I will deliver your exact words to him. Cal relaxed after hearing Ron's words. He was worried that they would say no, but B-Crocs should enjoy leaving the Hennetus territory and traveling to the capital as well. Cal walked through the foggy western city as he thought about the people he would take with him to the capital. The story was progressing a little differently than the novel, but it wasn't like he could give up on gaining some benefits for himself. Young master, you are here early today. The baker seemed to be pretty relaxed around Cal after seeing him a couple of times. Cal just stoically asked the baker, "The bread?" The baker smiled as he handed Cal a bag full of bread. "Of course I have it already. But, is today really the last day? Why? Greedy for more money?" "Yes, I definitely am." Cal started to smile. He liked honest answers like this. Cal patted the shoulder of the baker, who seemed to be a bit more relaxed around him, and headed for the slums. "I'll come back when I want to eat it again." The baker longingly watched as Cal disappeared into the fog, and then started to pray. He was praying for Cal to come back and spend a ton of money. Cal naturally did not know about the baker's prayer as he walked over to the slums. He then saw the siblings waiting for him. Do these kids not have a home? Cal had come much earlier than usual. However, the siblings were curled up together and waiting for him, as if they had been waiting at the top of the hill all night. The younger brother seemed to be leaning into his older sister's embrace. The siblings were quietly looking up at Cal. Their hair and clothes seemed damp, probably because they stayed here through the foggy morning. Of course, Cal pretended not to notice. "Here, take it." The young boy took both of their shares from Cal. Cal waited until the boy picked it up before turning around and heading for the man-eating tree. "I'm glad it is foggy." The fog made it difficult to see. Since this hill was the highest point in Western City, other than the Count's estate, the fog was even thicker up here. Nobody else would be able to see what Cal is doing, or more importantly, what Cal receives from the tree. "More, give me more, please." Cal poured a bag of bread into the hole while listening to the eerie voice of the grudge-filled soul as usual. The darkness inside the hole was slowly turning from gray to white. Cal started to smile, thinking that all his efforts were not for naught. It was at that moment. "More, more, more!" "What?" Cal flinched and stepped backwards at the voice that now turned into a shriek. The novel didn't mention something like this. "More, more! I will give you a present if you bring me more." A present. Present. That word made Cal's eyes start to sparkle. Although he didn't expect the soul to go crazy like this, the end was near. "Just wait." The black branch started to sway, as if nodding at him. It felt like a scene out of a horror movie. Cal shivered as he started to move back through the fog. It was the middle of the morning now, but the sun was not out, and the fog continued to get thicker. It looked like it would start to rain soon. The siblings must have gone somewhere, as he did not see them, but Cal just thought they went to dodge the rain and put the third bag of bread in front of the man-eating tree. This should be the last bunch. The light inside the hole was now as white as the fog surrounding Cal. It should become transparent after I put this last bag of bread in. Cal was full of anticipation as he poured the last bag into the tree. And finally, ooh-wong, a rumbling that was worlds different than the past rumblings poured out from the tree toward Cal. This rumbling, that was only aimed at Cal, did not catch his attention because of the hole that was starting to turn transparent. It should be dark inside the hole because of the shadow of the tree. But such a realistic situation did not occur. That was the ancient power. The moment Cal saw the ancient power, he could hear the voice that had been asking him for more food until now. It was so good. That voice was obnoxious. That soft texture of bread. I especially liked the third bag of bread you brought. I guess even food develops as time goes by. There was no such thing as bread back in my days. The wheat itself must grow on a really fertile land. Yes, not all wheat is the same. The voice was evaluating the taste of the bread. A storm caused by the voice started to rush toward Cal. This wasn't in the novel. The spirit that was tied down to the earth because of its grudge was resolving that grudge by evaluating the taste of the bread. Cal started to frown further. He was only thinking about the ancient power in the birth of a hero. This indestructible shield was the only ancient power that was written about in the novel, but never claimed by anyone. No wonder nobody ended up taking control of it. But then why would the author mention something that could be useful, but was never actually taken by anybody? That was the thought in Cal's head, however. The obnoxious voice continued to chatter away, making him unable to focus. That's why I am so full. It was delicious. Chatter, chatter. It felt like the grudge was from not being able to speak instead of not being able to eat. After hearing the spirit chat on and on for a couple of minutes, evaluating all of the different types of breads that Cal had brought, Cal nodded his head and tried to cut the voice off. Things like this were not available in ancient times. The people of the forest of darkness claimed to be servants of a god, yet only gave me tasteless things. However, Cal decided to wait a little longer after hearing the spirit mention the ancient times. I was naturally banished from that place. They said I was a glutton. A glutton, my ass. Of course I left with my friends. We were planning on putting the world back on the right track. For someone like him who needed ancient powers, it was important to listen to stories about the ancient times. However, the story soon ended, and the spirit went back to talking about food and other useless things. Cal quickly cut it off. I don't think I could give up this taste, even if I got fat. It's so unfair that I had to eat dirt and ended up dying. Yes, it was an amazing and professional evaluation. You're a bit Lou. The spirit cut Cal off. You understand my evaluation. You are a really good guy. Thanks. Cal couldn't tell whether he could really communicate with the spirit or not. Cal really could not figure out the situation at hand. At least the voice stopped after telling him thanks. Cal looked toward the tree in front of him. How interesting. The man-eating tree, the originally black man-eating tree, was starting to turn white, and started to slowly grow some green leaves. The scene looked even more mystical because he was surrounded by fog right now. Ooh-wong, the noise held some heaviness compared to before. Cal kneeled on one side and sat down underneath the trunk of the tree. A bright white light was pouring out from the hole. Cal put his hand into the light. He then closed his eyes. This must be it. A warm and strong power that wrapped around his hand. He started to smile before hearing the voice one more time. It was a pure and warm voice. It will protect you. Chii-yin. For a very short moment, a bright light wrapped around Cal. The light was silver in color, and the light started to become absorbed by his body. The absorbed light all gathered at Cal's heart. Hooah! Cal let out a long sigh as he opened his eyes. It did not hurt. It was warm, and the pure power was making him feel happy. Cal quickly lifted up the shirt that he was wearing. I did it. There was a small silver shield inscribed over his heart. It was different from a tattoo. Such a beautiful and fancy shield left its mark over Cal's heart. The shield will prioritize its owner's safety above anything else. The location of that promise was at the heart. This shield will be with Cal until his heart stops beating. How nice. Cal could feel the strength wrapping around his heart. It was not causing any issues. In fact, it felt like the shield had surrounded his heart and was doing its best to protect him. Ancient powers like this left their unique mark when they are activated. Cal quickly used the method that was written in the novel to trigger the ancient power. The indestructible shield appeared in front of Cal's eyes. It was a silver shield that was just large enough to cover Cal's upper body. There were 2 silver wings on both sides of the shield, which allowed the shield to move within a certain radius from Cal. The size of the shield was also controllable. Cal started to control the size of the shield that already felt like it was a part of his body. This immediate familiarity was one of the special traits of ancient powers. That was why heroes used it, even if it was just as a support. Cal started to smile. A maximum of 2 times. Cal was thinking in terms of Choi Han, the strongest person around him right now. The shield should be able to block 2 of Choi Han's attacks. The strength of this shield is stronger than I expected. Why would the heroes not use it all the time? The indestructible shield, unlike its name, actually is capable of breaking. However, it does not disappear upon breaking. If the shield receives an attack stronger than its abilities, it will store as much of its strength as possible to protect the owner's heart before it breaks. After a while, the shield will recover its strength and can be used again. The strength of the shield comes from the owner's heart. The beating heart. That heart becomes the strength of the shield. The heart strengthens the shield while the shield protects the heart. So, what would happen if the heart gets stronger? It will get even stronger. There were many ways to strengthen ancient powers. Cal will be strengthening the shield on the way to the capital. Once that happens, he should be able to make a shield that can last 10, no, at least 5 minutes, when someone of Choi Han's caliber tries to kill him with all of their strength. Ancient powers, as seen with this man-eating tree, are difficult to earn unless you coincidentally run into them. The person who knows the most about these coincidences in the first 5 volumes is probably Cal Henitus. Well, the current Cal Henitus. Cal started to smile. He reached out and touched the shield. It felt nice. However, there was one thing he didn't like about it. It seems too divine. At full strength, it looked like a holy shield that the knights of God carry with their swords in myths. Of course, the former owner of this shield was a priestess who was tired of the term God, and the current owner, Cal, just didn't like gods. It's not like there will be many reasons for me to use this. He was planning on leaving the fighting to everyone else. The terror attack at the capital. He may have to use it if something dangerous happens there, but he will make sure it is small and faint so that other people will not notice it. Cal returned the shield to his heart and patted the now white tree as he started to walk away. The misty rain inside the fog started to wet Cal's shoulders. Cal liked the fog but did not like rain. He started to walk faster toward home. He needed a carriage. It was at that moment. Meow. Meow. Cal suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. It was the alley right outside the Count's estate. He could see 2 pairs of round, golden eyes. Cal started to frown. There were 2 kittens who looked extremely pitiful and drenched in the rain. They continued to meow as they approached Cal. They then started to rub their cheeks on Cal's legs. Sigh. Cal let out a sigh and started to walk. The 2 little kittens followed behind them. The tiny things somehow managed to keep up with Cal, even with their short legs. Young master, what is going on? The person who greeted Cal at home was Deputy Butler Hans. Hans had a confused expression as his eyes opened wide. He seemed to be shocked. Cal clicked his tongue and handed Hans the things in his hands. Don't ask stupid questions, and just take them. Hans's eyes started to shake. What cute and lovely kittens. This deputy butler really did seem to be butler material. Cal carefully put the 2 kittens in the hands of the extremely excited Hans. The 2 kittens that were dangling in Hans's hands continued to look at Cal, even when they were in Hans's arms. Young master, may I take care of these 2 lovely kittenimms? Whatever you want. Hans started to smile in joy. Cal started to walk past the excited Hans as he added on. For your information, they become quiet if you give them food. The 2 of them are also siblings. The 2 kittens flinched and started to shake. Their golden eyes opened widely as they looked toward Cal. Excuse me. The moment Hans asked in confusion, Cal moved back toward Hans. He then lowered his head and caressed the 2 kittens. He had wondered about it for the last few days, but how could he not know by now? The silver kitten had a faint smell of the medicinal herbs he had given to the girl. When he picked the 2 kittens up earlier, he could also smell the beefsteak and bacon cream pasta that he had given them this morning as well. That made Cal certain. The events of the last few days were finally resolved in Cal's head. Did you think I wouldn't know? The 2 kittens' golden eyes continued to shake. Cal looked at the siblings he had been feeding the last few days and started to smile. Chapter 12. Picked it up 5. Tap, tap. Even at the rough patting, the baby kittens could only stiffly stare at Cal. Cal thought about the moment when he first met Choi Han. The injured silver kitten was growling while the red kitten was whining next to it. The silver kitten should be the older sister with gray hair, and the younger brother must be the red kitten. Cal had a bright smile on his face. He looked toward the kittens and started to speak. We'll talk later. The siblings who seemed to be beast people avoided his gaze, and Hans confusingly replied. Are you talking to me? Not you. Hans looked at Cal and the 2 kittens with an even more confused expression on his face, before holding the kittens even tighter. It was a movement that seemed to show that he was trying to avoid a dangerous person. However, he soon had to approach Cal once again. Are you heading back out? Yes. It was because Cal changed his coat and was preparing to leave again. Where will you be going? I have a promise to keep and someone to meet. Young master, you are going to keep a promise? Hans looked to be shocked again as he questioned Cal. You seem to be getting ruder. My apologies. The deputy butler's apology was very quick. Is he really the best of the butler candidates? He seemed decent by the way he handled Choi Han's issue. Cal felt like Hans, who was caressing the kittens with a wide grin on his face, was not very reliable. I'm going to take him to the capital as well. Cal was thinking about this, something that Hans would never expect even in his dreams, no, something that Hans would lament even if he learned about it in his dream. Before Cal asked about the person he had not seen for a while. Where's Ron? Hans had a satisfied smile on his face at that question. I heard that Choi Han name will be going with you as one of your guards for the beginning part of your journey to the capital. That true? Hans was thinking about Choi Han, who had defeated all of the Count's Night Brigade members today. He was more skilled than expected, making it easy for him to be Cal's guard as Cal wanted. Of course, neither Hans nor the knights knew that Choi Han had hidden his true power. Mr. Ron found out that Choi Han, Nim will be going with you, and went out with Choi Han, Nim to purchase some clothes and other necessary items for travel. Chef Beacrox went with them as well. I see. I'm relieved. They seem to be getting along well. There was a rare, extremely bright smile on Cal's face. The smile was very fitting with his beautiful red hair. Hans started to speak while being happy about Cal's bright smile. Mr. Ron, Choi Han, Nim, and even Beacrox seemed to be excited about serving you. He could see an instantaneous change in Cal's face as he said that. Why would Cal suddenly look like he lost his appetite? Hans could not figure it out. Both individuals headed outside the main gates once again. As he got on the carriage, Cal asked Hans, who was watching him leave. Oh Hans, don't the deputy butlers learn basic martial arts? Of course. And you are the greatest butler candidate. The corner of Hans's lips started to move up and down. Count Daruth cherished Hans because he took care of things well and had the best personality as well. Yes sir. I know the basics for 3 different styles: martial arts, dagger arts, and spear arts. A good butler needed to learn a couple different basic fighting styles, just in case something happened and the family members needed to run away. Amazing. I guess I am a bit amazing. Cal could not hold back his smile watching Hans shrug his shoulders, while his lips continued to flicker. The 2 kittens could only shake their head as they watched Hans and the sly smile on Cal's face. I'm leaving now. Cal made up his mind to take Hans to the capital to take care of all annoying things he didn't want to deal with, and then closed the carriage door. The carriage headed into the fog, and the now stronger rain to head to his destination. The fragrance of tea with poetry. Cal looked up at the sign before opening the door. Ring. The clear ringing of the bell, and a desolate shop welcomed Cal. I guess nobody is here because of the rain. Welcome, young master. Billows, the bastard of the Flynn Merchant Guild. He welcomed Cal as if they had known each other for a long time. Cal sat in front of the counter and made eye contact with Billows. I promised to come back. I needed to keep my promise. Of course. Promises need to be kept. Should I prepare the book and tea from last time? Yes. 3 cups of tea please. Which tea should I make? Cal ordered 3 types of tea, and set a time for Billows to bring the teas up before turning around and heading up to the 3rd floor. Drip drip, the rain was getting even worse. Tusk. Cal clicked his tongue and went back to sit at the same spot near the 3rd floor window and looked out. The rain is pretty strong, isn't it? Billows came up and sat across from him and put down a single cup of tea. Cal was observing Billows closely. Choi Han, Beacrox, Ron, and finally Billows. These were the names of the individuals who continued to show up in the novel past Volume 1. Horse, Billows only has about 2 sentences written about him in Volume 1, as the owner of the tea shop that Choi Han stops by to rest. He returns in Volume 3 to swear his loyalty to Choi Han and reveal his ambitions. Reveal. That word was important. He's always been a greedy person. Billows was different from Hong Gil, Dong. One, he was not sad that he could not call his father father or his brother brother. In fact, he was just trying to beat them. He wanted to make it so that they had no choice but to accept him. He wanted to create a situation where they will have no choice but to introduce him as son, to introduce him as the younger brother. He must be exhausted. Cal thought Billows lived an exhausting life. However, he did not hate that. Heck, having that type of greed made him seem more human. He didn't like the people who had the abilities and strength, but said things like, ho ho, I'm just going to give up. I have no choice. Why would you give up on something that could be yours? You should always take what is yours. Anyways, this person had to meet with Choi Han at least once during the time frame of Volume 1. It had to just be a short encounter. Cal could hear Billows' voice breaking his train of thought. Young master, I heard that you are going to head to the capital. Are you going to keep sitting there? Don't you have work to do? Seeing Cal pretending to be annoyed made Billows smile. He did not even try to hide it. This really was a very, very interesting young master. However, Billows could tell that he had a pretty sharp mind. I will be heading to the capital as well. I guess I will be following after you. And? Cal already knew about it. In order for Billows and Choi Han to have an encounter in Volume 3, Billows needed to head for the capital soon as well. Billows had a stoic expression as he asked Cal, who was sipping his tea and looking out the window, a question. Young master, it seems like you have changed. Seeing Cal turn to look at him, Billows started to smile. Cal motioned with his chin for Billows to continue. You seem different than your nickname. Which one? Trash. Billows could see the corners of Cal's lips starting to go up. He definitely was different. This Cal was not the Trash that he knew about. That Trash did not know how to make such an expression. It was a slightly bitter smile. Should I have gotten a bit drunk and broken a chair or something? Billows did not know what Cal was thinking. Yes, you are right. Trash. Haven't you always been a trashy young master? Did he not have any fear? Cal could not help but wonder, as Billows said such a thing to the Count's son, the firstborn of the ruler of the territory. Was Billows the one who had something to drink? But Cal did not want to fight with Billows. Billows was someone who was going to take over a large merchant guild, and Billows was being sincere. He was not smiling, he was actually sincerely asking the question. Haven't you always been a trashy young master? Cal decided to answer the question. It was not a hard question to answer anyways. It was easier than figuring out how to make money when you have no money. Billows. Cal had a smile on his face, but did not laugh as he called out to Billows. You can't call your father father. You can't call your brother brother. Billows's gaze turned chilly. He started to take notice of the young master in front of him who had no problem touching his sore spot. Just like he had touched Cal's sore spot, he was returning the favor by touching his most painful sore spot. Cal just silently made eye contact with Billows for a bit. The rain started to pour even harder outside. Cal broke the silence and started to smile as he asked, Are you going to keep being the bastard? Are you satisfied with that? Billows could feel Cal's sharp gaze on him. I know you're not. Cal leaned back on the chair and continued on with an expression that seemed to be thinking about the past. I've acted like a trash for about 10 years, since I started when I was 8. Wow. Now that I think about it, Cal Hinatus has been doing trashy things since he was 8 years old. He started drinking when he was 15. What a guy. Cal thought about the past of the original Cal that was present in his mind and started to smile. That smile looked scary to Billows. At that moment, a small noise cut through the rain to reach Cal and Billows. Squeak! Squeak! It was the sound of someone coming up the stairs. Cal looked past Billows's shoulder to the entrance of the 3rd floor. He could see someone's head. Black hair. It was Choi Han. Behind him was Ron. Cal had told a servant to tell Choi Han to come to this tea shop later in the day. Cal moved his gaze away from the two of them and started to speak to finish his conversation with Billows. Choi Han and Ron finished coming up the stairs and looked toward Cal as he started to speak. Billows. Billows's stoic face felt pretty chilly. It's okay to throw away something you've been doing for around 10 years. Cal's eyes started to look more alive as he continued. I can't live as a trash forever. Of course, Cal would still spend all the money he wants and do whatever pleases him, even if he wasn't a trash. He was going to live peacefully and enjoy life as the son of a rich noble. Although that was different than the direction of Billows's life. What mattered was that both of them were not going to continue living the way they had been living. Aren't you the same? The corner of Billows's lips started to slowly move upward. He then bowed and started to snicker. After silently snickering for a bit, Billows raised his head up and looked toward Cal. I am indeed tired of it. Billows was laughing as he said he was tired of it. See? I told you. Cal shrugged his shoulders and motioned for Choi Han and Ron to come over. At that moment, Billows got up from the seat and started to speak. Young master. What? I will see you at the capital. Cal started to frown. It would be complicated if they met at the capital right away. Why bother? Cal motioned for Billows to go away, and Billows respectfully bowed before leaving. Ron, Choi Han, and the descending Billows made eye contact, but they all just ignored each other. Good. Cal welcomed that scene. Choi Han and Billows just barely ran into each other. It was just like in the book. Cal started to smile at the other two people with satisfaction. Ron, I knew you would come with him. According to Hans, B. Crocs went with you too, but I presume he went back to the kitchen. He has a strong sense of responsibility for that kitchen. Young master, are you close with that person? Cal shrugged his shoulders at the unexpected question from Ron. No? I see. Cal pushed it aside as nothing important, but Ron definitely heard it. He heard Cal say that he cannot keep living as a trash. Cal stopped looking at Ron, whose response trailed off, and made eye contact with Choi Han. I guess you can't trust the rumors. What the hell is he saying? Cal ignored Choi Han's words. At that moment, Billows brought up the other 2 cups of tea that Cal had ordered earlier. Should I give these cups to these 2 gentlemen? Yes. Cal started to smile again. I ordered them in advance. Cal personally picked up the teacups and put one in front of each person. In front of Choi Han was the tea he just randomly ordered from the menu. As for Ron, I specially ordered this for you, since it seems like you like it a lot. Why else would you bring it for me every day? It was warm lemon tea. Cal could see Ron looking odd, and felt the biggest satisfaction he had felt all day. 1. Hong Gil Dong was a Korean outlaw during the Joseon dynasty, who had a similar story of being an illegitimate son. Chapter 13. Picked it up 6. But behind that satisfaction, Cal suddenly felt chills on the back of his neck. It was because Ron drank the lemon tea without any complaints. Clack. Why did the sound of the teacup being placed on the table feel so loud? Thankfully, it was not just Cal being paranoid. Choi Han, who had been quietly enjoying his tea, started to frown. Why don't you enjoy your tea a little more quietly? Ren held back his laughter after seeing Choi Han take a peek at Cal before speaking in a more respectful tone to him. Today, he had found a decently useful sword for Choi Han. It was a sword made by the same blacksmith as the one who made Beecrox's cooking knife. Want to try it out? I will not fight against someone who is trying to cut someone else with a cooking knife. His son Beecrox kept nagging Choi Han to fight him with that sword. It was because Beecrox learned a bit about Choi Han's strength from that short bout last time, and wanted to find out more. However, Choi Han continued to reject him. Oh, what a funny punk. What, do I need to bring a bloodied sword like you? Choi Han closed his eyes for a moment before opening them back up and responded to Beecrox, as if he was confirming it for himself. I will now be someone who protects. He said even I could do it. What the heck are you saying? Ron watched his son and Choi Han's cute bickering, before following Choi Han to come see Cal. He didn't expect to hear such a precious thing. I can't live as a trash forever. That was what Ron was thinking about as he drank the lemon tea, but it looked like he was glaring at Choi Han. Cal was watching that scene with satisfaction. Ron and Choi Han's relationship in the birth of a hero was just like this. They were always at each other's throats, but still continued to travel together. They were tied together by a contract, but they both knew they could also rely on one another. Cal thought that a lot of things got twisted because of his actions to not get beaten up, but it looked like their relationship was forming in a similar manner. It is disappointing that it got twisted a bit, but my life comes first. I can't let the novel dictate my life. For Cal, his life was the first priority. After that, it was that everybody living within his territory lived peacefully. What else could you need? Sweet teas are really the best. Ron flinched at the words that Cal happily said. The tea time for these three individuals ended in the middle of the downpour. I guess the next time I will see you will be at the Capitol. Cal shook his head toward Billows, who greeted Cal as he came down from the third floor after tea time. I will be coming here every day for a while. Is that so? To read the book? Whatever I feel like doing. Please feel free to visit whenever you would like. This tea shop is open to you at all times, young master. Billows was watching Cal, who walked by while pretending not to hear what he said, with curiosity. Ron was just quietly observing them from behind. The bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild. The fact that he was extremely talented made the official children resent him. That was why Billows had to come to this remote, yet profitable region in the Henatu's territory. He couldn't even use the family name of Flynn either. Ron was observing Cal being friendly with this greedy Billows and clicked his tongue. It was because he thought to himself, why does it matter to me if that puppy young master is close to Billows? Tusk. I guess even dislike creates affection. I don't want my dislike of you to turn into affection. Ron let out a sigh after seeing that the clueless Choi Han had misunderstood. Not you, punk. Ron's gaze was on Cal. Ron was planning on heading to the capital anyways. It was because he had a bad feeling about it. He had been thinking about it countless times ever since Choi Han came out from the forest of darkness and entered the city with that dense murderous aura on him. The reason Ron had to hide out in this territory. The reason he had to escape from the eastern continent. It looked like he needed to research the people responsible for it one more time. Wouldn't it be appropriate for me to make sure our puppy young master safely arrives at the capital and safely leaves as my final duty as his servant? He claimed to others while laughing that he would be by the young master's side because he found Cal's scared expression to be funny. But would an assassin ever tell the truth to others? I should tell Beecrox to make food that our little puppy young master will like during the journey. Cal was someone he looked after even more than his own son, Beecrox. Ron knew very well about the terrible things Cal has done, and the terrible personality that Cal had. However, there was someone else he knew. Ren remembered how the young Cal had consoled his father when his mother died. He also saw how Cal hated his stepmother and her family, but never caused a ruckus with them, even when he was drunk. But he definitely is still trash, Tisk. 18 years. Ren had watched over Cal for too long. Cal returned to his chamber immediately after returning to the estate, only to find the two baby kittens staring up at him. Ah, I forgot about the two of you. He should have brought Choi Han, who cherishes small animals. Choi Han had returned to his own room, after saying that his heart needed to become stronger to be someone who protects. When Cal laughed and asked who Choi Han was going to protect, Choi Han responded that he would let Cal know once he became stronger. That answer gave Cal the chills. Cal didn't know why someone as strong as Choi Han would want to become even stronger. Young master. Hans approached Cal as he was staring at the kittens. Young master, what do you think? Aren't they even cuter, lovelier, and more adorable now? They're so mean though, they wouldn't even let me pet them. Ha ha. Hans crouched next to the kittens and looked up at Cal with satisfaction. His expression was so full of admiration that it surprised Cal and Ron. His expression was not related to the cuteness of the kittens. Don't you agree? This strong butler candidate seems to like cats very much. Oh, I guess so. The two kittens, that were sitting on a silk cushion that came from who knows where, definitely looked fuller and healthier. What kind of magic did this deputy butler do in that short amount of time? However, the two kittens continued to avoid Hans's gaze. It seemed to be a very stereotypical relationship between a butler and a cat. Then, I will be heading out now, young master. Please call me if there is anything you need for the kitten-imps. Just go. After verifying that Ron got Hans to leave, Cal avoided the sparkling eyes of the kittens as he went into the bathroom. At that moment, the kittens' ears fell down. Then, Huo. Ron approached the kittens after getting Hans to leave. Only Ron and the two baby kittens were currently in the bedroom. You are children of the cat tribe. The golden eyes of the kittens turned sharp. However, Ron did not seem to care, as he verified that the bathroom door was closed before standing in front of the kittens. Good. There was an odd smile on Ron's face. The cat tribe was known for their sensitivity to their surroundings. The cat tribe was one that was better known in the eastern continent than the western continent, but there was no way that someone like Ron, who was involved with assassinations, would not know about them. Unlike most beast people, who became violent when they went berserk, the cat tribe became stealthier and sharper. That was why they were a scary tribe, although they were not at the level of the wolf, tiger, or lion tribes. There was only one thought on Ron's mind as he watched the two cat tribe children. It was a sudden thought, and they were still young, but I can teach them. Ron checked to make sure that the door to the bathroom was closed once again. The cat tribe put a lot of importance on relationships. If they trust someone once, they will never betray them. They were suspicious by nature, but, like the wolf tribe, they valued interpersonal relationships. The children of such a tribe came looking for Cal on their own accord. Ron thought it would be nice to give his puppy young master a farewell present. Ron moved a bit closer to the cat tribe children. He then reached out to caress the head of the slightly larger silver kitten. Slap! The silver kitten slapped his hand away, and quickly moved away to the corner of the room, along with the red kitten. Who? Ron's eyes turned curious. These cat tribe children seemed to have already figured him out. It made sense, since they needed to quickly recognize people like him, people who were close with death, in order to live for a long time. Even if cats do have 9 lives, they needed to treasure them. Cat tribe was known for their long lives as well as their stealthy night movement. In this regard, they were stealthier than anyone else. Ron started to smile. One child is fog, and the other one is poison. The silver one was fog, and the red one was blood, or poison. Even if they did not become killers, they had the right foundations to become shadows. The silver kitten turned its head away as Ron said that, while the red kitten snorted. The two siblings had no desire to become killers who gave off such a thick scent of death. The two kittens scoffed at Ron, as if they knew about his identity as an assassin already. Once Cal came out of the bathroom, they were still sticking very close to each other as they looked up at Cal. Stop looking at me. They immediately stopped looking at him once he said that. Ron, go get me my meal from Beecrocs. Yes, young master. Ron left and Cal sat down on the couch and looked toward the two kittens. He then spoke to the two kittens, who were whining in a corner far away from him. You two are part of the cat tribe, aren't you? The two kittens nodded their heads without making eye contact with Cal. Are you planning on following me? There were no responses to this question. Instead, the red kitten slowly walked over and rubbed its cheek on Cal's leg, while the silver kitten approached Cal soon after and started to tap Cal's foot with her front paw. Cal already had a plan for these two siblings. He nodded his head and made up his mind about the kittens. Then make yourselves useful. The kittens immediately responded. Meow, meow, answer in human language. The pupils of the silver kitten, the older sister named On, started to sparkle as she spoke. When I want to eat meat, I'm still hungry. The red kitten, the younger brother Hong, tapped Cal's leg as he added on. Two, I want to eat cake. Cal responded to both of them. I will give you a lot of meat and cake, so you know what to do, right? Be useful. Be useful. The kittens immediately replied, and that was how the two siblings, who were kicked out of the Fog Cat tribe, became a part of Count Hennetus's household. 4 days later, Cal joined his family for breakfast for the first time in a while. Count Daruth looked at his son, who was wearing extremely simple clothes, and started to smile. I guess you are leaving today. Today was the day that Cal would leave the Hennetus territory and head toward the capital. 1. There are many Chinese characters for On, but I think the author is referencing the On that means conceal, because she is the fog that Ron describes. 2. The name Hong is probably from the Chinese character for red. Chapter 14, Heading Out 1. It doesn't look like you are nervous. Cal smiled instead of responding to his father's statement. Cal's complexion had gotten much better in the last few days. It had no choice but to get better. Since I didn't get beaten to a pulp, it was raining in the Hennetus territory until yesterday. If the story went as it did in the novel, Cal would have been beaten to a pulp on a rainy day. Of course Cal was not beaten up yesterday. He could also sleep well now. This was because he could feel the indestructible shield always surrounding his heart, knowing that he could manage to survive, even if he did something wrong to someone like Ron or Beecrocs, made it easier for him to sleep at night. Father, Cal looked at the breakfast spread that was fancier than ever before, as he asked. It looks like the number of people in the envoy has grown again. I asked you to reduce the number. He had asked his father to decrease the number of servants accompanying him to help with his needs. He said that Hans and Ron were enough. Of course, Hans turned pale at first, however. He started to pack right away after hearing that the kittens will be traveling with them as well. About that for some reason, Daruth stopped his sentence without finishing. At that moment, someone else's voice interjected itself into their conversation. That was my decision. It was the Count's wife, Violan. Her hair was perfectly formed in a bun, without a single stray hair, as she was looking down at her plate. She looked so similar to her son, Basin. Even the way they both did not make eye contact with Cal, and had a stoic expression, was the same. We can't have someone from our family looking poor and terrible just because you want to go with such a small envoy. It was an extremely stoic voice. Vile, and then lifted up her gaze to look in Cal's direction before continuing on. I am not saying you are terrible, even I know that much. Vile, and hesitated for a moment after hearing Cal's response, before taking another bite of her food and continuing to speak. People, especially nobles, care a lot about appearances. The Countess Violan. Cal quietly watched her. She was born as the eldest daughter of a poor artist's family, and had dreamt about being the head of a merchant guild when she grew up. She was influenced by the luxury items being sold to the nobles, and came to the Henatu's territory. Once she got here, she fell in love with the art of sculpting. Eventually, she met Count Dareth and fell in love, living as the director for the territory's cultural business operations. In Kim Rock-Su's opinion, she had a lot of pride for herself and her life, which was why she had a lot of pride for this family as well. Even though she knew that Cal was silently observing her, she continued on without a single change in her expression. Art is not for those human cut off without the H on purpose. She was a bit of a coarse speaker because she worked in the merchant world for a while. Anyways, there are a lot of people who think that appearances reveal everything about a person. That was her way of telling Cal to take a lot of servants with him. Her goal was for Cal to not be judged negatively just because he only took a few servants with him. Naturally, Cal wanted to take a lot of people to do his biddings for him as well. How nice and relaxing would it be? He was finding it difficult to get changed without a servant now. Kim Rock-Su had been in this world as Cal for only about a week, but he already could not let go of that easy life. However, a few days into Cal's future was a crazy black dragon. If he cannot release this crazy dragon in advance, it might go wild and kill a lot of people. Although Cal didn't care about what happened to other people, he still did not want to see people dying in front of his eyes. Furthermore, he also didn't want to take responsibility for those people who will be injured because of the dragon. Responsibility was a heavy burden, and for someone like Kim Rock-Su, who had taken responsibility for his own life since he was a young boy, he knew that responsibility related to people and people's lives was the scariest and heaviest burden. That was why he started to speak. Art is the mirror of the soul. Vile, and lifted her gaze off of her plate, and looked toward Cal. This was the first time in a long while that the two of them had made eye contact with each other. You do know about that? Yes, I do know. Cal had roamed around the entire territory the last 4 days to prepare the things he needed on this trip. He just recited one of the things he saw on one of those trips. Sculpting is not just cutting into a chunk of marble. It is creating a reflection of what is in your heart. This time, it was Cal who looked at his plate and continued to eat while Violan was watching him. I read that on the plaque at the gallery. The gallery in the Henatu's territory displayed the works of new sculptors. That statement that was written on the plaque in the gallery was something that Violan had personally written. Do as you wish. I will reduce the number of people going with you, but, in return, the carriage and everything in it shall be of the highest quality. That is how it should be for us Henatu's people. That is fine with me. Please give me the most expensive stuff. Great. I will make sure you have a carriage that won't even hurt your butt as you travel across bumpy roads. Only the best. Cal could not see it because he was looking at his plate, but there was a slight smile on Violan's face before it disappeared. Count Dareth, who had been watching this from the start, let out a fake cough to cover up his slowly rising smile, and asked Cal, "Did you verify the information from Hans regarding the personalities of all the nobles who will be going to the capital?" Dareth had used his own network, as well as the Information Guild, to purchase information on the other nobles, and had handed it to Hans to give to Cal. Yes, it was pretty entertaining. It was probably difficult to purchase that file. In fact, it probably cost a fortune. Although it only had about 3 or 4 lines about each person, it was precious and expensive to purchase information on nobles. There are some petty ones, some stupid ones, some smart and scary ones, even some who are desperate for power. Looks like all sorts of people are coming this time. Of course, there were also some stupidly nice people, villains and trash as well. You read the file I sent you. Anyways, do as you please. But Cal. Yes, father. I heard a strange rumor. Cal's shoulders flinched just ever so slightly. Apparently the man-eating tree, that black tree, has changed. It is now a white tree with beautiful blue leaves. There are even grass growing in that spot where nothing used to grow. The place that had changed the most in the last 4 days was none other than the top of the hill in the slums. It was a location where only the black tree had resided. However, that tree turned white with blue leaves after Cal had resolved its grudge, and it was now a beautiful tree that looked almost divine. Isn't it an interesting rumor? It is. What an interesting rumor. Cal had no intentions of revealing his ancient power right now, so he simply pretended to have no knowledge of it. There was no way that Count Dareth did not know about the fact that he went to the slums. However, he would not have any knowledge of the ancient power. He would just suspect that something happened with Cal, and the man-eating tree. Yes, but it isn't that big of a deal. However, you need to pay attention to rumors no matter what you do. There is nothing scarier than human eyes and mouths. However, anything that happens inside the territory is fine for members of our household. I will keep that in mind. Cal felt like he really could live a peaceful life as long as he remained in their territory. How great would it be to quickly come back from the capital and live the life of a couch potato? The luxurious breakfast that was made for Cal, who was leaving for the capital, finally came to an end. He received goodbyes from the Count and Countess, who couldn't watch him leave because they had work to do, and then made eye contact with his siblings, who were awkwardly standing there. What? His younger brother, Basin, just shook his head at Cal's question. His younger sister, Lily, slowly approached him. 7 years old. This youngest sibling of his was 11 years apart from him. Please have a safe trip. Thanks. You be safe here too. Lily vigorously nodded her head. Yes. She then quietly looked at Cal. Cal just casually asked in response to her gaze. Should I buy you a present while on my trip? Really? As I thought. She wanted a present. Cal nodded his head as he watched the surprised, amazed, and happy expression all taking turns showing up on Lily's face. Yes. What would you like? A sword. What? Please buy me a sword. A 7-year-old wants a sword? Seeing the shock on Cal's face, Basin started to speak. Hyun, Nim, Lily's dream these days is to become a swordsman. Is that so? Cal seriously looked toward Lily. The people of this household all had long arms, long legs, and a good physique. Lily was only 7 years old, but she was tall for her age, and could easily become a good swordsman if she put in the effort. I guess it would suit her. Lily's eyes started to sparkle. I will buy you an expensive one. Lily started to smile as she lowered her head in embarrassment instead of responding. Cal did not see this, as he looked toward his 15-year-old younger brother, who was looking at him. You want something too? A fountain pen. Got it. The breakfast came to an end once he got the list of presents from his siblings. Cal's expression was odd as he stood in front of the carriage that would take him to the carriage. How odd. He had an odd expression as he asked the person standing next to him. Why is it that their seat is better than my seat? Cal was looking at the expensive and soft cushion next to him, as well as the 2 kittens sitting on the cushion. Young master, shouldn't our precious cats travel comfortably on this trip? They are so small and precious. Hans answered as he put the special treats he prepared for the cats in the carriage as well. Cal and Ron both had blank expressions on their faces. It's because he has not seen them create fog and fill it with poison. Cal called on and Hong to an empty corner of the garden 3 days ago. What can you do? In response to his question, On created fog while in her cat form, while Hong used a bit of his blood to spread poison into the air. Of course, On was able to control the poisonous fog to prevent Cal from dying. Furthermore, the poison Hong could spread was only at the level of paralysis right now. You two are quite useful. On and Hong proudly answered back after hearing Cal's praise. We were able to run away because of our poisonous fog. We are quite useful. Starting from that day, On and Hong were able to eat delicious food all day long. Naturally, Hans was happy to provide for them. Young master, I will be sitting with the driver up top. Okay. Ron jumped up next to the driver, and Cal was about to board as well, when Choi Han approached him. Cal, Nim. Choi Han said that he did not want to call Cal young master, instead choosing to call him Cal Nim. What? Is it okay for me to not be in the same carriage protecting you? Cal's expression turned like he had eaten some bitter persimmon. Is there a reason to do that? That was what Cal's expression was saying, and Choi Han didn't say anything else, instead just nodding his head. Cal started to squint his eyes while watching Choi Han walk away. It's really weird. Choi Han's eyes were still not very clear. His mind still seemed to be full of anger and thoughts of revenge. When Cal mentioned yesterday that they had sent people to Harris Village, he could see the anger in Choi Han's eyes. But he felt a little different than before. He wasn't in complete despair like in the novel, thinking something along the lines of, the world does not want me to be happy. How could they kill all of my loved ones? That was why it was weird. He recovered pretty quickly. He seemed to be at the stage in the novel when he was traveling with Beecrox, Rosalind, and Locke, with a sword in his heart, but a calm demeanor on the outside. He let it be since it wasn't bad, but Cal had an oddly bitter feeling in his mouth. It was at that moment. I don't think this is your spot. The leader of the envoy, the vice captain of the territory's night brigade, approached Choi Han and started to speak. The vice captain looked at Choi Han from head to toe before smirking, like he was looking down at Choi Han. I knew we would have at least one person like this. Cal clicked his tongue. Choi Han had hidden his abilities to that of an average level. The problem was that Choi Han was the first person Cal brought to the Count's estate as a guest, and the fact that Count Daruth treated him like an important guest. Adding on the fact that he was going as part of Cal's guards this time made some people start to dislike and oppose him. They didn't annoy him visibly because he was still Cal's guest, but there were a lot of things they were secretly doing to annoy Choi Han. Young master, I do not think Choi Han, Nim is getting along with the other knights who will be going with us to the capital. Is that so? Yes. I think the vice captain is responsible for it. I got it, Hans. You can stop worrying about it. Cal thought about Hans's report and felt bad, not for Choi Han, but for the vice captain. Soon enough he'll realize that his eyes were not just at the ground, but completely underground. 2. He'll be fine as long as he doesn't do anything to get beaten up. Cal did not choose to try to resolve their issues. The vice captain will not be able to sleep properly once he sees Choi Han's real skills. How could he sleep when he is extremely scared? Young master, shall we leave now? The vice captain asked Cal, and Cal closed the carriage door as he answered. Yes, let's go. 15 soldiers, 5 knights, and 1 special guard. Cal's envoy, which consisted of this protection squad, and then some other people, finally started to head toward the capital. Of course, as with most fantasy world travels, it was not a very uneventful trip. Nobody dared to touch Cal's carriage in the Hennetu's territory. The carriage did not have the flag that represented the family, but the carriage itself had the golden turtle, the symbol of the Hennetu's family, drawn on it. It was representative of the Hennetu's family's love for wealth and longevity. However, as soon as they left the Hennetu's territory, they ran into a situation. As expected, they really do show up. While they were rushing through a mountain range, tens of people suddenly showed up in the valley. Pay the toll if you want to cross this mountain. Take out everything you have. If we found anything after you claim to have taken everything out, it will be 1 slap for every 1 bronze we find. Yes, it was the bandits. There were bound to be bandits in a fantasy story, but the fact that there were tens of them was surprising. They probably relied on their numbers to attack this carriage, which only had 5 knights. Cal looked toward the Kidnon, who was yawning, and asked, You think they can't see the symbol on my carriage? I guess so. Idiots. Beginners. Cal nodded his head at Han's assessment. He was not afraid of bandits. Why would he be? Knock knock. The knocking came from the small window by the driver's seat before the window slightly opened, and Ron looked inside. Young master, it looks like we will need to take a break. There seem to be quite a lot of rabbits here. Rabbits. Cal shook for a moment. Ron went, before smiling and added on. This rabbit is different from the rabbit I was going to catch for you, young master. Of course, these rabbits will not be caught by me, but by other people. Cal was being protected by someone who was scarier than the bandits. He listened to the sound of the bandits' screams coming from outside the carriage, as he started to calculate the time. About a day and a half. In about a day and a half, they would arrive around the area where the Black Dragon was being tortured. It was earlier than when Choi Han arrived in the novel. This was the reason he had made them rush forward without taking any breaks. 1. Looking really calm, even though he still has a strong desire for revenge internally. 2. Then really blind. Chapter 15. Heading out 2. In order to achieve the results he wanted, Cal had to choose to camp outside. There were no villages along the way until the village near the hidden cave of the Black Dragon. Mayo. The red cat tribe kitten hung meowed and wagged his tail, as if he was excited. It was because of the delicious smell filling the area. The joy of the day comes from eating a delicious dinner. That was what Cal was thinking. A warm dinner was the signal to end the long and tiring day and start a relaxing night. Tonight's main course was a soup with rabbit meat. Damn it. It was not Ron's doing. Cal turned his gaze to the side. Choi Han, the person who had caught the rabbits, was happily eating his soup. Mio. Tap. Tap. An and Hong were tapping on his leg, asking him to give it to them, if he didn't want it. Hans had a wide smile on his face as he cautiously approached the 2 children. Would our precious kittenims like to eat the jerky that I prepared for you? It is very healthy, without any salt or preservatives. Naturally, An and Hong ignored Hans. Hans, who did not know they were part of the cat tribe, found that sass to be cute as well and continued to linger around them. Contrary to the fact that they had their first battle, it was a very relaxed and peaceful environment. However, the atmosphere around the night seemed to be a bit odd. They kept peeking toward Choi Han, who was eating his soup next to Cal. The vice captain seemed to be full of agony. Tusk. Cal clicked his tongue. Cal's party had to fight off tens of bandits today. The one to handle most of those bandits was naturally Choi Han. He did not kill the bandits. However, he had no issues cutting off a limb or leaving them a deep scar. Not only that, he did it in an unbelievable speed too. Young master, the battle is over. The vice captain had reported this to Cal with a shocked expression on his face. He had not expected it to end so quickly. The bandits were ones who were pushed out of power in a different area nearby. The bandits they had thought were stupid were at their limits and felt that they could handle 5 knights because of their numbers. Unfortunately, their first target ended up being Cal's carriage with Choi Han. The reason the vice captain's face was completely pale was not because of the strength of the bandits. Choi Han approached next to the vice captain and added on. It was a light battle, not even enough for a warm-up. Cal could see the vice captain slightly flinch after hearing Choi Han's words. He could also see Choi Han smirking while looking at the vice captain flinch. He really isn't the type to let people do as they please with him. There was no way that someone like Choi Han, who had no issues beating up the count's son, would be nice and let people just continue to mess with him. You have no appetite? Cal seemed to be frustrated as Ron approached him with his usual benign smile. He looked back and forth between the rabbit soup and Ron, before suddenly realizing something. This old man enjoyed making fun of him. Yes, none at all. Choi Han responded to that statement. Are you feeling unwell? No, nothing like that. I would have no issues if you caught anything other than rabbits. Cal looked toward Choi Han, and waved his hand to tell Choi Han to not mind him. However, Choi Han continued to look toward Cal with a serious gaze. What are you looking at? Was that your first time experiencing a battle? Cal just casually responded back to Choi Han, who asked with a serious expression. What battle? You mean with the bandits earlier? Yes. Of course. I've never seen so many bandits before. I see. Choi Han nodded his head and quietly mumbled to himself. Must have been your first time facing potential death. Huh. One of the soldiers let out a gasp. Huh. Cal let out a loud gasp as if he was completely shocked. First time facing potential death, my ass. Do you know how nervous I've been the last few days because of you? That wasn't even it. Ron's smile as Choi Han brought back the rabbits, the sight of Beacrox sharpening his cooking knife. Cal was also nervous because of them. Cal started to think about all of the nervous moments he has had since they left the Henatu's territory. Now I really have no appetite. He had lost all of his appetite. Flang. The spoon in Cal's hand just fell onto the soup bowl. That was why he didn't realize that the soldiers were looking at him with an understanding gaze, or that Choi Han had stopped paying attention to everyone around him as he nostalgically thought about the past. Cal. Nem. What? Cal was thinking about how he didn't need to be so nervous anymore because he managed to avoid getting beaten up and also got the indestructible shield, when Choi Han's voice snapped him back to reality. Why does he keep talking to me? The first time is always difficult to handle. What are you talking about? As Cal stoically asked back, Choi Han had a slight smile on his face before he asked in a stoic expression. The gaze in his eyes was extremely serious. Cal Nim, do you not study any martial arts? No need. Shouldn't you at least have the strength to protect yourself? There was concern in that seriousness. Cal wondered why Choi Han was suddenly becoming so serious, but decided to answer the question anyways. I have plenty of ways already. Cal took his gaze off of Choi Han and looked around. 15 soldiers who were stronger than him, and 5 knights who would do well no matter where they went. There were only a few servants aside from them, but Ron, Beacrox, the 2 kittens, and even Deputy Butler Hans were much stronger than himself. Cal made eye contact with each of the people before turning back to Choi Han to ask. You can see them too, right? This is the protection for a wealthy count's son. Cal started to smile. He knew that they would all protect him. Of course, he wasn't sure about Ron or Beacrox, but they would at least prevent him from getting killed by someone. And they are not the only protection. Cal decided to be a little more honest to Choi Han, who was sitting there looking at him. He patted his heart as he answered. I trust my heart. I will live. Of course. The indestructible shield surrounding his heart will protect him. Well, as long as he avoided people like Choi Han, that is. Choi Han looked toward Cal with shaky eyes. Meow. Meow. Hem? What are you doing? On and Hong approached Cal, and started to push on his legs with their small paws. The claws on their paws hurt, making Cal frown, but the cat tribe siblings stopped eating, and started to rub their cheeks on Cal's leg. Black. Choi Han put down his empty soup bowl and stood up from his seat. I'll be practicing with my sword now. Right after eating, I feel like I need to get stronger. Scary punk. Are you trying to get strong enough to blow the whole earth away? Cal turned away in disgust. At that time, Beacrox approached him with a new dish. Please enjoy. Oh, thanks. Cal looked at the plate that was filled with the highest quality spices and highest quality beef steak, and started to smile. Bitter food and drinks like lemonade are best to restore your appetite. This was the first time Ron had handed him a lemonade since their interaction at the tea shop. Cal just ignored the lemonade because he was excited about the steak. If everyone has finished eating, we will start our evening training session soon. Cal could hear the vice captain's loud voice and started to think. The vice captain must have been motivated by Choi Han. Cal looked at the fired-up knights and soldiers as he chowed down on the steak, and even the rabbit soup as well. The rabbit soup was pretty good once he tried it. Of course, he adamantly declined the jerky the kittens offered him. There was no seasoning on it, so he wouldn't even touch it. 3 days. Cal calculated as they entered the village. The black dragon will cause a mana explosion in 3 days. They were now in a Viscount's territory that was right next to the Henatu's territory. A villa belonging to the Viscount was built in the mountain on the right side of this village a few years ago. Naturally, while it was labeled as the Viscount's villa on the outside, in reality, it belonged to Marquis Stan, the person responsible for making the black dragon go crazy. The Viscount of this territory was nothing more than a dog of the Marquis, and in the mountain behind the villa hides the cave with the black dragon. The black dragon causes a mana explosion and sends the cave and the mountain flying. Cal looked at the small peak to the right of the mountain he crossed, and clicked his tongue. Venian of Marquis Stan's family. Cal was thinking about the Marquis' second son. He was a crazy psycho who crippled his own older brother to rise to the position of heir. That psycho visits the villa every so often to torture the Black Dragon for fun. Tusk. Hans flinched at Cal clicking his tongue, and quickly brought Choi Han over and started to speak. Young master, I will take Choi Han and quickly look for an inn. Please wait a moment. The carriage was currently stopped outside of the village entrance. Whatever. We will be right back. Cal nodded his head at Hans's statement while observing Choi Han. He had a nostalgic look in his eyes. Just why would Choi Han fight with an existence that caused a mana explosion? It was because he could not throw this small and quiet village away. Harris Village. This village was similar to the village that taught him about both love and hate. That was why he made a move to save the lives of these village people that he did not even know. Cal started to frown as he called Choi Han over. Choi Han. Yes? Hurry back. A small gasp came out of Choi Han's mouth. This 17-year-old boy, who had lived for tens of years, started to have an innocent smile on his face as he nodded his head. 1. Yes, sir. I will be right back. Cal motioned as if he was annoyed, but Choi Han bowed before quickly starting to walk toward the village with Hans. Cal, who preferred this focused Choi Han to the one who had a blank expression, continued to watch him before suddenly starting to frown. He could see a carriage quickly heading in their direction. I have a bad feeling about this. Cal felt like someone with extremely sweaty hands was handing him a poisoned apple. It was a really bitter feeling. Cause of that bitter feeling was soon to be revealed. Such Cal could not believe it. He could see an old man who could not manage to avoid the carriage fall down on the road. He could also see Choi Han rushing toward the old man, as well as the carriage continuing to travel down the road like it was not going to stop. Such a cliché. There was a flag hanging on that carriage. A red snake. It was the symbol of Marquis Stan. Cal's eyes started to shake. It was about to happen. An incident was about to happen. Bang! Choi Han flung himself to rescue the old man, and the momentum forced him to smash into a building wall. Only then did the black carriage belonging to Marquis Stan finally stop. Sigh. Cal let out a sigh as he opened the carriage door. It looked like he had no choice but to head over to the site of that cliché event. 1. Remember, Choi Han really doesn't age. Chapter 16. Heading out 3. Young master, are you heading over there? Ron approached him as soon as he stepped out of the carriage. Who will go if I don't? Ron and the vice captain started to chase after Cal, who was heading toward the incident location without any hesitation. The two surrounded Cal, as if the world was going to end soon, but Cal did not care. A man slowly walked out of the other carriage. Venyan Stan. Cal started to frown deeply as soon as he saw him. There was only one line in the file that his father Count Daruth gave him regarding Venyan Stan's personality. A typical and authoritative noble Cal, well, Kim Rok-soo, could also use the information from The Birth of a Hero to evaluate Venyan. Your typical villain. However, it was quite a headache to meet the typical villain in real life than it was as a character in a novel. Cal could not beat someone up for doing something bad or because he didn't like them like Choi Han could. The situation had already escalated a bit by the time Cal arrived. In those few short moments, Choi Han had already become so angry that his shoulders were shaking violently. How can you get in the way of a noble person like that? What the hell are you saying when someone could have gotten hurt? Who was in the way? This only happened because you were driving the carriage like a maniac. Peasants should move out of the way when they see a noble's carriage. It is not my fault that this peasant was so stupid he just stood there without moving. Choi Han was arguing with one of Venyan's lackeys, and Hans, who had been standing next to Choi Han, had a frown on his face as he approached Cal and whispered into his ear. Choi Han seems to be extremely agitated. Hans seemed to have already realized that the owner of the carriage belonged to the Marquis' family. He also seemed to have realized that the person standing behind that lackey was none other than Venyan Stan. That narcissist probably only stepped out of the carriage because he saw the symbol of the Henatu's family on Cal's carriage. Enough. Venyan, the man with beautiful blonde hair, gently spoke to his lackey. As soon as Venyan's words came out, the lackey quickly moved behind Venyan, as if he had never been angry in the first place. Only Choi Han was left huffing and puffing while consoling the scared old man. Tusk. Cal clicked his tongue. The lackey wasn't actually angry. He was pretty far away from Cal's carriage, but just like Venyan, he probably saw the golden turtle on Cal's carriage. That was why he was exaggerating, being extremely loud while scolding Choi Han, so that it will draw Cal out to the scene. Hans knew what the lackey was doing, which led him to frown while waiting for Cal to arrive. Cal glared at Venyan and the lackey before putting a hand on Choi Han's shoulder. You too. But Cal knew why Choi Han was angry. This place was very similar to Harris Village, his second home. He was angry at the fact that these people put someone else's life in danger, but didn't show even an iota of remorse, or any signs of apologizing. However, the victim in this, the old man, was unable to get angry. It was because he did not have anything to support him like Choi Han had. They could have used another road, but decided not do so and could have hurt someone. How can I just let this be? Choi Han. Cal put some pressure to push down on Choi Han's shoulder. Calm down. Choi Han's black pupils looked directly at Cal. Cal could see the angry Choi Han. No, to be specific, the Choi Han that was being held down by the memories of Harris Village, starting to calm down. After verifying that Choi Han was calming down, Cal turned his gaze to look at Venyan Stan. Beautiful blonde hair and a slight smile on his lips. Perfectly ironed attire without a single wrinkle. Boots without a single scuff mark. However, the thing that caught Cal's attention was the small amount of red at the tip of Venyan's white dress shirt. Some blood must have landed on him while he was enjoying watching the black dragon being tortured. A crazy bastard. This Venyan Stan was someone who enjoyed his meal while watching the torturer whip the black dragon until it was covered with blood. Nice to meet you. Are you someone from Count Hennetus's household? Yes. Nice to meet you, young Master Venyan Stan. As expected, the other party knew of Cal. Venyan was not someone who had an easy life in reaching the heir position. The problem was that he was quite a bit rude. Venyan Stan was the type that could gently smile at you, but you still feel nothing but disgust for him. I have not had any reason to come to this area, and have only heard stories, but I heard there was someone in the Count's family who was a free spirit and did not seem like a noble. Venyan smiled as he observed Cal. It was a very annoying look, as if he was trying to start something. I heard that young Master Basin Hennetus had been taking part in all of the gatherings of the nobles since last year. Why ask something you already know about? Cal was not talented in these kinds of small talk. That was why he smiled brightly and respectfully answered, "Yes, I am indeed that trash." Trash. The moment that word personally came out of Cal's mouth, Venyan's lackey flinched. One of the trashiest of all of the trash, probably. The corner of Venyan's mouth started to twist up. His expression seemed to say that he had never seen such a crazy person before, but Cal did not care. Marquis Stan was someone who was strong enough to lead a faction, but Venyan could not do as he pleased with other nobles until he was officially proclaimed as the future successor of the Marquis title. A Marquis would normally officially proclaim a child as their successor in order to provide protection to that child, as well as have that child start building their network at an early age. However, Marquis Stan had not done that yet. There are still 3 other children. Venyan had 2 younger sisters and 1 younger brother. The Marquis enjoyed watching the competition between the siblings. Venyan enjoyed watching the black dragon being tortured in order to distress from the competition with his siblings. The Marquis considered the competition between his children to be like an exciting sport. Naturally, the crippled eldest son was the result of this competition. It was a completely crazy household. Our Hennetus family is an extremely great family in comparison. You're a very interesting person. Venyan just casually responded to Cal's statement. A wealthy count who resided in the outskirts of the northeast without being a part of any faction. Who would try to develop a relationship with that family? If anything, people would just be greedy to take that land as their own. However, Venyan didn't like Cal as a person. A trash eldest son and a pretty smart younger son. Knowing about Cal and Basin's relationship made Venyan think of his own older brother when looking at Cal. However, Venyan kept up the act of a proper noble and handed the reins of this incident to Cal. An unexpected obstacle has made me waste time, but I guess it was a pretty good thing since I got to make your acquaintance, young Master Cal. An unexpected obstacle. Venyan was referring to the old man. He was disappointed at the fact that his time was wasted because of this old man, and wanted to finish this on a happy note. But it looks like you need to teach your subordinate to clearly distinguish between the people who have the right to travel across this road and this earth, as well as the people who have the right to make them stop. As a well-known Marquis' unofficial successor, this was the most he could do to the trash of a count's family. His tone was saying that, although they were both young masters, their statuses were completely different. Of course, Cal was quietly listening, but he wasn't the type to pay attention to a dog's yapping. Venyan finished what he had to say and looked toward the most uncomfortable-looking person in the group. Plop. The old man kneeled on the ground, once Venyan looked in his direction and bowed his head. My apologies. The hands of the old man, who was bowing so low that his head could touch the ground, were shaking. Choi Han's hands were shaking as he watched the old man apologize. Each territory's residents would be shaped by the personality of the reigning noble. With the Viscount of this territory being one of Marquis Stan's dogs, they were also very authoritative and looked down on the commoners. The corners of Venyan's lips started to go up. He was satisfied. After observing Venyan, Cal called out to him, "Young Master Venyan." Once Venyan turned his head, Cal asked him a question. "Are you done?" "I am." Cal crouched down. His expensive clothes started to touch the ground. He then looked toward the shaking hands of the old man. "It'll be dangerous if this continues." Cal was certain that he heard it. Hoo-hoo tilde. The sound of Choi Han taking a deep breath. That had to be the sound of him holding back his anger. The moment Cal heard it, he could feel chills on the back of his neck, and felt that if this continued any longer, the one to get beaten to a pulp would not be himself, but Venyan. It didn't matter to him whether or not Venyan was beaten to a pulp, but Choi Han could not punch a noble while he was associated with him. Cal put a hand on the old man's shoulder. Venyan's eyebrows started to twitch. A noble's hand was on a commoner's shoulder. Old man. The old man seemed to be extremely shocked as he lifted his head to look at Cal. Why yes, Cal casually asked. Where's the bar? Excuse me, where can I get some delicious alcohol? As you've heard, I am trash. I don't feel refreshed in the morning if I don't have something to drink. I need to drink to make sure tomorrow is another great day. So, Cal lifted the old man's upper body up. Venyan, who had been watching Cal, quietly judged Cal and shook his head after hearing Cal mention alcohol. Lead the way. Making eye contact with the shaking pupils of the old man, Cal started to frown as he continued. Are you not going to get up? The old man hesitated and looked back and forth between Venyan and Cal. Cal just ignored him as he got back up and reached out the hand that had been on a commoner's shoulder toward Venyan. It was nice meeting you today, young Master Venyan. Cal was asking for a handshake. Venyan quietly stood there and looked at Cal. At that moment, one of Venyan's servants urgently approached them and whispered quietly to Venyan. However, it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Young Master, we have been delayed enough already. Do not interrupt a conversation between nobles. Venyan looked down at his servant without a smile on his face, and the servant quickly bowed. Venyan smiled once again as he grabbed Cal's hand. I will just be on my way then, as I am very busy. He then let go. It was a very short handshake. Cal started to smile like a drunk person as he responded back. If we happen to meet in the capital, let's have a drink together. I do not think we would appreciate the same thing, but sure. Venyan's smile was lukewarm. Cal decided to do something big to finish this conversation. Yes, based on our interaction today, it truly looks like only young Master Venyan deserves to be the future patriarch of the Stan family. You are a very cool person. Patriarch. That word made Venyan's eyes get cloudy. As Cal expected, Venyan started to smile brightly once again, and offered praises for Cal as well. Young Master Cal is also a very interesting and free-spirited person. Let us meet again in the future. No, I have no desire to see you ever again. Even if I do, it will be from far, far away. Cal hid his true feelings and nodded his head. Venyan quickly got back on his carriage as if he was truly busy and disappeared. Cal watched the carriage disappear before patting Choi Han's shoulder. Half of the nobles are like that. Choi Han's shoulders flinched at Cal's words, but Cal was already crouching in front of the old man again. Old man, you can't get up. Did you hurt your leg? Pat pat. Cal inspected the old man's body as he said that. He did not seem to be injured. Cal started to observe the man with a confused expression. He then called Choi Han over. Choi Han. Instead of responding, Choi Han just looked at the back of the crouching Cal. You take this old man home. And, no, I am okay. That bar you were talking about. No need. I'm not in the mood to drink. Cal stopped the old man from trying to lead him to a bar, and looked toward Choi Han, who was standing next to him. Since you saved him, might as well do it all the way and take him safely back home. Choi Han's mouth opened and closed a couple of times, but he could not say anything. At that moment, the old man's voice filled Cal's ears. My place sells alcohol. Old man, your place was a bar? Cal's eyes showed that he was really surprised. The old man awkwardly smiled, but continued to speak in a slightly more relaxed expression. Yes, sir. It is this village's only inn. It has a bar and a restaurant as well. Since it is the only inn, that must be the best place. Hans. Even without Cal saying anything else, Hans quickly approached the old man and helped him up, before starting to ask about the inn. Once the two of them started to move, things started to get rowdy around them. Ron quickly approached Cal and brushed the dirt off Cal's clothes. The vice captain and the rest of the group headed toward the village entrance. The only people left there were Cal and Choi Han. Cal, Nem. What? Are you not angry? About what? Choi Han hesitated for a moment, and could not continue speaking. Cal shrugged his shoulders as he started to speak. The fact that he looked down on me, or how he made such an unbelievable statement to you, how he almost killed that old man, and, instead of apologizing, said that he was an obstacle. Cal's voice was calm and firm. He did not seem angry at all. In fact, it sounded indifferent. Cal continued to speak. Do you have to keep moving when you see someone in front of you? Why didn't you try to avoid him? Don't you see that you could have hurt the old man? How can you casually say that a person was an obstacle when you almost killed him? Choi Han paid attention to Cal, who was looking at a faraway mountain range. At the same time, he made sure to listen to Cal's every word. Cal continued to speak firmly. Venyan, why is the old man apologizing to you? You should properly apologize to him. Cal could speak like Choi Han, and there were times he wanted to do that. But, I am not someone who can speak like that, nor do I want to. I'm also not that angry, but this was not the time. Cal knew that this was one of the things that made Choi Han look cool, but he did not want to look cool like that. The old man wasn't injured, and he didn't do anything that would get the blade pointed toward his family. The fact that he himself looked bad would be beneficial to Basin, so it was good anyways. Also, Cal was someone who always returned the favor, no matter how long it took. If someone looked down on him or does something to him, he will always get his revenge. That bastard will probably soon be kicked out of his house. Huh? Choi Han could tell that the bastard Cal was referring to his Venyan. That was why Choi Han showed a rare shocked expression on his face as he looked toward Cal. Cal had a mischievous smile on his face. The two kittens who were approaching him silently halted their movement. Cal's smile grew larger as he continued to look toward the mountain to the right of the village. He thought to himself the thing he could not tell Choi Han. I plan on snatching that bastard's dragon. Once the dragon is gone, Venyan will have to face the wrath of the Marquis, and would have a new obstacle in his way of becoming the family patriarch. Shouldn't someone who doesn't know when to stop on the road face at least one obstacle? Cal was willing to put a large obstacle in Venyan's way. Of course, it would be done in secret. He casually spoke to Choi Han, who was looking at him with curiosity. If you're curious, you can help me out. Whatever it is, I definitely want to help. Choi Han started to smile as well. It was a pretty evil smile for such a good-natured person, but the kittens were intrigued by that smile as well. Cal looked toward the mountain that was supposed to blow up in 3 days' time, and started to mumble. The fact that he was looked down upon by Venyan, as well as the blood on Venyan's sleeves, and the sight of the old man bowing to Venyan, were all still on Cal's mind. You won't regret it. He will be able to pay him back for it. You definitely won't regret it. Chapter 17. Heading out for. Young master, this is the best room we have. Seems acceptable. The old man led Cal's group to his inn. The exterior of the inn looked as rustic as the village, but it had everything you would need, probably because the merchants visiting the Henatu's territory stayed at this inn on their travels. This is the first time we have had a noble staying with us. Please look favorably upon us, even if it is lacking quite a bit, and just consider it as a place where lesser beings live. Cal stared at the old man. He seemed more comfortable than when talking to Venyan Stan, but he still seemed scared at the fact that a noble would be staying at his inn. It was fine for him to have a little bit of anxiety, but too much was uncomfortable for Cal as well. It's no good like this. Cal patted the old man's shoulder and tried to calm him down. Old man, relax. I don't like people who put themselves down like that. This is the place that people who come and go from our territory stay to rest. There is no way such a place will be lacking. The old man's pupils started to shake. He wet his upper lip with his tongue, before finally starting to speak after a bit of hesitation. Young master, are there a lot of good people like you in the Henatu's territory? What the hell are you talking about? Excuse me, I am the biggest trash in our territory. Almost anybody you find will have a better personality than me. The old man let out a gasp. An and Hong, who had taken control of the couch in the room, were meowing and shaking their heads, but nobody seemed to notice. You can go do what you have to do. The old man bowed deeply at Cal's dismissal and left the room. Cal found it annoying that the old man still seemed to be stiff, but decided not to care. Knock, knock, knock. Someone else was knocking on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Deputy Butler Hans brought a small box inside. Young master, you asked only for this box, right? Yes. Hand it over. Deputy Butler Hans showed curiosity as he handed the box to Cal. It was the only luggage Cal personally brought with him. He would just assume there was alcohol or snacks inside if it was a normal box, but this box was not normal. It was the highest quality magic box with a magic lock on it. The seal on the magic box was the logo of the Flynn Merchant Guild, one of the 3 large merchant guilds, and one that had an intimate relationship with the Henatu's family. Cal casually commented while looking at Hans. Isn't a butler not supposed to show their emotion on their face? Especially curiosity. One of the proper etiquettes of a butler is to show all of their emotions to their master. Funny man. I guess I am a bit funny. For someone who didn't want to go to the capital other than for the kittens, Hans was a bit impudent, but Cal still thought he was much more personable than the other butler candidates. Seeing Hans starting to get used to him, Cal just responded like normal. Get out. Yes, sir. And Hans left immediately, as usual. However, he had a question about their travels before closing the door. Will we be staying here for 3 days? Yes. Take care of everything. Yes, sir. Hans responded as he closed the door. Other than the vice captain taking charge of the envoy's safety, Hans was responsible for everything else. However, he did not show any struggles in doing so, and efficiently took care of everything. He seems like a good butler. The silver kitten An said that as she approached Cal. Cal nodded his head. Then, the red kitten, Hong, followed behind. It doesn't seem that hard for him either. Cal agreed with that statement as well. Ron was one thing, but other than Ron, Hans was the one who had the least difficulty dealing with Cal. He was scared of Cal, but did not find him to be difficult. He's a pretty decent butler. Cal brushed aside the kittens coming toward him and opened the box. The method of opening a box with a magic lock was simple. Cal's fingerprint. That was the only key that could open this particular box. Cal put his index finger on the center of the magic seal. Beep. Click. The box made a small noise before opening. Inside the box were the items Cal had prepared during the 4 days prior to leaving for the capital. I'm really curious about what this is. Really curious. Cal ignored the 2 pairs of golden pupils looking at him, and just vaguely answered. Things that will help rescue a poor soul, screw over some douchebags, and prevent me from getting hurt. An and Hong looked up at him with curiosity, but Cal just caressed the items inside the box with satisfaction. He recalled the conversation he had with Billows, the Flynn Merchant Guild's bastard, before he left. Young master, just where do you plan on using these things? I don't see why I have to explain that to you. I see, but it is going to cost quite a bit to purchase all of these items. Is it possible to rent them? For you, of course, it is possible. The majority of the items inside the box were magic tools. Cal had expected them to be expensive, but it really was too much. Cal had to use up all of the allowances he had earned from his father. He also had to return it all to Billows once he got to the capital. Annoying. I didn't want to get involved with him at the capital, but I have no other choice. 2 of the items are not able to be rented out to outsiders. I rented them in my name for you, so you must return these to me at the capital. In person. Sure. Cal grabbed one of the items in the box. It was a round, black orb with a lot of symbols engraved on it. The red kitten Hong put his paws on Cal's knee to ask. Really curious about this. A mana disturbance tool. It is worth almost 1 billion gallon. Gasp. Both An and Hong let out a gasp. It cost 20 million gallons just to rent it. Hong slowly lowered the paws that were on Cal's knee, before going toward the corner of the bed with his sister, An. They were trying to keep as much distance as possible from the black orb. Cal recalled the information about the orb. Billows had found exactly the item Cal was looking for. It causes a disturbance in the flow of mana within a certain range, making all magic tools stop working. It is also sturdy enough that, even if something like a mountain blowing up happens, it will not break. Something like a surveillance tool will break right away then. Of course. However, you do need to install this 27 hours in advance. It is created to slowly infuse a force that will disrupt the mana flow so that it will not be noticed by mages. How long will it last? 40 minutes. Isn't it great? Of course, if there are mages nearby, they will be able to resolve the issue within 5-10 minutes. I will keep that in mind. The corner of Cal's lips started to go up. It was the most expensive item he rented from Billows, but he will have many uses for it on this trip. I really like how durable it is. The Flynn Merchant Guild was a very useful place. Cal smiled with satisfaction, before throwing this black orb, that was smaller than the size of a toddler's fist, toward the kittens crouching in the corner. Huck. Mayo. One of them gasped, while the other meowed and avoided the black orb, but in the end, they had to sit quietly in front of Cal with the black orb in front of their eyes. You know how to read a map, right? An tapped her tail on the ground in response. Of course. We were potential successors to the Fog Cat tribe at one point. Right. My sister is right. Cal took out another important item, a map, from the box. It wasn't very detailed, just having the general landmarks around the Henatu's territory. Most of the merchants going to and from the Henatu's territory use this map. We are in this village right now. Cal pointed to the mountain to the right of the village. You see this mountain? I see it. Very easy to see. This was what Billows had said. Ah. The range is similar to the durability. One mountain. If you go toward this mountain, you will see a villa in the distance. Behind that is a cave. There were no mages around the Black Dragon right now. The people of the Magic Tower respected dragons as the greatest magic race, and did not wish for humans to torture and domesticate a dragon. They considered it to be a big disgrace to magic. The people around the cave and the villa were knights and soldiers that the Marquis trusted, as well as the people who do the dirty work for them. Don't go near there at all. You cannot get caught. Cal had heard about these 2 children's situation. That was why he was confident they could do this, but he still wanted to give them a warning. It would be bad if their curiosity led them to go around the cave. There is something being tortured in there. We're going to rescue him, so you have to be careful. Something? Yes. It is even younger than you, Hong. Even younger than me? Yes. 4 years old. Of course, that 4-year-old was strong enough to send An or Hong flying once the mana restriction chains were removed. We're going to save him? An and Hong's eyes lit up as they pressed down on the bed with their paws. Save? Sure. Just stay in your cat form and go bury this orb in the mountain without getting caught. There should be close to no chance of getting caught in their cat forms. Cal put the black orb in a small pouch before putting it over An's neck like a necklace. Where should we bury it? Anywhere on the mountain. Really anywhere? Yes. The siblings looked at each other before nodding their heads. Easy. We even managed to get past our cat tribe's elders to escape. Cal agreed with them. It should be easy for the 2 of you. You 2 have enough skill for it. I wouldn't ask someone useless to do something like this in the first place. The 2 kittens looked up at Cal with their golden pupils again. This pair of siblings, who were almost killed by their own tribe for not having abilities, even though they never got a chance to learn, were starting to get emotional. Their tails were wagging, and they crunched their noses to hold back their tears. Cal understood what these 2 were thinking and sternly continued. I will give you as much beef as you want once you successfully return. The 2 siblings immediately jumped through the window and stealthily headed into the mountain. Naturally, The siblings did as Cal expected and earned their reward. They were able to have a 10-tier beef steak to themselves. The next day, Cal drank the lemonade that he had now gotten used to drinking, and asked Choi Han, "Have you ever seen a dragon?" Chapter 18. Saw a dragon 1. A dragon? Yes. I've seen something similar once. Similar my ass. Cal knew what Choi Han was talking about when he said something similar. Forest of Darkness. He was talking about the vicious monsters deep inside the Forest of Darkness. Among those terrifying monsters were creatures that were somewhere between lizards and dragons. Choi Han had killed that dragon-like monster as soon as he advanced from the middle stage to the final stage of his dark destruction sword art. You did? How was it? Cal pretended to not know about the event, and asked Choi Han. Choi Han was the only other person in Cal's room right now. It was a monster. How so? Its appearance, its strength, everything. It was a monster in all aspects. Is that so? Cal nodded his head and continued to speak, but his actions and his words were completely opposite. Then you have not seen a dragon. Excuse me. Dragons are like people. Clack. Cal put the cup with the lemonade that was both sweet and sour down on the table. He then responded to Choi Han, who was looking at him with curiosity. Dragons, beast people, dwarves, elves, they are all like humans. Why? Because they also have emotions and lives. That aspect wasn't important to Cal. His main point started from here. However, Choi Han might have noticed Cal's sudden change in demeanor. He sat up straight and focused on what Cal had to say. Such an existence has fallen into darkness since it was born. The only thing currently lighting up the darkness in its life is torches, and it has never even seen the light of the sun. What kind of life do you think it is having? Tap. Cal tapped the table with his index finger. It is being forced to become an existence without rationality. Tap. He tapped on the table once again. It has had to suffer through its loneliness, without any family or anything to lean on. Tap. Choi Han's gaze fell every time Cal's finger tapped the table. Choi Han's fists were clenched underneath the table, to the point you could see his veins starting to flare up. Cal did not know about this, as he continued on. It is tortured and abused every day, and is only left alone when it is barely alive. Choi Han's expression stiffened, and anger was in his eyes. Cal knew Choi Han would react this way. There was no way a good person like this would not get angry after hearing such a story. He should also have figured out why Cal brought up such a story in the first place. Cal took another sip of his lemonade, before finishing up his story. And that existence is nearby. A short silence filled the room. Cal looked out the window, before slowly turning his gaze to look at Choi Han. He didn't know what Choi Han was thinking about, but his whole body was surrounded by a bloody aura. Is he getting angry at the fact that it is abused because he is a good person? Contrary to Cal's hypothesis, Choi Han was currently recalling the tens of years he had to survive on his own in the Forest of Darkness. That was why the silence continued for a while. Finally, Choi Han made eye contact with Cal and asked, "Will you save it and try to tame it? Are you crazy?" "Excuse me." Cal acted on reflex, and asked back in shock. Choi Han also became shocked at Cal's questioning his sanity. "Why would I try to tame it?" Cal waved his hand around like Choi Han was crazy. There was no way that a dragon that was abused by humans would be willing to serve a human. In fact, it probably was full of hate and disgust for any and all humans, even if that human was the person that saved it. Dragons believe that they are above all creatures, including humans. This is a natural instinct for dragons, so, even without being in contact with any other dragon in its whole life, it will still feel this way. That was why dragons cannot grow under humans. This attitude makes it impossible to domesticate and train dragons without using torture and abuse to break down its mind. Dragons are born extremely arrogant. But most importantly, if I raise a dragon, Cal could feel it. He felt like he would get wrapped up in some annoying incidents if he raised a dragon. There were less than 20 total dragons in the eastern and western continents combined. Raise one of those dragons? That was pretty much the same as saying, I will be at the center of all the happenings of the continents. It was also a dragon that was supposed to die. It would be better for it to go off into its own little world and not get in anyone's way. Cal was definitely against this dragon coming with him. As long as he gets rid of the mana restriction chains, this 4-year-old dragon will live a much better life than Cal. Dragons weren't called the kings of the world since birth for no reason. Then, why are you asking such an obvious question? Cal laughed at Choi Han's question before he answered. Let it go so it can live a free and peaceful life. Shouldn't a dragon live like a dragon? I see. Choi Han's clenched fists slowly started to relax. Then will we be saving that dragon? Yes. So I need your help. Anything. I really will do anything to help. Cal was worried that Choi Han would escalate the situation, and shook his head. No need to go overboard. I have no plans to kill anybody, if possible either. We will do it as quietly as possible. Cal-nim, you really? Choi Han started to speak with admiration, but Cal looked at the clock, before cutting him off and saying what he needed to say. Go tell Ron to prepare some alcohol on the first floor. Or diff what? Cal was prepared to drink first. He started drinking even though it was the middle of the day. Choi Han just sat there with confusion on his face while looking around. Everybody other than himself looked peaceful. In the middle of that peaceful environment was Cal Hennetus, drinking bottle after bottle. The growing flush on his face made anybody who was watching him know that he was drunk. Is it okay to let him drink so much? Choi Han looked toward Hans, who was next to him, and asked. Deputy Butler Hans was delivering food to An and Hong, who were in their cat form. He still did not know that they were part of the cat tribe. He then refreshingly answered Choi Han's question. Yes, there is nothing in his hand. Thus, it is safe. He promised he won't throw any bottles. Choi Han was talking about Cal's safety, but Hans was referring to themselves. Choi Han just shut up after seeing the conversation take an odd turn, and moved away from Hans. It was better to leave Hans alone when he was next to the kittens. Ted, Choi Han looked toward Cal to make sure he was safe. Owner, your alcohol tastes great, much better than I expected. Cal didn't seem to know that Choi Han was looking at him, instead focusing on just praising the alcohol. They had been drinking for 2 hours already. There were some who were not drinking, just in case something happened, but the majority of the envoy was enjoying the festive atmosphere. They were all so nervous for the first hour tisk. When Cal had ordered them to gather, as he would be drinking, the soldiers showed up with their helmets on. Cal couldn't believe it, but told them that he will not throw any bottles to help them relax. This village may be small, but there are a lot of mountains around it. The alcohol is a special alcohol I made with fruit and herbs from the mountain. That is why it is a bit expensive. As the old man mentioned, the alcohol really did taste great. Cal admired the alcohol, and lifted the bottle up to the old man. Do you have a lot of these? Yes, quite a bit. Then get some more and send it around to everybody here. Young master, you don't need to, the vice captain shouted out with a flushed face, but his eyes were focused on the bottle in Cal's hand. The rest of the soldiers were looking at the same thing. Naturally, Cal was aware of what they were thinking. Just drink. I'm telling you to drink. Got it? The eyes of the soldiers who were present all started to sparkle. It was the first time they became excited to see a bottle in Cal's hands. Cal watched the excited owner bring alcohol and snacks for everyone there with a sharp gaze. Cal Hennetus. This human had a strong alcohol tolerance. Everybody thought he had a low tolerance because his face flushed easily, and he caused a ruckus whenever he drank. But the truth was that he did all those things without being drunk at all. That was why Cal's head was perfectly clear right now. He drank for another 30 minutes or so before looking toward Choi Han and starting to speak. Choi Han, come support me. I'm going up to rest now. Young master, I will do it. It's okay. Vice Captain, rest a bit today. The rest of the soldiers as well. Didn't you fight in a battle yesterday? This is not a dangerous area, and I feel bad for the soldiers on guard duty. But the rest of you can relax and enjoy yourselves. Young master, I'm tired. Bye. It would become complicated if the vice captain or the others followed him. Thankfully, none of them approached after seeing Choi Han supporting him. It was probably because Choi Han did not drink at all, and was also the strongest person there. They had nothing to worry about since such a person was going to be guarding Cal. Just one person left. It was easy to avoid the guards at the gate and around the inn, but Ron was still left. Hans and Ron would never come into the room if he told them not to come in. However, the difference between the two was that Hans was not skilled enough to know if Cal was still in the room, while Ron was so skilled that he would easily be able to tell if Cal snuck out. It's not like that old man will care about what I am doing. Realistically, Ron would not care whether Cal snuck out and what he did once he snuck out. That was how he had been until now. However, Cal didn't want things to get annoying in the future, so he decided to tell Ron in advance. Seeing Ron follow behind Choi Han, Cal quickly informed Ron. Ron, I'm going to go out to play. It's a secret. Got it? This old man liked to drink, but did not drink a single drop tonight. Said he was just staring at Cal all night. He really was a scary person. This benign smile that Ron was giving him right now was even scarier. I understand. I will be waiting for you. Don't wait for me, my ass. As expected, Ron agreed without saying anything else. Cal continued to be supported by Choi Han as he went into his room. I'm going to be resting. Hans, Ron, don't come in to wake me up unless it is an emergency. You know how I get when someone messes with my sleep, right? In the past, a servant received a barrage of swearing when they had to wake Cal up in Ron's place. Although Cal did not physically hit anybody, that servant went around the estate telling all the other servants about how he felt like he was hit by a flurry of swear punches. Of course I do, young master. Please rest well. Young master, this Ron will be standing right outside your room. Cal's expression stiffened at Ron's response, but he watched the two of them leave, before stealthily giving an order to Choi Han. Use the windows to quietly come back to my room. Choi Han nodded his head and quickly followed the other two out of the room and closed the door. Mayo. Is it time now? Cal nodded his head at An and Hong, who followed him up to his room, and immediately opened the box. Click. The magic lock clicked open, and Cal removed an outfit from inside the box. Once he finished changing, Choi Han entered through the window, and then his eyes opened wide in shock. Nim? Before putting on the mask, Cal threw the black outfit in his hand toward Choi Han. You wear it too. The orb from yesterday should temporarily stop the magic recording devices, but that was not enough. Cal did not want to get caught. That was why he had been drinking since the middle of the day, and prepared these outfits. What is this? The black outfit had a single red star and 5 smaller white stars surrounding it on the chest area. What is it? The outfit of the secret organization. The Birth of a Hero novel clearly and accurately explained the outfit of the secret organization that Choi Han runs into time after time. This outfit was specially ordered by Cal following the explanation as accurately as possible. Just to be on the safe side, Cal even had the outfit created separately and personally added the stars. That was why it was a bit crude up close, but it was pretty decent from a distance. People who see this outfit will not remember the crudeness of the stitching, they will just remember that it was a black outfit with 1 red star and 5 white stars. For Venyan, who has not personally met the secret organization like the Marquis did, the report from the subordinates who saw this outfit will definitely give him a significant headache and anger. Are we doing something bad? Choi Han asked once more after seeing Cal not respond. Seeing Cal with the black mask on as well definitely made him seem like a villain. Yes, we are doing something bad. Cal started to smile underneath the mask. We're doing something bad to Venyan. Ah. Choi Han seemed to finally understand, as he quickly pointed to the other mask in Cal's hand. Please give it to me. Even good people will have someone they don't like and want to screw over. That was no different for this 17-year-old, who spent tens of years alone in this world. Ah, and these kids are from the cat tribe. They are beast people. Cal casually introduced Han and Hong to Choi Han as if it was nothing, and they just simply exchanged greetings as well. The cat tribe children, who were sensitive to a person's true character, already had a good idea about Choi Han's strength, and Choi Han had noticed they were not your average cats during their travel. He's Choi Han, this is Han, that is Hong. End of introductions. Everybody get ready. There was a short time to get ready before Cal ordered Choi Han, who had just come out of the restroom wearing the same black outfit and black mask. Let's go. He then added on, as he stood in front of the second-story window. Carry me when you go out the window. I can't jump so far down without getting hurt. Choi Han let out a sigh for the first time in front of Cal. Han and Hong approached Choi Han and patted him with their paws to console him. Cal urged them on once again. Let's hurry. The group that safely exited the inn headed for the mountain with the Viscount's villa and the dragon's prison. Chapter 19. Saw a Dragon 2. The location that the kittens, Han and Hong, buried the black orb was out of Cal's expectations. The Viscount's villa was 30 meters away from the dragon's cave. Han and Hong had buried the black orb 50 meters away from that cave, in an area filled with trees and shrubs, making it very difficult for the orb to be located. You two are kind of amazing. Something like this is a piece of cake. Han was saying it was easy, but Cal could see Han's nose twitching in joy. Cal, Choi Han, and Hong crouched around the location that the black orb, officially known as the Mana Disturbance Tool, was located, and looked toward the cave entrance that was 50 meters away, as well as the Viscount's villa that was farther away. You remember the plan? Cal had explained the plan on their way over. Realistically speaking, there wasn't much of a plan. There are a total of 6 people on guard at this time. Cal recalled the information he read in The Birth of a Hero. The black dragon was smart, like most dragons. It had been gathering information for the 4 long years it was held captive, and there was a reason it attempted its escape 2 days later at around this time. There were, approximately, a total of 30 people residing in the villa. Originally, there were close to 100 people, but it slowly went down as they realized during the last 4 years that nobody really came to this area. Of course, among the 30 people, there were 3 high-leveled knights at the vice-captain's level as well as 7 mid-leveled knights. There were also soldiers, the torturer, and random laborers. The number of people here showed just how much attention the Marquis has been putting onto this location. However, Cal had Choi Han. Choi Han was someone who could take down the strongest knight in the Roan Kingdom in 10 moves. Someone like that was on their side. Let me explain one more time. There is 1 high-leveled knight and 2 mid-leveled knights at the cave entrance, as well as 2 soldiers. Inside the cave, there is just 1 high-leveled knight, and the torturer is at the end of the cave. Choi Han flinched after hearing the word torturer, but Cal did not care. Cal did not care to know about the things that were going through Choi Han's mind right now. The important thing was that the black orb will activate soon, and that they needed to move quickly in response. The magic recording devices located from the villa to the cave entrance will not work for 40 minutes thanks to the black orb that Han and Hong buried. That is the same for the alarms, magic traps, and anything else. Nothing will work for 40 minutes. They needed to domesticate this dragon, the greatest magic-using creature in the world, but they could not ask any mages for help. That was why Marquis Stan chose to fill this area with magic items instead. The reason that there were only a few guards around the entrance was also because they trusted their magic items. That was why the dragon had no choice but to cause a mana explosion to escape. An eye for an eye, and money for money. Since the Marquis used money, Cal used money as well. Cal patted the magic bag on his waist. This was a magic bag that allowed you to store a lot of items. Inside this bag were all sorts of magic items, useful tools, and objects. I just need to take out the guards? Naturally, Choi Han would be doing the battling. Why would Cal even try to fight when such a strong person was next to him? Cal thought paper cuts hurt a lot, so he didn't want to even think about getting cut by a sword. Yes, you are the only one I can rely on to cover my back. At least for now. Cal looked at Choi Han with a serious expression, and Choi Han nodded his head and sincerely responded back. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Yes, as I mentioned, make sure they see our outfit, and then knock them out. Don't kill them, and don't show them your sword art. You remember what to do after that, right? Choi Han's unique transparent black aura should be easily camouflaged by the darkness, if he uses it carefully. Cal believed Choi Han should understand, since he had already told him many times. Yes, I remember it all. Good, I'll leave it to you. Cal patted Choi Han's shoulders, before handing him the voice-changing device. It would be bad if he had to talk during the fight, and they recognized his voice. It's expensive, so don't break it. Got it. You do not need to worry about it. Cal then looked toward the kittens. Cal responded to their wagging tails, that seemed to be asking for something. I will give you meat once it is over. That did not seem to be the right answer, as they snorted and turned away. Cal didn't think much about it, instead verifying the time with his watch. 5 minutes left. The sky had already gotten dark, and it was night time. Cal then recalled the conversation he had with Billows. The magic items that have been influenced by the mana disturbance tool will instantly stop working, and most of them will turn off to prevent it from blowing up. However, the highest quality magic items will start beeping to signal that they are broken. It isn't like alarm magic instead, it is more like a clock alarm. It will probably be loud? I don't know where you plan on using it, but it should be loud enough for the enemy to hear. Billows started to smirk and continued on. However, if there are a lot of magic items in the area, it will probably get chaotic with all of the alarms going off at the same time. Chaotic was enough for Cal. Get ready. The kittens also covered themselves with charcoal to cover the color of their furs. They then left Cal's side and disappeared into the darkness, such that Cal could no longer see them. The two of them would not be showing themselves in front of the enemies today. However, Cal knew that they would follow the plan and be around him. Choi Han folded up the handkerchief he was using to clean his blade and put it in his pocket. Once all of the preparations were finished, Cal stood up. Something started to vibrate right underneath where Cal had been sitting. The black orb had started to activate. Click, click. The seconds hand of Cal's watch slowly approached the set time. And finally, the last click. Let's go. At Cal's order, Choi Han followed the plan and ran ahead quickly, while Han started to create fog in the area. Cal was at the center of the fog, making it difficult to see him. At the same time, the black orb finally activated. I guess they aren't all highest quality magic items. Some of the magic items started to ring loudly to sound their status. Cal followed behind Choi Han with the fog surrounding him and headed toward the cave. Starting now, it was a battle against time. Choi Han was already fighting against the knights in front of the cave. Scary bastard. In that short amount of time, the soldiers already had injuries on their arms and legs, and were knocked out on the floor. Who are you? How dare you come to this place? Choi Han easily dodged the attack of the high-leveled knight. He then took a step forward, and made a deep cut on the side of the knight. He then avoided the blood spurting out of the cut, and used his elbow to attack the knight's back, followed by the back of the knight's neck. The knight fainted instantly. Shit! What the hell is going on? The high-leveled knight inside the cave soon showed up as well. Poison. Cal spoke through the voice-changing device. The fog surrounding him started to expand, and Hong started to stealthily move around and spread the poison to paralyze the enemy. The fainted individuals would not be able to move for a while, even if they did wake up. Cal then made eye contact with the high-leveled knight and said one word. Cover. Choi Han instantly stood in front of Cal and darted toward the cave entrance. Cal followed behind him. Block them. At the high-leveled knight's shout, two mid-leveled knights immediately charged toward Choi Han. Their swords started to glow, showing that the knights had inputted their aura into their swords. However, those two swords were instantly cut down. Clang, clang. The upper half of both swords fell down to the ground. What the? Is he a sword master? Both shock and despair was in the voice of the high-leveled knight. The only thing that could cut through an aura-filled sword was the swordmaster's aura blade. After instantly cutting through the enemy weapons using his aura, which was camouflaged in the darkness, Choi Han used his sword and scabbard to attack a mid-leveled knight's neck and stomach at the same time. Ugh. Goo. He just needs one hit per person. Cal could not hide his amazement as he crouched behind Choi Han and continued to move. At that moment, they could hear some ruckus from far behind them. Intruders. It was coming from the villa. Cal turned his gaze back forward. The mid-leveled knight staggered before falling down. Cal made eye contact with them. They had been poisoned by Hong's paralysis poison. He poisoned a assassin. Choi Han made them faint before quickly rushing toward the charging high-leveled knight and swinging his sword. Cal used that opening to go through the cave entrance. Even while he was doing that, he made sure the mid-leveled knights who called him an assassin saw the 6 stars on his outfit before fainting. Ugh! Where did these people come from? So loud. Choi Han easily avoided the mana-filled sword of the high-leveled knight. He was dragging this out on purpose. While Choi Han was acting as the distraction, Cal entered the cave behind the cat tribe children, who had stealthily entered earlier on. After verifying that Cal had entered, Choi Han moved to the front of the cave entrance. He then called out to the high-leveled knight. Come. Of course his gaze was not looking at the knight, but all of the enemies coming from the villa with torches. I leave it to you. Choi Han could hear Cal's changed, yet still calm voice behind him, and started to smile. However, he quickly focused on releasing only some of his strength. Dark Destruction Sword Art. This sword art consisted of 2 components, darkness and destruction. Of the 2, the force of destruction started to surround Choi Han. Nobody can get past the spot. He was someone who always kept his word. While Choi Han was protecting the entrance, there was someone else protecting something in a different manner in the cave. That person was none other than the torturer. He was the one to protect the dragon's prison. By the time Cal arrived inside, he was already in a state of chaos. Why is the magic crystal ball not working? The magic crystal ball that the torturer held onto was one of the emergency backups that Venyan had prepared in case something went wrong. Don't come here. Do you know what is in here? The torturer was shaking violently while looking at Cal. He had no choice but to be scared. If the torturer received an attack higher than an average person's strength, he would instantly blow up. It was one of Venyan's safety measures as well. The strength of the blast would make the prison key, and the prison itself blow up with the torturer as well. Naturally, the torturer knew about this. If you come, everyone here will die. Tusk. Cal waved his hand while looking at the shaking torturer. Once he did, fog started to form in the air, and headed for the torturer. The owner of the fog, was hidden in the shadows of the cave and still hidden. Go away. The sounds of battle from the cave entrance. The approaching fog. Of course, the inside the fog was completely filled with poison. The paralyzing fog quickly surrounded the torturer. Just what poison. The torturer's body started to shake as he fell to the ground. The torturer looked so terrible, being unable to speak or move as he forcibly shook on the floor. Cal approached the torturer and rummaged through his clothes. If you could not attack him, you just had to hit him with poison. Either that, or make a deal with him to hand the key over. However, he didn't want to use the latter method. Here it is. Cal grabbed the key and closed the eyes of the torturer, who was starting to lose consciousness from the poison. Cal wondered if they had used too much of the poison, but didn't really care. I don't think he will die, but if he dies, oh well. Cal snapped his fingers. 2 little black bundles fell from the ceiling almost instantly. It was On and Hong. Once they came under the torch that Cal was holding, he could finally see the 2 of them clearly. Cal verified that On and Hong were safe before heading to the farthest corner of the cave. Once he arrived, he could see a curled-up black existence inside this now useless magic prison. It was the dragon. The thing that shocked Cal more than the dragon itself was the blood covering the dragon, and the scent of blood in the air. Cal quickly approached the prison. The dragon continued to keep its eyes closed, even as Cal approached. The dragon was probably in a state of chaos right now. Cal put the key into the lock and opened the door. Click. It unlocked with a light noise. Cal slowly opened the iron gate and entered into the prison. It was pretty large to be called a prison. There were whips and other torture tools, as well as the luxurious couch that Venyan sat on to watch. Cal headed to the corner of the prison. A small figure about 1 meter long was laying on a stack of hay in the corner. The inner eyelids of the dragon were shaking as it laid there with its eyes closed. There were chains on all of its limbs, and the mana restriction chain was on its neck, making it unable to use any strength. Hey! Cal crouched in front of the dragon. The dragon did not open its eyes even after Cal called out to it. Cal verified his watch. It was time to leave. He continued to speak to the dragon. Let's leave. Cal used the key he had obtained from the torturer to undo the chains. The dragon opened its eyes at that moment. Cal started to smile after looking at the dragon's eyes. It was still a very strong gaze. It had not lost its will to live just yet. It was not the dying gaze that Choi Han had run into in the novel. It was still a gaze with a strong desire to live. That was why it was filled with energy, anger, and resistance. It was the gaze of a dragon. What a nice gaze. Cal lifted the dragon into his arms. Chapter 20. Saw a Dragon 3. After coming out of the prison, Cal put the dragon down in front of the 2 kittens. That looks like it hurts. So sad. On and Hong circled around the still silent dragon. The dragon started to show its teeth and growl at them. This was probably the first time in its life it ever saw anything other than humans. Cal verified the time on his watch. It looked like they had just enough time to escape. It looks like it hurts. Han approached Cal and tapped his leg. She seemed to be thinking about the potion Cal brought in his magic box. She couldn't ask him for it, so she could only act this way. Hold on. Cal had brought that potion to use it. However, he needed to wait until the mana restriction chains were off. The potion would only work properly if the mana, which was practically as important as a dragon's heart, was no longer restricted. Cal started to head toward the opposite side of the prison, the location the torturers seemed to be guarding. It wasn't very loud, but he could hear Choi Han fighting in the distance. Cal presumed that Choi Han's battle would end soon as well. Let's see. Cal started to pat the cave wall with his hands. He kicked the torturer with his foot to get him out of the way, and continued to pat every aspect of the wall. The dragon growled after seeing the torturer, but stayed still and continued to focus on Cal. Venyan's last line of defense should be around here somewhere. Like all of the members of Marquis Stan's family, Venyan was extremely worried about someone intruding while he was inside. He had created a secret tunnel to use as an escape route if something like that ever happened. If the torturer knew about it, he probably would have used it to escape earlier, but sadly, even the torturer did not know about this escape route. The novel said there was a flat area on this bumpy wall. Ah, here it is. There was a flat area about the size of a person's hand on this bumpy cave wall. Although Venyan looked like he had OCD and would never do anything like training, everyone in the Marquis family had learned martial arts. If you use a strong enough force on that location, the wall will open. It was not a magic device. Instead, the force of the impact made the device move. Cal turned his head to look toward the person who entered and asked, "All done?" "Yes." Choi Han lightly swung his sword in the air to get rid of the blood on it, and then approached Cal. His gaze soon turned toward the dragon, and started to frown. It was a natural reaction to seeing such a small creature being covered in blood. The glare in Choi Han's eyes as he stared at the torturer was vicious. Choi Han. That was why Cal had called out to Choi Han. Choi Han was still glaring at the torturer as he reported. "As you ordered, I left the escaping workers alone. I also made sure that all of the strong individuals would not be able to fight." "Good job." Cal praised Choi Han before pointing to the flat area on the wall. "Punch this spot. As strong as I can. Are you planning on destroying the cave?" "No. Control your strength. Just pretend you are creating a 10 cm dent in this wall." So very lightly." "Sure. Very lightly." Cal quickly stepped away from Choi Han after hearing Choi Han call something that was impossible for Cal to do as only using a tiny bit of his strength. Choi Han understood that to be Cal telling him to hurry, and immediately punched the wall with his fist. Boom. Wow. Oh. Cal picked the dragon back up while the kitten siblings were admiring what happened. Each a chilling screeching noise came out of the wall, and an area the size of an adult male appeared to one side of the cave wall. Choi Han quickly picked up the torch. "Let's go." At Cal's command, the kittens got on Choi Han's back as Choi Han stepped into the tunnel first. Cal followed behind him. The dragon remained quiet in Cal's arms, with only the sound of its breathing coming out of it. However, the eyes that were staring at Cal were still extremely vicious. Rather than any gratitude for saving him, it seemed to be filled with thoughts of terror about being tortured by someone else, as well as anger and resentment toward humans. "Stop staring at me like that." Cal casually talked to the dragon in his arms. "Ah, I'm a bit out of breath." Cal was out of breath as he tried to keep up with Choi Han, who seemed to have no issues running. Should I have made Choi Han carry the dragon? The 1-meter-long dragon was pretty heavy. It would not be this hard if he was able to get his hands on the ancient power called the vitality of the heart. Cal held the dragon tightly in his arms, so that he would not throw it away in anger. There was no way he could leave it here after spending all that effort to rescue it. The dragon just continued to watch him. Cal's black clothes started to become covered in the dragon's blood. After running through that dark and narrow tunnel for a few minutes, Choi Han suddenly called out to Cal. "There is a wall in front of us. Hit the center of the wall with your fist with the same strength as before. Then we will continue to run as discussed." "I understand." The kittens jumped off of Choi Han's shoulder and started to run. Choi Han put some strength into his fist and hit the center of the wall with the same strength as earlier. Boom! The wall almost instantly collapsed, and they could see the night sky. They were outside the cave. This time, Cal took the lead as he looked around. This was the reason they needed the mana disturbance tool to work on the entire mountain. Venyan had put a magic recording device on this secret tunnel entrance as well. He was a very thorough person. Cal didn't know exactly where this entrance was located, necessitating the mana disturbance tool to work on the entire mountain. They did not have much time left. They needed to get out of the range of the magic recording device in the next 1 or 2 minutes, but it should not be a problem. Choi Han followed behind Cal and made new traces of their presence, or erased some traces as they passed. After surviving in the forest of darkness on his own for so long, He was an expert at creating and following tracks. After running away from the secret tunnel entrance for about 2 minutes, Cal looked at his watch. Stop. The alarms that were going off in the area suddenly stopped blaring. The mono-disturbance tool had stopped working. Who Tilda? Cal took a deep breath, calming his rapidly beating heart. The indestructible shield around his heart was gathering strength every time his heart beat like that, just in case an emergency situation happened. I have no plans to use it right now. However, Cal was not planning on using the shield just yet. After freeing this dragon and saying goodbye to Choi Han in the next city, he was planning on gaining the ancient power, vitality of the heart, to strengthen the shield. Only then would he use the shield. Now that he had the time to look around, Cal looked down toward the dragon. He then started to smile. The rebellious gaze was gone, and the dragon was looking up at the night sky in admiration. This was the first time the dragon saw anything other than the cave walls in its 4 years of life. Cal understood what the dragon was feeling, and wanted to give it some more time, but he could not do that. He put the dragon down on the grass and continued to look at it. The dragon looked right back at him. Its eyes were once again filled with anger and resentment, as it curled its body up and looked ready to attack. No wonder it continued to get tortured for 4 years. It won't back down at all. That was why Cal personally liked this dragon. It was different from himself. Growing up being abused as an orphan, Kim Rock-soo had given in. After that, he didn't want to be the main character of a story like Choi Han. After giving in at a place he called home, he didn't think he had the strength to fight against the world. Hey! Cal made sure the dragon was looking at him, then took out a pair of gloves and some scissors, shaped cutting tool. There were a lot of magic seals on both of the blades for cutting. He then put on the electricity-resistant gloves. This cutter was one of the 2 items that had to be rented in Billus's name. This was not something you could borrow with money. I don't know why you need this, but young master, I hope to see you alive in the capital. You think I'm going to die? All I know is that you plan to cause a commotion. Shut up. Cal was thinking about the conversation he had with Billus, before realizing that his surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. Choi Han was looking at the cutter with chaotic eyes, while the kitten siblings had moved away from Cal, and were hiding behind Choi Han. The dragon was still just staring at him. Tusk. Cal clicked his tongue at their response, and approached the dragon. The mono-restriction chain was made with something similar to rubber. If it was made of metal, it would not have fit the growing dragon. That was why it was made of something with some elasticity. He then grabbed the dragon's neck. Gasp! The kittens took in a deep breath. However, Cal ignored them as he continued onward, since it was better to do this as fast as possible. The cutter headed for the dragon's neck. The sharp blade shone under the moonlight, and the dragon just paid attention to Cal's eyes. Cal's eyes were emotionless and peaceful. The dragon closed its eyes. At that moment, they all heard the snapping noise of something getting cut. Sizzle. Sizzle. The mono-restriction chain was causing sparks in Cal's hands. What are you looking at? Cal scoffed at the dragon, that had opened its eyes back to look at him, and took off one of the gloves and handed it to Choi Han. Choi Han put the glove on, and Cal handed the chain to him before taking the potion out of his pocket. It was a highest grade potion. Even this cost quite a bit to purchase. It made Cal feel bad for asking for an allowance the last few days before he left. Cal clicked his tongue and sharply stared at the dragon. Do you know how much money I spent on you? The dragon could hear the same words he heard quite often. He had heard it almost every day since he was born. Why do you not listen to me when I spent so much money on you? Guess you need to be beaten some more. Then he was beaten. They said that he needed to stop thinking for himself and listen to them as they continued to beat him. However, since I spent so much money on you, you better heal properly, you stupid fool. The dragon did not feel any pain. Cal poured about half of the potion onto the dragon's back, and poured the rest into its mouth. Thankfully, the dragon did not resist and swallowed it down. After a few minutes, Cal could only think that it really was a dragon. The mana, which was the equivalent to the dragon's heart and the source of all of its power, started to move in its body. All of the injuries on the dragon's body instantly disappeared, and a blue aura that seemed to be the dragon's mana surrounded its body like the wind. This change that occurred in an instant made Cal think about just how scary and powerful of an existence dragons really were in this world. Hey, the dragon should have no reason to get injured anymore. The smart dragon seemed to understand what had happened to its body, as its eyes came completely back to life. Cal took a step toward the dragon. The baby dragon curled up while continuing to observe Cal. Cal ignored the dragon and asked, "What do you want to do now?" Cal started to smile while looking at the dragon that remaining silent. "I know you can speak the human language. You are a dragon, smartest and strongest existence in the world." Cal asked once more, "What did you want to do once you got free?" The dragon started to speak. The dragon really did know how to speak the human language. It was much smarter than humans. There was no way it did not learn the human language in the last 4 years. The dragon could feel it in his heart. With his current strength, he could easily kill the man in front of him. He was scared of the man in the back, but it would be possible for him to escape alive. He had gained the strength he had waited for so long to obtain. That was why the dragon finally said the thing he had thought to himself over and over for the last 4 years. However, this was the first time he said it out loud. I will live. He will live, no matter what it took. I will go away. He was going to go away from here. He revealed his inner thoughts. I will not be tamed. Yes, you are right. Cal was saying the dragon was right. You are a dragon. A dragon. You have the right to live freely. Even a 4-year-old dragon was stronger than most of the animals in the world. It had enough strength to survive on its own, and normally, dragons were extremely independent and prideful. They generally wanted to create their own lair once they turned about 2 years old. It was completely worlds apart than a human 2-year-old. Cal looked into the eyes of the dragon, that still did not trust humans, and sternly started to speak. I will not take care of you. Cal did not have a reason to look after something that was stronger than him. There were also too many potential headaches to keep him around to pay back for Cal's help. It was different from the children from the cat tribe, On and Hong. A dragon was beyond Cal's limits. The dragon could not trust Cal. Liar. Humans are good at lying. There was now anger in the dragon's eyes. That anger was not directed at Cal, however. Dragons were naturally born with a lot of pride. This anger came from the years that his pride was trampled upon by the humans. I guess that is true. I do lie quite a bit as well. Cal easily accepted the dragon's words, and continued to speak. Live, however, you want to live. What is it you want to do? The baby dragon lifted its head to look at the night sky. It was different from the darkness inside the cave. It was dark, but there was still light. I hate humans. I want to be free. Good. Cal got up from his seat. He then took out some mid-grade potions, and a smaller pouch from his magic bag, and put the potions in the bag before handing it to the dragon. Live freely. The dragon's black pupils enlarged and started to shake. However, there was still doubt and resentment in its eyes. Naturally, Cal did not care. This should be enough. He freed the dragon, screwed Venyan over, saved the village, and helped Choi Han understand what freedom means thanks to the dragon. Most importantly, he did not need to take responsibility for the dragon. He could see in its eyes that it did not want to follow him. It was a very good conclusion. Cal spoke to his party members in a satisfied tone. Let's go. He turned his back to the dragon with no regrets, and started to walk. Choi Han silently followed behind Cal and focused on altering their tracks. The kittens, who hesitated for a moment, saw the dragon turn its gaze away from Cal before following behind him. Once even the cat tribe sibling turned away from it, the dragon lifted its head and watched them walk away. I hate humans. They're evil. For some reason, the dragon was paying more attention to the back of the human, the race that he was annoyingly used to and hated, rather than the night sky that it was seeing for the first time. Hong slowly approached his sister On, as they followed behind Cal. Nuna, I think he's going to follow us. Aha! I think so too. Am I going to get a younger brother? It looks like it. The kittens were conversing with themselves, but Cal scoffed at them and retorted back. No way. Dragons are extremely prideful, and will never accept being under a human. Furthermore, this dragon hates humans. On's expression seemed to disagree. If a cat had a mocking expression, it would probably be the one of On's face right now. On shook her head, and quietly mumbled. I don't think so. Aha! Hong looked behind him before agreeing with his sister. The black dragon was still looking in their direction. Hong was now sure. This dragon will enjoy its freedom for a bit, before sharing some beef with him in the future. But Cal ordered the two kittens, who were whispering to each other. Go get the orb back. The two siblings went to get the orb, so that they could eat some more beef. Cal did not even look at the siblings, as he patted Choi Han's shoulder. Good work. Today should have been the first time Choi Han ever saved anything. There was that battle with the bandits earlier, but that was more protecting than saving. Of course, the actual events changed from saving the village people from the dragon in the novel to saving the dragon that he actually had killed in the novel, but the important thing here was that he saved someone. Cal, Nem. What? Choi Han was silent for a while after calling out to Cal's name, before he finally started to speak once again. What if the dragon decided that living as it wants was to follow you, Cal Nem? That will never happen. What if? Just hypothetically speaking. Hypothetical. Cal thought about it for a while, before lightly responding. I don't think about what ifs or the past, but for some reason, Cal suddenly got the chills and looked behind himself for the first time since walking away from the dragon. Thankfully, the black dragon was not visible. Cal sighed in relief, before returning to the inn and falling asleep. That was why he did not know that the dragon used magic for the first time to become invisible, and sat at his window sill for a long time before leaving. The dragon was tightly clutching the bag of potions that Cal had given him. The next day, Cal had to deal with Choi Han's questions from early in the morning. Cal, Nem. There is a city coming up in a few days. Is that the middle point? It was almost time for Choi Han to finish making up his payment that Cal had talked about. It also meant that Cal was getting closer to receiving another ancient power for himself. Originally, in the novel, the eldest son of Marquis Stan's family, the one who was pushed out by Venyan, would find this ancient power in about a month. It was his last glimmer of hope, but unfortunately, it ended up being a power that he could not use. Chapter 21. Returning the Favor 1. Cal just casually nodded toward Choi Han on this early morning and picked up the glass of cold water that Ron had prepared for him. Cal recalled what Ron had said earlier, as he felt the cold water flow through his body. "Young master, it is not good to take such a long night walk. This Ron was very worried about you." It made his mind clear up, even without the cold water for some reason. Cal carefully put the water back down and started to speak to Choi Han. "You took care of everything properly?" "Yes, Calnem." After Choi Han had brought Cal back to the inn, he immediately went back to erase their tracks and create a new set of fake tracks heading toward the west. At Mayo, Cal looked toward the kittens that were eating jerky and yawning, and started to explain to Choi Han about the city that they would soon reach. "The name of the next city is Puzzle City. That is the middle point in our journey. Once you get out of the Henatu's territory, that is surrounded by mountains, all the roads are well paved from the small city in the Viscount's territory to the capital. That's the reason that the Henatu's territory has been safe until now, even if it is a bit annoying for the merchants. Even if you have a lot of goods to sell, it would be difficult for merchants to travel to buy those goods if the roads were rough. However, the merchants pushed through this inconvenience because the roads were paved as soon as they left the Henatu's territory. Furthermore, these paved roads allowed for the influential powers in the eastern half of the Roan Kingdom to gather frequently. That was why people in the capital were able to discuss many of the issues in the east, even though there were no nobles with a higher nobility than the rank of Marquis in the east. It took a while to get this far, because our territory has a lot of mountains. But it will not take very long from here." Puzzle City was not the middle point in terms of distance, but in terms of time. But Calnem. "What? I went to check the Viscount's villa on my way back. And?" Looking at Cal's stoic expression, Choi Han had a slightly bitter expression as he responded. "They all seemed to be in a state of chaos. There were also soldiers and knights leaving the village. I'm sure they went to report. After regaining their consciousness, they probably sent people to Venyan and investigated the area around the cave. However, that did not seem to be the end of Choi Han's report. However, just say it." Cal started to frown, and bluntly retorted to Choi Han. Choi Han still seemed to have a bitter expression, and slowly started to speak. "A part of the exit route we took from the cave was blown up. Even the trees, grass, ground, and everything around it was a mess." Plop. Kittens dropped the jerkies that were in their mouths. However, Cal was still relaxed. "I'm sure the dragon did it." Choi Han just stood there silently. Cal saw that, and started to smile as he stood up from his seat. Even if it is only 4 years old, the dragon was still extremely smart. It knew someone may come to the escape route, and probably decided to blow it up. Since dragons are also very sensitive to mana, it probably destroyed everything around it to destroy the magic tools in the area as well. It's good enough that it didn't kill all of the fainted people. It's probably holding back because it is still young and still has some fear. I see. I did feel a strong amount of mana there. Don't look down on the dragon just because it is small. You'll regret it. Dragons were said to be large animals that were extremely petty. Cal praised himself once again for leaving the dragon instead of bringing it with him, before asking Choi Han a question. "You can get out now. Are you going to be sleeping until we leave?" "No. I need to go help Bcrux out." "Who? Bcrux?" Cal gasped in shock, and quickly asked. "Oh, I guess you are close now." At that moment, Cal saw Choi Han have a stoic expression for the first time. Choi Han answered very sternly. "No, we are not close at all." I see. Okay then." Cal responded back with a similar expression on his face, and Choi Han silently bowed before heading out of the room. Cal gave Choi Han an order as he was opening the door to leave. Tell Hans to prepare some drinks on your way out." "Excuse me?" Choi Han's eyes opened widely in shock as he looked back at Cal. He looked back and forth at the relaxed Cal and the clock that showed 7:00 a.m. Cal refreshingly answered Choi Han's silent question. "Haven't you ever heard of a hangover drink?" Choi Han left without saying anything else, but Cal did not care. Even An and Hong were looking at him and seemed to be asking if he really was going to start drinking this early. But he also ignored them and looked into the mirror. What a wonderful expression. His face seemed to be extremely tired and still slightly drunk. Cal nodded in satisfaction before heading down to the first floor. As I expected, 7:00 a.m. was early, but the day was not yet over for some people. The vice captain was standing there, looking like he had never even drank last night, and was having a serious conversation with someone. Cal could see a stiff Choi Han nearby. It was because the person speaking with the vice captain was one of the knights that Choi Han had defeated yesterday. It was only normal to stiffen up. Cal approached Choi Han and kicked Choi Han's foot. "Why are you stiffening up like that?" Choi Han flinched for a moment at Cal's stealthy whisper, before smiling awkwardly and quietly responding back. "I thought I had used enough strength to make them unable to fight for about a day, but they are up and moving much earlier than I expected. I guess I thought the human body was much weaker than it actually is. I guess I can use more strength against humans in the future. Cal turned his gaze away from Choi Han. Choi Han really fit the model of a normal main character, who would happily destroy anything in his path toward justice. There was also other existences who were outside of Cal's expectations. An and Hong had followed him downstairs. The kittens had smirks on their face as they wagged their tails and peeked at the night. Anybody could see that they were enjoying this situation. Am I the biggest coward here? As Cal was thinking about that and sat down at his table, the inn owner brought a bottle of alcohol to him. Young master, I prepared the same alcohol you drank last night. Old man, there is something that keeps coming to my mind whenever I see you. Yes? Cal smiled at the nervous old man and continued to speak. I think you are a really smart vendor. It's a compliment. This is perfect for a hangover drink. Hong. The alcohol bottle opened with a refreshing sound, and Cal immediately poured a cup and downed it. His face almost instantly started to turn red. Cal purposefully made his eyes only half opened, and looked toward the vice captain. The vice captain was still talking to the other night. Yesterday, we had a party to relax after a long journey until here. Everybody was drinking and relaxing. Nobody left the inn. But I still don't understand why someone from the Viscount's estate would be curious about that. The knight from the Marquis's estate seems to have introduced himself as someone from the Viscount's estate. The knight smiled at the vice captain's suspicious gaze, but the knight still answered back with a serious expression. There was a thief that broke into the Viscount's villa yesterday. A couple other knights and myself were on guard, but we lost a few items to the thief. After hearing that people from Count Henatus's estate were here in the village, we came to see if the thief had stolen from the Count as well. Thief my ass. Well, I guess a dragon thief is a thief as well. Cal took a gulp directly from the bottle while thinking about that. At that moment, he made eye contact with the knight who was at the Viscount's villa yesterday. What are you looking at? The knight immediately bowed and turned his gaze away. The vice captain looked toward Cal awkwardly, before letting out a fake cough and then confidently and loudly answering. Our young master is drinking, because his day turns out better if he drinks in the morning. Furthermore, it is a hangover drink. He is the type of person who drinks to cure his hangover caused from drinking too much the night before. Cal glared at the vice captain, because he could not tell whether the vice captain was mocking him or coming up with an excuse for him, before taking another drink. I see. What an interesting young master. The knight responded to the vice captain's words positively, before respectfully bowing toward Cal. I guess this should lessen their suspicion of us. Cal felt like they should no longer have any reason to be suspected by the Marquis's knight who came to the inn so early in the morning. The dragon happened to disappear while Cal's envoy was here, and they were leaving the morning after, but there weren't many reasons to suspect them. Venyan's remaining subordinates here will think about the 6-starred outfits that the attackers were wearing, the ones that seemed to represent a certain organization, as well as the tracks that were leading to the west. Most importantly, however, is that they would never think that someone like Cal, who was called a trash, would be able to do something like that. Then I wish you a safe journey as you continue on today. In addition, there was no way they could hold the eldest son of a count from leaving when they didn't have the Marquis, Venyan, or even the Viscount with them, especially when that noble was heading to the capital under the order of the crown. Who would think that a noble that is drinking on his way to a summons from the crown would be normal? It really was good to be trash. Cal continued to drink with satisfaction. I'm sure Venyan would not suspect us, even after finding out what happened. Venyan and Marquis Stan were probably the people who knew better than anyone else that there was absolutely no relationship between Count Henatus and the secret organization. That was especially the case when it came to the dragon. Cal watched the knight leave the inn before drinking the honey lemon tea Ron had put in front of him. Ron. Yes, young master. Honey tea really seems to be the best to cure a hangover. Isn't it? Ron smiled as he looked at Cal, but Cal looked away and tried to calm his stomach. Once Cal no longer felt sick from drinking too much, they started on their way once more. Their next destination was Puzzle City. It was the city that was the center of the transportation of goods in the east, and it was pretty famous for the number of rock towers around the city. Cal needed to find an unfinished rock tower in Puzzle City. Are we camping out today? Un took a bite of the jerky as she asked Cal. Cal nodded his head. Yes, starting today, we will be camping outside, every so often. Cal had set a pretty filled schedule from here on as well. It was because he wanted to have enough time in Puzzle City. He turned away from the kitten siblings, who were whispering quietly to each other, and looked outside the carriage window. The vitality of the heart. That was the name of the ancient power that would strengthen the indestructible shield. This was a power that was focused on restoration and vitality. That was why the eldest son was looking for it. Taylor, the eldest son of the Marquis, who had lost his position as heir. He was the only good person in the Marquis's family, but the lower half of his body had become paralyzed because of Venyan's schemes. Taylor had rummaged through all sorts of texts to find a power that would cure him. He happens to find an ancient text in an old bookstore in the process, and, although it was difficult to decipher the ancient text, he manages to decipher a few words after putting in a lot of hard work. Restoration. Rock Tower. Those two things became clues for Taylor, who immediately headed to Puzzle City, which could also be called Rock Tower City. He was probably at Puzzle City right now. In the novel, he would find the ancient power in about a month from now. But it was useless. The vitality of the heart was unable to restore an already injured body. It only was able to restore any injuries received after earning the power. There was also a limit on how much could be restored, as well as a cost to pay for any restorations. Taylor fell into despair after learning about that fact. He had no time, and that ancient power was his last hope. It was because Taylor did not know when Venyan would come to kill him. He dies a month after finding the power. Taylor ends up dying by an unknown organization, while the capital was in a state of chaos from the terror incident. Of course, Venyan was responsible for sending that organization after Taylor. The reason Cal remembered this side character, that seemed to have an even smaller role than the original Cal in the novel, was because of the strong friendship Taylor had with his friend, the crazy priestess. She was Taylor's friend, and the only person who survives Taylor's assassination. She kills half of the assassins in anger, and ends up becoming excommunicated by the temple. She ends up with a large injury on her back from the incident, and confidently tells the temple about what she had done. I acted as a human rather than following the will of the Lord. I believe that is the right thing to do. She then continued on after that. I am now free. That is when she starts to be called the crazy priestess by others. Her specialty was using the strength of the god of death for curses. The temple had excommunicated her, but her god did not throw her away. When the war broke out in the novel, she became famous, even though she was not a hero, because of how she helped to heal the injured. I think it will be different this time. There was a good chance that Taylor would not die in a month. Venyan was going to be busy dealing with the dragon incident and sucking up to the Marquis. He probably would need to focus on his younger siblings rather than his paralyzed older brother to maintain his status as the heir to the Marquis title. And since I will be taking Taylor's last hope away, I will need to give him a new hope. Although the vitality of the heart was an ancient power that Taylor did not need, Cal was not such a bad guy to take someone's last hope away. Cal was also curious to know about what that combination of Taylor and the crazy priestess could achieve if they managed to live longer. He thought that the two of them could change the Marquis' estate. That could happen. That would be better for Cal in the long run. However, something that he suddenly thought about made Cal stiffen his expression. Even Beecrox struggled under her curse, right? Once Cal thought about the struggles the torture expert Beecrox had with the priestess, he stopped thinking about her right away. He decided to stop thinking about the good-natured and citizen, caring noble Taylor as well. They don't mesh well with me. They were different types of people than Cal. They were good people who were loyal and trusted each other deeply. Cal preferred Ron or Beecrox to those kinds of people. No. How could I ever think about such terrible thoughts? Cal quickly stopped thinking about Ron and Beecrox as well. That moment, Cal looked down after feeling something tapping at his leg. He could see the golden pupils of the kittens shining, as the kittens started to speak. I heard from Hans earlier. Hans said. Hans still didn't know that the kittens were cat tribe kittens, and continued to say all sorts of things in front of the kittens. The kittens seemed to want to tell him something they had heard Hans say. What? The siblings seemed to have gotten used to Cal's rude way of asking, and started to speak. If you make a wish at a rock tower, it will come true. He said the rock towers were pretty. I want to go, but it's okay if it is too annoying. I want to go with you, but it's okay if it is too difficult. Cal blankly stared at the fidgety kittens before casually asking, what kind of wish do you have? Hong shook his fur, that was now healthier and shinier thanks to getting good treatment from Hans, and shouted out with excitement. That everybody, including my new little brother, dismissed. Cal immediately started to ignore the kittens, and turned away from them. The carriage stopped at the same time. They had arrived at the location of their campsite for the evening. Looks like we are camping out again starting today. Indeed. Cal answered Hans's statement, before looking around their campsite. The wind from the forest blew by his head. Cal spent the night with a pretty relaxed mind. The next morning. Young master. What is this? Cal stared at the dead deer that was at the border of their campsite. It had been hunted recently. Hans reported to Cal, who just continued to stare at the deer. Someone left it here on our campsite. Hans pointed next to the deer. Cal was looking at that spot as well. On the ground was a drawing of a fork and a knife. It was as if someone had left the deer there for them to eat. Cal suddenly had an odd thought. He then turned his gaze toward his companions. The kitten siblings in Choi Han's arms, as well as Choi Han himself, were all smiling while looking at him. I have a bad feeling about this. He had a really bad feeling about it. An individual that could speak, but could not write, had left the deer for them. Also, it was an individual that Choi Han, the person on watch last night, clearly knew was there, but pretended not to see. I have a bad feeling it was the dragon. He turned his head back to look at Choi Han, An and Hong, who were still looking at him, and seriously warned them, We are going to pretend like we don't know. Mio. Mio. The two siblings seemed to be mocking him, but Cal pretended to not know about it. However, a new ingredient was delivered to them every time Cal and crew camped outside. Wild hog, rabbits, and all sorts of fruits. Cal was now sure about the existence of the dragon following behind him. Cal then arrived at Puzzle City with that confirmation in his mind. Chapter 22. Returning the Favor 2. After easily passing through Puzzle City's gate, the Henatus family's golden turtle carriage followed the late deputy butler Hans to the inn. It is smaller than Western City. Right. Small. Cal nodded at On and Hong's words, and looked outside the carriage. It won't follow me into the city, right? According to Choi Han, the black dragon would follow them from a far distance, before coming by in the early morning to drop the food off, and then running away. Isn't it cute? The dragon seems like a little kid that hasn't lose its innocence, even after living such a terrible life. Not really. That was what Cal was thinking as Choi Han spoke to him with amusement. Choi Han had seen the dragon blow a mountain away. He would not be saying things like, cute, to describe it. Cal didn't know why the dragon was doing this, even though it said that it hated humans. It was really overwhelming for Cal. This was not the way he was expecting things to go. Since it was still young, Cal thought the dragon would stay away from the Marquis' territory and create its own lair to develop its strength. Cal was hoping that, after growing stronger, that the dragon would destroy the Marquis' estate before the war broke out in the continent. That would be helpful in keeping the Henatus territory peaceful for a longer period of time. Tusk. Cal clicked his tongue, and the kittens, who were excitedly looking out the window, flinched before approaching him. He felt like they had seen something odd outside, and had come to ask. Each house has a rock tower in front of it. Very, very weird. Cal just casually answered. This is the city of rock towers. Puzzle City was famous for the ancient ruins, with a lot of rock towers, but it was also famous for the fact that each house had small rock towers in front of them. The people in this city made a small groove outside of their windows to put a small rock tower on top of it. It really shouldn't be called a rock tower, because it was made with less than 10 rocks. But the rock towers were formed in different shapes based on the personality of the homeowners. That was why it was only natural that the luxurious inn that Cal arrived at also had a rock tower in front of it. Will we be staying here? Hans quickly responded to Cal's question, as they followed behind the inn owner. Hans seemed to be very excited, as he was walking with the kitten siblings in his arms. Yes, sir. We have reserved 2 days for Choi Han and have agreed to pay for the rest of the group depending on how long we end up staying here. Ron flinched for a moment at Hans's words before quickly following behind with the magic box in his hand. Hans continued to speak. We arrived right before the Rock Tower Festival season, so the room was not that expensive. The Rock Tower Festival. Puzzle City was currently busy preparing for next week's Rock Tower Festival. Cal just let out what he was thinking without giving it any thought. It's not like there are a lot of rocks here, but the rock towers are quite interesting. Very odd. I know the reason for that. Huh? Cal peeked toward Hans, who had responded to his mumblings. There is a sad yet thought-provoking story that has been passed down through the ages. Stop right now if it is going to be long. Cal really didn't care about it. However, Hans continued to speak, as he had probably determined that the story was not very long. The group that had entered Cal's room watched as the attendant stepped out of the room, and then had to listen to Hans's story. This story, well, this legend, is about something that happened in ancient times. Ancient times? Click. The attendant had closed the door behind her, and only Cal's group was left in his room. Cal responded to the words, ancient times. Yes. Ancient times. Go on. The kitten siblings in Hans's arms were wagging their tails, as if they were interested in the story, and looked up at him. Ron just silently poured a cup of lemonade from the bottle he carried in with the magic box, and handed it to Cal. Cal held the cup of lemonade in his hands, and sat down on the couch with his legs crossed and motioned to Hans with his chin. He was telling Hans to hurry up and speak. This city supposedly fell out of the grace of a god in the past. Falling out of grace? Cal did not know anything about the story. This is my first time hearing about it. That is because young master has not studied history. You seem to enjoy talking back to me these days. Are you going to keep talking back like that? Hans quickly turned his gaze away from Cal. It is only natural for a great butler to inform their master about things that the master does not know. Hans started to speak about the ancient times. I do not know why this city fell out of the grace of a god. However, that is apparently when some of the people in the city started to gather together to build rock towers. It seemed to have been an act of worship to reach out to the god that had abandoned them. Did it work? Hans sternly responded to Cal's question. No, the god did not listen to them. Apparently, none of the prayers went through. That is why the present-day Puzzle City does not have a single temple. There's no reason for me to worship a god who has abandoned me. Is that it? Ding ding ding. Our young master truly is smart, and does not need to study at all. You want to get punched? Hans turned away from Cal to look at a faraway mountain and continued to speak. Anyways, they have rock towers instead of temples. The rock towers represent a promise that the people made after all of that. It was a promise between the people, as well as a promise with themselves. What kind of promise? Hans started to explain an odd rule that was followed in Puzzle City. A human who has had their wish granted will destroy their rock tower. Cal started to smile. What an interesting city, isn't it? Since they were abandoned by their god, they needed to achieve everything with their own strength. The act of destroying their rock tower represents overcoming the odds. Cal liked the act of destroying the rock tower very much. He then recalled the numerous rock towers in front of the houses. The rock towers are not created to seek help from a god. Right, it is more of a representation of their own determination. This kind of rock tower held a lot of importance, even if you never got to destroy it. I guess it wasn't the god granting their wish in the end. Yes, you are right. Although it is sad that they were abandoned, this story also gives people a lot of hope. Cal casually gave an order to Hans, who was responding to him. Look down. Excuse me. Seeing Hans looking confused, Cal pointed to Hans's chest with his finger. Looks like the kittens are angry. What? Gasp. Hans looked down and gasped as his eyes opened widely. The kittens were showing their teeth in anger. The golden pupils staring at Hans were vicious. Egu, why are our kitten-ims so angry? Should I go bring you some more jerky? Hans started to smile as he put the kittens down from his chest. Since he still had no idea that they were beast people, he just assumed they were angry because they were hungry. However, the kittens were not angry because of that. Cal recalled the things that the siblings had told him earlier. I heard from Hans earlier. Hans said, if you make a wish at a rock tower, it will come true. He said the rock towers were pretty. Tap, tap. Hans seemed to be angry as she was tapping on the floor with her paw, while Han was tapping on the floor with his tail. They were angry that Hans had lied to them about the rock tower, but Hans seemed to have gotten the wrong message. Agu, our precious kitten-ims. I will go get some delicious snacks for you. Young master, may I go get something for them? You can stay out as well. I will be back really quickly. Hans said that he would hurry back, but he still made sure the things he brought for Cal were neatly organized, before heading out like the wind as soon as it was done. Ron, you can go rest as well. Ron was still left in the room. Ron turned toward Cal and started to smile. I have a bad feeling about this. Cal really hated that old man's smile. His smile made Cal even more uncomfortable than normal. Ron approached the couch Cal was on before starting to speak. Will Choi Han be leaving in 2 days? Yes. Cal suddenly had a thought and started to smile as he asked. Why? You don't want to send him away? Do you want to go with him? Ron's benign smile became even bigger. Why would I leave you behind and go somewhere else, young master? I like being next to you. This gave Cal the chills. It is just that it is disappointing that Choi Han will not be going with us all the way to the capital. I will need to speak with him as much as possible before he leaves. Crocs will probably be sad to see him go. Cal's expression became a bit better after hearing the rest of Ron's words. He didn't really pay attention to it, because it was annoying, but it looks like a level of friendship had developed between Ron, Choi Han, and Crocs. Choi Han was difficult to read, but if he really hated someone, he would not even speak to them. Cal thought about his plan, and started to smile mischievously as he answered. Well, you can see each other again at the capital, since you'll be moving together. The 3 of you can leave this kingdom and go to Rosalind's kingdom. What do you think? Wonderful, right? Cal did not say that part out loud, as he started to smirk while Ron started to smile even brighter. I look forward to when we are all together with Choi Han in the capital. This old man's wish is that everybody arrives there safely. Cal did not believe anything Ron was saying. Looking forward to it, or wishing that everybody arrives there safely. Those type of emotions would not fly with this old man. The kittens also snorted while looking at Ron. An and Hong found it annoying that Ron kept trying to teach them assassination skills that they already knew behind Cal's back. You can leave now. Cal easily got rid of Ron from the room. Hans is a liar. I trusted that butler. The kitten siblings finally let out their anger, while Cal was ignored them by looking out of the window. Cal was looking in the direction of a cave in the corner of Puzzle City. This cave was the location of the incomplete rock tower and the vitality of the heart. There should be a small house in that cave. Didn't it say the person lived until they were 150 years old? This was a power that an ancient being left after naturally dying from old age. The deceased person thought his power to be a curse. Cal got up from his seat, fixed his clothes a bit, and opened the door. Agu. Hans happened to be right outside the door. Seeing the deputy butler, who had run back with his arms full of jerky, Cal started to speak. Let's go see the rock tower. The kitten's ears started to twitch. Cal smirked internally at the kittens, who ran toward him like they were never angry to start, and picked the people that would go with him. It will just be us and Choi Han. Oh, bring On and Hong with you too. The human who died at the age of 150 had wanted to finish a rock tower in this wind-gathering cave. It was wood last time, now it is wind. The center of the cave has a hurricane that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The old man had spent over 100 years trying to build a rock tower in the eye of that hurricane. However, he failed. Well, the old man always destroyed his rock tower whenever it looked like he was going to finish. He repeated that over and over until he died one day after stacking it back up about halfway. Just what wish did that ancient old man have? Cal didn't really care. He just planned on carefully looking at one thing while they were out looking at rock towers today. Might as well make it look good, if I'm going to build it anyways. Since he had to do it anyways, he was going to make it look good. He also had to pay attention to some people, just in case, at the rock tower ruins. A bit later, Cal, the two kittens, Choi Han and Hans arrived at the entrance of the rock tower ruins. They didn't bring their carriage that showed the symbol of the Hennetus family, and Cal had a hat on as well, using the excuse that he did not like the sunlight. They really are still here. He was able to locate the people that he was looking for as soon as they entered into the ruins. Cal stealthily hid behind Choi Han and Hans. At a bit of a distance was a casually dressed man and woman. The man was in a wheelchair, with the woman pushing the wheelchair and heading out of the entrance of the ruins, which was also the exit. They didn't notice Cal's stealthy gaze and casually left the ruins. The man turned his head slightly toward the woman and asked, "Why did you want to come here today?" "I don't know if it is a message from the Lord or just complete bullshit, but I've had the same dream for a couple of days that I needed to come here. My dream said that our future benefactor will show up if we came to the ruins. Something about how even the Lord didn't know how that benefactor will act, other than the fact that they will be coming to the ruins today. There's even a person that the Lord cannot predict? Who knows? Half of the things the Lord says is bullshit. Complete bullshit." The woman with short brown hair vented with annoyance. "Bullshit? It is the word of the Lord. Plus, wasn't it a secret that you can hear messages from the Lord?" The responding man was the eldest son of Marquis Stan's family, Taylor Stan. "It's not like there are any priests in Puzzle City. And who cares about the word of the Lord? Does the Lord feed us? How can there be a benefactor for people like us? Absolutely bogus. I'm hungry. Let's go eat." The woman who looked annoyed was Taylor's close friend, Cage, the woman who will eventually be called the Crazy Priestess. Taylor responded back to Cage with a serious expression. "Cage, I suddenly feel like drinking beer." "Really? I'm craving smoked pork." They looked at each other with serious expressions. Taylor pointed forward with his finger, and seriously responded to Cage. "What a wonderful combination. Let's go. Push. It'll be my treat." "Egu, your treat? This priestess will do her best to escort you there." The two of them started to laugh as they started to move. Cal could not hear their conversation, because he was far away, but he was doing his best to remember the faces of these two individuals, who were still able to laugh while in the middle of some terrible situations. Now that I've confirmed what they look like, I just need to make sure to avoid them. Since they didn't know who he was, Cal just had to make sure he avoided them in the future. Chapter 23. Returning the Favor 3. Of course, he planned giving them their new hope anonymously. It was something he had learned from the dragon. "Unless their Lord has nothing to do and reveals me to them, there is no way that they will recognize me." It was impossible for them to learn of his identity. How great was that? He should have done everything anonymously until now. Cal stepped into the ruins feeling like a massive weight had been lifted off his chest. He could see people praying all around the area. At that moment, Hans stealthily approached Cal and whispered to him, "I just saw the eldest son of Marquis Stan's household." "How do you know about that person?" Cal was truly surprised. Hans smiled before pointing to his eyes. "Pretty much any and all information about the nobles is in my head. I could see a man being pushed on a wheelchair. It was weird that there was only one person with him, but I was able to see that there was a red snake crest on the wheelchair." "Hans." "Yes, sir. You're better than you look." "Thank you." Hans shrugged his shoulders with a satisfied expression as he finished his report. He then asked Cal, "What do you plan on doing?" Cal could feel the left side of his face heating up and looked in that direction. Choi Han was looking at him. Cal shook his head and answered both of them. "Ignore them." Both of them nodded their heads without saying anything else. Only then did their tour officially start. After looking around, Cal was shocked at the appearance of the rock towers in the ruins. Cal seemed to be in disbelief. Uglier than I had expected. Cal could not understand the ancient sense of style. He was expecting piles of rocks, but there were rock towers of all kinds shapes in the ruins. They looked interesting. However, they were definitely not beautiful. Cal peeked at the kittens in Hans's arms. They seemed to be extremely disappointed as well. However, there was someone who seemed to be more serious than Cal expected. Choi Han had his head bowed like the other people who were praying, and seemed to be praying as well. "I'm sure he's praying to return to Korea." Choi Han had grown up in a happy family environment. He was a different kind of person than Cal, Kim Rock-soo. Choi Han had grown up in a happy family with positive influences. That was why he was able to survive in a disastrous situation, while still remaining a good person. Cal was staring at Choi Han when Choi Han lifted his head up and made eye contact with him. "Cal, Nem." "What?" "I have a question and something to report." Cal had a bad feeling about this. "Start with your question." Choi Han seemed to be thinking about something, as he looked toward the rock towers standing in this wide plain, and started to speak. Cal Nim, are you not going to make a wish? Is that what he wants to know? Cal just casually answered. I don't do things like making wishes. Why not? It makes you have higher expectations. Choi Han, Hans, and even the kittens all turned to look at Cal. Cal looked at the rock towers like Choi Han had done, and slowly continued to speak. It's so much easier to live without high expectations. It feels great if you scratch a lottery ticket hoping for $1 and end up winning $5, but if you scratch it hoping to win the grand prize and only end up with $5, you are bound to get annoyed. Tap. Cal turned his gaze after feeling the tap on his shoulder, only to see Deputy Butler Hans smiling and starting to speak. You are right, young master. There is no such thing as dreams or hope in this world. Just stop talking. Yes, sir. Hans responded loudly, but seemed to be a bit disappointed as well, as he took the lead with the kittens. Cal leisurely followed behind Hans, when Choi Han quickly approached him and whispered in a voice that Hans could not hear. Choi Han had not given his report yet. The dragon has entered the city. Ignore. I understand. Cal took a look around. The dragon must have made itself invisible, as he could not see it. The only thing he could see was the people praying toward the rock towers. The Rock Tower Festival was still a week away, but there was still a large amount of people here. Cal's gaze turned to the opposite direction of the rock towers and the plains. The upscale area, the area that the wealthiest citizens in Puzzle City resides. Behind that area was a small mountain, and somewhere on that mountain was the grave of the person who had lived until they were 150 years old. The next day, Cal was ready to head to the grave. Naturally, he had to get rid of the humans and the kittens who wanted to follow him. Thankfully, everybody stopped voicing their complaints once he said only a single person was going to come with him. I will only be taking Choi Han with me. Choi Han was the strongest person there. With Choi Han tagging along, both the vice captain and Hans had nothing to say. The vice captain just frowned and said he needed to train the knights before he quickly started to gather them, while Cal was watching the knights who were following behind the vice captain with looks of despair on their faces. Hans just said one more thing before disappearing. I will take care of our kitten imps. Cal turned away from Hans, who seemed to be very excited about being with the kittens, and headed out of the inn. Choi Han followed behind him. Are we doing something again today? Again? Someone might get the wrong idea if they heard you. Choi Han did not respond. Cal did not care, however, and just headed toward the mountain behind the upscale area and continued to speak. I need to go to that mountain over there. You can just wait for me at the mountain entrance. I understand. Choi Han did not say anything else. Cal preferred someone like this. Choi Han did not ask Cal any questions. He was someone who seemed to follow Cal, but did not have any curiosity about what Cal did. This was probably only possible because Choi Han thought that he could figure it out if he really wanted to, and because he thought that he would not be in danger no matter what Cal ended up doing. Cal arrived at the small mountain after passing through the stereotypical upscale area, before stopping after hearing Choi Han call out to him. Cal, Nim. What? I'm leaving tomorrow. I know. I was the one who told you to leave tomorrow. Choi Han made eye contact with Cal, who was standing impatiently at the mountain entrance. Cal was someone who said that he, Choi Han, was enough for protection. Choi Han had been thinking about this act of protecting the last few days. I've been debating this for a while, but there is something I need to tell you. The report about the dragon yesterday was not really what Choi Han had wanted to report. He hesitated for a moment, before looking back toward Cal and starting to speak. Choi Han's gaze was looking past Cal's shoulder to a tree near the entrance of the mountain. Mr. Ron is a dangerous person. Cal flinched for a moment at this strait that landed on him without any warnings. Should he pretend to know or pretend not to know? He quickly made up his mind. Cal had not expected a question like this, but he calmly responded back. Is that so? You are not surprised? There is a dangerous stench of blood on him. He is a strong person who has shed a lot of blood. At first I thought that Cal, Nim knew about it already and still had Mr. Ron by your side. But if Cal had known, he would have taken the strong Ron with him to rescue the dragon. Cal had not done that. Choi Han thought that to mean that Cal either did not know about Ron's strength or did not trust Ron. But there was no way Cal wouldn't trust someone who had been with him for 18 years. That was why Choi Han had come to the conclusion that Cal was not aware of Ron's strength. But neither Cal, Nim, nor anybody else seemed to know about Mr. Ron's strength. Choi Han had debated about this for a while. Honestly speaking, the fact that Cal had said that he did not have any expectations made him decide not to say anything about Ron. However, the fact that Cal had chosen him to be the guard today made Choi Han feel guilty. That was why I thought I needed to tell Cal Nim. Oh really? I didn't know Ron was strong. Choi Han asked once more after hearing Cal's calm response. Will you still keep him around you? He seems like he is an evil person. Cal snorted at Choi Han's words. Keep Ron around him? Cal was planning on pushing Ron over to Choi Han the moment they arrived at the capital. Whether it is you or Ron. Excuse me? You say that he has a dangerous strength, but why do you leave Ron alone? That is because. Choi Han suddenly could not say anything. It is probably because he has not done anything to you. Choi Han could not retort Cal's words. There was the initial misunderstanding had that led to their small battle, but Ron had helped him find a sword after that, and even helped take care of the issue with Harris Village. Cal silently observed Choi Han. It was not just Choi Han. Ron did not do anything to anybody. The only thing that Ron did was giving Cal lemonade every so often or making fun of Cal with rabbit meat. But that was nothing. Ron has been my servant for 18 years. No matter what, Ron was dedicated to his act as a servant. Even the vice captain, who cared a lot about hierarchy, did not get angry when Ron, a servant, was walking shoulder to shoulder with him. Even Deputy Butler Hans did not get angry when Ron did his job for him. It was because Ron was skilled and well, liked throughout the estate. Do you hate Ron? Choi Han shook his head after debating it for a moment. No. Then, I just thought it would be better for you to know that he was a dangerous person, and thus decided to report. Whether it is you or Ron. Choi Han looked at Cal after hearing that once more. You are both the same to me. In that aspect, you are dangerous as well. Cal looked at Choi Han with a stoic expression and continued to speak. You are strong as well. Choi Han let out a gasp. Cal didn't know the reason behind it, but continued to speak. It's all the same to me. He didn't know the reason, but Ron, who had come over from the eastern continent, was living in the Henatu's territory while hiding his identity. If someone like that was to touch the son of the Count, that would spread like wildfire in the kingdom. Ron was someone who did not care about anything or anyone else, other than his son and himself. So why would someone like that cause a ruckus? Cal was just scared because he knew that Ron was a dangerous old man. He wanted to get rid of that dangerous old man as soon as possible, so that he could live in peace. As long as he is my servant, he is just my servant. Just like you are Choi Han, who needs to pay me back. Cal checked his watch. The strength of the wind in the cave was different based on the time of day. He needed to hurry. You have nothing else to say, right? Don't follow me. Choi Han silently nodded his head in response. Cal did not even look back as he headed to the small mountain. After seeing that he could no longer see Cal, Choi Han looked back at the tree, at the mountain entrance, and started to speak. You heard him right? Ron smoothly jumped off the tree. He glared at Choi Han and started to smile. A blunt voice started to flow out of Ron's mouth. I changed his poopy diapers and raised him since he was young. That was the truth. Choi Han stood in front of the path to the mountain and started to speak. Cal, Nim had said that nobody is to follow him from here on. I know, you little punk. Ron turned his back to the mountain with no regrets. After hearing that Cal was only going with Choi Han, and even leaving the cat tribe children behind, Ron had followed, just in case something happened. I shouldn't have come. They say that you get more fickle the older you get, and this fickleness was such a pain. Ron walked back to the inn at a much slower pace than when he had left, and Choi Han watched Ron disappear before sitting down on a boulder to wait for Cal to return. Cal was standing in front of a cave just off of the mountain path. The cave entrance was covered with vines, such that it would be difficult to find unless you were looking carefully. Damn it. Cal started to frown. The cave entrance was pretty small. He looked down at his clothes. He had worn simple clothes, but they were still baggy. Sigh. Cal let out a long sigh before crawling into the cave. Whether it was the man-eating tree or this cave, everything related to ancient powers seemed to be crazy. The ground by the cave entrance now had the traces of Cal crawling in. A moment later, there was a small reptile footprint on the same spot. Cal could see the cave becoming wider after crawling in for about 5 minutes. Taylor must have been really desperate. He crawled all the way in here, even with his disabled lower body. Since you had to stack the rock tower with your own strength, the eldest son Taylor had to personally come here. What took Cal 5 minutes to do probably took Taylor much longer. Cal stood back up once it was wide enough and started to walk farther in. The farther he went in, the clearer the noise in his ear became. Swish, swish. It was the sound of the wind. The sound that appeared when the winds were hitting each other became louder as he walked farther into the cave. Finally, Cal located some cloth and a pillar that was probably a hut a long time ago. After taking a single look at it, Cal continued to walk farther inside. Swish. The sound of the wind became even stronger. Boom, boom. He could even hear the wind crashing into the cave walls like a giant fist. Cal started to walk even faster. The wind. I wonder if it will sound like this when I get the sound of the wind ancient power later. Shield. Then recovery. Then quick feet. That was Cal's plan of action. Cal finally had to stop walking after thinking about the next ancient power he would be trying to get. It wasn't that he stopped walking. It was that he was forced to stop walking. Wow. This was even worse than Cal had expected. A large underground area had appeared in front of Cal. At the same time, a vicious wind tornado filled his gaze. Boom boom. The rocks on the cave walls were slowly crumbling because of the tornado. There were quite a bit of rocks on the ground that let Cal know that this area was consistently getting larger. Cal looked back and forth between the underground area and the path that he traveled to get here. He felt like he would be pushed back by the wind if he went inside. Well, not just pushed back, but smashed against the wall, which would probably seriously injure him. That was how strong the wind was. Of course, the center of that tornado will be calm, as it is the eye of the storm. I guess it would have been impossible for Taylor without Cade's help. He now understood why the novel said the two of them had struggled for a whole week. However, Cal started to smile. It was now going to be a battle against time. Cal stepped into the underground area, into the vicious tornado, without any hesitation. Cal's red hair started to flutter along with his clothes. At the same time, meant no. You will get hurt. You are extremely weak. The dragon appeared at the back of the path and shouted urgently. Also at the same time, huh? The dragon could see a large shield with silver wings appear and surround Cal. The wings, that were shining so brightly that it could be called holy, surrounded Cal while the large shield blocked the wind. The shield and the wings were keeping Cal safe. Cal turned around. His eyes opened widely as his gaze landed on the dragon. What the hell are you doing here? The black dragon could not say anything in response. Chapter 24. Returning the favor 4. Instead, the black dragon just slowly crawled back into the path. While Cal was watching the dragon in disbelief, he could hear a quiet voice piercing through the wind to reach his ear. I was just passing by. Tusk. The black dragon's back flinched after hearing Cal click his tongue, but Cal did not have time to pay attention to the dragon. The cave's wind had a cycle of 3 hours of strong wind and 3 hours of weak wind. This was the moment that the wind started to get weaker. Of course, it would still become stronger the closer he got to the center. Sweesh. Quite scary. The wind was still pretty strong to be called the weak phase. The novel mentioned that the 150-year-old man walked through this strong wind to get to the rock tower. Cal turned his gaze back to the center of the cave, the large underground area. In the middle of the tornado was a half-stacked rock tower. It looked like there were no winds over there. Next to the half-stacked rock tower were numerous other rocks. I need to stack all of those rocks up. The issue was getting to the tower. Stacking the rocks would not be a problem. Cal looked over the shield and the wings surrounding him before taking a step forward. Tang! Tang! The rough wind clashed against the shield. Even though the silver shield was transparent, it sounded like the wind was hitting a real metal shield. That noise made the black dragon that was looking away slowly turn around to look at Cal. But you are weak. The Cal that the dragon could see was having a difficult time, even though the shield and wings were protecting him. The wind that could not be blocked by the shield and wings was making his clothes flutter. The wind that seeped through the bottom of the shield made him stop moving every so often as well. However, Cal continued to step forward one step at a time. Then the dragon saw it. Cal was smiling. This human, that was nothing compared to that strong tornado. The same human that was weaker than even the kittens he was traveling with, the human that was the weakest out of everybody he was traveling with, was smiling while pushing through this wind. The dragon had never seen such a silver shield before. He had never seen such wings either. The dragon took a look at his own wings. It was very different from his wings. It was extremely beautiful. The dragon was curious as to what that power might be. However, the dragon was focused not on the holy and magnificent shield nor wings. Its full attention was on the smiling Cal, and the target of the gaze Cal was continuing to smile. It's doable. It's comfortable. It was a bit difficult and slow because of the wind, but it was actually a breeze. Compared to how Beacrox was almost killed by Ron while being taught his sword art, this was child's play. This made Cal once again feel like it really was best to earn something without putting in much effort. There were no physical or mental strain endured when using the indestructible shield. There would be a short strain if it was to break, but it was not in any danger of breaking right now. It just gets pushed back. The shield just got pushed back if the wind was strong. Honestly speaking, Cal had expected to be pushed back multiple times. That was why he had originally lowered the strength of the shield and enlarged it as much as possible. He had been planning on slowly shrinking the size of the shield whenever he got pushed back. However, this shield was working better than Cal had expected. That made Cal a bit smug, but when he had reached about the halfway mark to the center of the tornado, he had to get rid of all side thoughts. The novel had said that you would hear a voice once you got close to the center. It was supposed to be the voice of an old man. Cal was waiting for that voice. The tornado was supposed to get stronger once the voice started to appear. I regret it. He could hear the voice, but it was a bit odd. Ahem, I regret it. It was a sad old man. Tusk tusk. Cal clicked his tongue. None of these ancient powers were normal. Why did Taylor think the old man's voice was sincere? Cal could not understand Taylor's train of thought. However, Cal stopped clicking his tongue and stopped moving. The one that has a power that I am familiar with. I am hoping that you do not get this power. The one with a power I am familiar with? That phrase had caught Cal's attention. At the same time, the wind started to get stronger and swept through the area. Tang! 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 The wind clashed even stronger against the transparent wind and made loud noises. However, Cal's concerned expression was not because of the wind. His hair continued to flutter in the wind. Is he talking about the indestructible shield? The only thing that Cal could deduce about this familiar power was the indestructible shield. It had not said anything like that to Taylor in the novel. Did the owner of this ancient power know the owner of the indestructible shield? Multiple thoughts flew across Cal's mind at once. However, Cal still chose to step forward for now. The wind would only get stronger if he delayed any longer. I pretty much betrayed my comrades. I was a terrible person. I stayed alive on my own and got old. How shameful am I? Cal could only hear the old man's voice every so often as he was having difficulty stepping forward one step at a time. I was always hoping for everyone to come back to life. However, my wish was something that could not be achieved. I could only lament and cry. That was why I could not finish my rock tower. How annoying. Cal found the old man's lamenting voice to be annoying. Grew sincere, it was like he wanted to die. It was the style that Cal hated. Epicureans were so much better. Cal centered his body after being slightly pushed back, and put some strength into his legs. He could hear the voice once again after taking another step. This restoration strength is useless. It is only capable of protecting myself. It is not helpful in any other way. I am a trash. Cal ignored the cries of the old man that rang through his mind. Power to protect himself was most important to Cal. Who cares if it made him trash? None of it mattered as long as he could live. Just 5 more steps. The center of the tornado was right in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the wind that was clashing became stronger. It was as if a human was punching the shield. It might break. Cal thought that the wind might now be strong enough for the shield to break. It should be doing more damage than just pushing him back now. The moment Cal thought that the wind might cut him, he realized something else as well. I did not die even when the wind cut me like a sharp blade. It was the fact that the owners of these ancient powers were all extremely chatty. Cal immediately curled up and decreased the size of the shield. Boom boom. The shield was now smaller, but in return, it was much stronger. It was able to push back an even stronger force of wind. Cal reached out toward the transparent shield and clenched the transparent handle on the inside of the shield as he continued to move forward. 1 step. Restoration is a cursed power. 2 steps. My heart was always beating, but I could not move on. 3 steps. It was because I was afraid of death. 4 steps. I was afraid of pain because I had always been injured, and I was even more afraid of death, the end of that pain. And finally, Cal took the final 5th step. Sighed. The wind sounded like it was rain. The eye of the storm. The winds were swarming the area outside this calm center. He could hear the old man's voice along with the sound of the wind. I chose to throw everything else away so that I could continue to live. That was the last thing the old man said. Tusk. Who cares about anything else? Living comes first. This old man had a lot of useless things to say. Cal clicked his tongue and returned the shield back to his heart. The silver light surrounding him instantly disappeared. He headed toward the half-completed rock tower and crouched down in front of it. It was a normal rock tower that you could find at the top of a mountain. However, all of these rocks were black. Just like the man-eating tree, these rocks that have existed since ancient times were different from normal rocks. Just like the wind surrounding this area. Whatever. Cal, who had been thinking about making it aesthetically pleasing, changed his mind. That would be too annoying. He took out a pair of gloves from his pocket and put them on before picking the rocks up to stack the rest of the rock tower. Clack, clack, clack. The rock tower was being built up, 1 rock at a time. It did not take that long. Even Taylor had completed this part pretty easily. However, Cage, who had not come into the central area and had instead waited outside the eye of the storm, suffered quite a bit. This central area, like with all ancient powers, was somewhere that a person could only enter on their own. It's easy. Cal picked up the last black rock and gently put it on top of the rock tower. It was at that moment. Flash! The black rock slowly turned white. At the same time, Cal got up and looked around. The wind was slowly dying down. Huh? Cal ignored the confused voice of the dragon and waited until all of the wind died down. He then crossed his arms and listened to the old man's voice. He had no choice. I tried to fight with him. However, I did not know that I was so weak against pain. They were not people who served the Lord. I only realized that after we all went our separate ways and I ended up alone. The words of the old man caught Cal's attention. He then recalled the words of the owner of the indestructible shield. The people in the forest of darkness who called themselves servants of the Lord only gave me terrible food. He had a bad feeling that he had learned something he shouldn't have learned about. He had an odd feeling that the things he just heard were things that he should not tell anybody else about in his entire life. Cal started to frown even more as the old man continued to speak. That voice was something only Cal could hear, thus making the dragon hesitate while looking at the silently standing Cal. I piled the rocks. I piled them up hoping that I could turn back time, hoping that I could be happy. But then I destroyed it. I hated my selfish self for thinking about my own happiness after betraying my comrades and running away. Sigh. Cal let out a long sigh. This old man really was frustrating. Cal started to speak in frustration. It is human nature to be selfish. The old man's voice disappeared for a moment. Is it over? Cal started to smile, thinking that the old man was finally getting to the end. However, the sobbing voice continued once more. My older sister said the same thing. She was a really wonderful older sister. She was more reliable than anybody else. Ah, my older sister. Sub. The old man was crying. I'm going to go crazy. Tap tap. Tap. Cal was impatiently tapping the ground with his foot. Cal did not want to keep standing here like this. After crying for a while, the old man showed his thanks. You, the one with the familiar power. That rude personality of yours makes me think of my older brother. I am very envious of how rude you are. And, finally, the old man said the final words that Cal had been waiting for. These were the same final words the old man had said to Taylor. Break it. Then you will overcome your limits. Cal started to smile and instantly kicked the rock tower without any hesitation. Tang. Crumble. Boom. The white rocks flew away to hit the ground and the wall. The dragon that had been watching Cal flinched and stared at Cal as if he was crazy. However, the following scene made the dragon gasp. Wow. The broken rock tower. A white light floated up from underneath the rock tower. Ooh-ong. The gentle vibration that pulsated throughout the cave could be felt under Cal's feet. At that moment, the light rushed toward Cal. Cal reached his hand out to grab the light. The moment he grabbed it, the light shot toward Cal's heart like an arrow. The light arrow pierced through Cal's heart before flashing and disappearing. Hoo! Cal let out a deep breath. He then lowered his head to look under his shirt. The fancy shield tattoo that was over his heart had disappeared and had been replaced by a red heart. Cal could immediately feel the new vigor inside of his body. This vigor from the vitality of the heart would make the shield even stronger. He would also recover at a much faster speed than normal people, even when he got injured. Unlike the shield, which was a superpower, this was more a part of the physical strengths of the human body. This regenerative strength was so strong that it managed to last since the ancient times to be passed down like this. Cal brought forth the shield again. Just as I expected, Cal started to smile. The pattern on the shield had changed to a heart. The only difference from the tattoo on his chest was that it was silver and not red. He then returned the shield, before immediately starting to walk. Cal had walked toward the dragon, that was pretending like nothing was going on, and instead kept staring up at the sky. Cal just continued to stare at the dragon that was crouched down on the ground. He then stoically asked the dragon, as if he was throwing a rock into a lake. 1. You want to come with me? You are so weak that you need protection. But I do not like humans. The dragon answered, that way before starting to turn invisible. It had used its invisibility magic again. Cal just snorted at the disappearing dragon. What a fickle punk. He was also fickle for asking the question after telling the others to ignore the dragon. But this dragon was just as bad. However, he could not just ignore the dragon after it had jumped out earlier to try to save him. Cal looked around the cave, which no longer had any windstorms raging about, before turning around and heading out of the cave. Of course, he had to crawl back out as well. He returned the vines back to their original spots and covered up the cave entrance properly. He then turned around and started to speak while walking away. His gaze was directed toward a grassy area. I can see you standing on the grass. He could see 4 imprints on the grass, each one representing one of the dragon's 4 paws. These paw imprints then quickly disappeared. The dragon had flown up into the sky. Cal shook his head. I guess my family grew in the end. Cal could not help but let out a deep sigh. It was obvious that the dragon would continue to follow him in that invisible state. Just why was this dragon such a noob when it knows ancient magic like invisibility? Cal had thought that all dragons were intelligent, but that seemed like it might not be the case. After walking back down the mountain, Cal could see Choi Han's judging expression. Choi Han looked at Cal silently, before finally asking, Did you roll around the mountain? Shit. The wind had made his hair a mess, and his clothes were dirty after crawling across the rocky and sandy cave entrance. Cal sternly responded to Choi Han. Yes, I rolled around. Choi Han looked toward Cal with concern. Cal just avoided the gaze. That night, Cal told the kittens to deliver a message. It was a letter that was created with magic, which made it impossible to determine the handwriting of the writer. Make sure they don't see you. The letter was the new hope for the priestess Cage and the Marquis's eldest son, Taylor. 1. Something similar to the English proverb of trying to break a boulder with an egg. Chapter 25. Returning the Favor 5. Late at night, in a small 2-story house in the outskirts of Puzzle City. The only light in the area was the light on the first floor of this small house, shining out through the windows. Marquis Stan's eldest son, Taylor, the owner of the house, started to frown. What is going on? Damn it. Ugh. Hold on. Don't talk to me right now. Cage, the priestess of the god of death, was clenching her head in pain. Clang! The beer cup in her hand fell to the ground. Taylor and 3 of his people approached her quickly. What? Is the Lord saying something to you again? Taylor looked toward her with concern. The god of death spoke to Cage from time to time. This had suddenly happened one day, and would sporadically appear like this. Cage had hidden this fact from the church, and only Taylor and his 3 subordinates knew about it. Ah, so annoying. After struggling for a while, Cage jumped up and headed to the back door of the house. She was moving pretty quickly. She was still clenching her head and staggering a bit, but her gaze remained focused on the back door. Taylor told his subordinates to stay back as he pushed his wheelchair and followed behind her. Did someone break in? They may be in a small house, but there were magic alarms set up everywhere. Taylor was too paranoid about his younger brother to sleep without these alarms. After having both of his knees destroyed by a hitman in his own room at the Marquis' estate, there was nowhere that Taylor considered to be safe anymore. Cage, what is going on? Hold on. Slam. Cage slammed the back door open. Taylor could only see a peaceful backyard. It was calm and tranquil as always. There were a couple of lamps lighting the garden up, making it the most lit area in the property. Cage started to rush into the backyard and Taylor followed behind her. Cage walked all the way to the fence at the boundary of the property and let out a gasp. Ha! This was the location right outside of the range of the alarm. On top of that fence was a small rock tower made of 5 small rocks. It was just large enough for the single night staying at this house to find when he went on his patrol later. Crazy shit. It was real. Some rough words came out of Cage's mouth. Taylor arrived next to Cage in his wheelchair and started to look at the rock tower on top of the fence with confusion. What is this? At Taylor's question, Cage read the message that was written in chalk next to it. Break this if you want your wish to be granted. That's what it says. Confusion and curiosity both filled Taylor's face simultaneously. Cage let out a sigh after looking at him and pressed her temples with her finger. I vote that you break it. No, it sounds crazy, but the Lord says to break it. What? This is the first time the Lord has not said some bullshit. Why is he talking so much these days? He usually speaks to me maybe once a year. What does this rock tower have to do with it? Cage turned to make eye contact with Taylor. The turning point of our lives. That is what he said. The god of death only came to Cage when she was sleeping. Sleep was similar to death. That was why sleep was a path of sorts for the god of death. However, this time, she had heard her lord while she was drinking. Cage thought that the god of death was angry at her for drinking too much beer. That was why she had welcomed it. She wanted this god to stop paying attention to her. However, the god of death had a different message for her. The decision is yours to make. However, don't break it if you want to live a peaceful life. That's what he said. She looked toward the rock tower. There was something underneath. There is a letter underneath the rock tower. I think they piled this rock tower up for the letter. She turned back to look at her best friend, Taylor. He had to look up from the wheelchair, so, although he could see the rock tower, he could not see the letter underneath it. I don't feel any strange power surrounding the rock tower. Although she was not as sensitive as real mages, using divine powers allowed Cage to be pretty sensitive and perceptive toward her surroundings. She would be able to feel if there were any curses or negative energy surrounding an item or a place. She was, after all, a servant of the god of death. She was waiting for Taylor's response. Taylor looked up at the night sky, before slowly turning to look at Cage. Destroy it. Cage immediately punched the rock tower in front of her. Tang, tang, tang. The rocks on top of the fence all fell down. Taylor just blankly watched it happen. Don't break it if I want to live peacefully. Taylor had never lived peacefully. He also had no desire to live peacefully. He was going to find a way to get his legs fixed and continue to push forward. And then, I will overturn this damn family of mine. Taylor reached his hand out and Cage handed him the envelope. Taylor immediately opened the envelope and found that letter was written using magic to prevent people from recognizing the sender's handwriting. Nobles frequently used this item. Taylor opened the letter without any hesitation. The first 2 lines of the letter, that were visible through the lamps in the yard, immediately caught his attention. The Crown Prince is in possession of an ancient power. It is called the Star of Healing, and is useless to him. It is a one-time use power that can heal any type of injury. He is looking to trade it for a method to hold the second prince and third prince in check. Taylor's hands started to shake. What is going on? Cage stiffened up after seeing Taylor's expression and his shaking hands. However, she soon relaxed. It was because Taylor started to laugh. He then handed her the letter. It will definitely be a turning point in our lives. What the hell are you talking about? Cage took the letter from Taylor and started to read. She stopped for a moment after reading about the ancient power and the crown prince, but then continued to read the rest. She then jerked her head up after reading the bottom part of the letter. Your legs might not move, but your head, arms, eyes, and mouth can. The rest of you is still very much alive. The decision is yours to make. Taylor Stan, eldest son of Marquis Stan. Taylor looked toward the darkness at the corner of the yard and started to speak. Cage. Yeah, let's leave this place to the butler and head to the capital for now. Okay. She decided to go along with the decision of the still alive Taylor. She was someone who had experienced death many more times than anybody else because she was a priestess of the god of death, thus causing her to be very clear about the value of life. I'm sure the intelligent Taylor will take care of everything. You're pretty good at that. Cage was trusting Taylor's mind and abilities. You're right. I used to be pretty good. Used to be. Cage gazed toward Taylor after hearing him use past tense. I should have known how to take care of myself. Unfortunately, Taylor injured his legs because he did not take good care of himself by letting himself get caught off guard. Taylor lifted his head to look at the small two-story house. He had been frustrated enough being here for the last few months following a lead he didn't even know was real or not. Rather than just continuing this futile effort, it might be better to leave for a bit. At least the god of death did not lie. Taylor was in need of a turning point. He started to speak. If it is the Crown Prince, we need to match the timing for the royal event. We need to hurry. All right, let's hurry. Will it be okay? We will run into a lot of the people from the temple if we go to the capital. What can they do? Excommunicate me? That'd be great. I'm just worried about you. Thank you. No need. They smiled at each other and spoke at the same time as Cage lifted up the letter. Benefactor. Well, they couldn't be sure if this person was their benefactor or not, but they both had a feeling that the writer of this letter was their benefactor. That meant that eventually, they would need to find this benefactor and return the favor. Two pairs of eyes, that were clear and without any traces of drinking just a few moments ago, quietly looked at the letter. It was the gaze of people who had found their turning point. The red kitten that was watching all of this from the roof of another house whispered to his sister, "On. Nuna, we can go home now, right?" "Yes, we did our job. Let's go eat meat." "Woo!" The two kittens jumped from roof to roof as they returned to the residence. The next day, Cal was standing with his arms crossed and a frown on his face. His gaze was looking up and down at the person in front of him. Cal's outfit was even more flashy and luxurious than usual. "Young master, even if Hans was not there, how could you go rolling around on the mountain? This vice captain should have escorted you." "Thank you, young master. This run is very sad." Cal had dressed up because he was annoyed at the gazes he got after coming back looking like a mess from crawling through the cave. The fancy outfit he was wearing looked quite good with his bright red hair. Cal was definitely not lacking when it came to looks. But there was another reason Cal was looking annoyed right now. "You're going to go like that?" They were standing in front of the inn. Cal was standing there, with his arms crossed, and looking at Choi Han. Choi Han had a small bag and his sword with him. Yes, there was no special feast or farewell party for the leaving Choi Han. Neither Cal nor Choi Han wanted something like that. That was why this farewell was pretty small as well. Cal the kittens, Hans, Ron, B. Crocs, and the vice captain. That was it. The fact that the vice captain was there was a bit odd, but he was standing there with a frown like Cal as he said his goodbye. Sigh. Cal sighed before taking a small bag out of his pocket and throwing it toward Choi Han. Choi Han easily caught the bag. Choi Han recognized the bag. It was the same size as the bag that Cal had given to the black dragon. Choi Han opened the bag to find potions and other types of useful items inside. Choi Han lifted his head from the bag and looked toward Cal. Cal just bluntly spoke when they made eye contact. What do you want? Just chuck it away if you don't want it." Choi Han did not say anything, but Cal was just saying whatever he wanted to do. He then turned around and headed toward his room. "Goodbye." Cal had a stoic expression as he turned around after saying goodbye. There should not be any more reasons to see Choi Han. Well, that is, after one more time. They will meet again once at the capital, before he sends Choi Han off with Ron and B. Crocs, along with a few orders. After that, he planned on having no contact with Choi Han at all. "I will be back soon." Choi Han's response, that seemed to contain a bit of joy, gave Cal the chills, but he did not look back. Choi Han felt that it was very much like Cal not to look back. His gaze then turned toward the rest of the group. "See you at the capital." I will be training myself, so that I will be the young master's personal guard when we are at the capital." Deputy Butler Hans cheerfully said goodbye, while the vice captain responded in a very annoyed voice. "I will keep my blade sharpened. See you later." B. Crocs and Ron said goodbye as well. Of course, the kittens patted Choi Han's leg with their paws to say goodbye. Finally, the black dragon, that had been using invisibility magic to stay in the yard during the day and lay by Cal's window at night, sent some invisible mana to Choi Han. "I've already received so much, but I seem to keep being on the receiving end." Choi Han put the magic bag in his pocket before starting to smile. Cal could not see it because his back was turned, but this was the first time the rest of them saw Choi Han with such a bright smile. "I will see you all at the capital." Choi Han respectfully said goodbye before heading out of the inn. Someone like him, who had spent tens of years in solitude that felt even worse than death, now had somewhere to return to. He also had people he needed to pay back for their grace. "I need to make sure to properly complete this task." Choi Han walked away from Cal and the rest, and headed out of Puzzle City. The next morning, Cal's group got on the carriage and prepared to leave Puzzle City as well. "Young master, we are ready to go." "Okay." Cal nodded his head at Ron's words, and Ron quickly closed the window and got the carriage to start moving. They were starting back on their journey. "What are you looking at?" Cal was staring at the kitten's siblings, who were fidgeting while trying to avoid his gaze. Kittens flinched and turned their eyes away. Cal started to smile. "What? Did you meet a dragon or something?" Gasp. Cal heard the kittens gasp, but just ignored it. Choi Han may have left, but now a dragon was following them. However, he did not have time to worry about that fact. After a day's worth of travel, They were now getting ready to make camp. "Excuse me, if it is okay, may we share a part of your campsite?" A carriage arrived by Cal's campsite area, and the person that seemed to be the driver got off and approached the vice captain. "May I ask who you are?" the vice captain asked, even though he already knew the answer after seeing the red snake on the driver's armor. The driver bowed to the vice captain and Cal behind him and introduced himself. "My name is Tom, and I am a part of Marquis Stan's estate." "Shit." Cal almost said that out loud, as he looked at the shabby-looking carriage without a crest. The window opened and Cal could see the face of Taylor Stan. "My name is Taylor Stan. I saw Count Hennetus's crest, and am asking for help, even though I'm sure it is not ideal. If it is the strong Count Hennetus's campsite, Taylor thought he would be safe for the night. It was not so good in Cal's eyes. Cal had now met Marquis Stan's eldest son Taylor, and the crazy priestess Cage. He thought about the dragon that would be hunting a boar or deer for him right now, and started to frown. Damn it. One left and 3 showed up. Chapter 26. You won. And not just 3 average beings. One was a dumb dragon, another was a crazy priestess who wants to be excommunicated, and the third was a punk from Marquis Stan's family. Sigh. Cal could not help but sigh. He dropped his head before lifting it back up again. Once he did, he could see that it had become much quieter. Cal thought the silence was odd and looked toward Hans. Hans smiled awkwardly, before stealthily gesturing toward the driver, Tom, and Taylor, who was looking out of the carriage window. Taylor had a bitter smile on his face as he started to speak. "If it is inconvenient for your party, we will leave." The eldest son of the Marquis family, and the son who was pushed out of the family. After his legs became paralyzed, Taylor's life turned 180 degrees overnight, from one of luxury and power, to one where his family gave him just the minimal amount of support needed to survive. Those nobles, who knew that anyone other than the successor to the Marquis title in the Stan family would die immediately, started to avoid Taylor, finding him to be an annoyance. They even purposefully ignored him in front of Venyan, or the other siblings, to try to curry their favor as well. The current Taylor's situation was even worse than that of a bastard son of a baron's family. Taylor knew about Cal, the trash of the Hennetus family. A luxurious golden turtle as their symbol, as well as being a handsome young man with red hair. There was no one other than Cal who fit that description. Even someone like Count Hennetus, who did not join a faction, could find it uncomfortable to associate with someone like him. They were all like that after his body became paralyzed. Taylor had remembered the reality of the situation after hearing Cal's sigh. But at that moment, "Why would you leave?" Cal walked toward Taylor's carriage with a stoic expression on his face. "This isn't my property. I wouldn't do something so childish when we are both fellow travelers." Cal and Taylor made eye contact with each other. Cal then quickly peeked inside Taylor's carriage. "She is there." The crazy priestess, Cage, was observing him from inside the carriage. Cal had read about how her curses were really scary. Some people even said her curses were at the level of a necromancer, the curse profession. Cal turned his gaze away from Cage and reached his hand out. "I am Cal Hennetus of the Hennetus family." Taylor gazed at the hand reaching out to him from outside the carriage. He then looked back at Cal's stoic expression. Click. Taylor opened the carriage door. Proper etiquette indicated that he should step out of the carriage to return the greeting. "It is difficult for me to step out because of my legs." "I am aware." Taylor looked once more toward Cal, who did not seem to care about the proper etiquette, and shook his hand. It was just a short handshake. "Nice to meet you, young Master Cal." Not at all. Cal was not happy about this meeting at all. He quickly tried to turn around, because he did not want to be introduced to Cage. Unfortunately, Taylor was an extremely respectful person. "This is my companion, Priestess Cage Nim. She is a follower of the god of eternal rest." Eternal rest. This was a term for death. Cal held back another sigh, and looked toward Cage. Cage gracefully greeted him like a proper priestess. "Nice to meet you, young Master Cal. My name is Cage. May the peace of the night always be with you." Peace of the night. That was the general greeting those who served the god of death gave to the public. Peace of the night, my ass. Forget peace of the night. Cal felt like he wouldn't be able to even sleep properly tonight. He felt like he was drinking lemonade as he looked toward Cage, who was gently smiling. She's acting all nice and innocent, even though she finds it to be so annoying. That is the number one reason she wants to be excommunicated. She really was good at acting. Cal smiled at Cage, who still had a very stereotypical smile of a priestess on her face, and confidently replied, "I do not believe in a god." Cage's gaze became curious. Her gaze seemed to be asking what kind of crazy thing Cal was saying to a priestess, but Cal welcomed it. Cal just wanted her to keep thinking that he was a trash. "You are an interesting person." "I guess I am a bit interesting." Cal just casually responded to her statement and looked around the carriage. It was extremely shabby for the eldest son of a marquis. Just one night, a subordinate, who also served as the driver, and the two of them, Cage and Taylor. I'm sure he's out of money as well. Taylor probably spent a lot of money putting magic tools around the Puzzle City residence. Since he was not getting much help from the marquis, he wouldn't really have any emergency funds to use. Taylor was probably doing everything he could to reduce his expenses. Taylor closed his eyes to hold back the shame while watching Cal look through his carriage. Cal did not put much meaning behind it, and started to think. They are probably heading to the capital because of my message. It was obvious where they were heading. It was to the capital, to meet the Crown Prince. Hans. Yes, young master. Cal vaguely gave an order to the approaching Hans. Help them out. Yes, sir. Set up a separate meal for them, and set up a campsite next to ours as well. He didn't want to eat with them, or even share the same campsite. And don't look for me. You take care of everything. He didn't want to create a situation for them to come into contact with one another. Of course, he felt like things would not go as he wanted. Yes, sir. I will serve them like I am serving you, young master. Whatever. Go bring me some alcohol. Why did he suddenly become so passionate? Cal just stared at the suddenly passionate Hans, and slightly bowed toward Taylor as he said goodbye. Then, I will be on my way, young Master Taylor. Thank you for your benevolence, young Master Cal. It was nothing. Cal turned away from Taylor, who had a curious look on his face. He then immediately headed back to his carriage without looking anywhere else. Of course, he gave an order to the vice captain who was walking by his side. Looks like they only have one night. Vice captain, you take care of their guard duty as well. Yes, young master. Cal verified what the vice captain had said to Taylor's knight before getting back on the carriage. It was regarding guard duty at night. Cal verified the knight's expression turning bright before the knight got back onto the carriage. Click. The door closed with a loud click. This made everyone turn their gaze toward the closed door of the carriage with the golden turtle crest, before returning to do their duties. Only Taylor and Cage, who didn't really have anything to do right now, just continued to stare at the closed door. The two kittens greeted Cal inside the carriage. I've seen those two people. Hong. I was there too. The kittens, who had been watching everything through the window, slowly approached Cal and sat down next to him before starting to talk to each other. They weren't looking at Cal nor even talking to him, but it was clear that the question was toward Cal. Cal answered the witty kitten's question. Pretend not to know. Like the dragon? Yes. The kittens nodded their heads to show their understanding. Cal watched them nod, before crossing his arms and closing his eyes. The Healing Star. That was the name of the ancient power he wrote about in the letter to Cage and Taylor. The reason Cal came to know about this power was because of the Plaza Terror incident. The Healing Star is a single-use power that can heal any injury or illness to the body's original, healthy state. The Crown Prince was in possession of such a power. The deceased queen had given it to him. During the Plaza Terror incident, the secret organization makes their move once the royal family arrives. Magic bombs across the capital and in the plaza go off at that moment at the same time. In the novel, Choi Han was only able to stop about half of it. That in itself was amazing, such that the kingdom considered him a hero, but Choi Han himself thought about the lives of the victims of the bombs, making his hatred for the secret organization become even worse. At that time, the secret organization installed bombs on some people during the incident. Choi Han, along with the genius mage Rosalind, protected the people from the bombs and helped with their escape. At that time, there was an old man that Choi Han had failed to save. The man had lost his right arm and leg while taking a bomb off and throwing it away from himself, and this incident had made Choi Han extremely upset. Watching the old man's hurt body, the Crown Prince thought about the Healing Star. That was how the power was originally introduced in the novel. Naturally, the Crown Prince did not use the power on the old man. Instead, he consoled Choi Han, who was feeling responsible for the old man's death, and raised him up as a hero. It is only normal. Cal did not think the Crown Prince made the wrong decision. Who can judge him for wanting to use his power for himself? Of course, Choi Han or Rosalind would have used it for the old man. By the way, his little brother Dragon's still following us. Cal nodded his head at Hong's question. Since it is like this, I might as well use the dragon for my benefit as well. His original plan was to save him, and then be done with him. But if the dragon was going to follow him around the country like a little puppy, he might as well put it to good use. He had already thought about how to use that dragon the last few nights as well. Cal knew the location of the 5 magic bombs that Choi Han had found in the novel, but he was not sure about the location of the remaining 5 magic bombs that ended up going off. The 5 bombs that were located were found by using Rosalind's genius level mana detection abilities to find them one by one. But now, Cal had an existence that was worlds better than Rosalind at detecting mana following him around like a lost duck. Might as well make it work hard. The kittens flinched at that statement, but Cal did not see it as he was thinking about all of the work he was going to make the dragon do in the capital. The dragon, who had no idea about any of this, delivered a boar to the campsite early in the morning once again. Cal, who slept in after staying up late planning out the things that needed to be completed at the capital, went out to verify the boar before noticing an odd atmosphere. He had eaten and slept in the carriage last night. He was doing his best to not interact with Taylor and crew. That was why he could not understand this odd and somewhat dark atmosphere. Hans. What is going on? Hans put on an awkward smile and greeted Cal. Hans, as well as the rest of the Cal's group, were quickly getting past their suspicions about the meat and fruit being delivered to them. Although Cal had no idea what Ron thought about it, since Cal and Choi Han both had said that it was fine, they just went along with it. B. Crocs was easy to convince since he was always excited to see ingredients of the highest quality appear every morning. Haha, young master, did you finally wake up? Han slowly peeked toward Taylor and Cage before approaching Cal. You see, I think young master Taylor has gotten the wrong idea. Wrong idea? Cal could see the boar, as well as Taylor on the wheelchair, and Cage pushing Taylor's wheelchair behind him. He approached the dead boar and stood next to the wheelchair as he started to speak. What is going on? As usual, the boar that the dragon delivered was enormous. It was larger than a tiger, the type of boar that would excite B. Crocs quite a bit. And as usual, there was a drawing next to the boar. The dragon must have found it annoying to draw the fork, as only the knife was drawn this time. Young Master Cal, I'm sorry. What kind of utter nonsense was this? Taylor had an apologetic smile on his face as he turned away from the boar. It seems like my movements have been detected. Movement? Cal could then hear the priestess Cage mumbling behind Taylor. She was angry. We left in secret, so how is it possible? There is someone who can avoid my detection. This is too much. How would someone at your level detect a dragon? Cal was done figuring out what was going on. Something, or someone, that was able to catch such a large boar so easily and drop it off at their campsite, without being detected by the priestess Cage or anyone else. That strength and stealthiness was something only an expert would have. Next to that feat of strength was a drawing of a knife. It was a small knife to Cal, but they seemed to be seeing a very large knife. Cal looked back at Taylor, who was looking at him with both despair and sorriness. Young Master Cal, this incident B. Crocs. Cal called out to B. Crocs. Marquis Stan's second son, Venyan, was probably extremely busy right now. Why would someone like that pay attention to the disabled eldest son? It wasn't like Venyan knew the healing star was at the capital. Yes, young master? B. Crocs, who was standing there with his kitchen knife prepared, responded with excitement on his face. Looks like we'll be eating steak for breakfast. Young master, it looks like we will get the highest quality steak once again. Taylor, who was staring at Cal with a blank expression, suddenly started to speak. Once again, Cal nodded his head and responded. We have someone in our party who delivers food for us. Who is it? Cal snorted before responding. He is surprisingly shy, so you will not be able to see him. Cal saw the leaves on a tree not far from the campsite moving up and down and shook his head. Cal shaking his head made both Taylor and Cage turn red from embarrassment. I see. It seems we had the wrong idea. It's not your fault. B. Crocs is an excellent cook, so please have some steak before you go. B. Crocs stopped caressing the boar and looked up at Cal. Cal could not look at B. Crocs because of what Taylor said next. Young Master Cal, I heard that you are heading for the capital. If it is okay with you, may we follow behind you? I knew it would be like this. It was as Cal had expected. Please feel free to do whatever is best for you. There was no way they would find out that he had written the letter just from them traveling with him. If it was going to be like this anyways, he might as well take care of them until the capital and have them owe him a debt. These two could be very useful in the future if he used them properly. Thank you. We will be under your care until we get close to the capital. Cal started to smile a bit at Taylor's words. At least he's not completely unreasonable. Close to the capital. Taylor was only asking for help until a location that would not make things difficult for Cal or Count Henatus in dealing with Venyan or Marquis Stan for associating with the disabled Taylor. There would be all sorts of complications if they went into the capital together. We will determine that later on. Naturally, Cal had a different opinion. There were still many items in the magic box waiting to be used by Cal. Of course. Please feel free to let us know whenever is most convenient for you, young master. Sure. Taylor and Cage looked toward the casually responding Cal with curiosity. However, Cal avoided their gaze and started to speak to Hans. Bring my meal to the carriage. Yes, sir. Cal headed back to the carriage. At that moment, someone called out to him. Young Master Cal. It was Cage. She seemed to have a headache as she started to frown and walk over toward Cal. Cal had a bitter taste in his mouth while watching Cage approach him. What can I do for you, Priestess Nim? Do you really not believe in any god? Now what the heck does she want? Yes, none of them. I understand. Cal quickly headed to the carriage after hearing Cage's response. Taylor approached her as she watched Cal walk away. What's going on? Cage rarely engaged with people other than people from the temple or her close friends. That was why it was really odd for Taylor to see Cage frowning and reaching out to Cal. She shook her head and responded with a very bitter expression. It's odd. What is? Well, it's like. Cage touched the back of her head. I have this bitter feeling that the god of death is caressing the back of my head with a sympathetic expression. What kind of feeling is that? Did you not sleep properly? Maybe. Cage continued to feel that way every time she looked at Cal. The only time she felt this way in the past was when the temple had forced her to do a lot of manual labor in order to build a new temple. She had felt the same feeling when she plopped down from exhaustion and the god of death was looking down at her with concern. There's no way young Master Cal will order us around like that damn temple. Cage decided Taylor was right about her not sleeping properly, and tried to shake the feeling away. That was how Cal's crew grew bigger, and they continued toward the capital with no other issues. Every time Cal got tired of sitting down and stepped out of the carriage, Taylor's group continued to look toward him, but they did not have any conversations. They continued to travel like that until they were at an inn, about 1 day's worth of traveling away from the capital. "Young Master Cal, you like alcohol, right?" Taylor and Cage came to look for Cal. "What can I do for you?" Cal wanted to know why they came to visit him so late at night, but his expression was not that odd. Taylor smiled at Cal's demeanor. Cal Hennetus, the trash who cannot go a day without alcohol. When Taylor was still the potential successor to the Marquis, he had received all of the information about the nobles as well. Cal's information was so unique that there was no way he could forget it, but I don't think that is all. However, Cal was very different compared to the information. He stayed in the carriage all day so that they would feel at peace, and had the generosity to give them the best treatment possible. His subordinates also trusted and followed him. Most importantly, he treated the two of them like normal people. You are different from the rumors. They were now right in front of the capital. Taylor and Cage would need to move stealthily starting early the next morning. Horse, they will have to confidently walk in when they walk into the royal palace. There were many things they were prepared to research before that happened. However, they had made up their mind to move differently than their original plan. They had been watching Cal Hennetus for over a week. This person was now on Taylor and Cage's mind. "Young Master Cal, it should be okay to share a drink with us before we leave, right?" Chapter 27. You two. Come on in. Cal motioned for them to come into the room, and Cage pushed Taylor's wheelchair inside. Once all three of them sat down at the table, Cal did not even take a look at the alcohol before he asked, "What is it that you want?" Cal's voice was extremely cold and stoic as usual. However, this just confirmed in Taylor's mind that this person in front of him was not a trash. In fact, he was smarter than most people thought. Taylor had not come here just to drink with Cal. Alcohol was only good when you were comfortably drinking with people you could trust. Drinking with others was just for easy conversation and observing the other party. "What kind of person do you think I am, young Master Cal?" Cal quietly observed Taylor after hearing his question, before approaching his bed and picking up a pouch. He brought it back and put it on top of the table. Clang! A metallic sound filled the room as the pouch slightly opened. Inside the pouch were plenty of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Cal's confident voice filled the room. "I don't know why you are heading to the capital right now, when every noble in the country's attention is focused on the capital, but I'm sure there is only one thing people like you who are heading into the lion's den want from me." Cal had expected it from the moment they asked to follow him to the capital, as well as every time he felt their gazes during the trip. The wealthy Hennetus family. "You want money, right?" Sigh. The priestess Cage let out a sigh that was almost like a gasp of admiration. Taylor was someone who used to play at the top before falling off a cliff, but Cage was someone who had always been at the bottom. To someone like her, Cal was an unique individual. He asked the deputy butler for alcohol whenever he had a free moment. He did not care at all about what his subordinates did, and only ate the highest quality food. He only stayed in the most luxurious inns, and always seemed to be relaxed. He also did not care about what he said to others. However, he was definitely not trash. Her friend Taylor understood this even better than she did. "So you already knew. It was a piece of cake." Cal answered as if it was not difficult to deduce at all. "Based on how you are traveling, you look like you are lacking in money. In order to stay at the capital, especially stealthily, you need money more than anything else. I'm sure this was not originally your plan, but it was only natural to ask when you have the golden turtle traveling with you." Taylor could not disagree with anything Cal just said. It was the truth. Cal Hennetus was someone who did not try to avoid him, the eldest son who was pushed aside by his family. Asking Cal and hopefully getting some money was their best course of action. Even if Cal said no, it didn't look like Cal would tell Venyan about Taylor's request. Cal seemed to hate complicated things. In Taylor's eyes, Cal was someone who voluntarily hid from others. "Thank you very much, young Master Cal." Cal did not say anything like, "You're welcome." Instead, he was ready to put into play his plan that he had formulated and thought over ever since they started following him. "Will you be leaving early in the morning?" "Yes. We were planning on stealthily leaving, but came here to see you before we left. We need to take care of things on our own now." Taylor's eyes were clear as he sat on the wheelchair. However, Cal could not see any positive feelings in Taylor's eyes when he made eye contact. "Will you be entering through the temple?" The moment Taylor's expression seemed to show shock at how Cal knew, Cage stepped in. "Yes, we plan to enter through the temple." They were planning to disguise Taylor as a member of the temple and sneak him in. However, doing so would alert the Temple of Death of Cage's location. Cage was willing to put herself in that kind of danger for Taylor. However, even entering like that would not guarantee stealth. Cal poked at that problem. "Even if you enter through the temple, Venyan or the Marquis will hear about it within 3 days. They most likely have informants in the Temple of Death as well. You really are very well informed. Cage started to smile. There was something she suddenly realized about Cal. Young Master Cal, I'm sure there is a reason you are so curious about our course of action. Tap, tap. Cal's index finger tapped on the table. Take this money and let the innkeeper know that you and your people will be staying one more day here. Cal then lifted up his finger and pointed toward the two of them. As for the two of you, you will get on my carriage. The rest of your group will enter the capital one day later. Screech. Cal pushed the chair back and stood up. He then went over and grabbed another item from the magic box and put it on top of the table. This is a magic tool that will make any life forms in a selected area turn invisible for 5 minutes. This was the second item that needed to be rented under Billows's name. Young Master, are you planning on stealing something? Steal? No, I plan to break something. Break something? He was planning on using this item during the Plaza Terror incident, but he had a reason to use it in advance now. Cal was thankful that it was not a single-use item. Silence filled the room once Cal stopped talking. Cage and Taylor looked back and forth between Cal and the item, and their lips opened and closed multiple times, but they could not say anything. They finally managed to ask after a while of silence. Why? Young Master Taylor, who had been silent for a while now, slowly started to ask. Why are you doing this for us? You have nothing to gain from it. Why? I have to help you out a bit since I caused it. It's not like it is going to harm me in any way. In addition, if Taylor manages to take over the Marquis position, Cal would not need to worry about Marquis Stan or Vinyan's greed once the war with the foreign nation starts. That would help the Henatu's territory remain quiet and allow Cal to live peacefully. Must I answer? Yes. I want to hear your reason. Taylor wanted to hear Cal's response. Cal stoically answered Taylor's question. The response was both brutal and cold. It's because you are so pitiful. I want to know just what is making someone like you, a cripple who doesn't know when he will die, do all of this. For the eldest son of a marquis to ask the trash of a count's family for money, it is just so pitiful. Taylor's mouth slowly opened and closed, before he started to silently laugh. Taylor then patted his knees with his hands. He could not feel anything when he did that. However, Taylor's eyes, nose, mouth, hands, and the rest of him was still alive. Taylor started to smile brightly. Thank you for your sympathy. I needed that kind of sympathy. However, there is one condition to all of this. Cal did not pay any attention to Taylor's words of thanks. What is it? Forget about everything. Cal repeated himself once more, as he pushed the bag of money toward Taylor. Forget about every single thing that has happened. Cal was showing that he was willing to help them, but did not want to be involved with them any further. Cage stepped forward. This was the reason she had come with Taylor. Young Master Taylor, and I will make a vow to the God of Death to not reveal anything. I'm sure that you are aware that anyone who breaks a vow made to the God of Death will die. Yes, I am. Please make your vow. Cal started to smile at her words. A vow made to the God of Death. It was because Cal believed in this famous vow that he was willing to help them out. The priestess Cage could not help but laugh after seeing Cal smile about their decision to make a vow to the God of Death. I presume young Master Cal will not be making a vow? Correct. If things become complicated in the future because of this, I plan on revealing everything. To Vinyan. Yes. Cal confidently answered the question. Hearing Cal's answer actually made Taylor feel much more peaceful. Taylor liked the fact that Cal was honest and said that he planned to reveal everything if it inconvenienced Cal in any way in the future. Cage. Let's do it. Okay. Taylor and Cage. The two of them were no longer speaking formally in front of Cal. It was their signal to each other that they will reveal almost everything to Cal. We will start now. Tonight was the night of the new moon. On these nights, when the moon was not visible, was when the strength of the God of Death was at its peak. Cage closed her eyes and gathered her hands together in front of her. It looked different than when people were praying. Her two palms were pointed toward Taylor and herself. Boom! A small vibration filled the air. At the same time, a black smoke started to come out of Cage's fingertips and surrounded the three of them. Is this holy power? Cal was filled with an odd sensation while feeling the power around him. It was definitely different from ancient powers, but it was still warm, even though it was black. I, Cage, a daughter of the eternal night, wishes to borrow the name of the night to make a vow alongside Taylor Stan. A vow is made with our lives. Anyone who breaks this vow will descend into eternal darkness. Cage opened her eyes and looked toward Cal and Taylor before continuing to speak. I, Cage, and Taylor Stan, vow to keep tonight's discussions a secret only to be shared with the witness, Cal Henatus. We will not discuss this with anyone else. With anyone else. Taylor repeated the ending words. Cage closed her eyes after hearing Taylor's voice. The black smoke surrounded the three of them once again. And then ooh-on. With another vibration, the smoke disappeared. The vow was finished. Pretty simple. Cal could feel an odd sensation in his hand while sharing his thoughts. It was similar to ancient powers. He could sense the things related to the vow. The sensation you feel right now is the power of the vow. The moment we break the vow, young Master Cal will be informed of our deaths as the witness. I see. Cal easily accepted her explanation. He had no choice because of the sensation in his hand. He started to inspect the difference between the divine power and the ancient power inside of him. At that moment, Taylor put the bottle of alcohol he brought at the middle of the table. Tap. The bottle now sat at the middle of the table. "Young Master Cal, will you have a drink?" "A drink?" Cal hid his desire for them to leave and asked what they meant. Taylor nodded his head at Cal's question. "Yes. Alcohol. Alcohol is necessary on a good day." Taylor wanted to drink with Cal, someone he could not trust until recently. Cage seemed to have figured something out by his actions, and started to smile before putting her hand into the wide sleeves of her priestess outfit. "Tada!" 3 shot glasses came out of her sleeve. "Ho!" Cal looked at the shot glasses, the bottle of alcohol, and the priestess with disbelief. He could not believe that she carried shot glasses in her sleeves. "Priestess Nim." "Yes? You are amazing." She was a true alcoholic. Cal took a glass from her, and Taylor filled the glass. Once all 3 of their glasses were full, Cage asked Cal a question. "Young Master Cal, is it not weird that a priestess is drinking?" Cal tilted his head to one side and asked, "Is that any of my business?" Cal did not care whether she drank or not. "Wow, I really like you." Cage shared her admiration while smacking her knee with her other hand. She then coyishly asked Cal, "Young Master Cal, do you not have any desire to get to know an older sister with a great personality?" "Nope," Cal sternly answered, and Taylor quickly added on, "What about an older brother with a great personality?" "Even less." Cage and Taylor both started to laugh instead of being disappointed at Cal's answer. Cal could not tell what was funny about his response, but lifted up his glass and started to speak. "Cheers." Clang. The 3 glasses clanged together. A night of a new moon. There was no moon in the sky, but this alcohol that was deeper than the moon, and created a thread connecting these 3 individuals. The next morning. "Young Master, shall we head out?" Cal did not know whether Hans was slow or just found this to be funny. Deputy Butler Hans had heard the situation from Cal, and pretended to not see the 2 people in the corner of Cal's carriage, instead loudly asking Cal whether they should leave. "Yes, let's go." Of course, Cal casually gave the command to go. 2 hours. They would arrive at the entrance of the capital in 2 hours. Chapter 28. U3. Clunk. The carriage started to move. Mio, An and Han glanced over and Cage and Taylor, who were sitting across from them, and stuck closely to Cal. "Young Master Cal, do you know anything about this royal event?" Cal looked toward Taylor. Taylor was fine compared to the priestess, who was struggling with her hangover. In fact, he was even better off than Cal. This weak-looking noble had the strongest alcohol tolerance out of the 3 of them. Cal started to respond to Taylor, who was looking at him. "This is my first time going to the palace. I have only been to a northeastern nobles meeting a few years ago." Taylor did not bring this up just to start a conversation. It was because he wanted to share a piece of information with Cal for his generosity. "I see. The event this time is to celebrate the 50th birthday of His Royal Highness, our current king. It is an entertaining festival for the citizens." Seeing Cal speak as if it did not include himself, Taylor started to get curious. "Sounds like it is not a festival for young Master Cal. How can it be a festival I'd enjoy when my heart is going crazy thinking about the terror incident?" Cal did not say that out loud. He was probably the only person who knew about the secret organization and the upcoming terror incident. Knowing about such a fact was bound to bring a heavy sense of responsibility and headache. Of course, there was a relationship between that sense of responsibility and the headache. "I will prevent it, but I will step aside if it seems like I will get hurt or tired." That was Cal's point of view on the terror incident. "Do just enough so that I will not be inconvenienced." However, someone like Cal, no Kim Rock-soo, who had a fear of death, could not just pretend that he did not know anything. "It's not a festival for you either, young Master Taylor." Taylor, as well as Cage, who had been frowning because of her hangover, started to smile after hearing Cal's words. "I am considering it to be my last obstacle before I can celebrate." Compared to his gentle appearance, Taylor was a risk-taker. That was how he was able to be in front of Venyan, even with his ethical personality, before he was attacked. "Young Master Cal." "Yes?" "Be careful of His Highness, the Crown Prince." Taylor gazed toward Cal, and continued to speak. "Although I may have been pushed aside, I still have ways of getting information in the Marquis's estate. Although this 50th birthday celebration for the king was planned from the beginning, the act of calling all of the nobles together was something that the Crown Prince suggested." Taylor knew some information about the Crown Prince. "I'm not sure how I should describe the Crown Prince to you." Seeing Taylor struggling, Cal casually answered. "He is someone with a glib tongue." "Ah yes. Taylor, who agreed with Cal, quickly turned pale and tried to take it back, but in the end was forced to admit that it was true. "Yes, you are right. You already know about it. Isn't it information anybody who is interested can find out?" "Of course. But this is the first time I've heard anyone be so blunt about it like you, young Master Cal." Seeing Taylor nodding his head, Cal started to think about the Crown Prince. The glib tongue of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was very good at giving compliments to people. He was also very good at praising these people in public for their deeds and giving them recognition. After that, he used these people. Of course, the people being used have no idea that they are being used. One of these victims in the novel was none other than Choi Han, the person the Crown Prince lifts up as his close friend and hero. For a commoner like Choi Han, he thought it was good that someone like the Crown Prince treated him so closely. However, for Cal, or Kim Rok-soo, who was reading the novel, the Crown Prince was the type of person he hated the most. The problem is that the way he uses people for the right reasons. He did not use people for his own benefits or for power. He used these people for the kingdom, the citizens, and to make the nation greater. I guess it is too much to call it using people. Rather than using, it was more like asking for their help. The Crown Prince did not order these people using his superiority, but instead he asked them on an equal level. He used that glib tongue of his to praise them a lot, and then give a really sad reason that people could not turn down. Naturally, Choi Han was unable to say no. The cold, yet just as good-natured Rosalind ended up agreeing to help out in the end as well. Of course, even such a person had a weakness. Anyways, young Master Cal, His Highness the Crown Prince, as you already know, it is tiring to get involved with such a person. You do not have to worry. I plan on being as quiet as possible before returning home. I do not like being flashy. Cal answered back like it was nothing. However, he then realized that silence had filled the room after he responded. The kittens, On and Hong, Cage, who was struggling with her hangover, and even Taylor, who had a gentle smile on his face. They were all staring at Cal. Why are you looking at me like that? Will it really be possible to? No, never mind. Nothing. Both Cage and Taylor said no before looking away. Kittens just shook their heads. Cal started to frown, and added on. Even if I do end up being dragged in, the thing that young Master Taylor and Priestess Nim are thinking about will not happen. Taylor and Cage could see that Cal was smiling. His smile was so devious that he looked like a villain. Cal smiled at the two of them before continuing on. I also have a very glib tongue. The Crown Prince tended to stay away from people similar to himself. It was his wariness of others like him. If the Crown Prince was the type to praise people and use them for his needs, Cal just needed to act the same way. Seeing Cage look toward him with an expression that seemed to say she was feeling better, he looked right into her eyes. She then started to speak. I think this look suits you very well, young Master Cal. You look very evil. It is better than looking like a good person. I knew it. Cage nodded her head and seemed to confirm something, but Cal did not care. Instead, he pushed aside the curtain on the window and looked outside. They were pretty close to the gate of the capital now. The gate that Cal's carriage was heading toward was a different gate than the gate that the commoners used. He was heading toward the noble's entrance, which would allow him to get through it much faster. The capital really is different. That was what came out of Cal's mouth based on what Cal saw out through the window. Taylor seemed to understand why Cal felt that way, and nodded his head. Roan Kingdom is the kingdom of boulders. Cal could see the large wall surrounding the capital. There were many different sculptures on the wall. The Roan Kingdom was kind of unique. Not only was it the western continent's greatest source of marble, but the northwest and western areas of Roan Kingdom contained a lot of granite. That was why it was called the Land of Boulders. If you traveled up north, the majority of the mountain peaks were made of granite. The Roan Kingdom had quite a lot of rock mountains. Taylor continued to speak, as if he suddenly remembered something. If you look through the ancient stories, there are many boulder-related stories, even before the Roan Kingdom came into existence. One of them says that this land had a boulder-like guardian. The Roan Kingdom was located on the northeast of the western continent. It was a guardian that could protect everything from any kind of attack. When darkness descended on the continent, this guardian was the one to stand in the front against it. There were many different myths about the end of the ancient times. You would hear tons of different stories as you traveled around the continent. Some say that the end of the ancient times came when darkness descended, and some heroes managed to defeat this darkness. Others say it ended because people were jealous of each other's powers and fought for control. Finally, some even say that a god was so angry that it destroyed all living beings. The story that Taylor was discussing right now was one of those many myths. Taylor, you seem to like that story. Taylor nodded his head at Cage's question. Yes, I do. Cal turned to look at Taylor. Taylor had always had a fragile body, even before his legs became paralyzed. Taylor patted his knees and continued to speak. The guardian is said to have stood firmly in place, like a boulder, even after everything in his body became broken. That was how he was able to protect the people and the land of this northeastern area that is covered in boulders. There were a lot of different contents in the stories regarding the darkness that descended onto the continent. When the darkness appeared at the center of the continent, other myths discussed the tales of those heroes that fought against it. However, the main character in the one Taylor is talking about only focused on protecting. Taylor considered such an individual to be a hero. Such an existence cannot survive in the present day. That is why I like the Smith so much. But you don't seem to believe it? Taylor nodded his head at Cade's question. It is very rare to see someone injure himself so severely to protect something. I agree. Cal nodded his head to agree with Taylor's statement. It was one thing to protect yourself, but this guardian protected others in this northeastern land. Cal could not understand such logic. But this is my first time hearing about this specific story. Cal had read about all sorts of legends and myths regarding ancient powers while reading until Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero. However, this was the first time he heard about the Boulder Guardian of Roan Kingdom. It is probably because it is not that popular. I only found it while researching through ancient texts for information about ancient powers. I told Cage about it as well. Cal nodded his head again and lowered the curtains once more. He then took out a round pendant from his pocket and threw it toward Taylor. Get ready. Taylor and Cage both nodded their heads and held each other's hand with the pendant in the middle of both of their hands. The magic device started to operate. Cal let out a sigh and grabbed a bottle from a corner of the carriage. A moment later, the carriage stopped outside the noble's gate, and Cal could hear the vice captain's voice as well as someone else's voice. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, the capital's guard wishes to verify the occupants. Bang! Cal's foot kicked the carriage door open. He could see the vice captain's relaxed expression, as well as the anxious capital guard. Cal had a bottle in one hand and a glass full of alcohol in the other, and looked toward the capital guard. Go ahead. The inside of the carriage was full of the smell of alcohol. Cal's extremely flushed face, and this stench made it very clear that he had been drinking since last night. Although the festival was still a week away, many nobles had already passed through this entrance. Two of the capital guards looked inside the carriage every time to do a cursory look. However, the guard had never seen such a sight before. The vice captain smiled gently at the guard and started to speak. Our young master cures his hangovers through drinking more alcohol. He is someone who has reached the apex of overcoming a hangover. Cal looked at the anxious guard and the vice captain who was trying to praise him as best as possible, and started to think. Ah, this is tiring. That was why he said the following. Can't you hurry up? The guard called over the other guard to look through the carriage, that was full of empty alcohol bottles, and gave the approval. Everything looks fine. The vice captain slowly closed the door while the guard welcomed Cal. Welcome to the capital. Priek. Click. The door closed completely, and the carriage made its way through the gate. Cal pushed forward the full glass in his hand, and started to speak. Apparently, welcome to the capital. Taylor, who was no longer invisible, started to laugh as he handed Cal the pendant and received the glass. It has been a while since I've been welcomed. Cal's group had arrived at the capital. Chapter 29, U4. Cal's carriage leisurely headed to the south of the capital. Huis, the capital of the Roan Kingdom. People were clearly busy getting ready for the upcoming birthday celebration. Cal looked out through the slightly lifted curtain and started to think. Choi Han should arrive in about 3 days. Unless he moves like a crazy lunatic, Choi Han should arrive 3 days later. He will bring Rosalind and Locke with him, and they will run into the secret organization while getting Locke, which will delay them even more. In the novel, Choi Han ran into Locke, the only survivor of the Blue Wolf tribe and someone with the Wolf King's bloodline, before running into the secret organization once again. After that, Choi Han would run into the secret organization once more at the Capital Terror incident. Harris Village, Choi Han's first residence outside the Forest of Darkness. This secret organization was the one that had murdered everyone in the village. He had run into the organization twice, but he did not have much information on them. The assassins don't have stars on their clothes. Since assassination was the goal for both Harris Village and the Blue Wolf tribe, the secret organization sent their assassin squad. The assassin squad only wears black clothes without the stars, just in case something goes wrong. They were people who chose to take their own lives if they were caught. But things will change starting at the capital. That blood-loving punk will show up. While preventing the terror incident with Rosalind, Choi Han comes in contact with the leader of the secret organization. That leader and their subordinates all have the red star and 5 white stars on their chest. Cal had already come up with an excuse to give Choi Han as well for their uniforms when they rescued the dragon. He just blankly stared outside, before shutting the curtains once again. The happy citizens decorating the streets, and the streets that were becoming very beautiful. All of this would turn into a place of despair in a week. Young Master Taylor. They were now at the southern part of Huis, at the location of the noble residences. Cal's carriage stopped in front of a building, and Cal stood up and got ready to exit. Ron will take care of you once we arrive at the residence. You just need to head out that way. He was looking at the door as he continued. Forget everything. He could hear Taylor and Cade's voice coming from behind him. Thank you very much. See you in a joyful environment next time. Cal started to smile. Cage and Taylor continued to look at him, but neither Cal nor the 2 kittens paid the 2 people any attention. Click. The carriage door opened. Young master, we have arrived. Cal, Hans, and the kittens could all see Taylor and Cage, but did not look at them. They just acted like the two of them weren't there and got off the carriage. Cal instantly turned toward the driver's seat once he got off the carriage. Ren had a benign smile on his face and nodded his head. Ron, who heard the situation from Deputy Butler Hans, would take care of the rest. Ren headed with the driver to park the carriage. Cal did not pay any more attention to the carriage and turned around. Oh! He then let out a gasp of admiration. The kittens, An and Hong, seemed to be surprised as well, as their golden pupils were extremely dilated. It's even better than I expected. The Count really was wealthy. Past the large iron gate was a 5-story residence. There was even a garden between the gate and the building itself. It was not fancy or shiny, but it definitely looked more expensive than the nearby noble residences. It had the aura and look of a building that definitely took a large amount of money to build. The center of it was, naturally, a sculpture with the Hennetus family's golden turtle on it. Screech! Bang! The large gate with the golden turtle crest on it slowly opened. The guard opening the gate, as well as the butler of the residence and the servants, all lined up to greet Cal. Young Master Cal Hennetus, welcome to the capital. It was an extremely respectful greeting. They were bowing their heads, so low that their heads looked like it would reach the ground. The old man who seemed to be in charge was speaking so loudly it looked like he might hurt his vocal cords. We will do our very best to serve you. Why is he like this? Cal looked toward Hans, who was pretending that he had no idea what was going on. He definitely knows what is going on. Hans definitely knew the reason they were acting this way. Cal found it annoying to ask, and approached the old man in charge and helped him up. He then looked toward the rest of the servants and started to speak. Everybody, lift your heads up. The servants quickly raised their heads. They had never seen Cal while working at the residence. However, they had definitely heard stories about Cal from the people that visited from the Hennetus territory. The trash Cal. The servants here heard that Cal considered people who worked in the estate as either nobles or useless people. Sometimes, he didn't even treat them like people. They were anxious about what Cal was going to say next and waited for him to continue. No need to be this respectful in the future. I do not like to cause any issues to people who do their job well. The servants' gazes all turned toward Cal. Cal could see that they were all still stiff and started to frown. I heard that mother picked all of you. She said, you all have a lot of pride for your work, so I'm sure you will perform very well. The servants' expressions all turned odd. Ask Hans if you have any questions. He had enough to do as is, so it was better to leave everything to Hans. Plus, there was no reason to pay a lot of attention when he was leaving again in just a few days. Cal looked toward the servants, whose expressions were getting slightly better, and started to walk. Let's go. Cal walked in front as they headed to the 5-story building. When a homeowner enters their house for the first time, they needed to personally walk from the gate to the door of the residence. This symbolized that this was his territory. When the Crown Prince became the king, the Crown Prince, no, the king, walked from the castle gate to the center of the palace, where his throne was located. It was a similar kind of logic. Count Daruth and the Countess had walked into this residence like this before, but Cal was now the owner of this large residence. Screeched the large iron gate with the golden turtle closed. At the same time, as it usually is with information in the capital, the nearby nobles all learned of the arrival of the Hennetus family's representative. This happened even faster than the person Cal sent to the palace to inform the crown of his arrival could reach the palace. That was why these three people, who were members of the Northeastern nobles gathering, started to worry. They started to frown while drinking tea with each other. Sigh, it really is not young Master Basin, but young Master Cal. This is going to make things complicated. But we need to carry him with us, since he is one of our own. That is true. I'm sure even a trash will not act up in front of us, right? The neutral Hennetus family and the nice, but not flexible Basin. Then, there was the trash of the Hennetus family Cal. These three, whose families were close to the Hennetus family among all of the Northeastern noble families, decided to make the decision that made sense for their future. We just need to protect him and prevent him from doing anything stupid. Let's first meet with him and talk. To them, Cal was like a toddler walking by the water that needed their protection. At the same time, Cal was dangerous and could cause a scene at any point. They immediately sent an invitation letter to Cal's residence, which was quickly delivered into Cal's hand by that evening. Sigh. Cal threw the letter to the table with an extremely annoyed expression. Will you not go? Can I not go? No. It is a Northeastern nobles meeting. I knew it. Nobles were really fast at getting information. Cal was the same way as well. Hans handed the document he received from the residence manager to Cal. This is the list of nobles who are currently in the capital. Good. Did Ron take care of things properly? Hans had a short response to Cal's question. Yes. Cal was satisfied with that answer. Cal had prepared a lot for Taylor. A wig, a robe, a wheelchair without the Stan family crest, and even money. He had given everything to Taylor properly. Well, other than the money, Hans handled the delivery process for everything else. Good work. Get some rest. Yes, sir. I will make sure to get some rest. Hans was not the type to say that he was okay when told to rest. Cal said one more thing. as Hans quickly tried to leave. But have them send something up for me to eat. I will make sure to do so. Hans quickly responded to Cal's statement that indicated he would not be going down to the dining room, and soon enough Cal's chamber was filled with a feast. Cal looked at the dishes that included meat, desserts, and even wine, and smiled with satisfaction before heading over to the terrace. His chamber was located on the 3rd floor. It was the room that received the most sunlight. He opened the large window heading to the terrace and called out, "Come in." He then left the window open and sat down next to the table. Soon enough, Cal could see a couple leaves floating in the sky and sitting down on the chair across from Cal. The dragon had entered the room with a couple of leaves stuck to him. An and Hong also sat down on chairs to the left and right of the invisible dragon. Cal stared at the three of them before opening the wine bottle and telling them to eat. "Go ahead and eat." The red wine filled the glass. "You gathered ingredients for us, but you never got to eat any of it." Cal brought the wine glass to his lips as he continued to speak. "I'm sure it wasn't easy following us." At that moment, the black dragon removed its invisibility magic and revealed itself. An helped remove the leaves that were stuck to the dragon, while Hong stuffed a piece of steak that Beacrox had cooked into the dragon's mouth. The average age of these 3 animals was 7 years old. Cal just watched the 3 animals eat, before pushing more food toward them. Seeing Cal being so nice made An and Hong flinch, while the black dragon stopped chewing and just started to observe Cal. Cal took another sip as he started to think. They're going to be working very hard in the future. Since they will need to work on his behalf, the least he could do was feed them well. Maybe it was because they were all so young, but Cal was able to relax for the first time in a long time, even around stronger than average individuals. It would be great if it could just stay like this. A house about this size, delicious food like this, and time to relax. Cal was thinking about how great it would be to live a life with those 3 things. His goal was to live like this once Basin became the official successor. Cal made up his mind once more. He then turned on the magic music box in the corner. A song that he was not familiar with started playing as Cal took another sip of wine. He could see the sky starting to get darker. This is great. Now this is living. Cal had a relaxed smile on his face. At that moment, knock knock knock. The black dragon immediately turned invisible again, while the kittens started to pretend to be normal kittens by washing their faces. 1. Cal got up to head to the door. Clang! He accidentally hit the wine bottle while getting up, and it fell down and broke into pieces. The carpet started to get stained with the red wine. I have a bad feeling about this. Cal suddenly had a bad feeling for no reason. He quickly headed for the door. Why do I have such an ominous feeling? Cal could not figure it out. Is it Choi Han? No, it can't be. Unless he travels like a lunatic. There is no way he arrived here already. He won't be here for another 3 days. There was no way someone like Choi Han would force an injured Locke to move faster. Even though Choi Han had potions that Cal had given him, the wolf tribe was disowned by the gods. Since potions were made with divine power, it did not work on them. And there was also no way that Rosalind, the careful and cautious person who hid her magic abilities at first in the novel, would use advanced magic to transport them all to the capital. But most importantly, Cal had told Choi Han that he would be staying at a specific hotel in the capital. He was going to go meet Choi Han there once before leaving Ron and Beacrox to take care of the rest. Right, this ominous feeling is just a side effect of hanging around people like Ron or Choi Han for too long. Cal calmed himself down before vigorously opening the door. "You!" Cal's heart sunk as soon as he opened the door. An urgent and desperate voice quickly reached Cal's ear. "Cal, Nem. I'm sorry. You were the only person that came to mind." A desperate Choi Han was standing in front of him. He seemed to have rushed here as quickly as possible, as he looked like a total mess. Cal felt like he had seen the scariest thing in his life. Next to Choi Han was the deputy butler Hans, who had a similar expression as Choi Han, but with a bit of confusion mixed into it. However, the moment Cal saw the person who came with Choi Han, as well as the person on Choi Han's back, he quickly opened the door. "Come in for now." The person on Choi Han's back was none other than the wolf tribe member, Locke. "Bring him with you." Locke of the Blue Wolf tribe, the successor of the Wolf King, seemed to be in a dangerous state. Locke was currently going through the pain before transforming into berserk mode for the first time in his life. Cal did not know why this state that happened a year later in the novel was already happening. However, he looked around at everybody and said just one thing. "Don't worry." 1. Something like this. www.youtube.com watch equals 8JBL9. Chapter 30. U5. Choi Han and Locke. Behind Choi Han was Rosalind. These 3 people walked into Cal's room. "Hans, go bring something to drink." "Excuse me." Right away." Cal closed the door without letting Deputy Butler Hans into the room. Cal then pointed to the bed for Choi Han, who was looking at him, to put Locke down. "Lay him down first." "Got it." Choi Han carefully put Locke on the bed. Cal slowly approached Locke. Locke definitely had the purest of pure blood, making him look like a weak human. However, he was pretty tall for being a young boy. Hada. Locke was huffing and trying his best to open his eyes. He had a deep frown on his face, and his body was limp, like he could not put any strength into it. It was already too late to prevent the berserk state from arriving. Cal looked at the tall, but still young boy in front of him, who was doing his best to keep his eyes open, and told him to relax. Just keep your eyes closed. No need to strain yourself. There was no strength in Cal's stern tone, but it had a way of making people listen. Locke slowly closed his eyes. The voice of this man, whom Locke did not know, flowed into Locke's ear. Everything will be okay. Locke was huffing and quietly calling for someone. He was calling for his uncle, the chief of the Blue Wolf tribe, and the man who died for the tribe, even though he was one step away from becoming the Wolf King. His uncle had made sure Locke was hidden before rushing toward the invaders. Everything will be okay. That was what his uncle had said to him. Locke started to frown after thinking about his uncle. Cal just ignored him as he turned away. Calnim, why is Locke like this? Choi Han still looked anxious and desperate. Originally in the novel, Choi Han had only slightly opened his heart to Locke by this point. Just what could have happened? Cal was not an idiot. He knew that Choi Han's situation had changed a bit because of him. That was why he was trying really hard to cut off their relationship. He did not ask that question, and let Choi Han continue to speak. Potions don't work either. According to Rosalind, the wolf tribe is one that cannot use potions. Healing magic does not seem to work either. I'm not sure about what to do. I need to protect him. I'm supposed to protect him. Calm down. Cal was worried that it would be Choi Han who ended up going berserk if he continued like this. That would be just as scary as that dragon in the corner of the room going berserk. Maybe it was because he lived for tens of years in solitude. Actually, even though he lived for tens of years in solitude, Choi Han's personality remained one where he was a nice guy who cared a lot for things like friendship. Cal, if you trust me, just leave him to me. I trust you. Good. Cal confirmed that Choi Han had calmed down, before turning his gaze over to Rosalind. Rosalind. She was the first successor to the throne in the Breck Kingdom. However, this genius mage was ready to throw all of that away. Rosalind reminded Cal of a red rose. She had red hair that was even brighter than Cal's, as well as beautiful red lips that currently had their corners lifted up with curiosity. Although she may remind him of a rose, her personality was closer to that of the sun. Rosalind did not put Locke, Choi Han, or even Cal in her eyes. She was focused at the corner of the room. This aura, this strong aura of mana. Rosalind was accurately looking at the chair that the dragon had used earlier, while her hands were shaking and clenched tightly. Sigh. A sigh came out of Cal's mouth. It seemed like the dragon was curious about this mage. The black dragon had sent some mana over to Rosalind, and showing off some mana skills that Rosalind could not even dream about. Throughout history, dragons had a tendency to hate humans, but like mages quite a bit. The dragon was doing that because he was happy. Cal looked toward the table that seemed empty, and quietly started to speak. Stop it. Stay still. Almost instantly, Rosalind took a deep breath and quickly returned to normal. The dragon seemed to have removed his mana. Rosalind could not stop shaking as she looked toward Cal. Just what Cal cut her off and pointed to Locke. This is more important. Rosalind's expression quickly calmed down. She looked at Locke, who was laying down with his eyes closed, and asked Cal, what is going on with Locke right now? Cal looked at the small staff in her hand. The reason they were able to arrive at the capital in just 3 days was probably because Rosalind used teleportation magic. Contrary to Cal's expectations, Rosalind had already revealed the extent of her abilities. You are a mage, right? Yes, I am. Have you heard anything about the berserk mode of beast tribes? Rosalind let out a small noise. However, her face quickly filled with confusion. I have read about the wolf tribe's berserk mode in books. However, I have never read anything about heating up like this and being in pain. It is because it is his first time. Excuse me. Cal continued to speak to the people in the room, who were all looking at him. These people lose their sanity during their first time entering berserk mode because of the physical pain from their bodily transformation. If they can persevere past this first painful transformation, they will be able to use the berserk mode as a weapon. These people were at their strongest when they were in berserk mode. Cal observed Locke's situation before continuing on. He will go berserk very soon. He then turned to look at Rosalind. Rosalind nodded her head at his gaze and sternly answered, I don't know what kind of person you are, but I am able to read the situation. Although her tone was stern, her eyes were still gentle. He is a young boy. I know. She was asking Cal for help, and Cal was agreeing to help. Mio. At that moment, the 2 kittens appeared between the 2 of them and jumped onto the bed. An and Hong were staring at Locke when, ugh! Locke revealed his teeth and started to growl at the kittens An and Hong. His instincts were in control over his rationality right now, making him react to other beast people. He looked so vicious that even Choi Han was worried. However, Mayo. Smack. Han used his front paw to smack Locke's growling mouth. It was a sharp front paw attack that seemed to be telling Locke to stop it. He then looked toward Cal with eyes that seemed to be asking Cal to hurry up and help Locke. He is fine. Cal responded to Hong when there was a knock on the door. When Cal opened the door, Hans had brought drinks, as well as wet towels. Cal gave Hans another order. Hans. Yes, sir. Bring something to carry him with. Excuse me. Cal pointed to Locke on the bed. Put him on it and take him to the underground training arena. Oh, make sure all of the knights are out of the arena, and that nobody is in there. Hans's expression seemed to be asking why Cal would move a sick boy to the arena, but Cal just ignored it. Hurry up. Yes, sir. Hans had a ton of questions, and was looking at Cal weirdly, but he still did his job. He quickly left to grab something to carry Locke with, while Cal turned around to look at Choi Han and Rosalind. Choi Han. And you. It's Rosalind. Yes, Rosalind. The two of them looked away from the bed to look at Cal. Yes, Calnim. What is it? Concern, worry, despair, and sincerity. With all those emotions on their faces, Choi Han and Rosalind looked more like simple good people rather than heroes. Cal bluntly started to speak to the two of them. You two will need to get beat up a bit. Excuse me. After a few seconds of silence, Rosalind seemed shocked, while Choi Han just quietly waited for Cal's continuing words. Normally, when beast people with wild beast blood like the wolf tribe, tiger tribe, and bear tribe experience going berserk for the first time, their parents and siblings help take care of it. They take all the attacks of the berserk individual and protect them to make sure they don't get hurt. That is how they protect their children. Choi Han and Rosalind's expressions turned sour almost instantly. Locke did not have any parents or siblings now. Cal peeked over at Locke before continuing to speak. I can tell that is not an option for this child. Clap. Cal clapped once, before pointing at Choi Han and Rosalind. That is why we will pretend that you are the mother and father, or, if you do not like that scenario, then you shall be the older brother and older sister. You two will need to figure out how to protect him. Cal had his indestructible shield, but he did not want to take care of Locke's berserk state. Why should he step in when there were people stronger than him right here? Rosalind and Choi Han looked at each other. He will tire out on his own, and the berserk state will slowly disappear. It is important that his consciousness returns during this first berserk transformation. That is the only way to make him retain his consciousness and rationality the next time he transforms into the berserk mode. That would be when his rationality beats out his natural instinct. It was important for beast people to reach that state. Choi Han debated it for a moment, before asking Cal a question. Calnim, how long will he maintain his berserk mode? He has the purest of pure blood. So you mean it will take a long time? Yes, probably about 2 hours? Cal approached Locke's bed, and patted Choi Han's shoulder. It will be difficult for other people, but Choi Han, it should be easy for you. I trust you. I will succeed. I am Locke's Hyung. 1. Rosalind looked toward Choi Han with an odd expression. Choi Han had manically killed the assassins to protect the living. During their journey, he was always alert and observing his surroundings. However, such a person seemed extremely relaxed, even though this was a very urgent situation. She then heard Cal's relaxed voice while she was still watching Choi Han. Yes, you are. Let's eat something delicious after it is done. Cal was thinking about the food and wine he did not get to finish. The door opened at that moment, and Hans entered with Ron and something to carry Locke. Young master, the arena has been cleared. That was fast. Cal ordered Choi Han to move the now continuously growling Locke onto the stretcher, before saying the following. Let's go. 1. Hyung is the Korean term for an older brother not necessarily blood-related. As stated in an earlier chapter, Nuna is the term for an older sister. However, both are true only if the younger person in this context is male. Chapter 31, U6. Cal put some stuff into a magic bag and headed to the arena. The residence's underground arena. Count Hinatus's territory was famous for its wealth, but that wealth was supported by military strength. How would they be able to survive next to the Forest of Darkness, and the dangerous monsters contained within it without a strong military strength? That was why their residences had underground training arenas that were larger and better than most Duke or Marquis residences. Cal gave an order as soon as they entered the large underground arena. The two of you stay out of the arena as well. Secure the area, and make sure nobody comes in from the first floor. Yes, young master. I understand, young master. Cal had a bitter taste in his mouth at the fact that Ron had an extremely wide smile on his face, but Cal chose to let it go. After watching the two people go away, Cal carried the kittens and went to the corner of the arena. Naturally, he did not forget to motion for Choi Han and Rosalind to go very far away. The two of you head to the center. Choi Han took Locke to the center of the arena. Rosalind had a serious look on her face as she got a bit farther away from Locke. Growl. Locke was shaking like he was having a seizure. His arms, legs, his entire body was shaking. However, neither Rosalind nor Choi Han approached him. It was because Locke was growing claws. Very sharp claws that belonged to a wild animal. Locke's body floated up in the air. It stiffened up like an arrow, before slowly starting to change. Cal verified that the large iron gate into the arena was closed tightly, before slowly heading farther into the corner with the kittens, On and Hong, also following him. This is no joke. Cal could see the tall and weak Locke slowly starting to change. Gruel, Locke now grew out some sharp fangs, before screaming in agony. He started to slowly get up and staggered a bit, before starting to frown and opening his eyes. He then looked toward the ceiling, and let out a howl. Oh! In that instant, a half-transparent barrier appeared in front of Cal. It was a shield. While An and Hong looked around in shock, Cal just casually started to speak. Dragon, you really are amazing. Can you make it soundproof as well? Another shield overlapped the existing one. Rosalind peeked over, and Cal could see her shock in seeing the 2 layers of shields in front of Cal. At that moment, the voice of the black dragon, that must be somewhere inside of the shield, filled Cal's ear. You are very weak. That is why you need protection. An and Hong were excited to realize it was the dragon, but looked at Cal with pity after hearing what the dragon had to say. They seemed to agree with the dragon's assessment. Cal ignored their gazes and casually answered back. Do whatever you want. I do not know why you are not using that power. You don't need to know. The power. The black dragon quickly realized that Cal did not want to show that ancient power to other people, and left it vague. Cal shrugged his shoulders, and, in the end, a 3rd shield was created for a total of a 3-layered shield. His skill is growing exponentially. Dragons learn magic differently than humans. Dragons controlled magic with their will. Cal thought that the black dragon's speed of improvement was surprising, but that it also made it much more useful for him. Cal could now peacefully watch Locke transforming into berserk mode down on the ground. Locke's screams filled the arena. If it wasn't for the soundproof and shock-proof magic that was installed around the basement, the knights of the residence would have all quickly rushed down. Locke's body became larger every time he let out a shout. Muscles that weren't there previously started to develop, and his eyes turned red. It was proof that he was losing his consciousness. Why did that little boy from the Blue Wolf tribe go berserk? In the novel, Locke would experience his first berserk transformation 1 year later. The reason for that was the death of an individual, Healer Pendrick. That elf ends up dying in battle. Pendrick was someone who reminded Locke of his dead uncle, the chief of the Blue Wolf tribe. Seeing Pendrick dying makes Locke go crazy, wanting to kill everything and everyone in sight. On Hong, Cal looked down toward the siblings who were huddled together inside the shield. The 2 of you haven't experienced the berserk transformation yet, right? Hiddens nodded their heads. Do you know anything about it? Not really. Nobody taught us about it. Cal knew this would be the case. Since An and Hong also seemed to be pure-blooded, their berserk transformation would be rough as well. Cal looked forward once again, and started to speak. The Wolf tribe, Tiger tribe, Bear tribe, and the Whale tribe, these 4 tribes lose their rationality the most during the first berserk transformation. That is why we call these 4 tribes the beast people closest to monsters. He did not know much about the Cat tribe. I do not know how the berserk transformation will be for the Cat tribe, but if you feel like you are going to go berserk or suddenly feel yourself heating up or hurting, immediately come to me. It would be bad if you caused an accident. Who would have to clean it up? Cal would have to clean up after them. Cal was someone who took full responsibility for things that happened in his territory, and the people he took in. Cal turned to look at them after not hearing any response. The 2 pairs of golden pupils of the kittens were turned toward Cal, and they both quickly headed to his leg and started to rub their faces at his leg. Why are they like this? Cal didn't like how chummy they were being, and moved his leg slightly to the side. As he did that, Cal heard something that gave him the chills. Do dragons go berserk? No. It would be crazy for dragons to have berserk transformations. If a dragon went berserk, multiple mountains would disappear in an instant. That was a very scary thought. Cal's expression stiffened more than ever before, as he continued to look forward. It was his way of saying he did not want to hear anything more about it. Tusk. He could hear the sound of the dragon clicking its tongue in the air. While Cal was thinking about the fickleness of this dragon, Locke's berserk transformation was finally completed. Boom! The werewolf standing on 2 legs stomped on the ground, making the entire arena shake. The fur of the Blue Wolf tribe was a dark blue color. The fierce werewolf, that could no longer be called a boy, became covered in that dark blue fur. Locke swung his arm that was now covered in muscles that were incomparably larger than Choi Han's muscles, to attack with his extremely sharp claws. Locke! Locke, snap out of it! Choi Han and Rosalind tried to call out to him, but to Locke, who had lost his rationality, they were just life forms he needed to attack. Gruel! A rough growl came out of Locke's mouth. This wolf, that was at least 1.5 times Choi Han's height, rushed toward him. Locke, snap out of it! It's me, Choi Han! Choi Han could not attack his companion, and thus only defended as he called out to Locke. But would that do anything to make Locke return to normal? Of course not. Cal shook his head and continued to watch. Just smacking him on the head and making him faint would be the fastest way. Gasp! The 2 kittens gasped and crept away from Cal. Although Cal was saying that, he had no intentions of making Choi Han do something like that. A beast person who faints like that during their first berserk transformation would lose their rationality to the transformation once again in the future. Wow! The berserk werewolf's attack was stronger than Cal expected. The fact that he was moving based on instinct made him utilize his muscles very efficiently. On Hong, Cal called the kitten siblings over. There was a reason he had the two of them come with him. Watch that wolf tribe kid's movements. He wanted On and Hong to pay close attention to the werewolf Locke. Locke was relentlessly charging toward Choi Han and Rosalind. There was no retreating for Locke. That was the wolf tribe style. Cal spoke as if he was whispering to the kittens. That is the instinctual movements of a beast person. The fact that they can move based on instinct, unlike humans, is one of the beauty and gloriousness of the beast tribes. Bang! Locke's fist smashed onto the ground and broke the marble floor. He was showing tremendous strength. You should not fear or dread going berserk. That is when beast people are at their strongest. Pat. Cal's hand patted the two kittens' heads. Although the cat tribe and wolf tribe are different, the two of you are beast people as well. Watch him to learn the style of a wild animal, the style of relying on your instincts. And then, the two pairs of golden pupils made eye contact with Cal. Make it your own. Either that or think of a way to kill those bears, tigers, wolves, the ones labeled as wild beasts. The kittens, the cat tribe children, immediately turned away from Cal to observe Locke. The kittens stood up on their hind legs and observed Locke's every move. Silver and Red, the two kittens' furs, stood up as they became extremely nervous. Cats were weak compared to these wild beasts. It was because they were a tribe that relied on stealth that they clearly understood Cal's intent. Cal watched the kittens for a while before calling out to the dragon. Hey! The black dragon revealed itself in the air. Rosalind and Choi Han did not have time to look toward them. They had to put their full attention on Locke. Cal pointed to the two people as he continued to speak to the dragon. Look at how Rosalind uses her magic to not hurt the opponent. Also look at how Choi Han is using his aura not to attack, but to protect himself while not harming that wolf child. Tang tang tang. Locke's extremely quick fists were trying to break through Rosalind's shield. Rosalind desperately called out to Locke while watching him attack. Locke, you remember me, right? I said you were part of my family now. Hurry up and snap out of it. Choi Han turned Locke's gaze over to him. He raised his murderous aura to the maximum to get Locke's attention. Locke, attack me. I am the one who will protect you. Locke responded to the murderous aura by swinging his claw toward Choi Han. Even though Locke's attack did not have any aura in it, his full physical strength was behind that attack. Cal was watching that scene from far away while continuing to speak to the dragon. It is harder to not hurt something than it is to hurt something when you have immense strength. But I know you will be able to quickly pick it up, since you are a dragon. The dragon responded to Cal. I am a dragon. There is nothing I cannot do. Correct. So watch them and make your own judgment. The dragon flew down and landed next to the kittens before turning invisible once again. Cal presumed the dragon would take in Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke's movements like the kittens were doing. Should I have brought some wine with me? Cal lamented the fact that he had no wine as he continued to watch this boring battle. 2 hours. For the duration of a typical movie, these three animal children kept their eyes on the battle, while Choi Han and Rosalind started to get exhausted. Huff, huff, huff. But the one who was the most exhausted was the werewolf. Huff, huff. Hyung. Locke. Choi Han reacted to the word Hyung and rushed toward the staggering werewolf. Although he was not completely out of the berserk mode, Choi Han's reaction made Cal stand up. Nuna. Locke was able to recognize Rosalind as well. Ah, Locke. Rosalind rushed over as well to hug Locke. Locke was still covered in the dark blue fur, but his eyes were starting to become focused. Locke was not hurt at all, while Rosalind and Choi Han had small injuries on their bodies. The two of them protected Locke like he was family. So, huff huff sorry. His rationality had returned. It was a perfect first berserk mode transformation, where he was able to overcome all issues. Locke put his head on Rosalind, who was half his height, and then this 13-year-old boy started to cry. An animalistic noise was mixed in with his crying. Locke. Locke then slowly turned back into his human form, before starting to fall. The berserk mode transformation was over. Choi Han quickly approached him and prevented him from falling over. Locke was doing his best to not faint, as he was worried that he would return to his berserk state. At that moment, a man carrying 2 kittens arrived in front of this boy, who was trying his best to keep his eyes open. Uncle. It was the man who said the same thing as his uncle. The man started to speak. You can rest now. The man smiled, and made Locke close his eyes like before. It is all over now. Locke finally relaxed and closed his eyes after hearing the man's words. Locke leaned on Choi Han and fainted. Choi Han carefully laid Locke back down on the stretcher. Cal, who had been watching this, took a potion out of the bag and threw it toward Rosalind. Rosalind caught the potion bottle and asked, Potions don't work on Locke? Cal looked at Rosalind in a way that seemed to be asking why she was saying something that was so obvious, and answered the still confused Rosalind. Why would I give a potion to someone from the wolf tribe? It's for you. You struggled quite a bit. Rosalind stared at Cal. She had seen an amazing sight of a 3-layered magic, and had many things she wanted to ask Cal. However, she said something else. Thank you very much. This had to come first. No need for thanks. Cal casually responded and turned away. He could see Choi Han, who was already looking at him. Choi Han, just how did this happen? He needed to figure out what happened. We need to talk. Chapter 32. U7. Cal left the arena with Choi Han. Han's Ron. Guide the two people still in the arena. Cal had Hans and Ron, who were waiting outside the first floor entrance, take care of Rosalind and Locke while Cal was returning to his room with Choi Han. The table which held the now cold food from earlier was between the two of them as Cal started to speak. Tell me. Yes. The two of them got right to the point without beating around the bush. Choi Han straightened up as he started to speak. Everything was fine until I met Rosalind. Continue. I arrived at the city Cal Nim mentioned. Once I got there, I found the merchant guild heading for the capital as you described. Well, it was just a small brigade of 5 people rather than a guild. That small group was better described as a merchant group rather than a merchant guild. They happened to be looking for 2 mercenaries to guard them. Their usual guard was injured. Choi Han and Rosalind became the 2 mercenaries. That was how it went in the novel. That was where I met Rosalind, who looked just like you described. Breck Kingdom was across the northwest border of the Roan Kingdom. Rosalind was originally heading from Breck Kingdom to the Magic Tower in the Whipper Kingdom, located beneath the Roan Kingdom, when someone tries to assassinate her as she crossed into the Roan Kingdom. She had been hiding about half of her magic skills until that point, and is able to escape from the danger by using all of her skills. She thought it would be smarter to go to the capital of the Roan Kingdom and get some information from the Information Guild rather than going straight back to the Breck Kingdom, since she did not know anything about the people who attacked her. She then causes quite the scene when she gets back to Breck Kingdom. Choi Han, who just mentioned that he had met Rosalind as a mercenary for the merchant group, continued on. She was also heading to the capital. Since we were heading to the same place, we were quite friendly with each other. Huh? Friendly? Yes. Choi Han was speaking as if he was embarrassed. I'm generally not one to talk to people if they don't talk to me, but I thought we might as well be friendly. Not really. You just have to act like your usual self. Cal had a concerned expression on his face. In the novel, Rosalind and Choi Han did not get close to each other until they met Locke. Rosalind, who became wary of people after the assassination attempt, did not reach out to be friendly with anybody. Similarly, after the incidents in Harris Village, Choi Han was not the type to approach people to become friends. Choi Han nodded his head at Cal's words, before smiling and adding on. It definitely was not something I would normally do, but I wanted to do things properly since this was my way to pay you back. Ha! Cal let out a sigh and shook his head. Choi Han seemed to have expected it, as he brushed it aside and continued to speak with a stiff expression. That group was planning on staying at the village that Cal Nim mentioned I would find Locke residing in for a few days before continuing onward on their journey. That was indeed the case. That small merchant group of 5 people was made by someone who had been helped by the Blue Wolf tribe. The injured guard was actually a warrior from the Blue Wolf tribe. The merchants deliberately chose to take the long way from Puzzle City to the capital to deliver daily necessities to the Blue Wolf tribe and receive medicinal herbs in return. Of course, it was extremely difficult, as well as a waste of even more time to go deep into the mountains to the Blue Wolf village. That was why they met at a tiny village underneath the mountains. That merchant, who was now 60 years old, had continued this partnership for the last 30 years. But something happened once we arrived at that small village. Cal became alert. Thori was important from here. Right around when we arrived at the village, I learned that the guard was a beast person. I also learned that the village they were planning to meet the Blue Wolf tribe member to trade was the village that Cal Nim had mentioned as well. Cal nodded his head at Choi Han's words. He knew Choi Han would easily recognize that much. That was why I believed that I just needed to follow the tribe member that was going to show up at the village to find Locke. But that tribe member probably never showed up. But nobody showed up to make the trade. When that happened, the merchant asked us for some extra help. Cal thought about what that request would have been. Go to the Blue Wolf village with the injured Blue Wolf tribe guard. It was if we could go visit the Blue Wolf village with the injured guard. And you agreed? Yes, I agreed. Rosalind agreed as well. It followed the original story until this point. Just what could have changed. In The Birth of a Hero, Choi Han and Rosalind arrive at the Blue Wolf village with the guard warrior, only to find the village destroyed and the secret organization's assassins trying to leave. Choi Han recalls what happened to Harris village, and immediately starts to attack them. The guard warrior also goes crazy and starts to kill the assassins. He is injured even more in the process, and ends up dying. That is when Rosalind learns of Choi Han's strength. Rosalind, who had been hiding her strength and masquerading as a beginner mage, learns of Choi Han's strength and officially asks him to escort her back to Breck Kingdom. Of course, the compensation she offered him was huge. They then find Locke hiding in that destroyed village. The coward wolf boy, Locke. Until Choi Han found him, Locke had been hiding as the chief had told him. The Locke at that point is very much a coward, a weakling and kind of slow. In simple terms, Locke easily took the position of the character that readers found to be extremely frustrating. However, his natural abilities and physical strength rise to the top 5 in the novel after his first berserk mode transformation. Cal, Nim. Yeah, but why would the timing of the transformation be pulled forward by a year? I saw something I was familiar with there. What did you see? Choi Han nodded his head at Cal's question. The cold food was between the two of them, but it could probably be heated up by the nervousness that filled the air between them. Choi Han started to speak. A red star and 5 white stars. Cal's expression stiffened. He could feel his heart sink. Choi Han was saying that, instead of the assassination team, official members of the secret organization showed up at the Blue Wolf tribe. Cal could not understand why. In the novel, the Blue Wolf tribe was the target of assassination. Choi Han looked at Cal's cold expression and recalled the past for a moment. He subconsciously started to clench his fists. His fists were shaking with anger. The houses in the village deep in the mountains were simple and small, but all of them were destroyed. Most importantly, the corpses of the wolf tribe were completely black, as if they were burnt to a crisp on the floor. The black corpses, what smelled like burnt flesh, and the blood that was still pouring out of their open wounds. Most of the wolf tribe members died with their eyes still open. The mountain village was already destroyed when we got there. Many of the wolf tribe members were dead as well. The Blue Wolf tribe was known for their strength, so how did the secret organization kill them? Wolves put their family, herd, and friends before themselves. Weak members who had not experienced their first berserk mode transformation. The secret organization used those weak members as hostages, before using divine items to weaken the adult wolves. After killing the adults, they then killed the young hostages. There were a few adult wolves that tried to attack them in frenzy, but the secret organization had holy water to use against those few wolves. The secret organization was a very strong organization that even had access to divine items. They used the fact that the wolf tribe was disowned by the gods to their advantage. These cruel bastards had no issues using young children as hostages to kill their mothers, fathers, and the rest of the tribe members, while the poor young children watched in horror. The novel didn't say which of the divine items they brought. If Cal knew what the divine item was, he would be able to get one step closer to the identity of the secret organization. Unfortunately, the novel only described how the wolf tribe became weak because of the divine item. He had no way to determine the identity of the secret organization. Cal slowly asked, "Were they all dead?" Choi Han shook his head. Cal's expression stiffened again. Choi Han observed Cal's stiff expression as he continued. "They were trying to capture the young children." "Capture? Originally, they killed them all. Why would they want the young wolf tribe children?" Cal's mind started to become complicated. Choi Han made eye contact with the Cal, who was thinking deeply. "The chief was dying when we arrived at the entrance of the Blue Wolf tribe's village. There were less than 100 members of the Blue Wolf tribe, and they were trying to take 10 children with them. This is becoming too different from the novel, and the moment the chief was about to fall, a young boy got in the way of the people trying to take the children." Locke. Yes, it was Locke. Why would Locke show up this time? In the novel, he had stayed hidden, even when the children were killed. Did he think killing and kidnapping were different? Was it his instinctual need to protect his family members and his younger siblings, who were weaker than him? What would have made Locke's natural wolf instincts flare up? "I stopped the assassin. No, I tried to kill them." Choi Han said that as he looked back at Cal. Cal did not show any emotions as he urged Choi Han to continue speaking. "Keep going. I realized that the people who did not have stars on their clothes used the same black power as the assassins I killed at Harris Village." Cal asked back with a shocked expression. "It was the same power as the people who destroyed Harris Village?" "Yes. This." Cal grabbed his head with one hand and let out a sigh. He was acting like it was his first time hearing about this. Of course, all of this was just an act. Among them, there was just one person who had the red star with 5 white stars on their chest. That person was the one who killed the guard. Choi Han started to tear up, and that trash of a human was drinking the wolf tribe's blood. Cal closed his eyes. The blood-drinking mage. She was the crazy lunatic who would lead the terror incident at the capital. He kept his eyes closed as he heard the rest of Choi Han's report. "In the end, I could not capture or kill them. The ones I captured committed suicide, while the rest disappeared when the person with the stars used teleportation magic. Why would the blood-drinking mage, who is a highest-tier mage and crazy for blood, try to kidnap the Blue Wolf tribe children instead of killing all of them like in the novel?" Cal could not figure it out. Did something change drastically because I saved the dragon? The only thing Cal could think about was the changes he has made so far to the original story. This is what the mage said. Choi Han continued in an angry and bitter voice. "How disappointing. They were perfect as seeds. These young ones probably have even tastier blood." Seed. Cal didn't know what the mage meant by seed, but he kept the word on the back of his mind as he opened his eyes and asked, "And the children?" The guard chief and the rest of the wolf tribe adults were dead. The only ones left were the 10 children in Locke. Choi Han avoided Cal's gaze. This was the first time he did that since they sat down at this table. Cal instantly figured out what must have happened, as Choi Han reported in a quiet voice. They are at the inn. I knew it. Choi Han opened and closed his mouth a few more times before finally adding on. We came together with Rosalind's magic. It's going to be a real problem. Cal could feel a headache brewing. Choi Han should have just left the children with that merchant that they were traveling with. Although that merchant was far away from power right now, he was a great merchant. Cal, that merchant is also at the inn. Is this how the story will go? That was what Cal was thinking right now. Cal observed Choi Han, who seemed to be finished with his report, and leaned back on the chair to sigh. Seeing Choi Han like that, Cal asked a question. You must be curious. Choi Han looked toward the cold food and answered. Yes, I am curious. He did not even need to say what he was curious about. Who they were, why they were doing such terrible things, and why Cal knew about them. Choi Han was curious about all of those things. Cal observed Choi Han's pupils that were looking down at the cold food on the table and started to think. This punk is really angry right now. The anger was not directed toward Cal. Choi Han was sharpening his anger toward the secret organization over and over again, like a sharp blade. Harris Village, the tortured dragon, and the incident with the Blue Wolf tribe. Choi Han's personally was one where he would clash with them instead of avoiding them. Cal picked up a cold, but still delicious bread and ripped off a piece to put into his mouth. I plan on telling you 2 things. But not everything? Correct. Cal did not care that Choi Han was staring at him. He stood up with the bread still in his hand. The chair was pushed back without making a noise on the carpet. Stand up. Are we going somewhere? Cal checked his watch after watching Choi Han get up after him. It was long past evening and heading toward night. That place was one to shine even brighter as the night got deeper. Cal walked toward the door and responded to Choi Han's question. The Temple of the God of Death. Cal was planning on going with Choi Han to the brightest place at night, the Temple of the God of Death. There was a special type of priest at the temples of the God of Death that could not be found anywhere else on the continent. The deaf official. They could not hear anything you said to each other. That was why the believers of the God of Death looked for them. Although Cal was not a believer, he was planning on visiting them, like most nobles. Cal turned around once he got to the door. Choi Han was still standing by the table. Cal started to smile. I plan on telling you 2 truths. Although he was smiling, the next thing out of his mouth was not light at all. With my life on the line. Choi Han's pupils lightly shook. However, Cal still had a smile on his face as he turned back around. Follow me. Choi Han slowly moved away from the table and headed toward the door. His eyes had calmed back down, but his face was still stiff. Cal was turning the doorknob, as he repeated himself once again. I will tell you the truth with my life on the line. Cal headed toward the Temple of the God of Death with Choi Han. Chapter 33, U8. Nobody seemed to find it odd that Cal suddenly wanted to head out. Ron seemed to have gone somewhere as well, as he was nowhere to be found. The only question Hans had for Cal was about where Cal was going. Young master, where are you going? Don't worry about it. Yes, sir. But since this is your first day in the capital, can you please return without breaking any alcohol bottles today? Are you really going to keep getting out of line like this? Not at all. Please be safe, young master. Cal got on the carriage and started to think about how to deal with Hans, who kept stepping out of line. Carriage arrived at the temple while he was thinking. Let's get off. Got it. Cal got up to step out of the carriage. Choi Han had been quiet ever since they got on the carriage. No, since they stepped out of Cal's room. He seemed to have a lot of complicated emotions storming through his head right now. Cal only knew about Choi Han's personality until the 5th volume of The Birth of a Hero. However, there was one thing that Cal was sure about. Although Choi Han was a good person, he was not gullible. He was very smart. If I tried to give an unbelievable excuse, he may believe me at first, but will definitely doubt me later. Choi Han may have been very lonely after living in solitude for tens of years, but that experience taught him how to survive on his own, and how to stubbornly persevere. Choi Han may look at him favorably right now and follow him, but, as seen around Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero, he is someone who eventually wishes to be the leader. Choi Han is someone who will live to make his personal view of justice a reality. It is too white. The temple of the God of Death that Cal saw once he alighted was completely white, without a speck of dirt to be seen. The believers of the God of Death considered white to be the color of death, and cleaned everything over and over again, every single day to make sure there was not a speck of dust anywhere on the building. What an interesting place. The temple of the God of Death looked like it wanted to show that people had nothing to fear about the night with their actions. They opened the temple to both believers and non-believers once the sun started to set. Apparently, the priests are all sleeping if you come during the day. It really was an interesting place in Cal's opinion. They were greeted by 2 priests at the temple entrance. May you be blessed with a peaceful rest. May you be blessed with a peaceful rest. The priests of the God of Death were generally extremely bubbly. Although people may consider death to be the end, The philosophy of the Church of the God of Death believed that it was important to enjoy life as they headed toward the peaceful rest. Priest Nem. Cal slowly approached the priest. The priest inspected Cal with a curious expression. Cal looked like he was either an extremely affluent noble or a wealthy merchant based on his outfit. But the man behind him looked like a beggar, although the sword on his waist made him look somewhat strong. "What can I do for you? Is there an open room of death?" The two priests' expressions stiffened. The priest who asked the question looked back and forth between Cal and Choi Han before asking, "Whose death will you be putting on the line?" The priest peeked toward Choi Han as he said that. Choi Han currently looked like he had been rolling on a mountain and been suffering for a while. He also looked like he had not eaten anything for about 2 days, and seemed to be the type that would be easily scammed. Feast had a bitter feeling about this. The priest turned his gaze over to the affluent noble. Beautiful red hair and a handsome face. He was not very handsome, but it was enough to catch attention wherever he went. In addition, this man was currently smiling. Cal smiled as he slightly raised his hand. "Mine." "Huh?" Cal smiled once more at the confused priest. "I will be putting my life on the line." Choi Han put his hand on Cal's shoulder at that time. "Cal, Nem." "What?" Cal turned around to see Choi Han with a stiff, yet anxious expression. "I will believe you even if you don't do this." Cal started to smirk and slowly responded. "I don't think you will." Choi Han will have no choice but to not believe him. How could he believe Cal when Cal was not planning to tell him anything? That was why they were at the temple. Why would I tell him everything? That'll just make me get involved in the mess. There was no reason for him to get involved with Choi Han that much. Cal wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life if Choi Han was around. It's already visible. Didn't Choi Han bring him more trouble to him by bringing all of the wolf children? He rides on the whales with the whale tribe to fight against mermaids in the future. In this human-centric world, Choi Han's position to embrace both humans and non-humans makes him start to change. The start of that is the whale tribe. The whale tribe that appeared at the beginning of Volume 5 was, to be honest, quite scary. They were the deadliest predators. The whale tribe was the strongest of the beast people. They were also the most beautiful beast people. The whale tribe had different colors of black, gray, or pink, but they were all extremely beautiful. In comparison, the mermaids of this world had 2 legs and fins, looking like a human covered in scales. But they are so stubborn that they won't even be humble in front of a dragon. The whale tribe was extremely scary. Although they were small in number, their casual punch could easily blow up a human's head. Even Locke could not lift a finger to the whale tribe. Their temper is ruthless. Choi Han gets involved with all sorts of people in trouble as well. Cal had no desire to continue being involved with him. Priest Nem. The room? Yes, we have one. I will prepare it for you right away. Please head to the basement. Thank you. Cal started to walk behind the priest. Choi Han followed behind Cal with an iffy expression. Cal noticed Choi Han's movement and leisurely walked toward the innermost area of the temple. After walking for a long time, they could see numerous doors on one side of the wall. The priest opened one of those doors to reveal a staircase leading down into the basement. Death awaits you at the bottom. Great. Let's go. The priest watched Cal walking down the stairs without any hesitation with interest. The death that is mentioned in the Temple of Death also meant vow. Death was something that was guaranteed to visit you at some point. It was not something you could avoid, and your responsibility was to accept your role in the world while you are here. That was why the officials of the Temple of the God of Death brought the end known as death for those who go against their vow. Because of this, people who headed to this room of death, or sometimes called the room of vows, tended to be humble and serious. In contrast, this relaxed and confident person was really unique in the priest's eyes. It makes me think about Priestess Cage. She was someone who cursed the temple extremely frequently, but she was still loved by the Lord. Cage. The priest suddenly thought about her, but quickly erased it from her thoughts. At the same time, Cage was becoming frustrated while hearing the Lord's voice again. After getting rid of the thoughts about Cage, the priest headed down the stairs behind Cal. Once they got to the bottom, the priest opened the door and informed Cal and Choi Han. Please wait a moment. I will get it ready. The priest then entered into the room alone. Cal looked toward the closed door and started to speak. If you really don't think we need to do this, I will let you know one of the truths in advance. What do you think? Choi Han immediately responded. Yes, please tell me. I trust you. Is that so? Cal rubbed his chin with one hand before casually spitting the truth out. The first of the 2 truths. His gaze turned toward Choi Han. I do not know the secret organization's identity nor their goal. What the Choi Han's pupils started to shake. At that moment, they heard a click, and the priest came back out of the room. You can enter now. The person putting their life on the line just needs to raise their hand once inside the room for the priest. Nim. Thank you. We understand. Compared to the relaxed Cal, Choi Han seemed extremely confused and anxious. The priest tilted his head in confusion at this, but quietly left the area. It was none of his business. Cal grabbed the doorknob as he turned to look back at Choi Han. Hard to believe? That you see. Cal could see Choi Han struggling to answer. Choi Han had said he trusted Cal, but he could not trust Cal's words. How could Cal not know? Did that make any sense? Choi Han then heard Cal's voice in his ear. I understand. Choi Han looked toward Cal. Cal's relaxed expression made him seem very mature. Cal then started to speak. Let's go in. Choi Han followed Cal into the room of death that was behind the white door. As expected, the room was completely white with a white table, white chair, and white walls. The only non-white thing in the room was the priest who was standing there with his mouth and ears covered. The deaf priest. Cal did not really look favorably upon that title, but these priests were pretty well respected in this world. Nobles and royalty, anybody who needed to have a secret conversation or stealthily sign a contract came to see these priests. Cal silently bowed his head to greet the priest before raising his hand. The priest nodded at Cal's action and pointed to the two chairs by the table. Cal sat down on the right side, while Choi Han sat across from him on the left. The priest moved to the head of the table before pushing a piece of paper toward them. For the person who is putting their life on the line, the hand of the god of death will touch the one who came with you. Once that happens, you can say your vow. Should you break your vow, death awaits you. What a vicious set of directions. Cal pushed the paper back to the priest after verifying that Choi Han had finished reading. The priest then lifted both of his hands up like Cage had done before. At that moment, the white room started to shake. Maybe it was because this was a place that served the Lord, but a black smoke started to form around the priest once the room started to shake. The black smoke then surrounded both Choi Han and Cal before creating a connection between the two of them. Is this the power of the god of death? Yes. Cal responded to Choi Han's question before trying to feel the black smoke thread surrounding him. It happened when Cage made the vow as well, but the power of the god of death reminded him of the stakes of this vow. I will die if I break this vow. Cal was sure Choi Han felt it as well. That must be why his face stiffened up. Cal could feel the touch of the god of death and started his vow. The priest in front of me guarantees that he cannot hear, and, if that is not the truth, he will pay the price with his life. This was the general phrase stated first whenever a vow was made with a deaf priest. Furthermore, I, Cal Henitus, vow to speak the truth to Choi Han in front of the god of eternal rest, and, if what I say is even slightly a lie, I will immediately die in this spot to pay the price. Immediately. That word made Choi Han's face stiffen up even more. He was nervous. At first, Cal debated whether to tell Choi Han everything. I was transported into the novel I was reading. I am also Korean. That is why I know what happens until Volume 5. This secret organization goes on to cause issues throughout the continent. The continent soon falls into a state of chaos because of a war. Should Cal say all of that? Or should he say something like this? I was transported into the novel I was reading and ended up as the son of a wealthy noble. That was why I was trying to just live a peaceful life, but I remembered what happened in the novel, so I changed it around a bit. I wanted to allow myself to live peacefully, even if the continent was in a state of war. Cal didn't like either of them. The first one might get him involved in the continent's war and make him die out on the battlefield, while the second one might lead to Choi Han's contempt killing him. Cal did not want either of those to happen. First of the two truths. I, Cal Henitus, do not know the identity of that organization. Sigh. Choi Han let out a deep sigh before covering his face with both hands. He slowly moved his hands away after a bit to see that Cal was still alive. I am being honest when I say that I do not know their identity. It was the truth. Cal, the original Kim Rok-soo, had read The Birth of a Hero until Volume 5, but it did not mention anything about the secret organization's goals or identity. All it discussed was the actions of the organization. And one more thing. I am being completely honest when I say this. The second of the two truths. I despise the organization and wish for it to disappear. Naturally, Cal was still alive. He did not like these people that caused such incidents. They probably take part in the continent's war as well. Cal wished for them to disappear, so that he could live calmly on a peaceful continent. Choi Han seemed like he was at a loss for words. He looked at the black thread connecting himself, the priest, and Cal, before repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fist. Cal flinched at Choi Han's scary expression when Choi Han started to speak. How can you hate them if you don't know them? Because I know about a couple of the terrible things they plan on doing. The Black Dragon and Locke are two of them. Choi Han. Cal pointed to himself with his index finger. I have lived my life as trash. That is my dream. Choi Han's expression changed after hearing Cal say that his dream was to be trash. I have no desire to become my family's successor. Basin Henitus, my blood-related younger brother. I am hoping for him to become the successor. This was also the truth. That was why Cal asked Choi Han a question. So then why would I have come to the capital as the representative of the Henitus family? Especially when I am hoping Basin becomes the successor. My father, the head of the household, told me to go, but I could have said no. Choi Han answered after a duration of silence. I am not sure. It is because I know what the secret organization is planning to do in the capital. Choi Han's pupils dilated once more. I cannot answer how I know, but they are planning to kill a lot of people at the capital. I couldn't send Basin to such a place. I want to prevent that incident from happening. Of course, Cal was not planning to do anything and everything to put his own life on the line for others. After taking care of all of these issues as quietly as possible, I plan on returning to the Henatu's territory. You cannot tell me how you know. Correct. I cannot tell anybody, no matter who it is, about it. Choi Han's eyes were full of questions, but his mouth stayed shut. Cal didn't know the identity of the secret organization, but he knew about a couple things they would end up doing. He also despised them and wanted them gone. Choi Han's head fell even more as he started to think things over. His head was a mess right now. Even still, the power of the god of death coming through the black thread gave him serenity. He knew that Cal would die right here if he had lied. However, I will tell you one more thing. One more. That made Choi Han quickly lift his head to look at Cal. The last truth. This was the third truth Cal told Choi Han. I have no desire to harm you. Cal was confident as he said that. He remained alive, which meant this was the truth. Choi Han started to frown. Tap, tap. Choi Han started to tap his thigh with his clenched fist. Although he was not tapping very hard, veins were popping out of his tightly clenched fist. He slowly raised his head. Cal was still alive. I trust you. Listening to that response, that took so long to come out, Cal repeated the words he had said to Choi Han before they entered this room. I understand. He then started to smile. Sigh. Choi Han sighed while still sitting at the table. He lifted his head to look at Cal. Cal's eyes were pure as usual, while stubborn. Cal, please promise one more thing. Then I will completely trust you. I didn't think something like this would happen. Cal was feeling iffy about Choi Han's response. It shouldn't be a big deal because he would be able to find a way to twist anything to suit himself. But it was the phrase, completely trust you, that was not sitting well with Cal. But it wasn't like he could say no right now. Sure. What is it? Cal, Yes, I must get revenge on that organization. I think this is the first time in my life I've ever hated a person or an organization so much. Anger filled Choi Han's pure eyes. A sense of nostalgia could be seen behind the anger, as well. Choi Han was probably thinking about Harris Village. Cal held back from letting that noise escape from his mouth. This was why he did not want Choi Han with him, even if Choi Han chose to follow him. Choi Han was a good person, but he would always finish something he made up his mind to do. That was why Cal waited for Choi Han's final request with nervousness. Choi Han finally started to speak. Please tell me no matter what if you find out their identity. Well sure. He was going to ask something difficult. Cal had a shocked expression as he made the vow. I, Cal Henatus, will inform Choi Han once I learn of their identity. I will pay with my life should I go against this vow. Good enough? Yes, thank you very much. Choi Han finally started to smile. He seemed to be relieved. Cal started to think while observing this Choi Han. How would I ever learn of their identity? In order to find out their identity, actually, in order to even find the smallest clue about their identity, he would need to go down the same road Choi Han took in the novel. He would have to be crazy to do that. Once Choi Han gets out of the capital and the Roan Kingdom, he would run into all sorts of heroes, humans and non-humans alike. Just thinking about it made Cal feel terrible. Then are we done? Yes. Bang! Cal lifted his hand and slammed down on the table. His smash made the table slightly shake, and the priest opened his eyes and nodded his head. The area vibrated once more. Along with that, the smoke disappeared into each of their bodies. It was slightly different from when Cal had experienced this with the crazy priestess cage. Cal felt the two vows becoming ingrained into his body as he took a piece of paper out of his pocket. It was the check for 10 million gallons. Cal put that money in front of the calmly seated priest and got up. He then said goodbye to the priest before heading out of the room. Choi Han looked back and forth between the money and Cal, before following Cal out of the room and closing the door. He then looked toward Cal with confusion. Cal casually responded to Choi Han's gaze. Nothing in life is free. I see. Cal walked back up the stairs to find the priest from earlier standing at the entrance on the first floor. The priest greeted the still alive Cal. May your life continue until its destined time. It was their way of telling you not to break your vow so that you could continue to live. It was completely merciless. Thank you very much, Priest Nim. Cal thanked the priest with a smile in response. The priest still found Cal's smile and relaxed voice to be odd, but Cal just walked past him to leave the temple. He then got on the carriage and started to speak once the carriage started to move. For your reference, that crazy mage, that person is the leader of the incident that will happen at the capital. Am I allowed to kill them if I see them? Why are you asking me such an obvious question? Do as you want. Doesn't matter to me. However, that crazy mage was a highest level mage and a teleportation specialist, so Choi Han was never able to do what he wished in the novel. Yes, I will make sure to kill them. Cal turned away from the angry face of Choi Han. It was too vicious for Cal to handle. Once they got back to their residence, there was another individual Cal found difficult to handle. Young Master, Ron. The assassin Ron, who had a benign smile on his face, came to look for Cal, who was trying to rest in his chamber. Chapter 34. Being still one. Cal blankly stared at the teacup that Ron was offering him. Lemon tea before bed? Yes, young master. Cal was not used to drinking lemon tea before bed. He didn't feel like drinking it, but he lifted the teacup up without saying anything else. He felt Ron's gaze on him as he took a sip of the lemon tea. It was then that Ron started to speak. Young master, may I make a request? Kek, what? A request? Cal's eyes opened wide at Ron saying the word, request, and turned to look at Ron quickly. Ron still had a gentle smile on his face. Cal's eyes started to fog up as he quickly started to think. This devious old man has a request for someone like me, who he thinks is useless. Cal had an indescribable sense of ominousness. He felt like the man who tried to get rid of a lump on his face and ended up coming back with two. One, either that, or the woodcutter who was greedy and claimed that both the golden axe and the silver axe were his and ended up leaving empty-handed without even his own axe. 2. Cal calmed himself before asking in a relaxed manner. All right, what is it? Ron immediately shared his request with Cal. May I have 2 days off? Oh. Cal subconsciously let out a gasp. He felt like he had his lump removed and received the set of golden and silver axes as a gift at the same time. Free Cal put the teacup down and grabbed Ron's hand, before starting to rapidly speak, unlike his usual style. Yes, good idea. Ron, you've worked so hard for tens of years. You had to take care of this trash of a young master. If you want a break, you can take off as long as you want. You are more than welcome to do that. Yes, Cal would like it if Ron took a very long break. However, Ron needed to return before the Capital Terror incident in order to get connected to Choi Han, so 2 days was perfect. Cal was looking forward to enjoying the next 2 days without looking at this assassin's face. Ron looked toward Cal, who was holding his hand vigorously, with curiosity. However, Cal quickly turned his gaze away from Ron and opened a dresser next to the bed. Cal removed a money pouch out of the dresser and held it up. Checks and large amounts of money were in the residence's safe, but there was still a lot of money in this bag as well. Cal took the whole bag and put it in Ron's hand. He was the son of a wealthy family, and really did not have anything else to give other than money. Here, this isn't much, but buy yourself some delicious food and enjoy your break. Ron just blankly stared at the money pouch Cal had put in his hand. Buy myself delicious food and enjoy my break. This made Ron think about how long he had been living in hiding. He had spent the whole time taking care of this trash, this puppy young master. He was now trying to step back out of hiding and restart his life. But there was a good chance that his future would be chaotic. If those people really had crossed over to the Western continent, it would actually be worse than just chaotic. Then I should leave my son here. Ron looked toward the relaxed young master in front of him. Young master, will it really be okay? Cal excitedly answered Ron's question. He wanted Ron to enjoy himself so much that he would desire to leave Cal for good. Of course. Ron, you are qualified to enjoy a break. Qualification. Ron's original plan was to quietly leave in a few days either alone, or with Beacrocs. However, this damn affection was the problem. That was why he mentioned a 2-day break. He wanted to see what this little punk would say. He was curious to know. This puppy young master of his now knew what kind of person he was because of Choi Han. Ron still had a gentle expression on his face, but his gaze started to turn cold. Young master, this is too much money. What will you do if I take this and run away? Or is it that you want me to run away since you heard that I am a strong individual? Although the years of forcing himself to smile had created a lot of wrinkles on his face, his sharp gaze was directed to Cal. Ron could see Cal's reaction. Cal had snorted. You think I don't know your personality, Ron? If you were going to run, you would have either left without saying anything or just flat out said that you were leaving. Am I wrong? That was how Ron had left in the novel. He didn't say anything to the Count, and whenever he needed to separate from Choi Han's party for a bit, he would discuss their contract before leaving. You are right. That is indeed correct. Ron nodded his head with a smile on his face. Now that he thought about it, this puppy young master in front of him had seen him more than his own son, Beacrocs, had for the last tens of years. In fact, Cal might be the person who knows the current Ron the best. I am very old now too. The old man accepted that he was getting older. Just like how tree rings don't grow all at once, the effects of time did not avoid him as well. He then started to speak. I will be back to serve you when you head to the royal palace. If you really want to. Ron looked toward the uninterested Cal and put the money pouch away. He couldn't allow Cal to go into the palace looking worse than the royal family or the other nobles. Ron did not want to see the puppy young master that he raised being looked down upon by others. That would be his last duty before he left. Then I will head out now. Sure. Cal waved Ron out while sitting on his bed, and had a wonderful night of sleep for the first time in a long time. By the time Cal woke up around lunchtime the next day, Ron had already left early in the morning on his break. Thanks to that, Deputy Butler Hans became responsible for serving Cal. Mr. Ron said he wasn't comfortable unless it was me. Haha, I guess I am kind of amazing. Can you just be quiet? Cal ignored Hans and looked outside the open chamber door. Choi Han had been standing outside the door since early this morning. Cal was staring at Choi Han while wondering what was going on, and Choi Han answered without even needing to be asked. Mr. Ron asked me to protect you. What was Ron thinking? Cal had a serious expression on his face as he received a cup from Hans. He then started to frown. Hans, why did you bring me lemonade? Excuse me, young master, don't you like lemonade? Sigh. Cal let out a deep sigh and drank the lemonade. It was better than cold water to wake him up and settle his stomach. Choi Han watched Hans and Cal from outside the chamber door as he recalled his conversation with Ron the night before. You're going somewhere? Yes. Where? Nothing a kid like you needs to know about. Did you come to talk to me for Calnim? You figure it out. That was what Ron said before leaving early this morning. Choi Han saw the assassin Ron instead of the servant Ron when Ron walked out of the residence. Choi Han. Choi Han snapped out of it as Cal called out to him. Cal had gotten up from the bed and was heading to the bathroom. Cal asked Choi Han, who was looking at him, Is Locke awake? Yes, sir. The wolf tribe really did have fast regenerative abilities. Cal looked at the time. The piggy bank billows, the bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild's leader, would soon arrive at the capital. Cal had promised to drink with him, and had already decided where they would meet. It was the same inn he had told Choi Han to stay in once he got to the capital. That inn also had a bar, which was famous for its alcohol, and something that will connect Choi Han and B. Lowe's is there. Cal thought about the merchant, who would be with the 10 wolf children right now, and asked, What about the children and the merchant at the inn? I was thinking you could stop by on your way back from the meeting. Meeting? Hans approached the confused Cal and started to speak. Young master, the invitation from the northeastern nobles. Ah. Cal had forgotten about that because he did not consider those nobles to be very important. He started to frown a bit as he debated what to do. What kind of trash actions would he need to do at the meeting? Cal Kim Rock-soo had never met these people before, but it didn't matter. He was known as Trash for a reason, and the guest wishes to speak with you as well. Are you talking about Miss Rosalind? Yes. She said any time will work based on your schedule. Rosalind was a smart girl. She probably already suspects that the feeling of mana from yesterday is from a dragon. She has probably never seen a dragon before, but such powerful mana could not come from anything other than a dragon. Cal opened the door to the bathroom and gave an order to Hans as he went in. I will eat breakfast in my room, so get it ready. After that, ask Miss Rosalind if she would like to have breakfast together. Yes, young master. I understand. However, it is the middle of the day, so it would be lunch. Hans. I will get it ready right away. Cal glared at Hans, who vigorously answered, and gave one last command before closing the bathroom door. Ah, and leave the terrace door open. The black dragon needs to be able to come in. It was very odd that it could only sleep well if it slept outside on a tree by the window. Then, I will go bring Rosalind Nim over now. Okay. Cal sat on a chair by the food that was breakfast for some and lunch for others and sent Hans out. Peacock seemed to have put in quite the effort, as the food on the table looked fabulous. The table was full of food, probably because he asked for it all at once instead of in courses. Cal, Nem. Choi Han approached him. I will go stay with Locke while you are eating. I guess the two of you are taking turns nursing him. Choi Han started to smile in embarrassment at Cal's proclamation. Although Locke was quickly recovering, he was still laying on the bed with Rosalind and Choi Han taking turns nursing him. Of course Rosalind was doing majority of the nursing. An and Hong are helping to take care of him as well. Like hell they are. Choi Han could only remain silent at Cal's words. An and Hong were staying in Locke's room. But this was what the two kittens told Cal in secret before heading over. I think we are too weak to kill Wolf Tribe. We will probably lose, even if we enter berserk mode. We need to figure out a way to squash people like him. Right, we need to figure out a way. That is why we will go study a bit. An and Hong were not there to nurse Locke, but to determine how to kill such enemies in the future. But Locke still seems relaxed having two cute kittens with him. I guess that's great. Cal had no desire to tell Choi Han and Locke the truth. Choi Han inspected the area to verify that the black dragon was not in the room before quietly speaking. I did not tell Locke or Rosalind that I brought them with me, because you told me to do so. Good job. I told you I would keep it a secret. Choi Han was showing a reliable side to Cal. Maybe it was because of yesterday's vow, but Choi Han did not know how devious words could be. He didn't know how words could be used to favor one party more than the other. The god of death would only follow Cal's words, and his interpretation of it, because he was the one to put his life on the line. That is why nobles spent at least a week preparing what to say when they are going to make a vow of death. They usually average at least 10 pages of text to say. Cal thought about how he would use Choi Han in the future before starting to speak to Choi Han, who seemed to really trust him. Choi Han, did you say you were going to kill that blood-drinking mage if you saw them again? Yes. Cal nodded his head at the answer that came without any hesitation, and continued to speak. I will tell you how to find that person. Choi Han's gaze started to change, but Cal was not done just yet. Of course, we have to prevent the terror incident first. Choi Han's expression seemed to be asking Cal to tell him right away, but the moment he opened his mouth, there was a knock on the door followed by Hans's voice. Young master, I have brought Rosalind Nim. Cal nodded at Choi Han and got up from the chair. Choi Han silently got up as well and opened the door. Hans and Rosalind entered through the open door. Hans did not enter any farther than the door frame, and calmly added on to what he stated previously. "Young master, Rosalind, please let me know if you need anything." Hans then bowed and stepped out of the room. Choi Han followed behind him. "Rosalind, I will be with Locke." "Okay." Once the two of them left, only Rosalind and Cal were left in the room. Rosalind looked to be calm, yet cold. "Thank you for the invitation, young Master Cal." "It was nothing, Miss Rosalind." Cal pointed to the chair across from him, and started to speak. "There are a lot of things we need to discuss. Young Master, I guess you don't like to beat around the bush?" Rosalind started to smile as she asked, and Cal looked toward the open terrace window and started to speak. "Come on in." In that instant, Rosalind quickly turned around. She could see some leaves floating into the room. She could not help but tremble. However, she was able to logically think things through last night. She had thought about it all night while nursing Locke. Three-layered magic, and the ability to do such a thing. There was really just one answer. She moved her gaze from the leaves floating their way, and looked toward Cal and asked, "Dragon. Is it a dragonim?" Mages really did respect dragons. Her demeanor clearly showed that was the case. Cal started to smirk, as he started to speak toward the floating leaves. "You introduce yourself." In that instant, the leaves that were floating on top of the table, or over the stakes, if you want to be really specific, turned into a black dragon. It had removed its invisibility magic. Rosalind could not even gasp, as she was completely shocked. Even though she knew it was going to be a dragon, it still was shocking. There were less than 20 dragons in existence in both the western and eastern continents combined, but such an existence was in front of her right now. They were known for never leaving their territory and lair, and enjoying life as the most amazing existence in the world. Furthermore, dragons were the king of both mana and nature. They were also an existence that preferred solitude. Although it was confirmed that there were 20 dragons in the world, they were all different colors and varied drastically in personality, habits, and traits. The Magic Tower found this to be quite interesting. Why were they different in color and personality, even after growing up under their parents? There was only one explanation they could fathom. Dragons are prideful creatures that want to be different from any other. They want to be unique while they are alive. That was the case, even amongst their own tribe of dragons. Such an existence was in front of Rosalind's eyes right now. It was a young dragon, but the mana she could feel, and the unique gaze of a dragon told her it really was just like any other dragon. The black dragon quietly observed Rosalind for a bit before turning its head away. Rosalind did not know what to say about the dragon's action. After doing that, the dragon moved in front of the stake and started to speak. "I am hungry." "Go ahead, you can eat it." Cal shook his head as he answered, and also offered Rosalind a seat. "We should eat as well." "Ah, yes." Rosalind had a blank expression on her face as she sat down. She could see the young black dragon eating the steak in front of her, while Cal, who was dressed fancier than usual because he needed to attend the Northeastern Nobles meeting, was elegantly eating a soup. Nobody at the Magic Tower would believe her if she told them about this. However, Rosalind believed in what she was seeing in front of her eyes, as well as the rest of her 5 senses. Everything in nature could be felt by the 5 senses. It is so amazing that a mage like myself can see such a sight. A dragon is with a human. Rosalind believed in the sight in front of her and revealed her honest observation. Cal did not care to respond, but the black dragon stopped eating the steak to look at Rosalind. He then turned his head to look at Cal. It was the face of a reptile, but its expression was clearly visible. The black dragon started to frown while looking at Cal, who was still eating his soup, and started to speak. "Very weak. He is no better than an ant. That is the reason." "Indeed." Both Cal and the dragon agreed. Rosalind watched this with curiosity, before eventually nodding her head. "A meal with young Master Cal and Dragonim. It is an honor." Rosalind was calm as she elegantly lifted up her fork. Cal observed her expression as he continued to eat his soup. She really is a courageous person. Any other mage would be shaking non-stop and praising the dragon right now. They would then ask the dragon to teach them even a little bit about mana or magic. The dragon's magic was something that would make any mage on the continent go crazy. Cal started to speak to Rosalind, who was starting off with a salad. "Please feel free to stay here as long as you like." "Young Master Cal." "Yes? I have 3 things I am curious about, but one of them has already been resolved, so I have 2 more. May I ask about them?" "Please do." The first was probably about the dragon. Cal had decided to reveal the dragon's existence to Rosalind after contemplating it for a long time. He felt like it would be more beneficial to him that way. He felt like he could anticipate the other 2 questions as well. "Here is the second thing I am curious about." Rosalind asked her question calmly and sincerely. "Is it okay to allow someone who was not invited to stay in your residence like this? Even if I am a mage, as a noble, you must be sensitive about associating with strangers." Cal easily answered that question. "It is fine because you are someone Choi Han brought." Cal peeked at the black dragon that was eating the steak, before looking back toward Rosalind and continuing to speak. I also have this guy. The black dragon did not respond to that statement. However, he flicked his wing once before stuffing his face into the steak plate and starting to devour the steak even faster than before. Rosalind watched the dragon for a long time, before her red pupils moved back to Cal, who was eating a salmon steak. I see. Then here is my third question. Cal stopped eating the salmon steak and looked up at Rosalind. Their eyes met, and Cal could see her red pupils. Originally, Rosalind changed her pupils from red to black with magic when they entered the capital. She did the same thing with her hair color. However, that was not the case right now. Rosalind asked her question. Why do you speak so respectfully to me, despite your status as a noble? Cal lifted up the wine glass next to the salmon steak and took a sip of the white wine. He then started to speak. Red hair, red pupils, and a mage. Then, there is your self-revealed name of Rosalind. It was weird to pretend not to know when someone was being so clear about it. Cal started to smile as he asked, Princess Nim, aren't you the one who should stop speaking so respectfully to me? 1. Korean Folktale, 850s, rinka.literal.com, 11,762.html2. Another Korean Folktale, HTTPS, freshkorean.com, 2013-0402, goal, DAX, SIL, for traditional Korean story, plus, free, work, sheet 5, 3. Same folk tales as above. Chapter 35, Being Still 2. Rosalind started to smile. I heard you were trash, but I guess that was a lie. Rosalind stopped with a respectful tone almost immediately, as Cal had expected. Although the majority of the people may not know what the princess of another kingdom may look like, it was different for nobles. Low-level nobles may have found it difficult to gather information, but at the count level, like the Henatu's family, having information about the neighboring kingdom's nobles and royalty was basic knowledge. It was not just fun and games to be a noble. Cal responded to Rosalind's statement. It is true that I am famous for being trash. However, a mage should make their judgments based on their 5 senses. You are right, young Master Cal. We only believe the things we experience ourselves. Cal thought Rosalind's way of speaking was quite odd. She was speaking informally to him as a princess, but when she was referring to herself as part of the Society of Mages by using the term, we, she spoke formally. Her identity as a mage seemed to be very important to her. But Princess Nim, Rosalind, she really didn't seem to like being treated like a princess. Okay then. Miss Rosalind, are you done with your questions? Yes, I am finished. She smiled as she answered. Young Master Cal, it seems like you do not want to be involved with me. Even though he knew she was a princess, he just told her to enjoy her stay, and then leave. It wasn't that she found that to be disrespectful or anything. In fact, she preferred it that way. If she wanted special treatment, she would have revealed her full name and her identity immediately. She did not want to be treated that way, however. In addition, she was thankful to Cal for telling them about Locke's condition. Really? I just acted that way since Princess Nim seemed to prefer it this way. Liar. Rosalind treated Cal's words as just a good excuse. A human who travels with a dragon. He was known to be trash by society, but was not actually like that in reality. He could have easily revealed her existence if he really wanted to do so. She thanked Cal, who was smiling as if he knew nothing. It seems like you have not informed the Roan royalty. Thank you very much. No problem. Something like that should be based on the involved individual's own wishes. Cal thought that the Crown Prince would barge into this residence if Cal had reported it to the palace. You are correct, young Master Cal. I do not wish to reveal myself. If this lands you into trouble in the future, please let them know that I asked you not to do so. I will send a messenger to back up your story. Got it. Thank you for letting me stay here. I will take care of my business and not cause you any trouble. Not cause me any trouble. Cal thanked Rosalind, who was giving him the answer he wanted to hear the most. Thank you very much. No worries, it is how it should be. Rosalind brushed Cal's thanks off before continuing to eat. Cal and Rosalind, the two of them did not need to speak anymore. Rosalind just peeked at the dragon every so often. Can I help it? As a mage, her gaze continued to head to the dragon. The dragon stopped eating the sausage that originally was for Cal before turning to look at Rosalind. After ignoring Rosalind's continued peeking for a while, he finally spoke up. Eat your own food. This is mine. The black dragon pulled the plate with the sausage closer to him. Cal was casually piling more food onto that plate for the dragon. The black dragon was getting addicted to the taste of steak, which was different from eating raw meat, as well as the other types of various foods that were on the table. Rosalind peeked toward Cal, and Cal stealthily put up 4 fingers without the dragon noticing. 4 years old. Rosalind smiled at the meaning of Cal's message and responded to the dragon. Yes, Dragonium. I would not dare your food. The black dragon started to eat again, and Rosalind and Cal continued their meals as well. It was a relaxing and peaceful meal. After it was over, Cal got on the carriage to go meet the northeastern nobles. The northeastern nobles consisted of just 10 noble families. There were more if you considered the barons and below, but the Pillar of the Northeast was based on these 10 families. Of those 10 families, the 3 people Cal was meeting today came from 3 families that had been friendly with the Hennetus family for a long time. What a dilemma. That was why Cal was worried. Choi Han, who had been following him as a guard, cautiously asked, "What is? If I can do anything to help, please let me know." "Nothing. You don't need to know," Cal just curtly answered before starting to think again. Choi Han observed Cal and started to worry as well. It was the first time Choi Han had seen Cal worrying like this. Cal did not know what to do. Just what kind of chaos would he need to cause to really look like trash? Cal had come to a realization after being stuck with large baggage like Choi Han and the Black Dragon. He was having a dilemma about how to live a trash life. The Northeastern nobles would have seen Cal's trash behavior in the past. They would have also received news about all of Cal's trashy actions in the Hennetus territory. That was why he had to be even more careful. No, he had to be even more chaotic. Cal looked down at his 2 hands. Act like a total bastard? That would be a way to seem like the trash of all trash. While Cal was thinking about what he could do to act terribly, the carriage stopped in front of a residence. Since the Northeastern nobles all had residences in the same area of the capital, it was not very far. "Welcome, young Master Cal, Nim." Cal noticed the old butler greeting him at the gate, and looked to the building behind the butler. This was Count Wheelsman's residence. Count Wheelsman's territory was located in the beginning parts of the Northeast, and he was neither very strong nor very wealthy. That was why he was able to build a close relationship with Count Hennetus in the Northeast, where they did not have any dukes or marquis. Count Hennetus liked this friendship because, for someone like him, whose territory was far in the corner of the Northeast, knowing someone who was the close to the capital was beneficial. Cal thought about Count Wheelsman's successor, Eric Wheelsman. Deputy Butler Hans had cautiously advised Cal before he left for this meeting. "Young Master, it is great that you have a good relationship with young Master Eric, but I bring this up to you to ask whether you think it would be smarter to not act so close to each other in front of the other nobles in the meeting." That let Cal know that Eric and the original owner of this body were very close. However, the information about Eric in the nobles' information report described Eric as a good person who was a bit uptight. "Young Master Cal, may I escort you inside?" "Sure." Cal followed the old butler into the Wheelsman residence. Eric Wheelsman, Gilbert Cheddar, and Amru Ubar. The 3 of them were inside the residence. Cal was still thinking about how he should act in front of them as he entered inside. In the end, he didn't need to worry about such a thing. "Cal, you at least still listen to this Hyung, right?" Cal had a confused look on his face. Eric Wheelsman pushed up his glasses after seeing Cal's expression. Right now, Cal was seated at the table with the 3 nobles surrounding him like he was in an interview. This is odd, but the atmosphere was more of them consoling him rather than interviewing him. Eric Wheelsman started to speak. "Won't it be annoying for you as well?" Viscount Ubar's daughter Amru and Baron Cheddar's son Gilbert chimed in. "He's right. Young Master Cal, I heard you don't like annoying formalities." "Young Master Cal, it is not wrong to find something to be annoying." It felt like they were trying to console a child. Cal first responded to their statements. "Yes, it is annoying. See, that is why." Tap. Eric lightly tapped the table. It did not seem like it was because he was angry, but more like a subconscious movement. He looked toward Cal, who used to be a cute little kid until he grew up to be trash, and quietly continued. "That is why you don't need to say anything or do anything. Just be still. Be still and we will take care of everything for you. You hate annoying things and formalities anyway." Cal responded back with an intrigued expression. "I am very good at staying still." "Huh? You are?" "Ah yes. You are like that. You are very good at that." Eric was known for being uptight, but he was also the type to worry about everything. But that was only because he liked to think about everything before they actually happened. He started to speak to Cal, who became the biggest concern of his since yesterday, when he found out that Cal really was the one to come to the capital. The other 2 looked toward Eric, as if they were cheering him on. "Some of the other Northeastern nobles may try to annoy you. The ones who align themselves with Marquis Stan or some other duke will definitely try. But all you have to do is be still, and we will take care of everything for you. What do you think?" This was what Eric was most worried about. Of the 10 pillar families, only these 4 families have not aligned themselves elsewhere. The other nobles who aligned with higher-ranking nobles from outside the area would want to offer the entire Northeastern group of nobles to their upline. They needed to be cautious, and even more cautious. This group of 4 families had to be in the center. That was their way of being the strongest faction in the Northeast. And, in order to do that, the wealthy Hennetus family could not cause an accident at the capital. Eric, as well as the other 2, quietly waited for Cal's response. "That would be great." Cal had a gentle smile on his face to go with his response. Eric was thinking that Cal still looked like the good kid from the past, as long as he was not drinking, and started to speak. "I plan on showing our respect to the Crown Prince together as well. I'm sure you find this to be annoying and want to get right to drinking, but that will be difficult. As long as you do that initial greeting, we will take care of everything else." Oh, Cal started to smirk. He found this atmosphere quite interesting. He picked up the wineglass in front of him. Cal could see Gilbert flinch as he did that. Cal thought this was odd as well. He may be a troublesome trash, but since they were on the same side, their only possible course of action was to protect him. He wet his mouth with the wine before starting to speak. It's great, isn't it? Eric had a bright smile on his face as his glasses reflected the light from the chandelier. Cal decided to take the three nobles' offer of doing nothing and getting their protection. He liked this plan very much. All you have to do is show up, sit there and relax. Great. It sounds perfect. It was a very good offer, just the type Cal liked. He calmly ate the meal in front of him, as he started to think that it was a good idea to come here today. However, Eric, Gilbert, and Amru did not let their guards down. Cal Henatus was someone who had even thrown a bottle at the Northeastern nobles meeting when everything seemed to be going great. They were especially cautious because they were here to convince the Crown Prince to invest in the northeastern coastline, where Gilbert and Amru's families were positioned. Wine from the Henatus territory really is great. Of course, Cal knew about the two families' desire for the Crown Prince's investment from the information Hans had given to him. The four families shared information with each other without any secrets. However, Cal knew that the investment from the Crown Prince would not be possible. How would he be able to invest when a war will soon start from the south of the western continent? It might be different if it was a navy though. The four nobles chatted every so often as they continued their meal. The three nobles relaxed a bit after seeing Cal make it through the whole meal without causing an accident. They were all decently satisfied with this meeting. Cal rested for a bit after returning to his residence, before hearing that Choi Han was back, causing Cal to call him to his room. Cal, you called for me? The inn? Fine. Thankfully, the children are energetic. Cal turned pale after thinking about 10 energetic wolf tribe children. On the other hand, Choi Han seemed to be more relaxed and happier. Then, there is nothing else to do? Yes? Cal nodded his head before standing up. It was only then that Choi Han realized that Cal was not wearing his pajamas nor his usual outfit. He was wearing very casual clothes. Cal walked over to his bed as he started to speak. I will be laying in bed, so go tell Hans he can stop standing outside the door and can go sleep. He will go without even looking back. Choi Han looked out the open terrace window. It was a bright night. He then asked Cal, will you be heading out? Yes. Cal smiled as he answered. I left the terrace open like before, so come to my room. I understand. Choi Han's gaze changed. He remembered what Cal had told him the other day. Cal mentioned that he would tell Choi Han how to find the blood-drinking mage. Will it just be the two of us, without either An or Hong? Choi Han asked with a serious expression, but an answer came from somewhere else. I will be going as well. The black dragon removed its invisibility magic and entered through the terrace window. Choi Han looked toward the black dragon before turning back to look at Cal. Cal answered even more relaxed than ever before. 3 of us will go. Chapter 36. Being still 3. Choi Han looked at the black dragon before looking back toward Cal and asking, are we going to destroy everything? No, absolutely not. Why are his thoughts always so extreme? Cal lay down on the bed and waved Choi Han away. Hurry up and come back soon. Oh, and wear a hat. I understand. Choi Han left only the nightstand's light on and turned the rest of the lights off before heading out of the room and saying something to Hans. Cal kept his eyes closed and pretended to be asleep. The door soon closed and Hans did not enter. The black dragon, who had been invisible while the door was open, removed its invisibility and landed on the bed. One side of the bed started to sink while the dragon started to speak in a worried voice. You cannot really fall asleep. Cal started to think after hearing the dragon's words. Do I look like a 4-year-old to this dragon? Cal let out a sigh and got up from the bed. A few moments later, Choi Han re-entered the room through the window while wearing a robe. You're here. I guess a robe is definitely better than a hat. Choi Han nodded and started to speak toward the dragon as Cal packed a hat. Will you be following us like that? I will be invisible. I heard that dragons could polymorph. Can't you turn into a human? I think that would be easier. The dragon's magic was an expression of their will. That was why Choi Han thought that the dragon could easily polymorph, if it had the will to do so. The black dragon snorted at Choi Han's words. I hate humans. I do not want to be like the humans. He said that dragons were cool and awesome. Who said that? The black dragon peeked toward Cal at Choi Han's question, before quickly looking away. It then turned invisible and flew up into the sky. The sunken part of the bed returned back to normal. Cal leisurely started to speak to Choi Han, who was looking at him with an odd expression. Dragons indeed are cool. They really are. Choi Han nodded his head, and followed behind Cal, who was heading toward the terrace. He then looked out the third-floor terrace window and stopped suddenly. Cal Nim. What? Do I have to carry you again? Cal snorted at Choi Han's hesitant question, and pointed to the ceiling with his index finger. At that moment, Cal's body slowly lifted off the floor and started to turn invisible. Cal watched his entire body turn invisible before looking up to the ceiling and starting to speak. Dragons are great and mighty. You are right. I am great and mighty. The invisible black dragon responded to Cal. Choi Han could see Cal's evil smirk quickly appear before disappearing. Choi Han realized how Cal was controlling the dragon, and he started to speak as well. Wow, dragons are great and mighty. Once Choi Han said that, he turned invisible as well, and they could leave the residence without any worries. Of course, there were magic detection tools around the residence fence, but they were for preventing intruders. They did not have any reaction to people leaving from the residence. Choi Han stood at a small alley a bit away from the residence, and started to speak. It is fine from here. As soon as he said that, the invisibility magic on Cal and Choi Han was removed. Cal, whose levitation magic was removed as well, landed gently from the 10 centimeters he was floating in the air. Cal was shocked at this chain of events. The black dragon's magic skills are much stronger than I thought. I wonder if it is related to its special characteristics. This level of magic was already a bit higher than the level of the highest tier mages. It was no wonder that they said that an adult dragon could easily destroy an entire kingdom if it was willing to do so. But I won't need his help like this once I get the sound of the wind. I can then move around without the black dragon or Choi Han coming with me. The sound of the wind was the third ancient power Cal was planning on taking. However, he needed to head to the Roan Kingdom's northeastern shores to find that power. I'll need to go to young Lady Amru's territory. Cal was planning on heading there to get the sound of the wind on his way back from the capital. His excuse to others would be that he wanted to go sightseeing since he was already out. The fact that it was an ancient power by the sea made him a bit concerned, but Cal decided to not think much about it because it was a power that he could quietly take. By then, Choi Han's crew won't be with me anyways. Cal was certain that the whale tribe and the mermaids appeared at the northeastern shores around the end of Volume 4. The war in the ocean between the eastern and western continents. All he had to do was avoid the shores at that time. More than the whales, he needed to avoid those crazy mermaids. Cal covered his red hair with his hat, before taking a map out of his pocket. He then took the lead. Follow me. The still invisible black dragon and Choi Han walked on either side of Cal, following Cal out of the southern district of the nobles and into the center of Huis. The night became as bright as the day as they got closer to the center of Huis. There were many bright lights on the streets with shops selling stuff, and bars were the most lively at this time. The nightlife at the capital is really different from other places. It sure is. Cal nodded his head at Choi Han's words before heading toward the Plaza of Glory at the center of Huis. They could see a round plaza in front of them with fountains in all 4 directions. Each fountain had groups of citizens gathered around it. The 3 of them could see the citizens relaxing with their families or friends after a long day of work. Since it was 9 p.m. right now, they would continue to enjoy themselves at the plaza until the guards came to patrol at 11 p.m. Cal looked to the left. Choi Han was blankly watching some families laughing together at the fountain to the east. Cal, who had been leisurely watching Choi Han and the scene in front of them, started to speak. Make it so nobody can hear us. Once he said that, an invisible dome appeared around them. It was something that only Cal, Choi Han, and the black dragon, who were inside the dome, could see. Choi Han finally turned to look at Cal. There is this thing called a magic bomb. A bomb? Yes, a bomb. Magic bombs can come in many shapes and sizes. With this western continent having a long history of war that was led by magic, it has developed quite a bit. Choi Han quietly listened to Cal's story. However, there are a lot of restrictions. The location of the magic bomb, controlling the mana flowing through it, and many other factors cause these bombs to be really complicated to use. That was why they preferred to have a mage use their magic during war rather than using magic bombs. But the magic bombs this time are different from those used previously. Of those bombs, newly developed magic bombs will go off here, as well as multiple places around here in 6 days. Cal did not think that the 5 bombs Choi Han and Rosalind had found in the novel would still be the same. The story had already changed. That meant that this situation could easily change as well. That was why Cal came up with a new plan. However, he was still certain that the magic bomb terror incident would still proceed as described, since I was able to confirm that the crazy mage was in this kingdom. The crazy mage was the one who created this new magic bomb. The secret organization would eventually distribute this bomb to different territories in the Roan Kingdom after the incident at the capital. Of course, they will be hiding their identity as the secret organization. Are you saying a bomb will go off here? Yes. Choi Han looked around at the fountains and the people in the plaza. A cold voice filled his ear at that time. It could be buried somewhere, or even installed on a person. Of course, that person will not know it is a bomb and think it is something else, like a bracelet or a purse, and have it on them. On a person. That phrase made Choi Han turn his head to look at Cal. Cal responded coldly to Choi Han. That is why we need to prevent it. Of course Cal would not do it. Choi Han, Rosalind, and the Black Dragon will be the ones to take care of it. Cal planned to be still. Cal planned to be very still at the capital. How can we prevent it? Simple. Cal crossed his arms as he leaned on a tree in the plaza and continued to speak. Magic bombs are in essence chunks of mana. That is why all you need to do is have someone with high mana sensitivity inspect the area and search any locations that seem to have an abundance of mana. Choi Han flinched at Cal's calm demeanor before cautiously asking, "Is it so much higher that it will be that easily detected?" "No, it is just slightly higher, making it difficult for any average mage to notice it. But that small chunk of mana can instantly pull in the mana in the surrounding area to create a large explosion." Choi Han looked concerned. As a sword user and an aura user, he was slightly sensitive to mana as well. However, he was not as sensitive to it as mages, and could not be of help. "Cal, I do not think it will be easy." "It is very easy." Cal answered that way as he asked. "Right?" At that moment, an answer came from above. "It is doable. Just annoying." Next to Cal was the Black Dragon, an existence that was said to be the most sensitive to mana. Choi Han quickly understood and nodded his head. He had forgotten that this dragon was a great and mighty existence. Cal handed the map in his hand to Choi Han. "I don't know about the people, but the bombs installed in locations will be installed at least 2 days before the incident. The day of the incident would be when the king arrives. That meant that the security would be multiple times the normal level starting from the day before. That's why they needed to install the bombs at least 2 days before. I don't know about the other locations, but I am certain that at least one bomb will be near this plaza. This is the place with the most people." "Right, I agree. That is why, with this plaza as the center point." Cal pointed toward Choi Han, and then up to the sky. "Choi Han, you and the dragon will roam around the capital every night to look for the magic bombs." "The two of us?" Cal patted Choi Han's shoulder, and answered as Choi Han asked. The way to handle the Black Dragon and Choi Han was pretty similar. "Yes, Choi Han, if it is you, I know that you can stealthily move around without being noticed. You are very talented." Choi Han quietly nodded his head with a serious expression. He then asked, "What should we do once we find it?" "Leave it there for now." "Not get rid of it?" "We will get rid of it on the day of the incident." "May I ask why?" Cal started to smirk. "Don't you want to find that mage?" It was not the answer to Choi Han's question, but Choi Han first nodded his head. Cal looked around the plaza. Everybody looked happy, but members of the secret organization may be mixed in with them. Cal did not know where that blood-drinking mage was located. The mage may be hiding somewhere or roaming around under a disguise. A mage needs to be present in order to make a magic bomb go off. The mage who made the bomb needs to remove the restriction to set it off. Then Choi Han started to speak as a thought came to him before stopping himself and looking back toward Cal. Cal continued on in an uninterested voice. "First, find the bombs. If you happen to get lucky and find the people installing the bombs, follow them without getting noticed." Since the Black Dragon will be with him, Choi Han would stop right before he would be detected by magic. But Cal thought it would be difficult for them to find those people in the process. It will take a lot of work to look for the locations with a slightly elevated mana fluctuation to find the bombs. It will be very difficult and tiring. That was why Cal left this task to the two of them. He would not be able to help, but more importantly, he didn't want to do it. "Then do we just have to roam around until 2 days before the event?" "No. The two of you will need to come the day before as well." "The day before?" "Wouldn't it be difficult because there will be a lot more guards?" Choi Han did not ask his question. It would be difficult, but still manageable for him. He would just need to spend a little more effort and be a little more cautious. At that moment, Choi Han could see Cal with his villainous smirk once again. Cal took a black orb out of his pocket and showed it to Choi Han. "Ah!" Choi Han let out a gasp. He was familiar with this black orb. It was the mana disturbance tool. It had been used by Cal once before. It was strong enough to have a range of an entire mountain. Cal leisurely smiled as he started to speak. He knew when the bomb would go off. A lot of mages will be there that day, so it probably won't even last 10 minutes, but it will help. It will make everything related to magic not work for that duration. 10 minutes was enough. They just needed to save the people with bombs on them in those 10 minutes. They will be very visible, and by that point, there will be a lot of humans and beast people to put to work, in addition to Choi Han and the dragon as well. Choi Han looked back and forth between the black orb and Cal, before taking a gulp and starting to speak. "Cal, you were planning to do all of this on your own. That is why." Cal knew what Choi Han was going to say. That was why he cut him off and started to speak to Choi Han and the dragon. "Go and work." Choi Han blankly stared at Cal. Cal pointed to the beer bar that was famous for its beer, and continued on. "I will be waiting for you here. Just look around until about 11 before coming back for today." Choi Han thought for a moment, before letting out a sigh like laughter and nodding his head. "Got it. Today, the dragon and I will just look around the interior of the plaza before returning." Choi Han had originally thought about asking why Cal was not going with them. However, he quickly realized it. Cal would only be baggage to Choi Han and the Black Dragon as they worked. Cal was weak. There was not even a trace of mana coming from Cal's body, nor did he look like he practiced any type of martial arts. He was plain yet not plain at the same time. "I will work hard, so please buy me a beer when I come back." "Sure." Dragon, thanks for your help too. Black Dragon got rid of the soundproof dome, as if to respond to Cal's words. Choi Han just slightly bowed his head before moving away from Cal. 2 hours later, Cal returned to the residence with Choi Han and the Black Dragon, who did not manage to find anything. They did not manage to find anything the next night either. Cal, who could not sleep at night, finally woke up in the middle of the day. He was not tired though, because the vitality of the heart made it difficult for Cal to feel tired. Young master, are you up? Ron. Cal's honey-like slumber disappeared like a dream as he came back to reality. I have returned. Ron was back. He then handed a letter to Cal. Cal gave an order to Ron for the first time in a while after seeing the letter. Ron, go wrap up a bottle of the best wine. It was a letter with the crest of the Flynn Merchant Guild. Cal opened the letter to find a single sentence. Young Master Cal, will you be treating me to alcohol soon? The bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild's leader, Billows, would soon arrive at the capital. The letter helped Cal realize that it would not be long before he met the Crown Prince inside the palace. Since there were a lot of villains in there, it was time for him to be very, very still. Chapter 37. Being Still 4. Ron nodded his head at Cal's words, but added one more thing before he left. I understand. By the way, young master, you do remember that you have to visit the palace the day after tomorrow, right? Before the king announces the start of the festival in the plaza, the nobles were scheduled to meet with the Crown Prince. It was neither a serious meeting nor a feast, but something in between. It was set to take place in a wing of the palace where important meetings usually took place. Cal thought about the Crown Prince and the palace before his mind drifted elsewhere. I wonder if Taylor and Cage are well. The fallen eldest son and the crazy priestess. Cal thought that the two of them were probably doing very well. But suddenly, his back felt chilly, and he caressed the back of his head. That coldness made Cal make up his mind. Let's not think about the two of them. Cal will be very still at the palace. Even if someone curses him from the side, he will just sit there silently before returning here. Cal peeked at the table in front of them. There was a letter from Eric sitting there. Cal, you don't have to do anything at all. This Hyan, Nim will take care of it all for you. Got it? Eric Wheelsman, one of the northeastern nobles, sent him a letter a day. It was very clear that Eric was worried about what might happen. Cal grabbed the letter on the table and chucked it to a corner. Then I will make sure to have them wrap up a bottle of our best alcohol. Good. Cal was watching Ron leave when he saw some faces he had not seen for a while enter through the open door. Ron peeked at the two of them before closing the door. The two that entered approached Cal and started to speak. I think I can kill them if they let their guard down. I see a way we can kill them. It was the kittens On and Hong. These two kittens, who Cal had not seen for a while, were excited, as they seemed to have found a way to kill the beast people who were as strong as the wolf tribe. Good job. The two kittens came and rubbed their faces on Cal's leg after hearing his compliment toward them. Cal pushed the two of them away because he found it annoying. Ron soon entered the room once again. Young master. What? Ron looked at Cal, who answered like he didn't care before asking his question. May I go as your personal servant to the palace? Why are you asking such an obvious question? Who would go if it wasn't you? That answer made Ron make up his mind to leave. The people who called themselves Arm and ruled the eastern continent's underworld had started to expand their reach to the western continent. Arm was just one limb of the organization, and nobody knew their true identity. The Mullen family was a fifth-generation assassin household that sought to rule the night in the eastern continent, and Ron Mullen, the successor to the Mullen family, hated and feared this Arm. Young master. What? You will be very cool in the palace. Ron. Cal looked toward Ron, who after returning from his time off, was flattering him unlike his usual self, and casually asked, I do have a handsome face and figure, don't I? Mayo. The kittens snorted at Cal, but they couldn't disagree. Cal was a handsome man with a slick figure. Kim Roxu's favorite thing about Cal was his money, but right after that was Cal's body and face. Cal's lips looked like they wanted to form a smile. Of course, our young master is the full package. But that smile quickly disappeared. What did I just hear right now? It was a very gentle, warm, and caring voice. It even sounded like Ron was playing along with him. Cal felt chills all over his body, and turned his head around to see Ron standing there with a satisfied smile on his face. It looked different from when he was pretending to be satisfied. Cal really felt chills all over his body now. But Ron did not care and continued to go on with his duties. Then I will head out for now. I need to go report to Deputy Butler Hans. Oh, go ahead quickly. Ron soon left, and Cal started to ponder, while looking at the closed door. Why is he acting like this? But Cal did not want to find out the reason. What good would come from being interested in Ron's life? Cal stared at that closed door for a long time before a confused expression filled his face. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. The red kitten Hong started to speak. Smells like a wolf. Cal looked toward the door, and started to speak. Come in. The door clicked and slowly started to open. Cal could see the wolf boy Locke awkwardly standing there. Locke hesitated for a bit, before starting to speak. Hello, I came to thank you. I didn't know when would be a good time to stop by, so, if it is okay with you, may I come in for a bit? Come in. Cal didn't want to hear this awkward voice any longer, so he waved Locke inside. Locke carefully closed the door with a nervous expression and approached Cal. Cal pointed to the couch across from him. Take a seat. Thank you. Locke sat down on the couch and peeked at Cal. Unlike his earlier words that made Locke think of his uncle, this person, named Cal Henatus, had an aura about him that made it difficult to approach him. Rather than it being difficult because he was strong like his uncle, it just felt like it would be difficult to talk to Cal. Say what is on your mind. You see, Locke seemed to be thinking about what to say before jumping up from the seat and bowing toward Cal. Thank you very much. Locke seemed very naive, scared, and in some aspects stupid. He definitely fit the profile described in the novel. His personality changed in the novel after going berserk for the first time, but it looks like it is still the same now. Cal responded to Locke's thank you. Sure, it is definitely something to be thankful for. Excuse me? Ah, yes. Locke had an odd expression on his face as he sat back down. Cal watched Locke sit and started to speak. No need to thank me anymore, you can go. Ah, well actually. Locke could not stand back up and just moved his lips without saying anything. He had heard stories from Rosalind, the two cat tribe kittens, Choi Han, and even Hans, which made him think things through over and over. He was still not done thinking things through. Cal just quietly watched Locke. It was because he knew how Locke would act that he was trying to quickly kick Locke out of here. Well, young master, you see. Locke didn't know how to start. He continued to peek at Cal every so often while staring at his feet. Locke lightly bit down on his lips a couple of times. He didn't like this personality of his very much. At that moment, Locke heard a cold voice. Spit it out. Excuse me? Locke lifted his head up to see Cal. This was the first time Locke made eye contact with Cal since coming into the room. Cal kept eye contact with Locke as he continued to speak. Good. When you are talking to someone, you should make eye contact like this. He continued on. Spit out everything you want to say. Cal looked at the clock before looking back at Locke, who was looking at him with a blank expression on his face. I will at least listen to what you have to say. Ah. Locke let out a gasp. He clenched his fidgeting hands and finally started to speak. I am the older brother. His voice was weak. His body was large, but he was still a young boy. I need to take care of my younger siblings. Locke knew that he was still lacking a lot to be called a member of the wolf tribe. However, he had 10 younger siblings that he needed to protect and care for right now. In addition, I was also a nephew and a younger brother. The blue wolf tribe loved and cherished the cowardly and stupid Locke. He could not forget about his family, friends, and neighbors who cared for him so much. That is why I need to get my revenge. That was why he needed to pay them back for everything they took from him. Locke pressed down on his shaking hands and said whatever came to mind. Once he did that, he felt his head clearing up a bit. He then bowed his head and could see his feet and the carpet. He then heard a voice. Young wolf boy. Locke lifted his head up. Cal Henatus. This owner of a large residence that Locke couldn't even dream of when he lived in his village, was someone that Choi Han had said was worth betting at least 2/3 of his life on. Such a man was bluntly speaking to him. You are a wolf. Locke started to recall many past memories. He could see his life in the blue wolf tribe. Wolves protect their families, and put them first, before even themselves. I consider them to be a tribe to be proud of. Locke could see a smiling face in front of him. I have heard what you wanted to say. At that moment, Locke could clearly see this man and everything in this room. On either side of Cal were the cute cat tribe kittens, and the sunlight coming into the room made it seem very peaceful. Locke finally remembered the words that he needed to say, and the words he wanted to say. Thank you very much for your help, and please help me. The owner of this peaceful atmosphere started to speak. Once was enough for the thanks. The reason Cal was thinking so much about how to act like a trash these days was because of Choi Han and the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon itself was a concern, while Choi Han was a concern because of the things he brought back with him. I do not wish to help you. Cal did not want to help Locke. However, he knew the pain the 10 wolf children were feeling after losing their parents and their support. He had experienced it himself. Furthermore, he already had a foot inside the situation. He did not want to be responsible for everything. He planned to do just the bare minimum, so that he would break even. Cal continued to speak toward Locke, who was lowering his head after hearing Cal say that he did not want to help him. However, I do have plans to make a deal with you. A deal? Yes. Cal continued to speak. What do you need help with? And what can you do for me in return? Cal had no desire to teach this wolf boy, who was not experienced with anything. That was for Choi Han or Rosalind to deal with. Cal stood up, as he still had a couple things to take care of before heading to the palace, before speaking once more to the wolf boy. Come back when you have the answers. Locke thought for a moment, before getting up from the seat and bowing his head. I understand. I will come back to see you when I have figured things out. Sure. Cal lightly patted Locke's head once. The gaze in Locke's eyes as he looked up was quite satisfactory. Cal grabbed the Crown Prince's invitation and got off the carriage. The gathering was to start at 5 p.m. Cal looked at the palace, that was incomparable to both the Hennetus estate and their residence in the capital combined. The Palace of Joy. The name of the location of the gathering was called the Palace of Joy, and it was built by the king to share his joy of the birth of the Crown Prince. Of course, the king now favored the third prince. Cal was planning to meet up with Eric, Gilbert, and Amru outside the palace and enter together. He looked toward the palace and started to think, is this a cliché too? It just so happened that someone else arrived at the palace right when Cal arrived. Wow, who is this? Isn't this our famous young Master Cal? Sigh. Cal held back his sigh. He could feel the distaste from the person before him just from their tone. The person approaching him was Neo, the successor to Viscount Talls. Why do I have to run into one of Venion's minions now? Neo Talls was one of the stereotypical villains. He went around doing Venion's biddings. The village that the Black Dragon was tortured in belonged to Viscount Talls, and Viscount Talls's people never liked the Hennetus family. It was because, although they were separated only by a single mountain, the difference in wealth was drastic. However, in the past, they were once friendly with the Hennetus family. That all changed once they went under Marquis Stan's faction 5 years ago. Of course, they wouldn't say it out loud, but they would stealthily try to take control of the Northeastern Nobles meeting. Neo Talls smiled brightly as he stood in front of Cal. You are alone? They were still a bit away from the palace entrance, and the vice captain and Ron were speaking with the guard to get permission to enter. Cal, who brought only the minimal amount of people with him, looked down to Neo. Neo saw that Cal was alone, and thus pushed his subordinates back. I am going to chat with young Master Cal for a bit. Go get permission for us to enter. Neo sent his subordinates to the guard, and took one step closer to Cal. Once the two of them were standing very close, Neo started to speak. Young Master Cal. Neo had a warm and friendly smile on his face, as he spoke in a quiet voice that only Cal could hear. What is a terrible trash like you doing coming to the palace? Sigh, so childish. Is it like this because it is a world inside a book, or is it because it is a fantasy world? Is it possible that punks like this exist in the real world too? They must exist, since he's provoking me like this. The son of a Viscount dares to speak like this to the son of a count? Cal thought it was only happening because it was a novel, but actually dealing with this made Cal extremely frustrated. I'm not even the MC. Can I not deal with clichés like this? Cal wanted to just tell Ron to kill these stupid villains who didn't know their place. Cal just continued to look down at Neo. Neo's expression brightened even more. To Neo, Cal was a trash who just looked fine on the outside. For someone like Neo, who had to suck up to Venion the entire time he was at the capital, Cal was a good prey to bother. What? Do you want to throw a bottle at me? Or do you want to hit me? Go ahead and try. He's just provoking me. He's doing it on purpose. He can't take any magic items into the palace, so he won't be able to take a magic recording device inside. That is why he's trying to rile me up out here. If Cal caused a ruckus here, it would be seen as a fight between a trash and a dignified noble. It would only be to Neo's advantage. That was why he was trying to provoke Cal to bring down the Hennetus family name. Cal just sat there. He then heard a voice inside his head. It was the dragon speaking through magic. What a bastard. It reminds me of that bastard Venion. He is Venion's minion. Although Cal could not say that out loud, the dragon continued to speak in Cal's mind. Should I kill him? I don't think there's a need to do that. Cal shook his head to the dragon, who was following him while remaining invisible. Seeing Cal shake his head made Neo provoke Cal once again, as it did not look like Cal was going to bite. At that moment, Cal's gaze turned to a new carriage that just arrived. Bang! The carriage door burst open as soon as the carriage stopped, and Eric Wheelsman got out of the carriage. Gilbert and Amru were inside the carriage as well. Cal signaled Eric, who was rushing over with his eyes wide open, with his eyes while pointing to Neo with his index finger. Hyan, Nem. Cal's sincere voice that called out to him, as well as the cold gaze in Cal's eyes, told Eric everything he needed to know. Get rid of him. The eyes of the calmly standing Cal were giving that message to Eric. Chapter 38, Being Still 5. Young Master Neo, it has been a while. Eric immediately moved in between Cal and Neo. Neo's eyes seemed to be defeated. He thought he had found a good prey, but it was now difficult to hunt this prey with Eric Wheelsman present. Yes, young Master Eric. I hope you have been well. Neo greeted Eric that way, before also greeting young Lady Amru and young Master Gilbert. He then saw them all standing in front of Cal, and clicked his tongue. I guess they are protecting him. Even if he is trash, he is still on their side after all. Neo decided not to do anything after seeing the three of them protecting Cal. Eric noticed Neo's intent, and slowly turned around to look at Cal. Neo's gaze turned to Cal as well. Neo then subconsciously let out a groan. Cal was quietly looking down at Neo with his arms crossed. Cal's eyes were extremely scornful. He had not said anything to Neo since earlier on, but his gaze and his body language said everything that needed to be said. Classless fool. It made Neo think about the gaze Venion used to look at him. Even though Neo was angry, when Venyan looked at him with such a gaze, he consoled himself by saying it was the look of a higher-ranking noble and let it go. Cal turned away after watching Neo's shaking pupils for a while, and looked behind him. He heard the Black Dragon's report in his ear. There was a reason he brought the Black Dragon with him today. The voice recording magic is ready. Cal had asked the Black Dragon to record everything that happened today. Video recording required a lot of mana usage, and was difficult to maintain for a long period of time, so Cal had to be satisfied with just voice recording. Cal was originally not going to do this because the palace would have a lot of mages who were sensitive to mana, but the Black Dragon assured him that it would be undetected as long as the range of the voice recording was small. Cal made up his mind to use this in the future to make Neo cry tears of blood before heading toward the palace entrance. Cal was the type of person to always pay back his debts. 1. Eric Wheelsman watched Cal walk away like a proud brother. He was thinking that the letters he sent every day must have worked. On the other hand, Gilbert and Amru watched Cal with curious expressions. Cal Henatus, the man who used to only wear flashy clothes, chose to wear a simple black outfit without any accessories. Even his red hair was clean and shining from the sun. They wondered if it was because Cal was not drunk. Each of Cal's steps looked relaxed and calm. Amru and Gilbert watched Cal turn around once he got to the palace entrance. Cal's gaze, that seemed to be beckoning them over, was the most curious thing for them. "Young Master Neo, I will see you inside. Young Lady Amru and young Master Gilbert, let us go." Eric was watching Cal proudly, but Amru and Gilbert had an even stranger sensation when the three of them stood in front of Cal. Cal looked at the two confused people, as well as the proud Eric, and started to speak. "Let's go." The three of them followed Cal into the palace. Gilbert and Amru's odd sensation continued to grow the farther they followed Cal. Cal did not care, however, and decided he would use these three people as much as he could today. "Young Master Cal, Nim of Count Henatus's household is entering the hall." Cal could hear the servant shout out Eric, Gilbert, and Amru's names as well as he walked into the hall. Not bad. He looked around the large hall before walking behind Eric. Young Lady Amru peeked toward Cal before walking next to him and starting to speak. "Young Master Cal, at the front of the banquet hall is the Crown Prince's seat, and the tables are split based by region. The reason for that." Amru, who was about to explain the reason for why the tables are split based on region, looked at Cal's expression before changing what she was going to say. "I probably don't need to explain the reason, right?" "Thank you very much, young Lady Amru, but I know the reason." Cal watched Amru nod her head with a curious expression on her face, and then headed toward the tables to the northeast section of the room. There were 5 tables inside the hall: northeast, northwest, southwest, southeast, and the center. They were all divided based on each of the noble factions. The Crown Prince is good at things like this. He controlled things in the background to make the factions compete with each other, while also forcing them to come together every so often. It was the Crown Prince's specialty. But the Crown Prince was very thorough about his own treatment as well. The Crown Prince's table was located to the front of all 5 of these tables, at a location that was about 2 steps higher than the rest. The second and third Prince's seats are 1 step lower than his. 1 step lower than the Crown Prince's table was the table for the second and third Princes. Even if this event was being hosted by the Crown Prince, it would be weird for the second and third Princes to not attend a gathering of nobles. Since the Crown Prince was the one to host it, he made sure to show a gap between their status. He really pays attention to these tiny, useless details. The Crown Prince, actually, all of the people in those positions of power, were really not Cal's type of people. "Our table is closest to the entrance as expected." Cal did not respond to Eric's bitter voice. The Palace of Joy had opened the eastern entrance as the designated entrance, and the northeastern region noble's table was the closest to the door. Although the northeastern region had a voice, they did not have a household that was strong enough to have a loud voice. Cal raised his hand to pat Eric's shoulder. "It's great that our seat is close to the door. In addition, it is great that we don't have anyone we have to lower our head to at our seat." Other regions had strong people in charge, like Marquis Stan, whom the rest had to be respectful to and subservient. The other 3 people walking with Cal stopped walking. Cal also stopped walking after seeing them halt. Eric turned around to look at Cal for a while, before finally starting to speak. "Young Master Cal." Since they were in the company of others, Eric did not call Cal casually by name. "I'm glad that my efforts seem to have paid off." "Efforts? What efforts?" Cal looked toward Eric with shock and confusion, but Eric turned back around and proudly walked to the table that was closest to the entrance. Eric did not know that Cal never read his letters, and just shoved them to a corner of the room. "Why is he like this?" Young Lady Amru shook her head at Cal's question. Gilbert showed a similar reaction. Cal then shrugged his shoulders and headed toward the table, but an announcement made him stop moving. "Young Master Venyan Stan of Marquis Stan's household has arrived." Cal understood why Neotals did not follow them inside the Palace of Joy. "Venyan." Neotals was standing right behind Marquis Stan's successor, Venyan. But Cal did not care for chumps like Neo or Venyan. Cal. Eric called out to Cal, who suddenly started quickly walking to his seat, but Cal just waved him off and sat down. Welcome young Master Cal. Hello young Master Cal. Cal gave a short response to all of those respectful greetings. Hello. Good to see all of you. Silence suddenly filled the table, and Cal put his hand underneath the tablecloth without others noticing. I knew it. He could feel the invisible black dragon's body shaking. I'm okay. I told you that I am okay. Cal listened to the black dragon's voice in his head, and patted its shaking body. Anger and fear. The black dragon's mind was full of both right now. That was why trauma when you were young is so scary. The black dragon did not know how to respond, because the physical trauma that its body remembered was not aligned with the rationality in its head. I am okay. I am a great and mighty dragon. Cal had told the black dragon, when it said it wanted to follow him, that Venyan Stan would be here as well. He also got the black dragon to promise that it would not kill Venyan Stan today. He also promised something else to the dragon. Later. I will definitely kill that bastard and the rest later. The black dragon was planning on ripping them into shreds, so that they turned into fine particles of dust. Cal calmed the black dragon down while listening to its extremely angry voice. Thankfully, it didn't seem to be causing its mana to go wild because of this anger. Cal thought that dragons really were very rational creatures. Cal thought about the hell that awaited Venyan and the idiots who were aligned with Marquis Stan in the future, and stopped patting the dragon. Thankfully, it did not seem like the dragon was going to run wild. If it did, this palace would easily be destroyed and Cal would probably be dead as well. Cal let out a sigh of relief before looking around. He could see Eric's group and Venyan's group both heading this way. It made sense, since Venyan's table was the northwest table next to them. Tap, tap. The black dragon rubbed his head on Cal's leg. The black dragon's action made Cal worry for a moment. He made eye contact with Eric at that time, who was fervently signaling Cal with his eyes. Stay quiet. Be still. Cal just ignored the signals. He then debated how he could pretend not to know Venyan. However, all of his contemplations were for naught, as Venyan greeted him first. Long time no see, young Master Cal. Venyan Stan. He seemed to have gotten many more wrinkles since the last time they met, but he was still showing a gentle smile, fitting for a noble. However, Neotals was behind him looking extremely anxious. Cal smiled brightly and started to speak. Hello young Master Venyan. This is our first meeting since we met in Viscount Tals's territory last time. Venyan's gentle smile became thicker, while Neo's face became completely pale. Marquis Stan was one of the 4 leaders in the kingdom's politics. The successor of such a person visited the northeast region. Not only that, it was to a low-ranking noble territory like Viscount Tals's territory. It was obviously showing that Viscount Tals was under the Marquis' faction. Naturally, the northeastern nobles all started to frown, and the other nobles in the hall started to pay attention as well. The northeast was a region without a leader right now. Correct. I went to visit my friend young Master Neo, and was heading back home. Venyan Stan did not care about the gazes that were heading his way. There was no problem for him to go to the northeast region. Venyan was looking at Cal, as if he was observing him, but his voice was still gentle. Yes, we said we would share a drink at the capital. We did indeed. Both Cal and Venyan seemed very calm while chatting with each other. However, the people watching them could not be as calm. Cal looked toward Neotals, who was peeking at him and started to smile. Neo flinched while looking at Cal's smile. All right. The day after I met you, young Master Venyan, one of the Viscount Tals's knights came to find me. Cal started to speak to Neo with a very concerned expression. I heard the villa was ransacked completely clean. Is everything okay? Neo's shoulders flinched, and Cal could see the corner of Venyan's lips starting to twitch. Did you hear about it, young Master Venyan? I'm sure you have, since you said the two of you are good friends. Venyan finally responded after a bit of time. He was speaking very naturally, but Cal could feel the anger inside Venyan's words. Yes, it was very sad to hear. Yes, you don't know how shocked I was to hear about it while I was having my hangover drink. How could they ransack the place clean and not leave anything behind? They said you lost something very important, young Master Neo. The most annoying people in the world were the ones with loose lips, the ones with no tact, and the righteous. Cal was acting like all 3 right now. He was having so much fun, too. Cal warmly spoke to Neo. Young Master Neo, cheer up. We're bound to face such unbelievable situations at least once in our lives. Ah yes, I suppose so. Neo could not even look at Venyan, as he just haphazardly responded to Cal. You need to drink to forget about everything when something terrible like that happens. Young Master Neo, let's get wasted tonight. Young Master Venyan, would you like to join us as well? Venyan calmly observed Cal. He had lost the Marquis' trust since losing the Black Dragon. Venyan was suspecting the organization that gave him the Black Dragon based on the knight's testimony and the evidence left behind. But he could not get rid of the suspicion he had for Cal's group, who happened to spend the night there at the same time. But he didn't have any good reasons to suspect Cal. That was why he had spoken to Cal to confirm one more time. If you drink and then wake up to have a hangover drink, all your bad memories will disappear. But seeing Cal Hennetus continue to spew nonsense like before made Venyan realize he did not need to confirm anything. Thank you for the offer, young Master Cal. Maybe next time. Ah, it's disappointing, but I guess next time it is. Venyan walked past Cal. As he did, he could hear Cal speaking to Neo. Your knight was extremely pale, young Master Neo. You should have prepared in advance for such a situation. How could you lose all those valuable things at once? Cheer up. You may not recover what you lost, but what can you do about it? You have to just live on. Sigh. That trash. Venyan smiled at the nobles who were observing him after hearing that he went to the northeast, and held back his anger. That stupid dragon, and that paralyzed son of a bitch. Where did all of them go? Venyan only looked forward as he walked. After taking a peek at Venyan walking away, Cal turned away from the extremely pale Neo without any hesitation. Of course, he gave Neo a final remark before doing so. Cheer up. Cal knew that Neo would be ripped a new one by Venyan. Young Master Cal watched Eric, who looked like he had a lot to say but could not figure out how to say it, before sitting back down. It is my turn next. Cal nodded his head after hearing the black dragon's voice, and looked around the table. The northeastern nobles were all looking at him. This was probably the first time they've ever seen such a normal version of Cal. That was why Cal picked up the bottle of alcohol in front of him to meet their expectations. They all looked away almost instantly. This was the strength of a trash. However, the people at other tables were still watching Cal with curiosity. Cal ignored those gazes as he handed the bottle to Eric. I'll drink it later. Sure. Cal looked away from Eric, who was speaking informally for the first time since coming into the palace, and looked at the clock at the hall entrance. It would soon be time for the feast to start. That was why the nobles all took their seats. The reason was obvious. With Venyan Stan's entrance, the remaining 3 powerful families entered as well. Young Master Antonio Jaera of Duke Jaera's household has arrived. Antonio Jaera of Duke Jaera's family, young Lady Karin Orsina of Duke Orsina's family, and Marquis Alan, the other Marquis of the kingdom. They all entered into the hall with their subordinates behind them. The door closed after all of them entered, but there was nobody who got up to chat with them. Cal leaned comfortably in his chair and looked toward the banquet hall entrance. The clock was getting close to 5 p.m. Click, click. The clock reached exactly 5 p.m. Screech. The large door opened, and the main characters for this gathering showed up with their entourage. The servant was ready to shout louder than he had shouted all night, but the person in front lifted his hand up to stop the servant. Roan Kingdom's crown prince, the eldest prince of the kingdom, Albrew Crossman. He seemed to enjoy the attention on him, as he headed to his elevated seat without any introduction. All of the nobles got up to greet him, and Crown Prince Albrew left the second and third princes behind as he headed to the highest spot in the hall. Bang! As soon as he stood in front of his seat, the door closed. It meant that everyone was present. Crown Prince Albrew looked down at the second and third princes, as well as everyone else, and started to speak. Welcome. Thank you for responding to my invitation. This was somewhere where he did not need an introduction. Albrew looked down from the top. Cal blankly looked up at him before looking back at the clock. It's about time they got here. The person who would be the gossip of all of the nobles here for a while had not arrived just yet. Cal could hear the Crown Prince starting to speak. Precious individuals who will make this kingdom shine, the future leaders of our kingdom. This prince is very happy that all of you have come to this gathering. Crown Prince was slowly turning on the engines of his glib tongue. It was at that moment. The Crown Prince turned his gaze to the entrance. The closed door was being pushed, as if it was being reopened. He could hear some chattering through the gap that was created. Cal started to secretly smile. At that moment, a servant urgently rushed to the Crown Prince from a different entrance. They're here. Cal was certain. At that moment, the Crown Prince seemed to be deep in thought for a moment, before he waved at the knight who peeked inside. Screech! The large door opened once again. Since it was after the Crown Prince, the servant did not dare call out the person's name, but there was no need to do so. Right on time, a wheelchair entered into the banquet hall. Taylor Stan, the paralyzed eldest son of Marquis Stan. He had arrived at the banquet hall with the crazy priestess Cage. At that moment, Taylor and Cage's gazes quickly moved past Cal without anybody noticing. But that was enough for the three of them. 1. Cal sounds like a Lannister. PR. Game of Thrones nerd. 2. PR. I love this little bastard. Chapter 39. Being Still 6. Bang! The banquet hall's door closed tightly once more. Taylor Stan was wearing luxurious and formal clothes, even though he was on a wheelchair, and there was a relaxed smile on his face. Priestess Cage was wearing the God of Death priestess robe. I guess they decided to flat out reveal their identities. Cal thought it was a wise decision. The Temple of the God of Death may get a headache over it, but why would Cage care about that? What is this? A shocked and angry voice came from the northwest table. When Cal turned to look, Venyan jumped out of his seat in anger, as he glared at Taylor. This was a reaction you would normally never see out of Venyan, and a reaction that went against the noble etiquette. But Venyan was not in a state to care about etiquette right now. Cal looked up to the top of the platform. Crown Prince Albrew opened his arms and started to speak. I did not expect to see Marquis Stan's eldest son, Taylor Stan, and a priestess of the god of death here. The Crown Prince seemed happy. Taylor showed his respects while still sitting on his wheelchair. I heard that there was an opportunity for the kingdom's nobles to meet with and discuss with your majesty. I do apologize for coming without an invitation. Crown Prince Albrew had a smirk on his face. Cal could tell from that smirk that Albrew properly understood what Taylor meant by being able to have a discussion with the Crown Prince. I did ask for each household's representative, but if the household does not have a representative, there is no issue with who shows up. I guess you were probably upset that I only sent one invitation to the Marquis's household, Mr. Taylor? Just a bit, your majesty. Cal peeked toward Venyan. A household without a representative. Although it wasn't official, everybody knew that Venyan was going to be the successor to the Marquis. Crown Prince's words were said to subtly take a dig at Venyan. It was probably because Marquis Stan was close to the third prince. That is the weird part. Cal found that fact to be weird. Although Cal didn't care about it, and didn't look into it, but even if the king cherished the third prince, it should not be easy to replace the Crown Prince. Even still, the Crown Prince was uncomfortable and wary of the second and third princes in the novel, and Marquis Stan was close to the third prince. The other factions all had a prince they supported as well. I guess there is something there. Naturally, that something was something that Cal did not want to know about. I do feel bad for making you upset, but I am glad that you look very healthy, Mr. Taylor. It has been a while since we last met. Taylor smiled and responded to the Crown Prince. Your Majesty, my legs may not move, but my hands, head, eyes, ears, mouth, and everything else are still very much alive. No, in fact, they have gotten even stronger. I see. Indeed, you are still alive. I have forgotten the fact that the strongest is the one who manages to live until the end. Cal could see that the Crown Prince was completely hooked. He then turned to see that Venyan once again had a noble-like expression on his face, but he was still glaring at Taylor with a piercing glare. Cal found this situation to be quite entertaining. It will be fun to watch. The Crown Prince, Taylor, Venyan, and the nobles of the different factions. It was fun looking at the expressions on all of their faces. It made Cal long for some popcorn. This was a tense situation that could burst at any moment. Cal liked it very much that he was just going to be still. Then, is the lady a priestess of the god of death? This servant of eternal rest named Cage greets your majesty. Cage seemed like a saint, as she said the traditional greeting of the priestesses of the god of death. However, there was an enormous amount of knowledge regarding curses in her mind. The Crown Prince received Cage's greeting before speaking to Taylor. Let us talk later. It is time for this gathering to start. I am not sure where to sit the two of you. The Crown Prince confirmed that he would make some time to chat with Taylor later. Cal peeked over to the northwest table. All of them were full of concern and anxiety. Neotal's was especially bad, as he seemed to be extremely anxious and fidgety. Cal started to smile after seeing Neotal's acting that way. Neo frowned and turned his way, thinking about how there could be such a stupid idiot who could not tell what was going on right now. Cal watched Neo's actions with a smile, before lifting his head up and turning to look in Taylor's direction. It was at that moment. Cal made eye contact with the Crown Prince. It was a coincidence. Crown Prince Albrew was looking around to see where a good spot for Taylor and Cage may be, and Cal was turning to look at Taylor. But in the process, the two of them made eye contact. Cal had a bad feeling right away. Right here. I guess there is a good spot for you. The Crown Prince made up his mind, and Cal quickly realized where it would be. I guess this is the only possible spot. This was the only table without a high-ranking noble. Although there were families who chose to become subservient to the different factions, there was still a balance of power on this table. Furthermore, there was a household on this table that was the strong and wealthy enough that even the high-ranking nobles did not dare to poke at it. Mr. Taylor can sit at the Northeast nobles' table. There just happens to be some extra seats there. Gasp. Cal heard Neo's gasp, and saw Eric's concerned expression as he turned his gaze to Taylor and Cage. Thank you for providing seats for us, Your Majesty. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. It was nothing. We should work together with people who will make great contributions to the kingdom in the future. The Crown Prince said that as he looked toward the Northeast noble's table. Servants quickly rushed over to the table, as Albrew started to speak. Can we fix up the seats a bit? Who could say no to the Crown Prince? Eric stood up and responded to Albrew. Of course, Your Majesty. Eric was able to act this way because he needed to talk to Albrew about investing in the northeastern shoreline, and because he has refused to become subservient to another high-ranking noble. His actions made the other nobles on the table stand up as well, and the servants quickly worked to set up the table to include Taylor and Cage. It progressed without any problems. The Cal, who had been watching this from the side, started to notice something odd. Eric noticed Cal's expression, and quickly came over with a concerned expression to whisper to Cal. Cal, remember. Be still. Just be still. Cal ignored Eric's words and looked at his seat. The new guests were going to be seated next to Cal. This was probably decided by the Crown Prince as well. It's not like he can put them next to someone else's dog. Our family is the strongest of the remaining 4 households. The servants bowed after they finished fixing up the table before departing. Please sit. Albaru gestured to the group, and Cal quickly walked over to sit back down. There was no chair to his side, however. A wheelchair soon came to fill that spot. Nice to meet you. Taylor greeted the northeastern nobles as he joined them. Cage naturally sat down next to Taylor. 2 of them, no, all 3 of them, including Cal, pretended like this was their first meeting with each other. This is entertaining. Cal agreed with the Black Dragon's voice that was transmitted in his mind and looked toward the Crown Prince. Then, although it was slightly delayed, let us resume. The Crown Prince announced the start of the gathering. I wanted to gather together the individuals who will bring forth the future of our kingdom and share a meal together. Thank you all for showing up, and I hope we have a wonderful meal. As soon as the Crown Prince finished speaking, the servants entered with plates of food for each table. An orchestra started to play background music from the back of the hall as well. This was the difference with a real feast. It was a mix of a feast and discussion, with moving between tables being natural. Young Master Cal, we plan to go greet the Crown Prince in a bit. Cal nodded his head at Amaru's statement, and focused on the food on his plate, but his mind became a bit complicated. What is his intention? There was no way the Crown Prince just called the nobles together for no reason. He definitely had a reason. Cal had a few different ideas about what it may be. It might be because of the war in the western continent's southern region, or because he caught wind about the civil war that will happen in the Whipper Kingdom. The Whipper Kingdom was where Princess Rosalind was headed to, the kingdom with the magic tower. A civil war will soon break out in the Whipper Kingdom. A war would break out between the mages and the non-mages. There were a lot of thoughts in his head, but Cal decided to stop thinking about it. No need for me to care, since I will just be very still. It was none of Cal's business. He just started to enjoy the food in front of him. Looks yummy. Looks so yummy. The weak humans are very good at cooking. Cal enjoyed the food while listening to the Black Dragon's envious ranting. The food in the palace really was delicious. His hand subconsciously headed for the wine glass that the servant had left for him, but it quickly disappeared. Cal, just 5 minutes. Cal nodded his head at Eric's sincere plea and turned back to the food. The rest of the northeastern nobles quietly watched him. The Northeast was already in an awkward situation with the 10 families broken apart into different factions. But now, this magic bomb-like character, Taylor Stan, was a part of that table as well. People watched Cal, who could eat in such a tense situation, with curiosity. Cal could hear the Black Dragon's voice in his head. By the way, there are magic video recording tools all around this hall. Oh. Cal let out a gasp and started to smile. Anybody watching him would think he acted this way because he ate something especially delicious. I know at least one thing. Cal then felt like he figured out one of the Crown Prince's goals. First of all, the Crown Prince was watching the nobles. The second and third prince naturally know about this as well, which means this was something the entire royal family wanted. The corner of Cal's lips moved up just a bit. Eric, who became uncomfortable looking at that smile, jumped up from his seat. Amaru and Gilbert followed him up as well. There were already many nobles who went up to greet the Crown Prince. Cal slowly got up after seeing the 3 of them get up, and lightly brushed his hair back as he started to speak. Shall we go? Cal stood behind the 3 nobles, and headed up the platform to meet with the Crown Prince. Oh, our northeastern nobles. Crown Prince welcomed the 4 of them with a bright smile. The Crown Prince had been shaking hands with everybody who came up to greet him. Albaru Crossman. His blonde hair and blue eyes made him look like a live version of a fairytale prince. The beautiful blonde hair was something that was unique to the Crossman family, the royal family of the Roan Kingdom. They called it the symbol of receiving the Sun God's blessing. Your Majesty, it is great to see you. Eric Wheelsman greets His Majesty for the first time in a while. Yes, Mr. Eric. Don't we have something to talk about? Eric responded back to the Crown Prince, who brought up the Northeastern Shoreline investment issue with a bright expression. Yes, I have been waiting for a good moment to discuss it with you. I'm also waiting for that moment. You are the intelligent young master of Count Wheelsman's family. The Wheelsman family is responsible for the entrance to the Northeast region, and has been doing a very good job. How could I push that off? He's slowly getting into it. Cal quietly stood there while watching Eric, who was smiling at the Crown Prince, who was slowly activating his glib tongue. Crown Prince was praising Gilbert and Amaru as well. Interesting. Cal quietly watched it all until it was his turn. The Crown Prince reached his hand out to Cal, who slightly bowed his head. Mr. Cal of the Henetus family, that is responsible for the edge of our northeastern region. It may be my first time meeting you, but thanks to Count Daruth's good work, we are no longer afraid of the Forest of Darkness. You don't know how reassuring that is for me and everyone else. Cal had one goal while coming here today. I heard that Mr. Cal is a very free spirit. I'm sure this is because the artistic souls of the sculptures in the Henetus territory have given you an epiphany. I feel like your free spirit makes your soul very pure. It was probably difficult to find praise for someone who was famous for being a trash like this. In that aspect, the Crown Prince was amazing. However, he had no choice but to talk good about Cal, as long as Cal does not do anything trashy in this gathering. The royal family wanted the Northeast under their control as well. Furthermore, there were no members of royalty who would despise someone like Count Hennetus, who ruled over his territory very well. That is why this preference for certain people will not impact the families. Cal sincerely grabbed the Crown Prince's hand as he started to use his own glib tongue. It was his turn now. The Crown Prince had blonde hair and was wearing a formal outfit. Cal had his red hair and a formal outfit as well. Both of them looked relaxed. Cal's calm voice filled the air. I also felt something after meeting your majesty today. I realized that in addition to our current son, His Highness, we also have you, the one who will shine over the night to watch over the citizens at night. It was a wonderful image for my eyes. Cal's voice was very calm and relaxed, and he looked very confident. Is that so? The Crown Prince seemed confused for a moment, before his expression returned to normal. Cal did not miss this change. Cal continued on in a sincere voice. Indeed, your majesty, I may not be able to sleep at night now that I have personally met you, the star in the mind of our citizens. Eric's jaws dropped, while Gilbert and Amru could not help look at Cal in disbelief. Cal could see the Crown Prince starting to think. He felt like he had taken another step toward his goal of getting away from the Crown Prince. At that moment, the Black Dragon muttered something odd. Why did this weakling called the Crown Prince dye his hair with magic? It is at a level that only a great and mighty dragon like me would notice it. Did another dragon dye his hair? No. Is it some other type of power? Shit. At this moment, Cal realized that he had learned another useless secret that he could not even reveal the tiniest bit to anyone else. Is it a secret of a birth this time? Cal did not care to know about such things. Chapter 40. Don't know, I don't know 1. Cal gently smiled at the prince, and started to think. Don't know, I don't know. The black dragon kept on dragging on about asking why a dragon would ever use its magic for such an useless man, and how he would never do such a thing. But Cal tried his best to not listen. His pupils are also dyed. This weakling is definitely plotting something. Weak human, be careful. If you stop talking, I think I'll be fine. This person is not weak. Weak human, be extra careful. You will die. Shit. Cal was frightened of this black dragon that was explaining useless things for the first time. At the same time, Cal's mind began to think quickly. The prince's mother was not the queen. She was a concubine, and she originally was a servant, one of the citizens who worked in the royal family. The third prince's mother was the current queen. Crown Prince's mother is said to have had a questionable death when the Crown Prince was young. Cal started to naturally think about the true identity of the Crown Prince's mother. The prince was known to be average, but the dragon was saying that he is not weak. In the novel, even Choi Han judged the Crown Prince to be normal, so what was he hiding? And how did the dragon find out? No, whether he hides it or not, it is not my business. Cal did not listen to the murmuring black dragon. Something must have been really interesting, as the black dragon continued to talk about the Crown Prince. Mr. Cal seems to be a bit like me. Crown Prince was saying something, but Cal was too busy thinking about things, so he just casually responded. Your Majesty, such statement is the biggest honor of my life. Crown Prince let go of Cal's hand, as if he was nervous. Cal did not notice the nervousness, and stepped back without a word, moving behind Eric. It was easy to use Eric as a shield when things got complicated. The Crown Prince observed Cal with curiosity, before turning his gaze over to Eric. Eric started to speak with the Crown Prince once again. Cal watched him and started to think. There is a reason. There was a reason the Crown Prince was wary of the second and third princes. There was also a reason as to why the king's favor suddenly went to the third prince. He was able to guess it all. Is he not really his son? Or is there a different secret to his birth? Cal's mind went to a drama that Kim Rock-soo saw while working at a restaurant after graduating high school. The Crown Prince, Albaru Crossman, was naturally the main character. Cal reaffirmed himself once more. Be still. He would be still from here on. He made the decision to not find out about anything else. But Cal thoroughly kept that promise. He did not drink any alcohol today, and that led to the nobles from other regions, who had never met him previously, approaching him to talk. Cal looked to Eric every time and Eric got to work. After this happened a couple of times, Cal quietly mumbled to himself. Oh, this is pretty nice. Gilbert and Amru flinched after hearing that quiet murmuring, and started to talk to each other using their eyes. Isn't this weird? Right? The two of them slightly moved away from Eric and Cal. However, Cal looked toward young lady Amru, and Amru stopped moving backward after making eye contact with Cal. By the way, young lady Amru. Yes, I heard the shoreline of your territory is extremely beautiful. Is it true? Of course. The cliffs overlooking the coast are very beautiful. Beautiful my ass. Cal thought about the cliff, and about how it would be extremely difficult to earn the sound of the wind. In the novel, the sound of the wind was an ancient power that a member of the non-mage faction in Whipper Kingdom ended up finding. Although it might be strange that a person from the Whipper Kingdom ended up with an ancient power in the Roan Kingdom, there was a long story behind that as well. Anyways, that power originally went to a mage slayer, an extremely brutal fool who appears near the second half of the Civil War. He was already strong enough that he didn't really put it to much use. The magic tower will fall soon. After the Civil War, a new magic tower would be built on the site of the fallen magic tower, and Rosalind will end up being in charge of that new magic tower. Choi Han, the mage slayer, and the Empire's crown prince. These three people are the ones who appear as the heroes for all of the incidents in the middle of the Western continent. The novel also discussed how the Queen of the Western Continent's southern jungle ended up getting involved with the matter of unifying the South as well, putting the secret organization that Choi Han constantly runs into aside. This continent will break its 200-year-long peace to start fighting for power. Cal looked toward Eric, who was dealing with everything for him, and looked at the clock. The feast would be over soon. Of course, the nobles were waiting for the conversation time that would happen after the meal. None of my business. It was none of Cal's business. Young Master Gilbert, I should be able to leave after the meal is over, right? Gilbert looked toward Cal, who was leisurely eating fruit like he was out on a picnic, and nodded his head. Yes, we plan to meet with the Crown Prince after the meal, but you probably don't plan to go with us, right? Right. What good will I do there? The three of you are more informed about the investment information. Gilbert's expression changed at Cal's words. He seemed to be a bit surprised. You read the document. A bit, Cal casually responded, before looking back at the Crown Prince who stood up from his seat. He was about to announce the end of the meal. Cal did not find out the real reason behind today's gathering, but he was not disappointed about it. Not knowing meant there was no chance of him getting caught up in it. Cal started to frown after hearing the Crown Prince's words. It was a pleasure to share this dinner with all of you tonight. I have prepared a simple wine party for those who may be interested, so please enjoy yourselves. I have also prepared a spot for all of you at the birthday celebration that is coming up. Crown Prince Alberus said all of this with a rather pleasant expression. I hope that you will all be there to share in the joys of the day. Sigh. Cal held back his sigh. Although Alberus was saying he hoped they would all be there, it was pretty much forcing them to be there. I guess I'll be in the plaza when the bombs go off. Although it was to be expected, Cal did not like it very much. Then let us conclude this dinner. Cal stood up from his seat. The majority wanted to go to the wine party with the Crown Prince and the second and third princes. But those who were not approved to meet with the Crown Prince could not go, even if they wanted to do so. Cal peeked toward the wheelchair that was moving past him. Taylor passed by him, and Cage, who was pushing Taylor's wheelchair, followed directly afterward and whispered in a quiet voice that only Cal could hear. See you later, our little brother. I said I didn't want to be their little brother. Cal's gaze clearly showed his feelings, but Cage just pretended to not understand and headed toward the Crown Prince, while pretending to be a good and pure priestess. Young Master Cal, let me walk you out. Young Lady Amaru. Amaru approached Cal and offered to walk with him. Cal looked toward Amaru's green hair and calm yet sophisticated expression, and casually asked, Are you worried I will cause trouble on my way out? Unfortunately, young Master Neo was heading back early as well. She was saying she was going with him in case Neo tried to start something again. Cal headed toward the banquet hall door without any other questions, with Amaru next to him. The two of them arrived at Cal's carriage without saying much, and found Ron waiting by the carriage. Young Master Cal, good job today. Cal nodded his head at Amaru's words. It was hard. But you have to go back and work some more, young Lady Amaru. Amaru smiled and started to speak. It is because we need to get some good news. However, Cal could sense the despair in her voice. The northeastern coast was really a useless piece of land. It was a place filled with cliffs, with nothing else being interesting. Furthermore, the whirlpools around the cliffs were also a problem. The experienced people living in the territory knew how to avoid them, but it was a dangerous place for others. The sound of the wind is responsible for the whirlpools. Amaru and Gilbert would want to get some investment in this useless sea, no matter what. Cal looked toward Amaru, who spoke with a strange expression on her face. I believe we are capable of getting such results. Young Lady Amaru. Yes, young Master Cal. Cal thought it wouldn't be bad to give some help to Eric, Gilbert, and Amaru, whom he worked today like the beast people under his command. They still needed a balance of power in the Northeast Nobles meeting, and Amaru seemed like someone who would keep secrets pretty well. I believe His Highness will be pretty interested in this investment. I think so too. Amaru agreed with Cal's statement. It was because the Crown Prince remembered the issue, even without Eric bringing it up first. You discussed an investment for tourism, right? Yes, investing in tourism using the coastal cliffs. In Cal's opinion, it was completely useless. He approached Amaru and whispered in her ears. If you are in desperate need of investment, I think it would be good for you to think about the value of the location of your shoreline in relation to the Whipper Kingdom and the other northern kingdoms. Excuse me. Cal shrugged his shoulders at the confused Amru and added on. Of course, it would be best if you kept what I just said to yourself. I will remember your words for now. Cal was satisfied with Amru, who seemed confused, but kept her mouth shut. He got on the carriage and waved to Amru. Amru lightly moved her head to respond to his wave. Cal started to speak to Ron, who was closing the carriage door. Let's go. Yes, young master. The carriage soon started to move. Cal looked out at Amru, who was seriously contemplating what Cal had said without heading back in, and started to think about the northeastern shoreline. The northwestern shoreline was made up of sandy beaches. In comparison, Amru and Gilbert's territory's shoreline was complicated, with many small islands. Furthermore, they were also surrounded by sharp cliffs. Finally, there were only a few places where ships could safely be anchored. Of course, the fishermen there were veterans who would be able to avoid the whirlpool to safely fish without any issues. They only thought about tours and sightseeing because the peace had lasted so long. The Crown Prince will know that the end of the peace was quickly approaching. Anyways, all I have to do is go get the ancient power before that mage slayer takes it for himself. Cal decided not to think about it anymore. That night, 2 reports were delivered to Cal as he headed back from the feast. We found 4 of the magic bombs. In the novel, there were 5 located in different places, and 5 located on people. All of them were around the plaza. Show me the map. Cal reached his hand out to Choi Han. Choi Han had left the Black Dragon at the site of the magic bombs, and had returned by himself. He seemed to have rushed back, as there was sweat on his face. We found one, and then I ran around with the dragon in my arms to thoroughly look everywhere. We ended up finding 3 more in the process, but nothing more. I'm sure we need to look somewhere other than the plaza, but there were none in the places we've looked so far. No need to rush, since it will be safe until the day of the celebration in 2 days. But it is better to get rid of dangerous things earlier. Let's steal them in early morning of the celebration day. Excuse me. The magic bombs Cal knew about required the developer to send a signal to blow them up. However, for anyone at the Black Dragon, or even Rosalind's level of magic, it was pretty easy to cut the connection between the developer and the bombs, even if it took some time to do so. That was how Rosalind was able to destroy the bombs on the people in the novel. That needs to be done the day of the celebration. That was the only way to make that bloodthirsty mage think everything is fine. Steal them? We are not going to destroy them? Cal handed the map back to the confused Choi Han and started to speak. Why would we destroy such useful things? Even if the bombs cannot be used, the densely packed mana inside was a pretty useful ingredient. I will use it for myself. Choi Han thought Cal's smile was pretty sneaky. Cal continued to speak to Choi Han, who accepted the map with a confused expression. Keep looking since there may be more. Check back multiple times to see if the location of the bomb changes as well. Choi Han and the Black Dragon will now need to stay hidden around the plaza and continue to investigate. It will be hard, boring, and extremely taxing on their minds, but it was not something Cal was going to do himself. 1. Cal looked toward An and Hong, who just woke up from their nap and started to sleep. Time to pay up. Cal also spoke to Choi Han. Go work. The 2 kittens, who were rubbing their eyes tiredly, and Choi Han went to work as Cal had instructed. Cal leisurely watched them jump off the terrace window. Before drinking the wine, he did not get the chance to drink at the banquet, before falling asleep. A piece of information was delivered to Cal while he was sleeping. Cal was able to hear the news after waking up. Billows was going to arrive at the capital today, the day before the birthday celebration. Cal immediately headed to the inn where he was going to meet Billows. It was the place the 10 wolf children were staying. Of course, An, Hong, and Locke were with Cal as he headed to the inn. He thought about what Locke just said and asked, "You want me to take care of your siblings?" "Yes, that is the condition for my deal." "And what can you do for me?" "It is not just me that will do it," Locke answered without any hesitation. "If it is not just you, who else?" Locke quickly answered, "My siblings will do it with me. We are stronger as a group." Cal felt the back of his head turning chilly. "No way." Locke ruthlessly hit Cal with another mental blow. "The Blue Wolf tribe has a famed history of being strong knights. That history is not something I need to know about." Cal turned away from Locke, who was sitting across from him in the carriage. 1. PR. OMG, I love this guy. Chapter 41. Don't know, I don't know too. But Locke just nodded his head at Cal's response, and started to speak. "If you do not know, may I explain it to you?" He asked it in the form of a question, but it looked like he wanted to say what was on his mind. Cal shook his head to say no. "No need." "But," Cal stared at Locke. "You want me to take the 10 Blue Wolf tribe children and you to create a Knights Brigade?" Locke was someone who was afraid of the Whale tribe, but was willing to attack the chief of the Whale tribe for his friends. "You want me to take someone who's crazier than some religious fanatics and make him my subordinate?" No need to continue speaking about nonsense. Cal's cold voice made Locke's shoulders sink. Cal did not care about Locke's reaction at all, and started to speak. "You want young children to become knights? You asked me to protect the children, but your suggestion seems to go against your request. If Cal trained them into knights from such a young age, They would become a group of warriors who would be even crazier than religious fanatics. That was a terrible thought. But most importantly, what about their opinions? Why are you deciding for them? Cal asked the question to Locke, who had made the decision for all of his siblings. Locke had a blank expression for a moment, before lowering his head and apologizing. I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. Cal just casually responded to Locke, who slightly raised his head. But since I know what it is you want from me, I will think about what I want in return. Of course, he had already thought about what he wanted. He didn't need it now, but in about 3 months, an ancient power that could be used to make Cal money would appear in a dangerous mountain. It would exist for only 6 months, and someone like Locke in his berserk mode transformation would be best to climb that mountain. If I sell that ancient power to the Queen of the Jungle, even if our territory goes broke, I will have enough money to indulge for the rest of my life. He would naturally raise the price before selling it, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with raising the price for someone who should have a lot of money. Will there be something you need from me? Cal let out a sigh at the worried tone in Locke's voice. Cal asked once more as Locke seemed even more concerned. Don't ask such obvious question. Of course, I will need your help. Ah. Locke let out a gasp, and then nodded his head. Yes, I will do whatever it is you ask of me. Please let me know once you come to a decision. Sure. Cal said that before taking a small money pouch out of his pocket and throwing it to Locke. Locke caught the pouch as Cal explained the reason for the money. You're seeing your siblings for the first time in a while, so go take them on a tour of the capital. A tour? Yes. Isn't this your first time in a city like the capital? Go treat them to some delicious food too. I can only have a relaxed discussion with Billows if none of you are there. An and Hong will go with you, so you will not get lost. Mayo. Meow. An and Hong, who were quietly sitting in the carriage, announced their presence after hearing Cal's statement and approached Locke. They then patted Locke's leg with their front paws. Stop it, An Hong. It tickles. Locke caressed their heads like it was cute, but in Cal's eyes, the kittens were seriously trying to attack Locke. Cal watched this and started to think. I should leave the wolf children to Hans later. Otherwise, I will need to find a babysitter for them. Cal thought it would be great if it was someone who could cook well and kept things clean. Cal was thinking about people who could babysit the wolf children other than Hans when he thought about Beacrox, Ron's son and the second chef. Thinking about Beacrox made Cal's expression stiffen. Beacrox was definitely someone who was good at cooking, kept things clean, and had a positive reputation within the Hennetus family as someone who was respectful and normal. However, none of that mattered to Cal, since he knew that Beacrox was a lunatic who loved torture. He could not let such a person taint the pure wolf children's minds. 1. I also need to send him off with Choi Han. He wasn't necessary, but in the novel, Beacrox went with Choi Han and Rosalind to Breck Kingdom to torture the Grand Admiral. Cal was debating about who would be good to take care of the wolf children, when the carriage arrived at the Inn Billows and the wolf children were located. Cal got off the carriage before speaking to Locke. Follow me. Cal patted the nervous Locke's shoulder, and Locke walked into the inn with An and Hong in his arms. Welcome to the Scent of Grapes. How may I help you? Cal responded to the young attendant's greeting, and immediately headed for the back door. The people Choi Han brought with him were all residing in the villa at the back area of the inn. The attendant tried to follow him, but Cal stopped him and walked to the villa door before motioning to Locke. You open the door, since it is your younger siblings. Huh? Yes. Locke put the kittens down and grabbed the handle. This was his first time seeing his younger siblings since he had his berserk transformation. Cal slowly moved back, because he had a bad feeling that he probably should not see what was beyond the door. Click. Locke turned the doorknob and opened the door. They could see the inside of the villa as soon as the door was open. It was a comfortable-looking space. Sigh. However, Cal took 2 more steps backward immediately. It was an instinctive movement. Hyam. Appa. Locke Appa. 10 children rushed toward Locke, and Locke ran toward them as well. An emotional reunion was happening in front of Cal's eyes, but Cal was overwhelmed at the sight of 10 wolf children in front of him. At the same time, there was someone that Cal was happy to see. Young master. Long time no see, Billows. Cal had told Billows to go to this villa. Cal could see that Billows was nervous underneath his smile, and looked to the person approaching them from behind Billows. Nice to meet you, young Master Cal. Are you the merchant who came with Choi Han? A man in his 60s with a gentle expression and good physique. This person was the one who asked Choi Han to help with the Blue Wolf Tribe issue. Yes. I heard a lot of things about you from Mr. Choi Han. It is an honor to meet you, young master. An honor? It is nothing much to see the face of a trash like me. Cal reached his hand out to the man, and the man shook Cal's hand as he introduced himself. My name is Odious Flynn. Cal started to smile. Odious Flynn. He was someone who was a strong contender for the Flynn Merchant Guild's leader position, but gave up on it to start his own small guild. He was Billows' uncle. He was the person who connected Billows and Choi Han to each other, as well as the person who brought out Billows' hidden greed. He is even more devious than Ron. He acted like he owned a small merchant guild, but in reality, he was wearing a mask to rule the underworld. He was nice to some, but cruel and vicious to others. That was the type of person Odious Flynn was. Right now, the only person to know about both sides of Odious's character was Cal. Cal pretended not to know anything as he greeted Odious. "Flynn? You must be related to Billows. Nice to meet you." I was shocked as well. I didn't know Billows was the person young Master Cal knew. I have not seen Billows since he was a little boy, so I was very happy to see him again. I feel like I've had a lot of good encounters lately. Billows could not hide his complicated feelings while looking at Odious. Odious was someone who threw aside the Flynn Merchant Guild and went to live a simpler life. Furthermore, Odious was Billows' uncle, and the only person Billows had good memories about from his childhood. "Well, he is a good person to Billows." Cal let go of Odious's hand and started to speak to Billows. "Let's go upstairs and drink." The villa was 2 stories, with a small bar upstairs. Of course, Cal addressed Odious as well. "Choi Han and Rosalind will soon arrive, so the 3 of you can catch up." "I understand. I hope that I have an opportunity to drink with you in the future as well, young Master Cal." Cal smiled and responded back. "Let's drink together sometime soon." Cal patted Billows' shoulder as Billows stood there with a complicated expression and tried to head upstairs. However, there were 10 children blocking his way. "Thank you very much, young Master Cal. Thank you very much." Cal looked toward the 10 children thanking him and started to think. What a headache. There were 10 children who all gave off an aura that made Cal believe they would be very strong in the future. Although they watched their parents, cousins, and other family members all be killed right in front of their eyes, their strong and firm pupils let Cal know that they still had their purity and a sense of gratitude. There were also none that were very young. All of them seemed to be between 10 and 13 years old. I guess they can have a training instructor rather than a babysitter. However, Cal decided he would not be the person providing them with a training instructor and waved at Locke to head out. He then turned back around and headed upstairs. Although he did not respond and ignored them, Cal could still hear the wolf children thanking him from behind. That made Cal have the chills once again. Billows came up to the 2nd floor and immediately asked Cal a question. "Young Master Cal, just what have you been doing?" Cal responded to that question without any hesitation. "Doing what I can for a peaceful future." Billows had an expression of disbelief on his face as he brought out some alcohol and glasses from the cabinet. He then sat across from Cal and filled his own cup. "Do you not see me in front of you?" "I'm sorry, young master. I have a lot on my mind." Billows drank about half the bottle before looking toward Cal. No, he was observing Cal. This person who said that he could not live as trash any longer. However, Billows had never expected in his wildest dreams that he would meet his uncle while coming to meet Cal. Cal stopped Billows as he tried to pour another drink and took the bottle from Billows before filling Billows' cup. "I don't know what's bugging you, but you can't just keep drinking by yourself like that." "Young Master Cal." Cal filled Billows' cup before responding. "What? Odious Nim is my uncle by blood." Odious Nim. For Billows, who was not allowed to use the Flynn last name, he could not even call his uncle his uncle. However, Odious was the only adult who was warm to Billows during his childhood. In the novel, this was what Odious had said to Billows. "I consider you as my nephew in my family. You have the qualifications for that." That sentence became a starting point and a turning point for Billows. After being introduced to Choi Han in the novel through Odious, Billows was in awe of Choi Han's strength and decided to follow Choi Han. He also decided to put himself in contention for the Flynn Merchant Guild's leader position. "Young Master Cal, aren't you curious as to why Odious Nim runs a small merchant guild, even though he has the Flynn last name?" "Not curious? I already know about it." Odious was someone who was in full control of the Northwest and Central underworlds. Cal filled his glass and casually responded. "Am I supposed to be curious about the Flynn name?" He then drank the alcohol in his cup and saw that Billows was smiling. "I see. I guess the Flynn name is not that grand of a name." "Indeed. Whether it is you or Odious, it is the same. You are a Flynn as well." "I am just a bastard son." Cal snorted and responded to Billows. "The fact that you are a bastard does not mean that you are not a Flynn. Everybody else just considers you a Flynn." Although the family may not have given Billows the Flynn family name, everybody else considered Billows to be a Flynn. That was why there was nobody who ignored Billows, even though he was a bastard. The Flynn name, as one of the 3 greatest merchant guilds in this world, was a pretty big name. That was the truth. Billows observed Cal, before taking the bottle back from Cal and filling Cal's cup. "Young master." "What?" "I feel like you are very good at saying the right things." "I am a bit talented in that." "That is why." "Yeah? Just what did you steal with the things you borrowed from me?" Billows could see the smile on Cal's face as he said that. Cal picked up the full glass and leisurely answered. "I already stole one, and will steal the rest soon." He had already rescued the dragon, and the others would happen tomorrow. The corner of Billows' lips started to twitch. There were probably no nobles who would say that they were going to steal something, but such a person was in front of his eyes right now. "Can't I help as well?" Cal shook his head at Billows's question. Unfortunately. Clack. Cal put the glass down on the table and continued. All the spots are full already. The list of humans and beast people to use was already in Cal's head. Ha ha ha. Billows laughed for a bit, before picking up the full glass, drinking it the whole glass in one breath and putting the glass back down on the table. I guess I should steal something else then. Billows had already decided what he was going to steal. The position of the successor of the Flynn Merchant Guild. He was going to make that position his. It only made sense, since his greed was larger and deeper than anybody else. Cal started to speak as Billows was thinking. Do whatever you want. Billows laughed once more after hearing Cal's statement. Cal did not care whether Billows laughed or not. The fact that Billows met Odious today meant that his goal for today has been accomplished, letting Cal drink in peace. Of course, Cal only enjoyed himself for a bit and returned to the residence on his own to prepare for tomorrow. He needed to start moving in the middle of the night, making him want to go to sleep early in the evening. Unfortunately, he was not able to do so. Ron? Ron bowed to Cal and greeted him. Young master, this Ron would like to make a request if possible. A request? Ren lifted his head up and started to speak. Please take care of my son. Son? You mean Beacrux? Yes. Why? Cal could see the benign smile disappear from Ron's face. This was the first time Cal had ever seen Ron wear a rude expression on his face. Ron started to speak with the assassin's expression on his face. I need to go hunt some foxes. Although he was old, Ron was still an assassin. Ron fixed his expression once more and started to speak. His expression was stoic, with only the corners of his lips being slightly elevated. Our young master knows that I am someone who kills people, right? Cal could feel the buzz from the alcohol instantly disappearing. He was getting the chills once again. 1. Beacrux is the S2RPR's M. 2. It is probably similar to goatee, where bastards cannot take the family name and are given names like Snow. Chapter 42. Don't know, I don't know. 3. Cal hid the chilly feeling in trembling and asked. So? Ron was about to resume the benign smile on his face after hearing his little puppy young master speak in his usual annoying and rude tone, but suppressed it and started to speak. So, I'm going to kill people. Leaving your son behind? Yes, sir. Is the fox a person? Cal knew how the assassin Ron smiled. It was a very faint smile, with just the corners of his lips raised a tiny bit. It was one that made the person looking at Ron think that it would be better if he did not smile at all. Ron replied quite pleased. That's right. I have to go kill a group of foxes. But his voice was cold. Rip them into pieces. It would either be Ron's body being ripped into pieces or his target's bodies being ripped into pieces. It could only be one of those two scenarios. Cal got goosebumps at the phrase, rip them into pieces. He then started to contemplate. Ron could see that Cal stood there without saying anything for a while. His puppy young master finally started to speak after sighing numerous times. Go and come back. The smile disappeared from Ron's face. Cal, who was already in his pajamas, laid down on the bed and continued to speak. I'll tell Hans that you are taking a leave of absence. Report to me every so often. You can receive money from the Flynn Merchant Guild with your ID plaque. And why would you leave Beacrux to a trash like me? He is an adult. He will figure out what to do with his own life. Cal decided to think easily. There was no need for Ron to be with Choi Han right now. Now that Locke was able to transform into a controlled berserk state, Choi Han would be fine without Ron or Beacrux's strength. But for Choi Han, and more importantly for a peaceful northeastern region of the Roan Kingdom, Ron was needed 1 year later. However, the duration of your break is only 1 year. Cal leaned against his pillow and continued. Enjoy your break, since I have work for you to do in a year. Don't get hurt while you are out there. Cal stretched out his 2 legs, thinking he had reserved wonderful dreams for the next year. He then looked toward Ron and flinched. The old man who had been quiet was actually quietly laughing. That vicious sight made Cal cower underneath the blanket. What is going on? Cal's expression stiffened. Ron continued to silently laugh without watching Cal. I thought this little punk was a son of a bitch. But I, Ron Mullen, is the one who is a son of a bitch. Like a dog that looks at his master. Ron thought that he was like a dog and responded. 1. Young master, is reporting to you once a month enough? Yes. Do as you please. Like an assassin, Ron opened the door and left the room without making a single noise. He then said one last thing before closing the door. I will see you in a year, young master. Without waiting Cal's answer, Ron closed the door. Cal quickly fell asleep, relieved that he was free from Ron for a year. Dawn arrived and 6 people were standing in front of Cal. There were some that he had personally called, and some that he gathered through Choi Han. Cal looked toward Rosalind, and started to speak. Miss Rosalind, the brown hair looks good on you. Rosalind was not aware of exactly what will happen today, but understood the severity after hearing the words, magic bomb, and decided to help. Cal had also promised her something in return for her help. Right? I thought it will make it easier for me to run wild. Rosalind had dyed her hair and pupils brown with magic. An and Hong were standing next to her. Locke, you should be able to use the physical strength of a wolf without transforming, right? Yes, sir. It is possible. Locke was standing there nervously as well. Next to him were the Black Dragon and Choi Han. Cal divided them into two teams. The black orb was already positioned by Choi Han yesterday, so the two teams each needed to locate and take care of the 4 bombs. Miss Rosalind and Locke will be one team. Choi Han, Dragon On, and Han will be the other team. Rosalind had a confused expression on her face after hearing how Cal divided up the teams. Locke had the same expression on his face as well. What about you, young Master Cal? Choi Han, the Black Dragon On, and Han all responded to the question. Cal, Nim is a bit his physical strength is weak. We don't need him. He is useless. Ah. Rosalind let out a gasp and looked toward Cal. Locke seemed to be quite surprised as well. However, Cal handed the items he borrowed from Billows to Choi Han, and confidently answered, I am weak, and will only be baggage. I also need to prepare for the celebration as soon as the sun comes up, so it will be difficult for me to go with you. They were going to use this short opening when the guards for the night shift switched with the day shift to enter the areas where the bombs were located and start to dismantle them. After that, while the black orb activates and causes a mana disturbance, they will all need to wait at their determined stations to observe the secret organization's members and the situation at the plaza. The birthday celebration was set to start at 9 a.m. Cal looked at his watch before speaking to the 6 of them again. All right then, please head to work. He then added on. Don't forget to bring back the dismantled magic bombs. Rosalind smiled and responded to Cal's statement. You promised to give me one of them. Of course. Should be enough to pay for my services. It was definitely enough. Cal looked toward the terrace, that was now being used more as a door than as a terrace, and opened the window. A cool night breeze filled the room as the 6 individuals quickly rushed out of Cal's room through the terrace. Some left with invisibility magic while others left with very fast speed. Cal watched them leave and thought to himself that they were all very strong. He was now left alone in the room. And Cal slowly stroked the large shield and silver wings that appeared in front of him. Even if something unexpected happens, he would not die as long as he had this shield. I'll use a tiny bit of its strength if I need to do so. Cal patted the shield, that looked even more holy after having the heart crest engraved in it, and decided to use it without being noticed, if there came the need to do so. Cal sat down on the couch and practiced using just a small amount of the shield's power, before noticing his reflection in the mirror. It should be fine. The blood, crazed mage. It was said that this person went into a frenzy by the color red. That was why, in the novel, the mage went crazy after seeing Rosalind for the first time, saying that they needed to cut Rosalind's head off to take her red hair and pupils. Cal brushed back his hair, that was an even brighter red than Rosalind's hair, and started to think. What are the chances that I'll be in close proximity to that lunatic? Even if something like that happened, he just had to tell Choi Han to kill. Cal was not worried that his own head would get cut off. Cal relaxed and waited until Ron came to wake him up. Once Ron came at the usual time, Cal started to speak. Today will be your last day to serve me. I can do it again in a year. That sounded terrible to Cal. He was planning on sending Ron to Choi Han immediately upon his return in a year. Cal was excited that he was getting rid of 2 baggages today, and started to speak with a light heart. Get ready. Cal made all the preparations and headed for the palace. All the participating nobles were scheduled to move together. The Black Dragon was going to come to the palace to report on the progress. After all of the preparations were completed, Cal got on a carriage in front of the residence's main gate. It was not the Henatu's carriage, instead, he was going to be riding with someone else today. Why did you want to go together? Amru responded with a calm smile, as Cal asked the question while getting onto the carriage. Amru had reached out and asked Cal to go with her today. She got right to the point, since Cal did the same without even greeting her first. Young Master Cal, what do you think about our territory building a naval base? Cal started to smile. He had already received a letter from Eric letting him know that the tourism investment discussion did not go well. Eric said both Gilbert and Amru were very disappointed. However, Amru did not seem to be very disappointed. In fact, she seemed to have made up her mind about something else, something big. He looked toward her and started to speak. Didn't you already make up your mind, young lady Amru? Amru lightly nodded her head. Yes. I didn't think it was a decision I could make on my own, so I contacted my mother. I plan to discuss it with young Master Gilbert today as well. The creation of a new military base. Something like that was not easy to accomplish. The money wasn't the issue, it was more about the relationship between powers within the territory that complicated things. Especially in times of peace like right now. That was why the Crown would have their eyes on the northeast. The east was the only side with access to the ocean, but, most importantly, there was a balance of power in the east. It would also be difficult for the high-ranking nobles in the other regions to influence such a base as well. Then young lady Amru's concern is that the Crown's influence in your territory will get stronger because of this? Yes. Amru gave a short answer, before continuing on. That is why I asked for this time with you today. It meant that she had something to discuss with him. Cal leaned on the back of the seat, and asked while in a comfortable position, as if he was in his own carriage. "I'm curious to know what your question is, but I think I need to tell you something first." He knew why Amaru was here. "Any decision regarding the funds of the Hennetus family is made solely by my father. A trash like me has no decision-making powers. The royal family would grant permission to build a naval base and invest huge sums of money. Naturally, the ownership of that naval base would then be passed on to the royal family. When building a military base in a territory that is outside the capital, there are a lot of different contracts between the crown and the nobility for ownership and other logistics involving the military base. There was a significant difference in manpower and funds between using the location as a military base than using the cliffs and the ocean for just tourism. Amaru and Gilbert's families were, honestly speaking, just average in wealth, lacking both the funds and the manpower to complete such a project. That was what Amaru wanted to prevent. That meant that there was only one method: borrowing money from someone with a lot of money. Is that really the case? Amaru's smile seemed very intelligent. She had entered the Crown Prince's room during the wine party with Eric and Gilbert once Cal had left. It was then that she learned that the Crown Prince was interested in the shoreline, even though he was not interested in tourism. When she returned to her residence that night, she thought about Cal's words and figured out his intentions. His Highness the Crown Prince was wary of the Whipper Kingdom and the kingdoms to the north. I could tell based on our conversation with him, so I sought out some information from the Information Guild. I knew it. Cal could tell from Amaru's words that the Crown Prince and the royal family were aware of the fact that the Whipper Kingdom would soon face a civil war, and that the north was gathering their forces. But this was unexpected. Amaru's decision-making was on point. Amaru's family was not doing very well right now, relying a lot on Eric Wheelsman's family for help. It would have cost a lot to get information on foreign kingdoms through the Information Guild, but her willingness to spend that money to verify a single piece of information showed her personality. Amaru looked toward Cal, who was quietly listening, before continuing. I heard the Hennetus territory is currently fortifying its walls. I believe the Hennetus family will be interested in the military, since it is a territory that does not allow any kind of invasions. Cal nodded his head at her statement and responded, I will speak to my father about it. We will also send an official request as well. Cal and Amaru looked at each other and smiled. This naval base was to be created. The balance of power in the northeast will shift to Cal, Eric, Amaru, and Gilbert's 4 families. If the Hennetus family provided the funds to have a steady influence in the base, the Hennetus family would receive multiple facets of support from the base. Amaru hesitated for a while, before continuing to speak. I am a bit worried because of the whirlpools, but there are paths that have been used for ages, and the whirlpool will actually serve as a defense to prevent foreign nations from invading. That is why I want to give it a go. Whirlpools. Cal prevented himself from smiling as soon as she mentioned the whirlpools. That whirlpools will soon be Cal's to utilize as he wishes. Wouldn't it be great to build a house on one of those cliffs and enjoy the sunset in the future? It would be difficult for him to stay in the Hennetus estate once he hands control to Basin. Cal's plan was to hide in some remote corner during the war, and then head to Amaru or Gilbert's territory after the war was over to build a house on a cliff to relax while looking out at the sea. It would be a good location, since it was pretty close to the Hennetus territory as well. Thank you for your help, young Master Cal. Haha, to ask a trash for support. I have no power whatsoever. I am just delivering your message to my father. Cal waved it off and started to laugh. However, Amaru did not believe his words at all anymore. Amaru, you need to be cautious when you don't have power. However, you need to be bold if you want to earn power. That was what her mother, the head of the Uber territory, had said as she agreed on the naval base. Amaru was similar to her mother. That was why she worked to be bold, even while remaining cautious. This was her philosophy for dealing with people as well. It is enough for you to deliver our message for us. Amaru reached her hand out to Cal, and Cal shook it. She then let go, before adding on, please come visit the Uber territory next time. There are actually a lot of interesting places to see. I will go if I have the chance to do so. Sound of the wind. It will become Cal's fast feet, and, at the same time, give him control over a whirlwind that can be used for both offense and defense. Cal thought about the Ubar coast, where that ancient power was located. I hope that the opportunity comes soon. The carriage arrived at the palace as soon as he said that. Cal got off the carriage and looked around. The current time was 8 a.m. The staff would already be at the Plaza of Glory to prepare for the celebration. The Royal Knights will allow people to enter at 8:30 a.m., filling the plaza full of people. It will be a situation where it will be difficult for anyone to go in or out. The celebration will start 30 minutes after that, and Cal's group will start looking for the hidden pictures starting at 8:30 a.m. Necklaces, bags, pendants. The magic bombs will be hiding in all sorts of shapes. Cal's group would find the people who have the bombs located on them. Well, it didn't matter if they didn't find them, since the answer will reveal itself. Oh, you're here. Cal received Eric and Gilbert's greeting, before standing next to them with Amaru. Everyone came early. Of course. We will start moving at 8:05 a.m. Eric said that to Cal, while his eyes were sending Cal another message. Be still today as well. Cal nodded his head while looking into Eric's eyes, and reminded himself internally. I do not know anything. As soon as he thought that, the Crown Prince appeared in front of Cal. The nobles would follow behind the Crown Prince today. He then saw the person who arrived next to the Crown Prince, and covered his mouth with his hand. It was because he could not help but smirk. Oh my lord! How is this possible? Eric's shocked gasp, and the murmuring of the nobles filled the area. However, Cal did not care about any of that. Instead, he lowered his hand while looking forward. Cal made eye contact with the person next to the Crown Prince. The eldest son that had been pushed aside, Taylor Stan. He was standing on his own two legs next to the Crown Prince. Taylor stealthily motioned with his eyes once he made eye contact with Cal. At the same time, Cal could hear the Black Dragon's voice in his head. The Black Dragon had entered the palace to give the current report of the situation. I am here. Cal slightly nodded his head, and the voice continued. We are dismantling all of the bombs that are currently stationed in the locations we found. We will dismantle them completely at 8:55 a.m. as planned. Everything seemed to be going as planned. I will be heading back now, since we are busy, weak human. Use your shield if it seems like it'll hurt. Cal could not hear the Black Dragon's voice after that. It seemed to have quickly returned to help the others. This Black Dragon surprisingly put all of his effort into his assignments whenever Cal gave him a task to complete. It made Cal want to keep ordering the Black Dragon around. There shouldn't be any reason for me to use the shield. Cal was thinking that he would not need to use the shield if things continued like this. All preparations have been completed. One of the knights shouted out loud, and the Crown Prince got on the royal parade carriage and spoke to the nobles getting on the royal carriages behind him. Let's go. Cal also got onto a royal carriage. The carriage soon started to move, and Cal sat there with his arms crossed while having a stiff expression on his face. Nice to meet you all again. The wheelchair-less Taylor greeted them. Nice to meet you. I am Amaru Yubar. Nice to meet you. Taylor Stan, young lady Amaru, and Venyan's lackey Neotals ended up in the same carriage as them. Cal was wondering whether the Crown Prince purposely put them together in the same carriage. It was Cal's turn to introduce himself, but Cal just quietly sat there and looked out the carriage window. A trash was allowed to be this rude. He sat there with his arms crossed, and looked toward the Plaza of Glory. The chaos was not far away. 1. This doesn't translate as well in English, but in Korean, son of a bitch and dog are homophones. Chapter 43, Somehow 1. However, the inside of the carriage was already chaotic. Cal looked toward Neo, whose legs were shaking, and internally clicked his tongue. Neo seemed to be frantic and full of concern. The majority of the nobles looked chaotic. Venyan's face was a mess too. Cal recalled Venyan Stan's face that he peeked at before getting on the carriage. Venyan was full of rage. Who would have ever expected this? Taylor Stan, the eldest son of the Stan family, that was pushed aside, was walking on his own 2 feet without a wheelchair. Furthermore, a person from the Stan family was standing next to the Crown Prince, Albaru. Nobody could have expected such development. He managed to trade for the Healing Star. Cal was curious about what Taylor and Cage traded with the Crown Prince for the Healing Star, but he did not look toward Taylor. Neotals was sitting there shaking his leg, without even looking at Taylor. At that moment, Amaru started to speak. Young Master Taylor, have your legs completely healed? The cautiously stated question directly asked the question that everyone was thinking about. Taylor started to smile as he responded. It was a blessing from heaven. It is completely healed. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Hemmam. Neotals let out some fake coughs before looking back and forth between Taylor's face and Taylor's legs. He then cautiously started to speak. Young Master Taylor, will you be returning to the Marquis's estate now that your legs have healed? The biggest reason Taylor was pushed aside was because his legs became paralyzed. Neo and the other nobles were probably curious as to whether or not Taylor would return to the estate to fight for the successor position once again, especially since Neo was one of Venyan's lackeys. Taylor looked toward Neo and started to speak. Return? It was a gentle voice, but there was firmness and coldness toward Neo hidden within Taylor's voice. That has always been my home. Isn't it obvious that I belong there? Neo shriveled up even more at the coldness in Taylor's voice. However, Cal chose not to even look at them. Cal could see Taylor's reflection through the window every so often. Of course, Taylor didn't make it obvious to the others, making it look like he was just looking out the window like Cal as well. Cal could read the message Taylor was trying to send him when their eyes met. Young Master Cal, I want to tell you everything. It is a very interesting story. Cal was still stoic after seeing Taylor's sparkling gaze. Cal just hoped for Taylor to take over the Marquis position and prevent any harm from happening within his territory. That was why he did not want to talk to Taylor. However, an opportunity soon appeared for Taylor and Cal to chat. Then I will step out now. As soon as the carriage arrived outside the Plaza of Glory, Neotals rushed out of the carriage to get away from them. Since he made it very obvious that he worked for Venyan, this was a really awkward place for him to be. He probably also wanted to report Taylor's current situation to Venyan right away. Young Master Cal, I will come back with young Master Eric. Amaru was worried that Cal might start something if he ran into the other northeastern nobles, who happened to be in a carriage with Eric and Gilbert, and left alone to bring Eric and Gilbert over. Nothing should happen since young Master Taylor and young Master Cal don't have any relationship. Based on young Master Cal's personality, he will not start a conversation with anyone. That was what Amaru was thinking as she quickly moved to find Eric and Gilbert. That resulted in Cal having to receive Taylor's bright smile. Finally, only the two of us are left. It was something Cal did not like to hear. He made that feeling completely visible on his face, but Taylor seemed to find that to be funny. Taylor quietly laughed, before throwing a straight at Cal. I got my leg fixed by promising to become the head of the Marquis's estate. Did you promise your loyalty? No. I made a deal. Cal nodded his head. That's good. Congratulations on your healed legs. Cal then turned away from Taylor, as if he had nothing else to say. Taylor found the reaction to be very fitting of Cal's personality, and took a small envelope out of his pocket and handed it to Cal. This is the contents of our deal. There is no need to give this to me. Cal had a stoic expression, and Taylor responded. It'll be good for you to know, young Master Cal. He then threw another straight at Cal. Cage will be excommunicated. Is it because she does whatever she wants? It is. She is very happy about it. Cage was finally starting on the path of the crazy priestess. She will now progress like the excommunicated priestess who was seen as a brave priestess by others, like in the novel. That's good. Cal could see Taylor happily nodding his head at his words. Taylor then started to frown, like all of his emotions were crashing against him all at once like a whirlpool, and started to speak. This is just the beginning. We will be victorious. Right, young Master Cal? Why is he including me in their victory? Cal was curious about that, but decided to answer his question for now. You will be victorious. Thank you very much. Then I will get off first. Taylor got up and looked down at his legs, before saying goodbye to Cal and getting off. The three of us should drink together after our victory. The Hennetus wine is delicious. Taylor finally opened the carriage door at Cal's words and left. Cal immediately opened the envelope once he was alone. He then ripped it up. Tusk. He lightly clicked his tongue and shoved the note deep inside his inner pocket. There really was a secret to the Crown Prince's birth. Cal shook his head and stepped out of the carriage. Cal. Cal turned his head at Eric's calling. He could see the full plaza of glory behind their shoulders. Young Master Cal, let us go. It is our turn to enter the plaza. In the novel, Choi Han was curious about these people, who had a spot higher than the normal citizens of the kingdom. Today Cal was going to that same spot. However, he was still at the bottom compared to the royal family and the holy priests. Cal looked toward the bell tower at the entrance of the plaza. The bell tower had a giant clock on it. The current time was 8:25 a.m. It was time for the nobles and priests to enter. The knights started to prevent any more citizens from entering to create room for the nobility. Let's go. Cal pushed Eric and the others in front of him and started to walk. He could see all of the people in the plaza as he got closer. There were so many people that he couldn't even tell how many people were there. However, they were not completely stuffed like sardines. That was how large the Plaza of Glory was, and the fact that the crown was limiting the number of people helped out as well. In response, some people were in shops near the plaza and roofs of buildings nearby to try to get a glimpse of the king's celebration. Young Master Cal, is this your first time at the Plaza of Glory? Cal leisurely nodded his head at Gilbert's question. Yes, I briefly passed through on my carriage, but it is my first time seeing all of it. Cal looked around the plaza as he said that. The tea shop to the south, the inn to the west, a flower shop to the east, the top of the Ceramist Association building to the north. These were the 4 places Cal focused on as he looked around. The plaza is pretty large. Cal verified the locations the magic bombs were positioned. At the same time, he looked toward the fountain to the south. A young boy was waving a flag, like he was trying to welcome the king. That young boy was Locke. Things are going as planned. Cal knew that Choi Han and the Black Dragon would be watching him right now, and looked toward the bell tower. The current time was 8:30 a.m. We are opening up a path now. The knights closed up all entrances to allow the nobles to enter. At the same time, Cal snapped his fingers. Snap. It was a simple gesture that nobody would question. Locke disappeared as soon as it happened. It was time to find the hidden items. Of course, it wasn't necessary at all. The answer will appear at 9:01 a.m. However, it was easier if they knew the answer in advance. Furthermore, since Cal didn't need to move, it was fine to look for these hidden items. Everybody please take a seat over here. The seats were arranged with everyone's names posted in specific seats. The king and the royal family was not at the plaza just yet. Even the crown prince, who came with the nobles, was not out yet. Cal arrived at his seat and started to frown. We seem to run into each other a lot, young Master Cal. That does seem to be the case, young Master Taylor. It was the same as during the feast. Cal sat down next to Taylor and looked down at the people below the platform. He then looked toward the bell tower. He recalled the story in the novel. The single location that Choi Han managed to find a bomb in the novel was not one of the locations this time. There were already many changes to the story. However, at least there should not be anyone who dies by the crumbling of the buildings, unlike in the novel. The mana disturbance tool was buried underneath the bell tower. The current time was 8:40 a.m. Cal turned to his left after hearing Eric's voice. Cal, be still. Okay? Hyan, Nim. Eric became nervous after hearing the tone Cal used to call out to him. Cal, who used to enjoy wearing fancy clothes and showing off until just 2 years ago, was suddenly only wearing dark clothes and had a completely different demeanor about him. I will be very still today. I plan to do nothing at all. Eric was captivated by Cal's voice and subconsciously nodded his head. Cal seemed to be satisfied with this reaction as he laughed and looked at the clock again. 8:45 a.m. He could hear the black dragon's voice. The dragon was looking at him as Cal expected. 15 minutes left. Dragons were really capable of everything. There was nothing their magic could not accomplish. Cal praised the black dragon internally as he got up from his seat. The stars of the Crossman family, our royal family, are now entering. Only one entrance to the plaza was open at this time. The crown prince was in the lead. The second and third prince flanked his sides, and the other princes and princesses walked in behind them. A group of individuals with beautiful blonde hair entered the plaza. This was the royal family that was blessed by the sun god, the pride of their own kingdom. Whoa! The cheering of the citizens filled the plaza. It was so loud that it felt like the ground was shaking. Cal remembered the words of the black dragon. The crown prince's hair and eyes are brown. Brown was known as the most average color hair and eyes. Cal looked toward the royal family and lightly clapped. And then, it was finally 8:50 a.m. His Highness, King Zed Crossman, the son of the Roan Kingdom, is now entering. Ooh, the healthy 50-year-old king appeared in the plaza in his parade carriage. Cal was watching the king before moving his gaze away to another spot in the plaza. He could see a flower pot on top of the Ceramist Association building to the north. The current time was 8:55 a.m. They dismantled it. Cal started to smile. Rosalind, the black dragon, On, and Hong will now hide within the crowd in the plaza. King Zed was slowly heading toward the plaza from far off in the distance. Zed Crossman had risen to the position of king at the age of 20 after the former king's sudden death. He utilized this time of peace to his advantage, killing off all of his siblings to solidify his position of power. The fanfare for the king was still very loud. King Zed passed through the plaza entrance and headed to the highest platform. Cal just calmly watched this all happen. There was a special platform for the king in front of the bell tower. The king and the queen waved to the crowd before walking up to the platform. The queen stood in front of her seat as King Zed went up to the magic vocal amplifier. Cal looked at the clock again. Current time was 8:58 a.m. The king lifted up his hand, and the cheers slowly died down. Finally, once the plaza was completely quiet, the king started to speak. It has already been 30 years since this king has received the blessing of the sun to rule over this kingdom. The king seemed very happy. Unfortunately, it was now 9 a.m. Huh? Cal could hear Eric's confused voice. What is that? Cal then heard Taylor's anxious voice. Cal leisurely raised his head to look at the top of the bell tower. What? Who is that? What is going on? The mumblings of the crowd started to get louder. King Zed looked behind him, and then moved his gaze up the bell tower. Cal looked at the top of the bell tower, and started to smile. King Zed started to shout. Who are you? The knights and mages headed to the bell tower. The citizens started to get nervous about what was going on. They had no choice. A person appeared on top of the bell tower, and then more people in black attires started to appear on top of the buildings nearby as well. Get down this instant. Everybody, head up to the top of the buildings now. Cal heard the voices of the knights nearby, and looked toward the man standing on top of the bell tower with black attire and a mask. It was the blood-crazy mage, Ridika. 2. I was worried this would be different than the novel as well. If Ridika did not show up, he would have needed the black dragon to reverse the flow of mana coming to the mana bombs in order to locate the hidden Ridika, and allow Choi Han to kill him. Cal was relieved that he would not need to do that, and remembered the description in the novel. Ridika's hand became covered in a red-colored mana. This punk was unique in that people could see the color of his mana, even though he was a mage. He then swung his hand and announced, as he had in the novel, "Should be fun. Should be fun." A chilling voice that sounded like metal screeching against one another filled the plaza. Then, the red mana shot out to different spots in the plaza. That moment was exactly 9:01 a.m. Ooh, a vibration started from underneath the bell tower. The magic devices started to go off in multiple locations. The red mana that was flying toward the detonation devices inside the magic bombs suddenly lost strength and started to spin aimlessly in position. It was the result of the mana disturbance. Then, it happened inside the plaza as well. The 4 spots started to ring in the plaza. Found it. Cal's quiet voice was drowned out by the alarm of the magic devices. Someone within the area of those 4 alarms would have the magic bomb on them. As Cal expected, the magic bombs had an alarm to sound that there was an error. Cal could see Choi Han, Rosalind, and Locke heading toward the 4 locations. 10 minutes. Even if they could not manage to dismantle the bombs in 10 minutes, they had plenty of time to move the bombs to the mountain in the rear to make it go off without hurting anyone. It was possible because of Rosalind and the Black Dragon. Found 1 human. Cal started to smile after hearing the invisible Black Dragon's report. The 10 minutes had just started. 1. Quite a lot of content to get out of a single gaze. 2. Apparently, it is a guy. Chapter 32 updated to show he instead of she. Chapter 44, somehow 2. Cal could see Choi Han grabbing someone as the Black Dragon made his report. It was the person the Black Dragon determined to be in possession of the magic bomb. Cal could see the necklace on the person's neck. That must be it. Cal could see Choi Han ripping off the person's necklace. At the same time, Cal's body was jerked. Someone had pulled Cal's arm. Cal. It was Eric Wheelsman. Cal slowly looked around him, starting with the top of the bell tower. Ha ha ha, the blood-crazy mage Riddico was laughing. Wee-eeing. A loud noise appeared alongside the noise of scratching metal, combining to create a terrifying screech. Your Highness, please get to a safe spot. The royal knights and some mages were next to the royal family and the king in order to help them escape. Cal first looked toward the crown prince. His hair was still blonde. Was it not magic using mana? Did another dragon dye his hair? Or is it a different type of strength? This originally had, but that doesn't seem to make it show. Cal remembered what the Black Dragon had said in the past. Cal decided to stop thinking about it, and continued to look around. Half of the remaining royal knights and mages were working to calm the crowd and find the mana disturbance tool, while the other half was rushing toward the secret organization. Riddico, who had been laughing for a while now, started to speak. This is annoying with that. All of the secret organization members other than Riddico started to launch long-range attacks. Spears, daggers, and throwing knives. All sorts of attacks started to pour down upon the knights. Boom. Wee-ing beep. Cal found it very loud. At the same time, the Black Dragon continued its report. 1 more human. And another. 904 IM. This was the 3rd person so far. Cal. We should go as well. We should go. Young Master Cal, hurry up. Cal looked toward Eric, Amru, Gilbert, and Taylor. They had all quickly gathered around him. Eric was looking around with a chaotic expression on his face. Cal followed his lead and looked around as well. What are you doing? Hurry up and let us go. Let us out right now. The nobles were fighting to get out of the plaza as quickly as possible. Of course there were a couple calm ones as well. However, it was different underneath the platform. Why are you blocking the exit? Open up a path. The citizens were screaming for the knights to open the door and rushing toward the exit. The knights and soldiers shouted back at the citizens. Please calm down. Please wait just a moment. You expect us to wait in a situation like this? Get out of our way. Are you crazy? The nobles are trying to leave right now. Let us leave as well. Cal looked for hands being raised in the air in the midst of that chaos. What are you doing? Choi Han pulled a bag off of an old man's shoulder and thrust his arm into the air. This was the 3rd person. Cal turned his head to look around at the people around him. The door for the nobles and priests was already open, with many nobles and priests quickly heading out as fast as they could. It looked more peaceful, because there were fewer people than the gate for the citizens down below, but it was still chaotic with each person trying to get out faster than the other. That was why. What a mess. It was a complete mess. Eric was frantically pacing around, so Cal put his hand on Eric's shoulder to calm him down. He then held onto Eric's shoulder tightly. Hyan, Nem. Cal continued to speak once the pain snapped Eric out of his chaotic state. Calm down. Eric calmed down after seeing Cal's calm demeanor. He then looked around. The knights were fighting against these unknown assailants while the royal family was in the process of escaping. The citizens looked to be in a state of chaos. As Eric absorbed all of the events going on around him and turned back to look at Cal, Cal started to speak. That is more like you. Thank you. I feel like my head has cleared. Cal shrugged his shoulders and turned away. Gilbert and Amru had come back to their senses after hearing what Cal had said to Eric, and were looking at Cal as well. Even if they tried to head for the nobles' exit gate right now, they would just be swept up in the chaos. The head families of the other regions were busy gathering their people and calming them down while trying to figure out a path of escape. Gilbert watched some of the other nobles before looking around. The other nobles from the northeast region were headed toward them. They were all looking at Eric, but Eric and Gilbert were looking at Cal. The Cal looked toward Taylor. Taylor was different from the others. Taylor's concern right now was that the citizens' gate was still not fully open. The gate was opening very slowly, most likely so that they could control the flow of people running out. Taylor was a very altruistic and good person. That was why he was more worried about the citizens than himself. Cal looked toward Eric and started to speak. Eric had the qualifications to be the leader of this group, after all. Let's go. After hearing Cal's words, Eric nodded his head and led the northeast nobles to the gate. Cal looked at the clock. 9:08 a.m. The mages were busy getting rid of the mana disturbance. The mana disturbance tool was going to run out in a few minutes. It only lasted this long because there were a lot of people in the plaza adding to the chaos. One more removed. Now, it was 4. There were just 2 more remaining. 2 minutes. Cal thought that they should have enough time. Ridica's red mana balls were still spinning around in the air. The moment the mana disturbance tool stops working, those mana balls will immediately head for the magic bombs and detonate them. Cal looked at the clock on the bell tower before starting to walk. The black dragon made another report at this time. That is all. What? Young Master Cal, what is wrong? Taylor, who had been walking next to Cal, looked at Cal with confusion, but Cal did not have time to focus on him. There are only 4? Cal remembered that there were a total of 10 bombs in the novel. Had it changed? Cal stopped walking and looked around. The mana disturbance tool had a range of a large mountain. If the magic bombs were buried elsewhere, the alarm would have gone off at that location. But the alarms for the high-grade devices only went off inside the plaza. Did the number of bombs change because the story has changed? 9:09 a.m. came and went, and only a few seconds were left until 9:10 a.m. One of the maids' amplified voice rang out in the plaza. Activate mana stability magic. As soon as he said that, mages from 8 different directions chanted a spell at the same time. 8 magic balls of light shot up into the sky. Boom, they blew up in the air and started to spread like a thin tent. And then, finally, the noise started to quiet down. Mana was starting to become stable once again. 9:09 a.m. and 55 seconds. Cal could see 4 items being shot up into the sky at that time. It was Rosalind and the Black Dragon using their magic. Those 4 items followed the stabilized flow of mana and flew toward the mountains to the south of the capital. For these 2 who were extremely sensitive to mana, something like this was a breeze. The citizens blankly watched as these 4 items flew like shooting stars toward the mountain with harsh terrain that prevented people from traversing through. Mana stability complete. 9:10 a.m. and 5 seconds. The maid shouted out loud, and Ridica's red mana balls started to chase behind the items flying toward the mountain. As the red mana balls finally came into contact with the 4 items, boom! A large explosion occurred in the sky. It was so bright that it temporarily blinded everyone who was looking at it. A large pillar of black smoke soon followed and rushed up into the sky. Even though the mountain was far to the south of the plaza, a large gust of wind rushed toward the crowd in the plaza. The plaza instantly became silent. The mages' expressions turned completely pale. It was because they realized the identity and purpose of the red mana balls that started to fly as soon as they stabilized the mana. Those were magic bombs. Taylor Stan muttered those words in shock. Any noble who had the slightest knowledge of magic would know that only one item was capable of having such a destructive force. A magic bomb. Even the king and some of the princes who were retreating stopped moving. Everybody could not help but think about how those items had shot up from within the crowd before starting to fly toward the mountain. Cal brushed his hair that was a mess from the gust of wind. I guess there were only 4 bombs. Nobody had died. We saved them all. Cal could hear the black dragon's voice in his head. Cal just quietly listened to the dragon. The once chaotic plaza was now very calm. No, it was almost depressing now. The people were probably thinking about the terrible scene that could have happened in the plaza. They were probably swept up in their emotions of both relief and fear. I saved them. The black dragon sounded very happy and excited. This was the first time that this young black dragon, who had been wishing for its own death, after living a life of despair, had saved something with its own strength. Cal thought about the black dragon's emotions as he moved his gaze to the location the magic bombs had shot up into the air. The knights and mages were heading to that location. However, Cal's group had already left the scene. They then used the invisibility magic device Cal had borrowed from Billows to hide in the farthest corner of the plaza. Then Choi Han will chase after the mage to kill him. Cal looked toward the top of the bell tower. Eric and the rest had already stopped moving. They were able to figure out from what the mages were saying that the magic bombs were supposed to explode in the plaza, but ended up exploding in the mountain far away to the south. How could they not? Ridica said it himself from the top of the bell tower. Unfortunately, nobody died. Why did they go off over there? Ridica continued to speak in that metal screeching voice. Guess this one was a failure. The king started to shout toward Ridica. What are you doing? Who are you? Do you think you will be fine after attempting to commit such a deed? King Zed's response changed after realizing that it was not just an attack that was planned. The fact that they were trying to detonate magic bombs directly next to the royal family and nobles was no different than declaring war against this kingdom. But Cal had a different thought regarding Ridica's statement. This one was a failure? Cal's expression stiffened, worried that there was something else as well. His changed expression made Taylor, who was approaching Cal to speak thinking that things were now okay, stop moving. He then looked toward the top of the bell tower like Cal was doing. Oh well then. The metal screeching voice rang throughout the plaza. Ridika shouted toward the king and the knights without caring about the fact that the mages used levitation magic to approach him. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and 2 people appeared next to him. These 2 were just wearing black attires without the red star and white star symbol on their chest. They were each wearing a backpack. Cal started to frown. Those are the remaining bombs. Those 2 people were most likely members of the assassin team of the secret organization. They were people whose lives did not matter. Cal now understood the location of the remaining 2 bombs. 2 of them each took out 3 scrolls and ripped them at the same time. Shield, acceleration, and combustion. Go. Ridika gave the order, and the 2 people, whose bodies were now burning, rushed toward the citizens below the bell tower. Ridika shot out 2 balls of red mana toward the 2 people. Stop them! Magic bombs were guaranteed to go off if they were not dismantled. Unfortunately, Ridika was closer to these 2 people than anybody else. The red mana reached the backpacks of the 2 suicide bombers. The bombs were going to detonate soon. The 2 people who had used acceleration magic were rushing toward the plaza at a fast speed. One of the 2 rushed toward the royal family while the other, "He's coming this way," rushed toward the nobles. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds. "I'm coming." Cal raised his hand as he heard the dragon's voice. Run away. Dodge." It was too late to dodge. You are not going to get out of the bomb's range simply by running for a few seconds. "See, Cal, let's go." "Young Master Cal, hurry." Eric, Taylor, Gilbert, and Amru did not run away right away like the others. They were trying to save Cal as well. However, it was all too late. Cal was extremely annoyed. If he started to run and the bomb went off, he would probably lose an arm. However, the vitality of the heart would help him recover his arm. However, the people who were trying to protect him would lose at least a limb no matter how fast they ran. They would also not be able to recover from their injuries as he could. Rather than allowing something like that to happen, Cal let out a deep sigh and opened his palm up into the air. It was time to change plans. At that moment, Rosalind, who was teleported through the Black Dragon's magic, created a 2-layer shield around herself and Cal. Same time explode. Ridika shouted out with joy. "Huh?" Rosalind had a blank expression as she stared at what was going on in front of her. The suicide bomber, who was headed their way, was surrounded by large wings. A silver shield shot up to the sky, as if it was protecting the people in the plaza, and the wings of the shield surrounded the bomber. It looked like the shield, and the wings were completely swallowing up the bomber. And a strong shield that was not very visible because of the silver light surrounded the silver shield. "I will block it as well," the Black Dragon announced in Cal's head. A holy-looking person with a silver shield was standing underneath the sun. A strand of silver light connected the red-haired man with the shield in the sky. Cal started to curse as his hair fluttered from the gust of wind. Fuck. And then the bomb went off. 1. Our young master caused pain to someone. I'm so proud. Chapter 45. Somehow 3. Boom boom. 2 explosions that could not be compared to the one from earlier simultaneously went off in the plaza. Everybody crouched down and covered their heads with their hands. Ugh. My arm. Ugh. The screams of people getting injured or killed filled the plaza. And thence, a gust that sounded like rain brushed by over the heads of the people. The people at the center of the plaza got covered by the dust from the ground, while the people by the fountains got drenched by the fountain water before they all slowly raised their heads. The first thing they saw was something going toward the north. None of the royal family was hurt because a shield was created to protect them, but the people around them were hurt. These were the people who arrived at the plaza earlier than anybody else to wait for the king. In addition, there were the servants, the lower-ranking officials, the lower-tiered knights, and the mages who did not have enough time to launch their shields. Some of them were injured while others were dead. The black smoke made it impossible to see the royal family's blonde hair. The people still alive all raised their heads up. They then looked toward where the nobles and the citizens had been standing. Clang, the silver shield started to slowly break like pieces of glass. The silver wings crumbled down as well. As they started to crumble, black smoke started to come out of the encirclement. There definitely was a person inside, however. Nothing, not even a piece of flesh or even a drop of blood, could be seen. Everybody looking felt chills going down their body. This helped them understand the strength of the explosion. Their gazes naturally turned toward a single location. It was the end of that silver strand of light. Young Master Cal. Rosalind quickly started to support Cal back up, as one of Cal's knees gave out, and he was starting to fall. Rosalind looked back and forth between Cal and the silver shield that was slowly dissipating. She then looked toward the royal family. These were 2 very strong explosions. Of course, Rosalind knew that the Black Dragon's shield had absorbed the majority of the explosion, but it was still true that Cal's silver shield had done something amazing. That meant that the recoil from it would be severe as well. Rosalind grabbed onto Cal's arm to keep him up and called out to him. Cal was standing there with his head down. Young Master Cal, are you okay? Young Master Cal. He then started to think. Damn, it hurts. Cal had lowered the strength of the silver shield after seeing the Black Dragon launch a shield of its own right before the explosion. Thanks to that, the recoil was not as severe. However, his palm was still throbbing. Kim Rock-soo tended to exaggerate when it came to pain. Even a small amount of pain was still painful. He tried to raise his head back up. Nem, young master. Cal could hear the voices calling out to him getting closer. He then raised his head. Cal, are you okay? I'm okay, cough. Blood. Eric's face turned pale, and he almost fell backward. However, Cal started to feel better after coughing up that small amount of blood. The vitality of the heart really is good. The pain in his body disappeared, and his body started to settle back to normal at a very fast rate. In fact, Cal's body became healthier than ever as the vitality of the heart started to go to work. A refreshing feeling that was similar to the feeling he had when he was able to sleep peacefully because Ron had gone on vacation surrounded Cal. He then slowly closed his eyes and started to feel his body. Arms and legs are still attached. My palm was throbbing a bit earlier, but even a paper cut hurt more than that. My body is healthier than ever after that single cough. Cal felt like he understood why the heroes never threw the ancient powers away, even if they were not very useful. There were benefits to using these ancient powers. Using it hurt less than he expected, and now he was feeling great. Cal started to smile in satisfaction. As he did that, the people surrounding him became a mess. You think this is funny right now? Stop laughing. Cal opened his eyes after hearing Taylor's shocked and sorrowful voice. He had opened his eyes after checking his body and realizing that everything felt great. However, the sun was shining too brightly that he had to squint. Stop trying to open your eyes either. What's going on with him? Cal looked toward Taylor in confusion as he sat down with Rosalind's support. A noble should not do something like this, but he felt like it would be okay given the situation. Cal pretty much just plopped down on the ground without caring about what people thought of him. The black dragon continued to yap away in his ear. Weak human, you cannot die. You are too weak. If you die, I will destroy everything. I will kill everyone, destroy everything, and once everything is gone, including your corpse, I will kill myself as well. The black dragon seemed to be concerned, but the words coming out of its mouth were pretty vicious. Cal started to frown from the content of the black dragon's words. Young Master Cal, we will call a priest over. I will go with you. Amaru and Gilbert said that before rushing toward the priest, who was entering through the gate. They did not care about their messed up dress and suit. Seeing them rushing forward like that, Cal did not have the courage to say that nothing was hurting. It doesn't hurt to be checked out. I also need to pretend to be hurt. It was great for Cal if the priest showed up. Eric Wheelsman was standing next to Cal and glaring at the other northeastern nobles nearby, as well as the other nobles from other factions, to prevent them from approaching. Cal was not looking at this, as he was looking at a discussion that may create some more chaos. Please get out of my way. No way. Civilians are not allowed inside. Civilian? Who came up with crap like that? Choi Han was talking to the knight in charge of the nobles with a cold gaze in his eyes. Cal had told Choi Han not to come forward, no matter what. Cal started to frown and waved away Choi Han, who had gone against his order. Choi Han saw Cal's reaction, so he bit down on his lips before bowing his head. I apologize. I told him not to come forward, but it's not something to apologize about. Cal then saw Locke, as well as An and Hong on Locke's shoulders behind Choi Han. Cal smiled to signal to them that he was fine, and turned away from them as they all seemed completely lost. Young Master Cal, are you okay? Cal nodded his head at Rosalind's question, and wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. Yes, I am absolutely fine. Cal's movement seemed normal as he wiped away the blood that was as red as his hair. However, Rosalind had just seen what Cal had done. Could a princess like her take the same action? She quietly started to mumble to herself. I really can't figure you out. However, she just silently stared at Cal once he turned to look back at her. Cal's expression became serious. It was because he realized that she was not looking at him, but past him. He then followed her gaze and turned around. Ah, the blood-drinking mage. He was now floating in the air as he looked down on them. I never expected something like this to happen. This is pretty fun as well. The blood-crazy mage Radhika said that as he looked toward the royal family. The mages once again used levitation magic, and even the capital's guard rushed over to aim their arrows toward Radhika. Radhika then turned his gaze toward the nobles. He made eye contact with Cal, and then noticed Rosalind next to Cal as well. Although her hair was dyed brown right now, Radhika should recognize Rosalind, whom he saw at the Blue Wolf Village. The metal screeching voice rang through the plaza once again. Wow, so many different colors of blood that I like. Many of the mages launched attack magics toward Radhika. Attack! It was not visible because of the mask, but Radhika's eyes curled up like a crescent moon underneath. I want to put them in my display case. Cal's expression stiffened, and he accidentally let out his thoughts. Is he crazy? Usually, crazy characters like this end up dying quickly. Cal thought about that, and looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han nodded his head and disappeared. Naturally, Choi Han was moving to capture and kill that mage. However, Choi Han was not moving toward Radhika. Ridika looked toward the king as the magic attacks were about to hit him, and started to speak. Then see you next time. He then disappeared. Not only that, he took everyone who came with him as well. This bastard's specialty was teleportation magic. There was no way for the people attacking him to know where they went. However, the novel mentioned where Ridika teleported to after disappearing from the plaza. Choi Han, Hong and Locke all headed there earlier. If that really is where Ridika and the secret organization members teleported to, they will most likely die by Choi Han's hands. I'm just worried that Choi Han will go berserk. That was why Cal had sent on Hong and Locke with Choi Han. The three of them would be able to help Choi Han remain rational. Choi Han was weak against young and weak existences. Cal stood up from the seat. The king was heading back up to the podium, and the people in the plaza started to chatter once again. The villains had disappeared, but they left behind a cruel sight. The king was heading to the podium to try to calm the crowd. I will do my best to get revenge for this cruel and terrible incident. That is why I want all of you to follow the orders of the crown and focus on calming yourselves and getting rest. We will push this celebration back. Cal turned away from the king to look at Rosalind. Originally, she was supposed to hide her presence today, but she had revealed herself for Cal. He probably stepped in because the black dragon cannot reveal himself. Rosalind started to smile after making eye contact with Cal. She then mouthed the word to respond to Cal's gaze. Secret. Cal started to smile as well. She really was someone who was on the same wavelength as him. Cal had given the 6 people in his crew some instructions before the day began. First, the dragon and the beast tribe trio would not have their identities revealed, no matter what. That was the most important task. Second, even if Choi Han and Rosalind end up being recognized, they will just say that they happened to be here by coincidence. This was only possible because the crown had no way to know about the magic bombs hidden in different locations in the plaza, and because there was no way to prove the identities of who got rid of the bombs that were shot up into the air. Third, they will not cause each other harm. Cal and Rosalind knew what they both had to do from that single moment of eye contact. That was why Cal brushed the dirt off of his clothes and fixed it up. He then started to smile toward the person walking toward him. Young Master Cal, are you okay? The priest was huffing, as if he was dragged over here by Amru and Gilbert. Rosalind stepped back, and Cal pushed his hand out to the priest and started to speak. It hurts a lot. Please take a look. Cal then noticed that the crown prince was heading toward him. The crown prince would definitely recognize Rosalind and probably already saw her 2-layered magic. He would then question the relationship between Cal and Rosalind. In a situation like this, it was better to suck out everything he could from this situation. That was why he started to speak in a voice that was loud enough for the priest and the nobles around him to hear. It really is hard to protect something. If I had to reveal my card and use my ancient power, I should take anything and everything I can from this situation. It was not Cal's style to sacrifice himself just for fame and no material gain. Cal found money to be better than fame, and believed it would be better to be rich than to be a hero. Ah yes, yes indeed. I saw your silver shield, young Master Cal. You did something marvelous. The priest took a gulp and grabbed Cal's hand to inspect him. The priest's words made the nobles around Cal look at him with curiosity and doubt. Cal Henatus, the man who was known as Trash, had revealed such strength. This fact was a very big shock to everyone. Then there were his actions just a few moments ago, where he protected people against the explosion before falling down while spitting out blood. But now, he was standing there as if nothing was wrong. The nobles were observing Cal, and because the king had left, many of the citizens were looking toward Cal as well. They could not forget about that silver light. Cal briefly looked around at the faces of the curious nobles. Each time he made eye contact with one of them, they all showed different reactions. Some continued to show their curiosity, others avoided his gaze, and some just smiled at him. Cal looked back at the priest after looking around at all the nobles, and responded to his statement. Cal's voice was still nonchalant and calm. I guess this is your first time looking at an ancient power. Ah, the priest let out a gasp. Ancient power, a relic of the past you could only gain from fortuitous encounters. Each of them were said to have unique skills and strength. I see. A familiar voice started to speak from behind Cal, and put a hand on Cal's shoulder. Cal knew that he had arrived. Your Highness. Cal turned around and made eye contact with the Crown Prince, Albrew Crossman. He then realized that this moment was similar to what he had read in the novel, the hero of the Plaza Terror incident. In order to deal with the complaints from the citizens about their safety and the fact that the royal family and nobles were trying to run away, the Crown Prince had turned Choi Han into a beacon of hope. The person who created the hero Choi Han in the novel was Crown Prince Albrew, the man in front of Cal right now. Cal realized that the moment he was expecting was here as soon as he saw the look in Prince Albrew's eyes. He had expected this to happen from the moment he used the ancient power, and had quickly formulated a plan in his mind. Cal was planning to use this situation to his benefit from this moment onward. The Crown Prince also realized that Cal was very similar to him. Mr. Cal. Prince Albrew hugged Cal with half shock and half admiration on his face. Thank you. We are so proud of what you did." Anybody could see that the crown prince was so full of admiration that he showed a reaction that he should not have shown as a prince. In that moment, Cal heard Crown Prince Albrew whisper in his ear, in a voice that only Cal could hear. "Mr. Cal, you and I share the same style, right?" "Of course." Albrew's voice was a bit tense at finding someone like him. "I will make sure there is nothing annoying and reward you handsomely. What do you think?" "In that case." Cal lifted up his hands and smiled as he hugged Prince Albrew back. He then started to speak. "Your Highness, it was nothing. I only did what any citizen of the kingdom would do." The young dragon's voice echoed in Cal's mind. Something is very odd here. The dragon who saw all of this happen was young, but pretty sharp. Cal finished his fraudulent hug of admiration before heading to the palace. Although healing and investigation was the purpose of heading to the palace, since it was like this anyways, Cal was thinking about taking at least a pillar of the palace for himself as he walked with the crown prince. Naturally, the crown prince's face was stiff. Chapter 46, Somehow 4. Cal was about to get in a carriage with the crown prince. The crown prince was asking Cal for a performance until the end. Naturally, the carriage Cal was on was the crown prince's carriage that was urgently brought over to the plaza. "Mr. Cal, please get on first. For today, you deserve this honor." The crown prince had a smile on his face that was completely different from his stiff expression from earlier. The crown prince knew that other people were now watching and needed to keep up the act. "How could I do that? I cannot get on the carriage before you, Your Highness. You are the star that shines down on citizens like myself. Human, is your head okay?" Cal just ignored the black dragon's question. Crown Prince patted Cal's shoulder and started to speak. "Pat, pat." Crown Prince was patting his shoulder quite hard. "It is an expression of my respect for you. Go ahead. If that is the case, this lacking citizen will get on first." Crown Prince Albert, who was the only one from the royal family who was still at the site of the terror incident. He stayed at the plaza even after the rest of the royal family had gone back in order to command the knights to take care of everything and to show care for Cal. Next to him was Cal Henitus, the man of the hour and the one who will remain etched in the people's minds about this incident. The sight of the two of them standing together was like a beautiful painting, and it made people think highly of both of them. Cal got onto the crown prince's carriage and peeked to the side. The nobles were near the carriage, with the citizens being right behind them. Cal lightly gestured with his eyes to say goodbye to Eric, Gilbert, Amaru, and Taylor before smiling to Neotals, who was blankly staring at him. Neotals flinched after seeing Cal's smile, while Venyan, who was standing next to Neo, stiffened up. It was not just him. All of the high-ranking nobles were observing Cal. How could that trash gain such a power? No, how could that trash act in such a way? They were all sending him gazes that seemed to imply those statements, but Cal ignored them and continued to stare at Neo until Neo flinched and turned away. "I guess I can get rid of one of his evil minions." That was what Cal was thinking as he got on the carriage. His smile then disappeared as soon as he was inside. Crown Prince Albrew entered behind him, and then ordered his servant, "Treat the lady over there as a VIP." Albrew was, of course, talking about Rosalind. The carriage door started to slowly close, and Cal made eye contact with Rosalind before the door closed completely. Rosalind's smile seemed reliable. Click. The carriage door finished closing and Cal leaned back on the chair. The royal carriage really is a different quality. Where do they get such leather for their seats? Cal felt the comfort of the seat before turning to look at Albrew, who had also gotten rid of that fake smile from earlier and now had a stoic expression, just like Cal. "Do you need any healing?" Cal bluntly responded back. "My body is healthy, but shouldn't I get the best doctors and priests to take a look? I want to just lay around for about 3 or 4 days. "Ha!" The crown prince's laugh sounded like a sigh. However, he then nodded his head. "You're right, that will be good. The noble who saved everyone is hurt, and the crown is giving him the best treatment possible to nurse him back to health." Very nice. The crown prince did not keep up his act now that he knew he and Cal were of the same type of people. That was why he got right to the point. "Mr. Cal, are you involved with them?" "Them." Albrew was talking about the people who appeared at the plaza today. Cal made eye contact with Albrew as he thought about how the black dragon was probably following him right now in his invisible state. This was what the black dragon had said as Cal got into the carriage earlier. Why did the crown prince not do anything when the other humans were dying? He is strong. The crown prince was hiding his strength. He did not do anything, even when one of his servants died and a young knight lost his arms and legs. He just pretended to be weak and hid. I thought he was a good person, even if he had a tendency to use people. Yeah, it was not the case. That was why Cal comfortably responded. He had a bright smile on his face. "Your Highness, why would I do something so annoying?" Indeed, the crown prince immediately agreed. There was no way someone who was hiding as a trash would do such a thing. Furthermore, Albrew could tell that Cal only stepped in because there really were no other alternatives. "The crown may try to uselessly investigate you. You will protect me, right, Your Highness?" "Why are you asking such an obvious question?" Albrew was going to protect him. Albrew opened the curtains in order to see the crowd of citizens outside. He put his smile back on and continued to speak. Let's finish our conversation when I visit you later to check on how you are doing. Crown Prince was going to go visit a healing noble and wanted to talk. There was quite a lot to talk about. Cal thought about Rosalind, the ancient power, and his reward as he started to speak. Your Highness. Yes, if it is for a conversation with the star of our nation, this Cal is always available. The corner of Albrew's smile started to turn into a frown. I don't want my actions to be exaggerated when you package it up for the public. I will only package it up a bit. I just need enough for people to not complain about the crown. The Crown Prince continued to speak while casually saying the next part. It sounded a bit glib, but it was the truth. Anyways, thank you. The number of people injured was lower thanks to your help. It was difficult to tell whether Crown Prince Albrew was a good person or bad person. No, Cal didn't even know if he was human. However, Cal did not care about any of that, and just said what he needed to say. I look forward to my reward. Ha! Crown Prince shook his head, but did not say anything like, don't look forward to a reward. It meant that he will make sure Cal was rewarded handsomely for his efforts. That was how Cal entered the palace once again, while receiving a much different treatment than previously. The fanciest and most luxurious room in the palace, that was reserved for foreign royal visitors, was provided for Cal. Choi Han's group stayed here in the novel too. Cal laid down on the extremely luxurious bed that was worlds softer than his own bed, and started to eat grapes one by one. Another person who was staying in the palace came to visit at this time. Young Master Cal. It was Rosalind, and, as expected, she was not alone. Cal, Nem. Choi Han was with her. An, Hong, and Locke were standing behind Choi Han with pale expressions on their faces. However, Cal started to frown after looking at the last person behind all of them. Why, young Mister. It was Deputy Butler Hans. Hans looked like he wanted to cry. Hans, Choi Han, and Locke were able to enter the palace as Cal's servant and guards. Cal put his hand up toward Hans, who looked like he was going to rush toward him. Stop. That made Hans stop moving, which gave Cal time to get up from the bed and start to speak to the others. Come on in. He was very relaxed, as if he was the owner of this palace. Cal had a conversation with Hans first. Hans checked Cal's condition before reporting like normal, as if the teary face from moments before had never existed in the first place. I have contacted Master Nim back home. I thought it would be better if we contacted them before the crown did, so I hired a mage to open a communication port. In doing so, I ended up spending a lot of money. Good job. And Hans peeked toward Rosalind. Of course he knows. The corner of Cal's lips went up just slightly. Hans was a great butler candidate, and knew more about the nobles than Cal did. There was no way such a person would not have other information as well. Continue. Hans reported after getting Cal's permission. I told everyone in the residence to remain quiet about Rosalind and for now. Thank you very much. You did well. Rosalind and Cal praised Hans. Since they have not had any time to discuss, it was better for Rosalind and Cal that they remain quiet about her for now. Excuse me, young master. What? I did give a report, but I think you should contact home via a communication port in the near future. If you don't, I believe Master Nim will personally travel up here. His father, Count Daruth, would definitely do that. Cal was busy thinking about how he could take care of this situation without jeopardizing Basin's position as the successor, so he just nodded his head. Hans got up after seeing Cal nod. He was a sharp one. He knew that he needed to leave for Cal to speak with Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke. Then, I will go look for the caretaker of this palace to discuss a few things. Sure. Hans had left the room, so the black dragon finally revealed himself. He then headed to Cal's bed, and started to eat the fruits located there as he started his report. There are no video or audio recording devices in here. He really did a good job with whatever Cal told him to do, even if he did not look like he would do so. That was what Cal was thinking as he looked around this room that he was staying in. It was a room for foreign royalty. Doing something like placing recording devices in such a room would easily be a cause for war. That was why the royalty in all of the different nations worked to hide video and audio recording devices in hidden locations around common areas, like the dining room. This meant that they could say anything they wanted to in this room. However, Rosalind still cast a noise cancellation spell. It's better to be safe. Miss Rosalind, that side of you is wonderful. Cal agreed with Rosalind's decision, and then looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han has had his head down since he entered the room. Cal had a pretty good idea about what happened after seeing Choi Han like this. He did not manage to kill Radhika. Tell me. Choi Han lifted his head up. That mage appeared in the location you told me. I tried to kill him, but his subordinates rushed toward me. I'm sure they were ready to die. Yes. The secret organization valued Radhika quite a bit for some reason. So they escaped? Yes. Choi Han lowered his head again, as he continued to speak. I only managed to cut off his left arm. I then burned the arm up in case he came back for his arm to put it back together. Ah, his left eye should be injured as well. Isn't that a death sentence for a mage? Mages needed to cast magic with both hands for their mana to be balanced. Losing an arm would end up affecting that quite a bit. Cal looked toward Choi Han with a stiff expression. Choi Han was standing there with his head down and fists clenched. I was supposed to kill him. I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. You did well. Cal looked toward Locke, An and Hong, who were sitting next to Choi Han. An and Hong did not move toward the black dragon like usual. They were stiff in Locke's arms. Locke was looking at Cal with a desperate gaze. Did he go berserk? Cal looked toward Choi Han and asked. His subordinates? I thought it was better to kill them, so I took care of them. That made the red kitten Hong rub his face on his sister An's body. Choi Han had used his black aura to completely get rid of them without any traces. This was the first time Hong realized that you could melt a person with aura. It's best to be thorough to prevent any future issues. You didn't break any buildings or anything like that, right? Cal was worried that Choi Han went berserk and destroyed some other things. Harris Village and the Blue Wolf Tribe incident were both traumas for Choi Han. Cal was worried that he would go crazy when seeing the people who caused those traumas standing right in front of his eyes. If he goes berserk, I may end up having to clean up the mess. Since Choi Han was staying with him, Cal would need to clean up the mess. However, Cal did not want to do such a thing. Yes, of course. As Cal Nim mentioned, I made sure not to damage anything around the area. The kittens remembered what Choi Han said to the subordinates as he killed them. All of the important people in my life were killed or almost killed by you. Including today. The buildings were not damaged, but the look on Choi Han's face as he melted the secret organization members alive was quite scary. He did not go berserk, however. That made it scarier. An and Hong finally moved toward the black dragon to get a sense of relief by the dragon's side. The strongest, cutest, and nicest individual in this room was this black dragon. Cal observed the kittens heading to the bed before speaking to Choi Han. I see, you worked hard. Cal's words made Choi Han look up at him. Cal looked at Choi Han and everyone else as he continued to speak. All of you did something amazing today. It is thanks to you that all those people lived. Miss Rosalind, you worked hard as well. Choi Han's tightly clenched fists loosened up a bit. Rosalind looked at Locke, Choi Han, and the kittens that were wagging their tails, before finally landing her gaze on Cal. An odd sense of cohesion surrounded her. The black dragon started to speak at that point. You worked hard too. This made Cal start to smile as he nodded his head. Indeed, I worked very hard. That is why I will be rewarded. And the time to have their first discussion about his reward soon arrived. You can head out now. Yes, Your Highness. Crown Prince Albrew sent out the priest who just sat there filling the time, without doing any actual treatment on Cal, before turning to make eye contact with Cal. Cal had an expression of awe that the Crown Prince came to visit, until the door closed and Albrew started to speak. That expression of yours is giving me the chills. Thank you very much. Cal returned to his usual relaxed expression. Albrew seemed to find that more bearable, as he sat on a chair next to the bed Cal was laying on, looking like a patient. I have said that you are currently resting. I said that you got up at the plaza even though it was difficult, so that you could help calm things down like a proper noble. Albrew started to smile before adding on. Since you revealed that you possess an ancient power at the plaza, I played along and said you have a defensive ancient power that is not very strong. That is what you wanted, right? Cal pretended to contemplate as he responded back. A young noble who is weak, but stepped forward for the kingdom. It's nice. Indeed, Cal preferred it this way, that people thought he was not very strong. It wasn't a lie, he really was weak. By tomorrow, any information about rumors about you and the current situation will be delivered to you through your butler. Make sure to take a look. Prince Albrew was definitely treating Cal differently than he had treated Choi Han in the novel. He didn't have even an ounce of a warm smile and just had a stoic expression. It was as if he was dealing with someone he didn't want to deal with because he needed to do so. That was how Cal wanted it to be. Cal made eye contact with the Crown Prince who was staring at him. Prince Albrew started to frown after seeing Cal's relaxed demeanor, and started to think for a bit before he finally said what was on his mind. By the way, this extremely hesitant attitude made it seem like he was expecting something. Cal just waited patiently, as this was rare to see from the Crown Prince. While Cal was waiting, the black dragon who had woken up from his nap underneath the bed started to talk to Cal in his mind. Now I am certain. He is not human. Crown Prince asked his question at the same time. You are human, right? What was going on? A straight and a hook landed on him at the same time. Cal suddenly wished he really was hurt. Chapter 47. Somehow 5. Prince Albrew could see that Cal Henatus suddenly had an expression of disbelief as Cal answered back. I am human? It was an expression that seemed to be asking why the prince was asking such a stupid question. Albrew subconsciously let out a sigh. Sigh. Right, of course you are human. Cal could see Albrew point at both of them before continuing to speak. You and I are both human. The black dragon spoke into Cal's mind at that moment. That is a lie. He is not completely human. Little dragon, can you please stop? Cal was having a difficult time maintaining his composure. However, a critical weakness existed between Cal and the black dragon. The black dragon could talk to Cal whenever he wanted to do so, but Cal was unable to talk back to the dragon. It was a one-way communication. It was his fault for lacking any magic skills. This is my first time seeing a race with such an atmosphere around them in this great dragon's 4 years of life. The dragon's 4 years of life. The black dragon had only seen himself, humans, and the cat tribe and wolf tribe members he recently met. The crown prince was not any of those species. Cal started to speak toward the crown prince, who was looking at him. Of course. Is there much to being human? We're all human if we live amongst each other. Cal made up his mind to forget about what the black dragon had said. Prince Albrew quietly looked toward Cal before starting to speak. You are right. There really isn't much to being human. However, but Cal was wondering if he could stop hearing these words. Prince Albrew started to speak to Cal as he was contemplating. I thought I was mistaken at the banquet hall, but there are some weird smells around you. Smell? Cal responded with shock. I just showered. Crown Prince opened and closed his mouth a couple times without saying anything after hearing Cal's retort. Cal could see the wrinkles on Albrew's forehead from frowning. He looked like he was contemplating something. However, he erased any traces of it from his face and got to the point of the matter. I don't think there's a need for two people who are similar like us to try to sugarcoat things. So, what do you want as your reward? Albrew crossed his arms as he asked Cal. The reason Albrew had come here so late had to do with dealing with the aftermath of the incident, but it was also because he had to look at the files regarding Cal Henatus. However, there was nothing on Cal. Well, there was something, but it was useless. Famous in the Northeast for being trash. Completely pushed out of the successor position 2 years ago, but shows no complaints about the decision. No signs of trying to cause issues in the home. It just said Cal Henatus was trash who liked to fool around and drink. That was worse than having no information. The Cal in front of Albrew was not trash. For example, take the way he responded to the prince's question. Your Highness, can you please explain what I will need to do for you first? There was no way a trash would ask something like this. Albrew answered honestly. I want you to not say anything to the nobles. That was the hardest thing. That was why this was the crown's request to Cal, and why they were willing to wager Cal's reward with it. Today's events were embarrassing for the crown, and they could not let this affect their position of power. That was why he was asking Cal for this, and he was able to ask Cal this because Cal was part of the Henatus family that was not part of any faction. I also want you to praise the crown every so often if you are asked, including speaking about your very understanding nature, Your Highness. Of course. One corner of both Albrew and Cal's lips started to go up as they started to smile. Their smiles were pretty similar. Since it is an ancient power, isn't what you revealed today the extent of your power? Of course. It is useless for anything else. Cal shrugged his shoulders at Albrew's inspecting gaze, even though he was the one to answer. Based on what Cal read in the novel, Crown Prince Albrew knew more about ancient powers than most people. Now that I think about it, the healing star was given to him by his mother. Cal recalled this memory that suddenly popped into his mind. The Crown Prince had asked what he wanted as a reward. The tone of Albrew's voice made it sound like he would probably agree to anything. Yet Albrew seemed comfortable. What is it that you want? Something for your family? My agreement to invest in the northeastern shoreline? Or settling the battle for power in the northeast? That was why Cal responded back comfortably as well. None of those belong to me, Your Highness. It doesn't belong to you? Cal pointed to himself as Albrew stared at him. Please give it to me. What Cal wanted was something he needed for himself. Albrew, who was silent for a moment, let out a snort. He had figured out what this trash wanted from him. Although Cal had lived as trash, humans, no, all living existences, wished to aim for greater heights and take control of everything. In the end, Cal was the most important to himself, more than his family or the people around him. Then what is it you want? A higher title? A medal? Do you want to have your own faction in the capital? Albrew's expression turned odd as he asked. Contrary to Albrew's expectations, Cal shook his head no at Albrew's suggestions. It meant that none of them were correct. He then said a single word. Money. What? Cal accurately laid it out for Albrew. For someone like Cal whose greatest desire was to live a peaceful life, this was what mattered most to him. Please give me money. I don't want a medal or a higher title. Cold hard cash was always the best. What would a title or medal do for him when a war was about to break out? It was much smarter to take cash and use it to buy food, land, or other material things. The final ancient power Cal was aiming to get after the sound of the wind was one that became stronger the more money he used. Cal could see Albrew put his hand to his forehead. He then lowered his hand as he asked Cal a question. To buy alcohol. Cal responded right back. How did you know? Albrew smiled and accepted Cal's request. He then got up and informed Cal about the details. Once you receive the report tomorrow, take a look, and then let me know how much you want. Will you come visit me again? Why? You don't like it? Cal responded with an extremely fake expression on his face. It would be the highest honor to see you again, Your Highness. Albrew felt chills on the back of his neck from Cal's response, and told Cal to rest before immediately heading out of the room and disappearing. Cal just quietly observed the door of the Crown Prince close behind him. But what kind of power allows him to dye his hair other than mana? Human, answer me. I am curious. Cal ignored the Black Dragon's question and immediately went to bed. He was a patient from this moment on. However, he was not a patient who could rest peacefully. Hans handed Cal a letter from Ron first thing in the morning. Mr. Ron has left as scheduled. Cal nodded his head and opened the letter. Young master, I will report to you once a month. I didn't know that you were hiding such a power, young master. Choi Han told me about how that mage looks like. I will remember it. I have also informed Beacrox about it as well. Sounded like Radika would die if Ron saw him as well. That was what Cal was thinking as he looked toward the people who came to visit him after Hans. I heard you were seriously injured. Eric, wheelsman. Cal had never seen Eric looking so worried. However, Cal did not say he was okay. He needed to be loyal and play his part. I have no strength in my body. Cal. But Cal had no strength in his body because he had slept all day. My stomach feels weird as well. This was because Cal just laid around eating when he wasn't sleeping. He was so full that there was no room for anything else. Eric looked concerned, Gilbert had a stiff expression on his face, and Amru looked like she had made up her mind about something. The kittens who had been looking back and forth at the three visitors and Cal started to shake their heads. Let me know if you need anything. Yes, please do. We will get you whatever it is. Cal just nodded his head and asked. Sounds like you are not just here to check in on me. Eric, Amru and Gilbert exchanged glances after hearing Cal's question. After seeing Amru and Gilbert nod their heads, Eric took a document out of his pocket and handed it to Cal. This is the updated request for the Northeastern Shoreline Tourism Investment. We brought it with us since we were heading to the palace to see you. Cal turned the first page of the document. The first word on the next page was Navy. Gilbert also seemed to have made up his mind. Cal peeked toward Amru who smiled at him. Based on Eric's actions, it looked like Amru kept it a secret like Cal had asked. The news will soon reach the Henatu's territory along with our proposal. I see. Then will you be meeting with the Crown Prince? Yes. We are scheduled to meet him tonight. We can only start moving if he shows any interest in it. Cal looked toward Amru and Gilbert and casually started to speak. I'm sure it will work out. His voice was full of confidence. It was because he was sure. Eric and the others felt a sense of relief after hearing Cal's statement. Cal waved the document in front of the three of them and started to speak. You can send such documents like this via a servant in the future. I know it is difficult for you to come visit, so you do not need to come. No, we will continue to come. You need to know about it as well. Cal just casually nodded his head at Eric, Gilbert and Amru, and then sent them out. It was difficult to greet people while leaning on his bed, wearing a patient robe. That was why Cal kicked the blanket away and comfortably welcomed the next group. He started to speak to Choi Han, who was standing there like a sinner. Go. Rosalind bit down on her lips. She had removed her magic, and was standing there, with her original red eyes and red hair. She also got rid of her robe, and was in formal attire. I'm sorry, young Master Cal, but I need Choi Han and Locke. Now that Rosalind revealed herself in the palace, she needed to return to the Breck Kingdom as fast as possible. Since it was revealed that she was still alive, the people who attempted to kill her may start to hide the evidence. But she could not go back on her own. This incident revealed that she was a very skilled mage, which meant that the enemy will make sure to have stronger forces when attacking her. That was why she needed strong allies. Locke was standing by the door just fidgeting without approaching Cal. Cal looked at Choi Han and Locke before speaking, as if it was only natural. What are you sorry about? Miss Rosalind, you helped us out with a very difficult situation. Then we should help you out as well. Rosalind could see that Cal was smiling. Miss Rosalind is Locke's Nuna, and Choi Han's friend. Thank you for putting it that way. Rosalind may have been close to death because of the assassination attempt, but she was certain that this was going to be her turning point. Cal took a step forward and looked at Choi Han. Cal Nim, I have to protect you. Choi Han. Choi Han needed to go in order for Cal to rest in peace and prepare to hide during the war. Choi Han could see Cal's uniquely relaxed smile. I will not die. I plan on making a ton of money and getting just strong enough to run away as needed to live peacefully. I'm going to do everything I can to live as long as possible. Cal was also thinking that with the Black Dragon by his side, there was no reason for Choi Han to protect him. In fact, in front of the Black Dragon, Choi Han himself was just baggage. I see. I worried for no reason. Cal turned away from Choi Han, who looked a bit better, and looked toward Locke. He then flicked his finger to call Locke over to him. Locke flinched at Cal's motion before slowly approaching. Why was this coward so scared? However, Cal had no plan to give any thought to such reaction. Locke, I will take care of your younger siblings. Go and come back to the Henatu's territory in 3 months. Excuse me? What is the excuse me for? Did you forget about our deal? Ah. Cal thought about how he was going to use Locke as Locke blankly stared at him. He then handed Locke a map. It was a map of the Northeast Territory that he got from Hans. Henatu's. Come to the one that's marked like that. I will be there with your younger siblings, so you must come back. Somewhere to return to. Cal didn't care for the mumbling Locke, and clenched Locke's shoulder as he started to speak. Locke needed to come back for Cal's life to be easier. Yes, somewhere to return to. Remember, you must return within 3 months. Yes, sir. I will definitely come back within 3 months. After taking care of Locke's issue to the point that Locke vigorously nodded his head, Cal felt a sense of relief. The story from the novel was twisted quite a bit already, but at least the major point was flowing as it was supposed to. This was good because he would know more about the future, the more the story followed the novel. Cal was disappointed that he could not send Beecrox with the mass well, but he could always send Beecrox with Ron after Ron came back from his time off. Cal laid down on the bed with a more relaxed heart than ever before as he proceeded to look at the people around his room. He then turned to look at Hans, who had opened the door and entered. Hans looked at Choi Han, who was protecting the door like a knight, then at Locke, who was playing with the kittens, then at Rosalind, who was leisurely reading a book about magic, and finally Cal, who was relaxing on the bed. He then quietly approached Cal and whispered, "There is a rumor going around that His Majesty wants to bestow a medal to you, young master." Everybody in the room stopped moving after hearing what Hans had to say. Hans then quietly handed Cal a document. It was a document that contained the rumors going on about the Plaza Terror incident. Cal had just one reaction after reading the first line. Cal Henatus, the noble who showed the pride of the Henatus family that protects the kingdom from the forest of darkness. It was a deep sigh. He had expected it, but it was still so very annoying. Chapter 48, Somehow 6. A week later, Cal got off the carriage. The carriage that he got off from had the Henatus golden turtle on it. It has been a while. Cal agreed with what the black dragon said inside his head. Cal was currently at the Plaza of Glory. A large fence was around the northern part of the plaza that was destroyed from the explosion. Cal just walked forward, only looking toward his seat. The Henatus family's night brigade, led by their vice captain, walked with Cal in the center of their formation in order to protect him. As Cal was walking, he heard someone say something that gave him the chills. "Oh, young Master Silverlight." Cal immediately started to frown. Hem. Cal could see the smirk on the vice captain's face as he let out some fake coughs and started to frown some more. The vice captain lowered his body a bit to whisper in Cal's ear. "Young Master, I guess they call you Young Master Silverlight now. Ahem, cool people like you are bound to get awesome nicknames." Shit. Cal held back the rough words in his mind. Young Master Silverlight, Young Master Shield. He didn't want to hear such cheesy and embarrassing things. However, Cal knew that it would have been much worse if it wasn't for the Crown Prince subduing the rumors, and so he could not say anything about it. All he could do was stoically speak to the vice captain, who was shrugging his shoulder. "I'm sure they'll stop if I drink and act like I usually do, right?" Hem. The vice captain could not say anything and just turned away. That made Cal start to smile, but that smile immediately disappeared. It was because of what the vice captain said next. "I think it would be best if you avoided alcohol, since you are still recovering." Cal was still officially recovering and not 100%. The official story was that he was injured because he used his ancient power past its intended limits, so that he could protect the crowd, causing a miracle to happen that prevented the explosion. That miraculous story naturally originated from the Crown Prince. That was why the staff at the Henatus residence was busy protecting the injured Cal. It was not just the staff at the capital. Cal thought about his father, Count Daruth, who was planning on coming up to the capital a few days ago. This was what Daruth had said through the video communication. "Cal, did you see the faces of those bastards? Your dad will kill them all for you. How dare they do such a thing to a person who cannot even swing a sword?" Even though Daruth knew Cal had earned an ancient power, the fact that even Cal's younger sister was better than Cal at swinging a sword made Daruth consider Cal to be weak. The reason the Henatus family does not take action is not because we are weak. Remember this, Cal. We have not taken any actions until now because we are strong. Nobody shall take any actions against you like this in the future. That was what Countess Vile had said while calming Count Daruth down. But that must have been the truth, as no nobles sent any messages or came to look for Cal once Cal left the palace and returned to his own residence. Even Eric and company did not show up. That made it easy. Cal had used that free time very efficiently. Cal, who had been looking forward as he walked, could see the knight and soldier guarding the entrance. "Ah, young Master Cal, do you need to verify my identity?" The knight shook his head at Cal's question and respectfully opened the entrance. Cal had to enter alone from here on. The people who were allowed to enter this time was significantly less than during the birthday celebration, but Cal was the exception. "Young Master Calnim, please enter." "Great, thanks. Keep up the good work." "Yes, sir." Cal thought that the knight was probably overworked, so he patted the knight on the shoulder as the knight bowed and vigorously responded to him. He then walked in, not knowing that the knight was watching him walk in for a very long time. Cal continued to walk at a leisure pace. The Plaza of Glory. The king planned to respect the fallen and give medals to certain people for their actions during the Plaza Terror incident today. The recipients were given the qualifications to stand at the second highest platform, right underneath the king, in the plaza today. Cal was wearing a more luxurious black outfit than usual as he arrived at his spot. Cal. Hi, Nim, you got here early. Cal smiled at Eric Wheelsman, who had called out to him, before standing at his spot. This was the spot for the nobles. Cal was standing here. But why? Eric Wheelsman, Amaru, Gilbert, and all of the other nobles could only watch Cal in silence. It was because they had all heard some news regarding Cal. Cal Henatus has declined to accept the Medal of Honor, and has yielded the medal to someone else. In addition, he dragged his still injured body to participate in the ceremony. Amaru Yubar looked toward Cal, who was looking up at the sky. It is a beautiful day today, probably because we are here to respect the fallen. Cal's red hair fluttered in the wind and created a stark comparison to his black outfit. Amaru had a curious smile after seeing Cal as his usual confident self. It is probably because of you, young Master Cal. Me? Cal looked toward Amaru with confusion. Amaru responded back with a calm and warm smile. Cal found that reaction to be odd, but still said what he needed to say. You are leaving today, young lady Amaru? Yes. I believe you are heading out tomorrow? I will see you at our Uber territory. Cal was going to visit the Uber territory after the ceremony. Yes. I want to see the ocean. I heard. It is for your recovery. Yes. It will be nice to get some fresh air. Recovery my ass. I am completely healthy, and will be going there to get even stronger. However, Cal agreed with Amaru and nodded his head before adding on. Of course, that is not the only reason. Ah, of course. Amaru, as well as Gilbert and Eric who were listening, all started to smile. It was a similar smile to Cal's. After today, the nobles will all hear about what is going on. The development and investment for a military base at the northeastern coastline. That was why Amaru and Gilbert were hurrying out of the capital tonight. It was to prevent any false information from leaking out, as well as because the crown wanted things to progress as quickly as possible. Of course, this was only possible because the Henatus family agreed to loan a significant amount of money to Amaru and Gilbert's territories. That was the other reason why Cal needed to visit Amaru and Gilbert's territories. Cal, we are planning to send someone as well, but if you are going to go there anyways, take a look while you are there. Father, wouldn't it better for an expert to go? Having more pairs of eyes is always better. Cal agreed to do as Count Daruth asked. We are in your care. We are in your care, young Master Cal. Cal waved at Amaru and Gilbert to say not to worry about it, as he looked back to the front. King Zed had arrived. The memorial and medal ceremony then started. King Zed spoke in a loud voice that was stronger than ever. There still was a large number of people in the plaza, but the atmosphere was completely different. It was very quiet. We are gathered back here today to show that we will not cower under fear. King Zed called out to the crowd once again. It was a warning to the enemies, as well as something to rally the crowd. King Zed looked down to the plaza from the highest platform as he continued to speak. Many people showed heroic deeds during that incident. We were able to protect this land like the past thanks to their bravery. It looked like King Zed had made eye contact with Cal at that time, but Cal hoped that it was not the case. Cal stealthily turned away in order to look past the king toward the sky behind him. He then thought about what the black dragon had said. Blessing of the sun god? I do not feel the power of any god from those weak humans. The only special one is the crown prince. There was no truth to the belief that the Crossman family was blessed by the sun god. Cal, who had learned another useless truth, decided to pretend that he did not know anything as usual. The black dragon seemed to get excited at the fact that Cal told him to keep that a secret between the two of them, and happily agreed. In that regard, we will now hand out the medals to those heroic individuals. King Zed started the medal ceremony and everyone went up one by one to receive their medal. Wow! Cheering filled the plaza, as if it had never been silent from the start. The black dragon's voice filled Cal's head once again. Humans are interesting. Why, Cal could hear the black dragon's voice, as well as the cheering of the crowd for a knight who had just received a medal. Cal felt like he could guess what the black dragon found to be interesting. However, because Cal was human, he understood the feelings of the people who were still alive better than the black dragon. There were times to be sad and times to be excited. Clap, clap, clap. That was why he clapped for the medal recipients as well. The atmosphere was much better now. People all enjoyed the medal ceremony as if it was a festival. This jovial environment made it possible for anybody to approach Cal right now. Young Master Cal. Cal turned toward the quiet voice calling out to him. There were quite a lot of nobles who headed back home, thinking that the capital was a dangerous place because of the terror incident. That was why the number of nobles here was less than before, but one of those nobles approached Cal and called out to him. What is it, young Master Venyan? Venyan Stam was still here. In addition, the heads of each region were still here as well. I heard that you declined a medal. Will you not regret it? The gazes of the nobles who had been looking up at the platform all turned toward Venyan and Cal. Cal did not know why Venyan was smiling so gently and asking him the question. I want to kill him. Cal was just worried that Venyan's body would blow up right here. Cal hoped that the black dragon would calm down as he thought about the medal. Cal had rejected a medal. The reason for it was simple. He did not want to get recorded. There is a record of all of the past kings of the kingdom in the highest floor of the royal library. The floor underneath that holds the record of all of the heroes who have received different medals of honor throughout the history of the kingdom. The crown used the fact that they needed to continue to provide these heroes with their reward money to locate and keep track of these heroes. That might sound like fame and honor to others, but it just sounds like chains to me. Cal did not want to be recorded anywhere. It was easier to forget someone who was not recorded. Who would remember the incidents at this plaza in the future when war was going to break out soon? Even if they recalled this incident, they would remember other things first. The fact that he knew this was part of the reason Cal had decided to step forward during the terror incident, as well as the reason he wanted to avoid getting recorded. Cal started to smile as he looked toward Venyan and started to speak. What would I regret? Cal had nothing to regret. He had received a handsome reward, and most importantly, it is enough that we managed to survive. He was able to live without getting seriously injured. That was the absolutely most important truth for Cal. No, for Kim Rock-soo. The area around Cal became silent. Venyan spoke after a while, so as to break that silence. I see. Yes. I am also very shy. I'm too shy to go up there to receive a medal. Venyan's expression turned odd. However, Cal just shrugged his shoulder and turned around to clap for another person who was receiving a medal. The Black Dragon was debating how to kill Venyan quickly and simply, before he looking at Cal and the people around Cal and shook his head. There were too many people looking at Cal right now. Both the nobles and the people down below were looking at Cal. The Black Dragon thought things would get very complicated and annoying for Cal if he killed Venyan right now, so he decided to act like Cal and be still, very still, as he watched the ceremony. This concludes today's ceremony. However, this king will not forget this moment. I will remember it day after day in order to not forget the valiant heroes. The ceremony ended with the king's final remarks. Sweeyish, a rough wind that sounded like rain brushed through the plaza. Cal brushed back his messed up hair. Crown Prince had said that Cal did not need to come to the memorial today. However, Cal still showed up. It was because he knew the weight of someone's death. He finished his own memorial of sort and put his right hand to his heart. This alerted Eric, who started to speak. Cal, did you overdo it? Does your heart hurt? Cal looked toward Eric in disbelief, and Cal's confident gaze made Eric awkwardly smile as he slowly backed away. Eric seemed to be very embarrassed. Cal smiled at Eric's reaction and patted his chest 2 times. He could feel the golden plaque in his inner pocket as he did that. It was the reward he had received from the Crown Prince. Crown Prince is more generous than I expected. The golden plaque gave Cal 2 opportunities to purchase anything, regardless of the cost. It didn't matter whether he bought 2 slices of bread or 2 mountains. All that mattered was that he could only use it twice. Cal was going to use these 2 opportunities very effectively in the future. I'm sure that the Crown Prince was thinking, how much can you really spend, as he gave this to me? Either that, or he gave it to Cal to see just what Cal could manage to buy with it. Too bad he was wrong. Cal started to smile. There were a lot of unique things you could buy in the world, as long as you knew how to buy them. What are you planning now, weak human? Just be careful. Cal ignored the concerned comment of the Black Dragon, who had seen the smirk on Cal's face. Cal looked around where he was standing and made eye contact with a lot of people. However, he trusted that these gazes would disappear once he left the capital. That was why Cal, who had finished preparing to leave early the next morning after returning to his residence, handed the Black Dragon a piece of steak along with 3 other items. The Black Dragon clutched the plate with the steak on it, as he asked, "What is this for?" The 3 items were all the magic bombs with the detonation devices removed. The compressed mana still existed in these bombs. For now, Cal was planning on using just one of these 3 bombs. A mischievous smirk appeared on Cal's face. Destroy a whirlpool. Cal was planning on overturning Rhone Kingdom's northeastern sea without anybody knowing about it. It was possible because neither the mermaids nor the whale tribe should be at the northeastern sea right now. Chapter 49. Somehow 7. Originally, Cal did not plan to destroy the whirlpool. He was planning on taking care of it using the indestructible shield and the vitality of the heart. But that was when I didn't have the Black Dragon. There was no reason for him to work hard when he had the Black Dragon. Cal stuffed the Black Dragon on and hung with a ton of food before sending out these beasts that averaged 7 years of age and greeting his first guest. I do not know what you stole, but you did something big. It was Billows. I guess I am a bit famous these days. Billows shook his head at Cal, who did not seem to be injured at all. He could see Cal starting to drink while claiming to still be injured. You indeed are famous, young Master Cal. But is it okay for you to drink? There's no reason for me to lie in front of you. Billows smiled as he filled Cal's empty cup. He then handed a magic box over to Cal. Here are your requested items. Thank you for returning the items from last time. Cal had returned the other items to Billows through Choi Han. Cal caressed this new box of items as he looked toward Billows. Cal had already decided how to use the first of the 2 opportunities to use the golden plaque. He decided to buy some time. Cal decided to buy some time for the moment when the Northern Knights, a dangerous existence for not just Rhone Kingdom, but also the Breck Kingdom and the other northern kingdoms started to head south. To be more specific, other than the Northern Knights, there were also the Empire at the center of the Western continent, the Mage Slayer, and the Queen of the Southern Jungle. Cal decided to buy some time to get away from all of them. It would be one thing if he was on his own, but now there were others he needed to care for. Billows, do you deal properties too? I don't, but I do know about what is going on lately. Billows really was a merchant. He received information very quickly. The Western continent is on the verge of blowing up, and that is a great time for merchants like myself to make money. Merchants will run toward anything that will give them a profit. Billows liked Cal, who understood merchants a lot. He also liked that Cal didn't beat around the bush and got right to the point. The Whipper Kingdom will become a mess soon. I'm sure you are already expecting it. Billows nodded his head. The non-mages and mages could no longer coexist in the Whipper Kingdom. That is why I am trying to figure out what I can use to make money in that chaos. Young Master Cal, what do you think will be the most profitable investment there? Cal easily answered Billows's question. People. The mages will lose the civil war and the magic tower will be destroyed. Then, what would happen to the remaining mages? All of the mages were not going to die at the end of the civil war. The Whipper Kingdom was the Western continent's greatest supply of magic devices. There were many mages who stayed far away from power and politics, but there will be nowhere for those types of mages in the Whipper Kingdom after the Civil War. In the novel, Crown Prince Albrew Crossman was going to target this issue. As for the destroyed magic tower, Rosalind was the highest tier mage who decides to create a new magic tower in a different location. Billows was a very sharp person. You're thinking that the mages will look for a new home. Cal did not give Billows a direct answer. The mages needed to lose in the Whipper Kingdom. That was the only way for the Whipper Kingdom to move to a better future. However, Cal did not put much weight onto those things. What he wanted was something else. The Western continent's greatest supplier of the highest grade magic devices. Cal needed the things that will remain after the Civil War. Immediately let me know once the magic tower is destroyed. May I ask why? Cal shrugged his shoulders and lightly responded. You'll find out when it happens. The magic tower. Cal was planning on purchasing it. The magic tower will be filled with irreparable broken magic devices after the Civil War. Cal also knew the method to purchase this magic tower. Albrew also will not be able to do anything about Cal's actions. I'm looking forward to it. Clee nodded his head in agreement. He was looking forward to it as well. Buying the magic tower will buy him some time. It will give him time to protect himself from danger. It will be very expensive, but not like it is my money. Billows saw the evil smirk on Cal's face and his expectations went up. Then I will contact you when it happens. Okay. I look forward to it. Cal said goodbye to Billows, his first guest. He then greeted his second and last guest. Well, the second guest more so rushed into the room. Cal looked toward the terrace window that was open, before flinching at the existence that rushed in through the window. What is this? A clay doll the size of his palm climbed in through the window. An and Hong jumped into Cal's arms in fear. It was because the expression on the clay doll was terrifying. It looked more like a zombie than a doll. The black dragon spoke into Cal's head with magic as usual at that time. I feel the power of a god. Cal blurted out someone's name. The crazy priestess. Cage. Once he did that, the clay doll that did not have any eyes or ears but only a mouth started to speak. I knew you would recognize me, young Master Cal. This doll is connected to me. It is a single-use item that can only listen and talk. She really was skilled enough to be called a necromancer. Cal looked toward the black dragon. The black dragon was talking into Cal's mind, but did not turn invisible. It seemed to have figured out right away that it could listen and speak, but could not see. Just how strong is this dragon? Cal suddenly questioned the black dragon's strength. However, the clay doll started to speak and prevented him from thinking about it for a long time. We are leaving the capital today. I'm sure young Master Cal does not like us contacting you like this. Correct. Absolutely correct. However, Taylor said he had something he wanted to tell you. Young Master Cal, when I go take back my position, no, when I am one level higher than my original position, I will return to pay you back for your help, is what he wanted me to tell you. There was no need to tell me. I know. Cal looked into the empty eye sockets of the ugly clay doll. Even still, Taylor and I both need somewhere to share the news when we get what we desire. Do whatever you want. The clay doll started to smile at Cal's words before it started to melt. An and Hong dug even further into Cal's clothes in order to hide after seeing the doll melt away. Then please be healthy, young Master Cal. The clay doll disappeared without leaving any traces behind. The black dragon stared at the empty spot where the clay doll stood for a bit before looking toward Cal. Then is that when I can get my revenge? Once Taylor Stan returned to power and became the master of Marquis Stan's estate, the current Marquis and Venyan will both need to face the wrath of this black dragon. Yes, you can do as you want at that time. Great. The black dragon made up his mind about when to get his revenge after hearing about Marquis Stan's estate's current situation from Cal. The black dragon was going to strike Venyan and the Marquis when they were at their lowest point. He was going to show them despair, and make them suffer. The black dragon flapped its wings happily. It really was a vicious creature. Cal heard the black dragon mutter its revenge plan in his head, and treated it as a creepy lullaby as he went to bed. Naturally, those vicious comments did not make it easy to sleep. The next morning, Cal was standing in front of the carriage early in the morning. Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke saw them off. Cal looked at the three of them with a stoic expression. Nim, if you think you see the mage bastard, please tell the dragon to kill him right away. All you have to tell him is to blow his head up, so that he is not useless like me, who was only able to cut off an arm. Choi Han was spewing vicious things from early in the morning. I will definitely get stronger and come back. So make sure you listen to the young master while I am gone. Think seriously about the thing I told all of you last time. It is for your future. We all need to get stronger now. Locke was surrounded by his 10 younger siblings and telling them what was on his mind. Rosalind was whispering with the black dragon inside of the carriage, and it was so quiet that even Cal could not hear. Dragonim, this is the textbook on Roan Kingdom's alphabet, and this is the one for the continent's common language. Thank you, human. I am great and mighty, so I will learn it quickly. Absolutely. Dragon, Nim is great and mighty. I pray that you come up with a cool name for yourself. I will ask for him to come up with a name for me. I'm sure Nim will know what you mean by asking him. Cal didn't know what they were talking about, but he stared at Rosalind, who was watching the black dragon with a satisfied smile on her face, and started to frown. He then turned toward Choi Han, and started to speak. Choi Han was still going on about what Cal should do in order to stay alive without him. Nim, your rate of survival goes up if you blast anything away in one hit, and then run away. Also, enough with the nonsense. Cal stoically continued speaking to Choi Han, who immediately shut up. Just make sure you don't get hurt. Yes, I will make sure to do that. Cal didn't want to see Choi Han's innocent smile anymore, so he got onto the carriage. Rosalind got off as soon as Cal got on. Cal felt the weight of the invisible black dragon, as well as An and Hong, on his lap as he looked out the window toward Hans. Let's go. The staff, who were all outside the residence to see them off, bade Cal goodbye. Cal did not understand why these staff members would delay their work and come out to see him off. He told them it was fine, but they all still wanted to come and see him off. Young Master Nim, please return home safely. It was our joy to serve you, young Master Nim. We look forward to seeing you again in the future. What terrible nonsense. Cal had no plans to ever come back to the capital. He just casually waved at them, and then closed the carriage curtains. That action was the signal to go. Cal's group had 2 more carriages than when they arrived, as they left the capital and headed to the northeast. Ubar. Cal was headed to the sea that was filled with whirlpools for hundreds of years. Sniff. It smells salty. Is this the sea? The red kitten Hong looked out the open carriage window and sniffed the air. Cal nodded his head as he received a small round item that the black dragon handed to him. This is the condensed mana from the bomb. The black dragon nodded his head at Cal's question and responded, yes, we can make a new magic bomb now. Cal became jovial at this confirmation and opened the carriage window wide. The cool sea breeze entered the carriage as he looked out toward the northeastern sea. There were many islands visible in the ocean. The northeastern sea had quite a number of these small islands. The silver kitten was also quite excited. Oh, look at that sharp cliff! The sharp cliff brought forth both awe and fear as they were riding across a path created on top of that cliff. Cal looked toward the Cliff of Winds, the most beautiful sight in the Ubar territory. There were many small islands next to that cliff. Between the cliff and the islands were multiple raging whirlpools. Those whirlpools were the culprit behind why the seas of the Ubar territory were so dangerous. The mage slayer ends up landing on one of those islands after being shipwrecked by the whirlpools, and ends up finding the sound of the wind. The mage slayer was known for being an intelligent barbarian. He was even stronger than Locke, the Blue Wolf tribe member and the future Wolf King, and held the title of the strongest individual in the western continent. The mage slayer's name was Tunka, known as Tunka the Tyrant. I just need to get it before he does. If things went as it did in the novel, it was still too early for Tunka to come here. Cal was thinking that there was no chance he would run into Tunka as he looked out to the sea with satisfaction. This journey would be smooth, as long as he avoided Tunka. Cal, who had been looking out the window with satisfaction, could see something far in the horizon. Cal rubbed his eyes a bit, but it was still the same. Isn't that a whale? A pod of large whales were shooting water into the air as they crossed through the northeastern sea to head north. Cal suddenly had an ominous feeling, and clenched the magic bomb ingredients in his hand. The whales tended to live in the northern sea. This was true for the whale tribe as well. It was only during the war with the mermaids that the whale tribe came down south. I'm sure that's just a group of whales passing by. Tons of whales head north. Absolutely no way, right? The black dragon's voice echoed inside Cal's ear. I feel a strong presence. That echo stabbed right into Cal's brain. That was why Cal was frowning when they arrived at a small village just outside the Cliff of Winds. Young Master, did you get sick on the way? Cal shook his head at Hans's question. No, I just have a bad feeling. It is scary because of the cliffs. However, our driver is a veteran, so you have nothing to worry about. Cal ignored the useless comments from Hans and reached his hand out to the person approaching him. Long time no see, young lady Amaru. Hello, young Master Cal. Amaru had her uniquely calm smile on her face as she welcomed Cal and crew. This was a small seaside village in the Uber territory. This small village, that had nothing special and allowed the residents to live in peace and quiet until now, was suddenly busy with visitors. The village was quickly changing every day. However, they would soon face an opportunity that will allow their village to change incomparably in the near future. Tomorrow night would be that moment. Tomorrow night, Cal was planning on blowing up a magic bomb deep inside the ocean. However, something that, in Cal's point of view, should have never happened had happened. A terrible situation began when one of Amaru's knights came to report to Amaru. The knight urgently approached Amaru and quietly reported, "My lady, the person we rescued has regained consciousness." "Oh, is that so? Rescue?" That word made Cal think of a single person. Cal started to frown with doubt on his mind. Amaru noticed Cal's expression and started to explain. "We were inspecting the shoreline and nearby islands for the new naval base when we rescued a shipwrecked person. It seems that he has regained consciousness. I have a bad feeling about this. We were debating what to do when we saw him unconscious and being dragged into the whirlpool, but I remembered what you did at the plaza and decided we needed to save him." Amaru continued to speak to Cal. "Because a person's life is precious, right, young Master Cal?" Cal answered that question after a long moment of silence. "Of course, I knew young Master Cal would answer like that." Cal could not even think about Amaru's smiling face right now. All that was on his mind right now were the details regarding how the novel described Tunka's situation. 1. Quotation for the Black Dragon when he is talking out loud, bullet hyphen for when he is talking into Cal's mind. Masa wanted me to clarify so you don't grill him about it. Chapter 50. Into the Whirlpool 1. Amaru, who had no way of knowing what Cal was thinking about, thought the serious expression on Cal's face was because of how caring of a person he was. She then continued to speak. Based on his outfit and physique, he seemed to be someone from the Whipper Kingdom. It was definitely Tunka. Cal's face turned paler as Amaru continued to speak. The non-mage faction that was fighting against the mages in the Whipper Kingdom were ignored as barbarians by the mages. However, there were no barbarians in this world. All humans had the same brain. It was just that, as time went on and history was created, they all grew and developed in the way that was most suitable for them. The non-mages of the Whipper Kingdom were all strong individuals who managed to take control of the Whipper Kingdom's harsh mountains and shores without using any magic. They were people who focused on strengthening the human body rather than relying on other factors, such as magic. They were rebelling because they wanted to destroy the current Whipper Kingdom that was made only for mages to have easy lives and return it to its original form. The citizens of the Whipper Kingdom were on the side of these non-mages. Foreigners may think that the barbarians were trying to take over the kingdom, but they were not barbarians to the Whipper Kingdom's citizens. They were just free people. They used instinct to take down this kingdom of logic. The problem is that Tunka is extremely stupid. An intelligent barbarian? There were some who said that, but in Cal's opinion, Tunka was just a simple and stupid person who just happened to be very strong. And stupid people were the scariest type of people. This was because you could not talk to them. Young Master Cal, you do not have to worry about that person. He seemed to recover very quickly. Cal laughed it off after hearing Amaru's words. "I'm not worried at all. In fact, I'd prefer it if he continued to get treatment for a long time." Cal's hope was that Tunka would remain in recovery until he left. Amaru, as well as the knights who were with her in the capital, all looked toward Cal with warm gazes. Cal did not have time to pay attention to such gazes. He had enough of a headache trying to figure out why Tunka arrived here so early. "Young lady Amaru, could you please show us to our rooms?" "Of course. You are still not at full strength yet, right?" "Yes. I am still hurt." "Oh no, let's hurry then." Cal only had a single thought in his head as Amaru started to walk quickly with a serious expression on her face before slowing back down to Cal's speed. Billows may be a Flynn and is extremely talented, but how was he so sure about the Civil War? How did he find out so early? It was because Cal had read the novel that he knew about Billows's abilities. However, Billows was still ostracized as a bastard son right now. There had to be a limit to his information gathering. That meant that the fact that Billows knew about it meant that the story was changing. The Civil War must be happening earlier than in the novel. If Cal thought about it that way, everything made sense. But what would have brought forth the Civil War? However, Cal did not think long about this question. The fact that Tunka was shipwrecked meant that his ship was destroyed by the mages' attacks, and that he had returned from the north after gaining strength. That meant that, even if it was moved up, the story itself did not change. Strength that instilled fear in the mages. Peak of human potential when it came to physical strength. Tunka survived through the sea, mountain, desert, jungle, volcano, and glaciers with just his physical strength alone. 1. Tunka had survived through nature and its harshest elements. There was no way that mages who use mana, a power that is drawn from nature, could defeat such a person. Maybe a dragon can kill him. A dragon could probably still kill Tunka with a single hit. Cal said that he needed to rest as soon as he arrived at the residence, and sent everybody out of his room before looking up at the ceiling and starting to speak. Hey, what is it, human? The black dragon revealed itself. Cal started to seriously speak to the dragon. Stay by my side without going anywhere for a while. Cal had realized something through the situation with Choi Han and the black dragon. If he tried to avoid Tunka, he could instead end up with even more baggage. He needed to prepare for that moment. I will do whatever I want. The black dragon snorted and turned away from Cal. However, the way the dragon's wings were flapping let Cal know that the black dragon would listen to him. He was saying one thing, but his body was saying another. Cal felt much better after telling that to the black dragon. Cal then looked around his room. It was a residence that the head of the Ubar family had built a while ago in this small village. It doesn't really fit with the rest of the village. This luxurious room did not fit with the village they were in. That meant that Amru's mother, the head of the Ubar territory, already had plans to develop this area when she originally started the construction of this residence. That vision was finally becoming a reality 10 years later. It probably took a while to draw in Gilbert's family and get the protection of the Wheelsman family. Cal was scheduled to meet with Amru's mother before leaving the Ubar territory. She was going to come from the city with the Ubar family's main estate around that time. Cal thought about that meeting for a bit before moving to stand in front of the window. He could see the entire village through the large window, as well as the Cliff of Winds. The Cliff of Winds. For hundreds of years, the water in front of the cliff was ravaged by a whirlpool, causing headaches for the Ubar citizens trying to head out into the sea. It was a reason Amru's family still considered this area to be important. There were 2 other villages that were by the sea, but this village was at the center of the 3. The shoreline that was in the shape of a crescent moon had this village in the center with 2 cliffs on either side, making this the only village that made it easy for boats to set out. Furthermore, islands of different sizes were visible from the village, making it a pretty sight as well. It would be a great location for a military base. Cal was scheduled to go to the smallest island tomorrow morning. The sound of the wind, that was the source of all of these whirlpools, was located right next to that island. Tunka had said the following about the sound of the wind in the novel. It is a quiet but chaotic power. It was exactly what Cal was looking for. A power that would allow him to quickly and quietly run away while causing chaos for the strong. Cal started to slightly smile in anticipation of tomorrow morning. That smirk soon changed to a full-on smile that was full of satisfaction. Young Master Nim, Uncle Beacrox made this seafood just for you. Uncle is very excited about the sea. Right. Cal Nim, please eat a lot. Cal looked at the 10 wolf children bringing food to his room with satisfaction. He had told the others that they were Locke's cousins, and that they all lived in the same village when their families were killed by bandits. Cal's smile became even thicker. It was not because he liked the 10 of them. Cal's eyes were focused on Beacrox, who was bringing trays of food behind the children. Ron's son, a chef, and a torture expert. That was Beacrox. He usually wore clothes without any wrinkles, nor even a speck of dust. It was the same right now. However, he had serious bags under his eyes. Please eat, young Master Cal. Great, thanks. It was a good decision to have you all help Beacrox in the kitchen. Cal thanked Mies, the 12-year-old who was the eldest of the 10 wolf children, before picking up his fork. Young Master Nim, we want to work. Locke Hai told us we cannot leech off of you. The wolf children, with Mies in the lead, had rushed into his carriage during their journey and asked him to put them to work. That was when Cal had them start assisting Beacrox. We think it will be better if we train with the knights, but we will still do our best. The 12-year-old Mies was confident and calm, unlike Locke. He was also very aware of the strengths of the wolf tribe. That was why Cal was even more adamant about their helping Beacrox in the kitchen. You are still children. It is still too early to do something dangerous like training with the knights. Help Beacrox with the kitchen stuff. You really are like Locke Hai unmentioned. Yes, we will do our best. The children who said that they will work hard really did work hard. Maybe that was why, but Cal couldn't help but smirk at Beacrox, who seemed to get more tired each and every day. Beacrox just stood there while the wolf children set up the table, and then headed out. Uncle, are you not coming? The wolf children were bright and pure. They called Beacrox uncle and treated him like family. I'm coming. The children headed out first after hearing his comment. All of them were dressed cleanly, and had their hair well kept, as if they never lived in a remote village before. It was inevitable with Beacrox's style. Now that I think about it, he would be a really good babysitter. Cal avoided Beacrox's gaze, thinking that Beacrox would come at him with his cooking knife if he knew what Cal was thinking about. Beacrox was living as a clean and respectful chef right now. He could not be cold to the wolf children. All he could do was glare at Cal every so often. Cal watched Beacrox pick up a fork and knife and start to leave the room as he started to speak. Thanks for always giving me a delicious meal. Yes, sir. Click. Beacrox left the room and closed the door behind him. Cal looked at the door and started to speak. I don't know why he is trying to do his dad's job while his dad is gone. There was no reason for Beacrox to bring the food to him. However, Beacrox was slowly doing Ron's work at any chance he got. Sadly, this prevented Cal from being able to enjoy the gap left from Ron's departure. The wolf children or Beacrox always showed up to take Ron's spot. Cal looked toward the corner of the room next and continued speaking. Come eat. Cal's meal buddies, On Hong and the Black Dragon, rushed to the table and started to eat. Cal looked out at the sunset over the ocean as he leisurely ate his dinner. The next day. Hello. Nice to meet you, young Master Nim. Cal exchanged greetings with an old man. This was a fisherman who had roamed across this Ubar Sea and battled against the whirlpool for tens of years. This old man, who was known as the greatest veteran of the Ubar Sea in this small seaside village, had a very tan skin that represented just how much time he spent out at sea. Just trust me. I will safely take you to the central island. Amaru, who was next to Cal, nodded her head and added on. Right. He is an amazing individual, so you will be able to get to anywhere in the Ubar Sea as long as he is with you. I'm sorry I cannot go with you even though I'm supposed to show you around. I have some work to do. That is okay. It is enough that you have introduced me to an expert fisherman. It would be complicated if Amaru went with him. Cal had already determined the people who would go with him today. The fisherman asked, Is it just the three of you? Yes. Let us go. Yes, sir. Please get on. Cal got on the small but sturdy boat. The vice captain got on behind him. Since the vice captain will be with him, Cal did not need to take any other knights with him. It really shouldn't be a problem though, since the islands were uninhabited. Please be safe, young master. Got it. Deputy Butler Hans had On and Hong in his arms as he watched Cal off. The kittens On and Hong were flailing around, trying to get away from Hans, who was getting closer to the water. Although they liked the smell of the sea, On and Hong did not like water. I will be flying. Naturally, the Black Dragon was planning on following them while remaining invisible. Cal joked with the last person getting on the boat. Beacrox, apparently the nets near the island tend to catch a lot of rare seafood. It will be great to broaden your palate. Thank you very much, young Master Cal. Beacrox, who ended up going with them at Cal's order, got onto the boat with a stiff expression. Cal ordered the fisherman once everybody was on board. Let's go. Yes, sir. The fisherman, the captain of this small boat, started to row with his son. In this whirlpool-filled sea, neither a large ship nor acceleration magic was important. It was safer to be with an experienced fisherman and rely on their years of rowing experience. The boat may rock quite a bit, so please hold on tightly. The old man casually announced as the boat departed. Cal started to curse soon after they left. Shit. The boat was rocking. The boat was just barely avoiding the whirlpool that seemed like it would suck everything in. The force of the whirlwind was rocking the boat a lot. Splash, rash. All sorts of water smashing sounds rang in Cal's ears as the old fisherman shouted. Haha. Young Master Nim, isn't the whirlpool grand? The fisherman was a very courageous man. Cal pushed away the hand of the vice captain who was grabbing onto his clothes with a pale expression. He was feeling seasick. 1. TL. Yet, he got shipwrecked, clearly didn't survive the CPR. Persevering equals survival.